Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had DxD gaming quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Why are you being so mean, Kakin? A small boy with fluffy green hair and emerald eyes shivered as he stood in defense of his last remaining friend from his former best friend. Why you're hurting her? If you don't stop, then I'll stop you myself. The courageous little hero raised his tiny fists. Despite his whole body shaking, he stood his ground. On the sand behind him, bruised, scuffled and brought to her little knees, was the only friend who had yet to abandon him. Staring at the green-haired boy as if he was a god, or rather a saint. Standing in front of them both was another boy their age, with spiky blonde hair resembling an explosion. He was flanked by two other kids, one lanky and with a dopey expression and the other fat with little red wings folded behind his back. The blonde boy grinned cruelly while smacking a fist against his palm, lighting up a miniature explosion. You don't stand a chance without a quirk, Deku. The blonde boy and his cronies attacked the green-haired child who tried defending his friend to the best of his ability, but only received bruises and burns for his troubles. Afterwards he lied beaten and tired on the sand, an empty expression in his eyes. His friend tried getting his attention to no avail. The little hero only gazed at the afternoon sky with tears in the corners of his eyes and a single question on his mind. Why is this world so unfair? On the other side of the continent, a small crimson-eyed boy lay bruised and beaten on his back, surrounded by rocks, with tears in his eyes and blood streaming from his little head, his black hair stained red like his eyes. He wasn't crying because of the wounds on his body, he wasn't crying because of the bleeding gash on the side of his head. The reason he was crying was because the person who gave his that gash was supposed to be his friend. Tear-filled crimson eyes found their way to a group of children, the same age as their owner, led by a boy with dark skin and a shaved head. Those crimson eyes gazed at the leader, but they held no emotion despite the tears that stained them, no betrayal or hurt, just empty acceptance. The boys noticed the beaten child on the floor staring at them and laughed. Look! The plague is still conscious. Let's beat him some more. Right, Maddie? The dark-skinned boy agreed with a smile, walking over to torment the downed boy with the other kids. His eyes held no remorse for the one who once called him friend. His smile remained as he and the other kids repeatedly kicked the boy's body as he just laid there limply, his empty crimson eyes staring impassively at the early morning sky. His face was emotionless, but his heart and mind burned with rage, vowing to take revenge on his betrayer. After the kids had enough, they left the boy alone to bleed on the ground. The raging fire within his heart burned itself out, leaving him tired. Only one though remained in his exhausted mind. Why is this world so cruel? Pain. All he felt was pain. His lungs burned, his muscles screamed, his blood cried with agony. This was torture, plain and simple. How could anyone be expected to survive this hell? And if the torture wasn't bad enough, how are you doing down there? It's pretty comfy up on this fridge. I concur, this fridge is indeed comfy. SLRRRRRRRRRRRP. Oh, those DS. Izuku Midoriya turned back to glare at the two people sat on the fridge that he was trying to pull across the trash-infested beach. One was the much-beloved and world-famous symbol of peace and #1 hero, All Might. The man who had chosen him, Izuku Midoriya, as his successor. The other was a boy the same age as Izuku, although he was significantly taller. The boy had a mess of spiky black hair and handsome features accentuated by his pale skin and piercing crimson eyes. That boy was Samuel D. Sigurd, self-proclaimed devil and the first person in Izuku's life to actually believe in his dream to be a hero. Said boy was sitting on the edge of the fridge next to All Might, leisurely sipping on some hot coffee while sharing a chuckle with the #1 hero over Izuku's lack of physical prowess. Didn't these two hate each other yesterday? Izuku thought bitterly as he recalled how the three of them met yesterday, or rather, how Izuku met Samuel and then Samuel met All Might. Izuku had already met All Might earlier that very day. It was awful. It would be easier without the nearly 400 kilos of added weight, the green-haired boy grumbled to himself, face down in the sand. How rude. I've lost weight these days. I only weigh like how about you, young Sigurd? All Might asked the black-haired boy sitting next to him. 63, SLRRRRRP, Samuel answered and took another sip of his coffee. Izuku hoped it would burn his tongue. Why am I doing this anyway? Izuku mumbled into the sand. 'Cause USE weak, bro. Samuel stated bluntly, shooting a verbal arrow into Izuku's fragile heart. Young Sigurd is correct. As you are now, you are not ready to inherit one for all. All Might explained, causing Izuku to turn back to them with tears gushing from his eyes. It was almost comical. But you said I was worthy. Izuku cried hysterically. His childhood memories trauma of Bakugo's treatment of him resurfacing. All Might took a few pictures of Izuku crying on his phone. Your spirit, yes. Yet your body leaves a lot to be desired. You don't have the necessary muscle mass to utilize my quirk. If I gave it to you right now, your limbs would probably pop straight off your body. All Might explained, causing Izuku to shudder at the mental image of losing his limbs. Hey, if you die, we can have you reincarnated like me. Samuel offered and received a glare, from both the green-haired boy and blonde hero, in return. All right, Samuel raised his hands in surrender and hopped off of the fridge, walking to the platform to throw away his empty coffee cup. So that is why I'm cleaning this beach, it's a full body workout? Izuku exclaimed excitedly. Correct. But there is more to it than that. All Might jumped off of the fridge and went over to Izuku. You see, this beach used to be quite beautiful, but now it's Zot Mizbala Mizdayanat, Achi. Samuel walked back to them with his hands in his pockets. Crude choice of words, but yes, it's a FING dump, bro. All Might sighed but still nodded at Samuel's words. Okay, so this is also some type of community service, but wait. Sigurd, you're a devil, right? Izuku turned to his first friend in years with a sudden realization. We established this yesterday, my little dragon. The black-haired devil walked over and plopped down next to Izuku on the sand. Then you know magic, right? The green-haired boy asked hesitantly. Where are you going with this? Samuel felt that he wasn't going to like what Izuku was going to suggest. Isn't there a magic spell that can, like, boost my muscle dash? No shortcuts, dumbass. Samuel cut Izuku off with a chop on the head. I didn't mean instead of doing this. Izuku waved his hands defensively. I meant that maybe you could increase their growth rate while I work out? Don't have that kind of fine control over my devil magic. Think of it like doing surgery on a moving target for hours on end while recounting the entire script of Star Wars Episode 1 word for word, but I did have something else in mind for this. Samuel grinned and switched from chopping Izuku's head to ruffling his hair. But I kinda feel like the old man has something to say. He cast a sideways glance at the symbol of peace, who was eyeing the exchange warily. He still had a few reservations about Samuel, but for Izuku's sake he was willing to keep an open mind. Young Sigurd is correct. What we're going to have you do, is clean out this beach and return it to its former glory by the day of the entrance exam. All Might puffed out his chest as he gave Izuku their goal. Tall order and a deadline. I trust that you have a regimen prepared, old man? Samuel asked while playing with some sand in his hand. That I do. The aim to pass, American dream, plan. The symbol of peace pulled out 2 copies of said regimen from his shirt and held them out like some type of treasure. That was so FING cheesy hee. Samuel rolled around on the sand laughing at All Might's showboating. The old man himself literally deflated at having the wind taken out of his sails like this. Anyway, both of you are receiving a copy, young Midoriya for the obvious reasons and young Sigurd in order to observe young Midoriya's progress and add things you feel he should improve on. Small Might passed the training regimen to the both of them. Holy wow! You included diet and sleep schedules as well? This is so in-depth. Izuku gushed at the detailed training plan his idol had given him. All Might puffed back up into his muscle form and let out a boisterous laugh. But of course. Nothing but the best for my dash. Yeah, this ain't gonna work. Samuel interrupted, causing the blonde hero to deflate again. What do you mean? Small Might demanded. This is an impressive plan, don't get me wrong, but the major issue here is that it doesn't leave any time to train with either your quirk or his sacred gear, not to mention any combat training. Even with the muscle STMLTNG chi correction acupuncture I'll provide, this schedule leaves much to be desired. Samuel explained while leafing through the regimen. Acupuncture? Izuku asked panicked. Yeah. We're going to min-max your gains by adjusting the flow of your body's chi through the use of acupuncture. This should have the benefit of not only STMLTNG your muscles to grow faster and stronger, but will also relieve fatigue and pain, thus allowing you to work for longer, not to mention help with the awakening process for both your sacred gear and draconic heritage. The black-haired devil stood up and offered Izuku his hand to lift him up, but the green-haired boy just stared at him in shock. Izuku? Samuel asked with concern, not liking the empty look in his friend's eyes. Old man, I think I broke him. He turned to Small Might, who was also stunned silent at the young devil's casual way of revealing groundbreaking information. Draconic heritage? Izuku whispered, looking at his hands as if he didn't recognize them. Well, yeah. You have dragon blood, like me, though in your case it's less diluted than mine. Samuel said with a shrug. Also, you're leaving me hanging, man. He waved his still extended hand in Izuku's face, who let out a yelp and quickly took it, letting the red-eyed devil hoist him to his feet. "This is a lot to take in," the green-haired boy let out a small whimper before shaking his head and adopting a resolute expression. "But this just means I have more to work with. I knew I was at a disadvantage from the start, but with you too, I'll be able to do it." Izuku allowed himself to grin, and when he looked at his two companions, he saw bright grins on each of their faces. "That's right. I said I was going to make you strong and I meant it. Upholding our word is a pretty big deal in my family." Samuel nodded and pat Izuku on the back. "And I will not spare any effort in molding you into the hero you were always meant to be. You have my word, young Midoriya." Small Might spoke with a fire burning in his blue eyes. "All might, Sigurd," Izuku stated to tear up at the heartwarming display of dedication to his dream. "When I'm in this form, I'd rather you both call me by my real name, Toshinori Yagi." Yagi requested from the both of them. "Also, we're friends, Izuku, just call me Sammy." The black-haired devil offered with a grin. "Now, this beach needs cleaning and this plan needs adjusting. You two keep up the work here, I'm calling in a favor," Sammy said, and made his way to the platform above the beach, waving his hand over his shoulder. On the platform the red-eyed devil climbed on the motorcycle he had parked there. Yagi was surprised to find that he actually had a license for it. "I'll see you guys later," he called out and revved his bike, taking off into the road while his engine roared loudly. "He isn't so bad for a devil, maybe I was wrong in thinking they were all evil." Yagi mused and wiped some blood from his mouth. "What are you standing around for? Get to work." "All right." Izuku scurried into the trash heaps to start clearing them out. Samuel made his way to a certain old building on UA property. Unlike the rest of the school, this place was mostly accessible to the public, so he wouldn't have to make use of the special guest pass that Kaicho gave him. He parked his bike near the building and took out the bag, full of peace offerings he had made a stop for, from the storage compartment of his bike. "Hope she appreciates this," the black-haired devil sighed and went into the building. He climbed up the stairs, passing by a door that was locked and covered with paper seals. "Hey Gaspai." Samuel greeted the door but received no response. "One day," he thought with an exasperated smile. "Good talk, buddy, see you later." He bid the door goodbye and proceeded to scale the rest of the stairs. Eventually he reached an ornate door with an ominous aura to it. Samuel scoffed and opened it, his face completely blank. "Yo! Anyone here?" he asked sarcastically. He knew the person he was looking for was there. He could feel her presence from outside of the building. He walked in and saw 4 people inside. A girl, a year older than him, with crimson hair and blue eyes, who had an aura of authority to her. Of course that aura lost some of its luster when you've seen the girl after an Ultraman and cookie dough ice cream binge. Samuel shuddered at the memory. Beside the redhead, was a girl his own age with a spiky black ponytail and black eyes. By any standard of beauty this girl was stunning. Not that it meant much since Samuel had seen her eating, it wasn't pretty. Not to mention she was a closeted perv so deep in denial, she was doing BDSM in Narnia. Then there was a good-looking boy with blonde hair and bluish-gray eyes. He was sat on the armrest of one of the couches with a sword in his hands. He exuded the aura of a perfect prince, kind, humble. But much like another blonde prince who seemed too good to be true, he had so much traumatic rage behind that pretty face that it made Samuel look tame in comparison. Just like Dimitri. The black-haired devil sighed when he thought of one of his favorite video game characters. Finally, on the other couch was a short girl with a bob cut of white hair and gold eyes. Her whole expression just screamed boredom and cold shoulder, like the human embodiment of a cat. And much like any cat, she warms up to you if you give her treats. Pretty brutal assessment of your friends, boy. Bite me. Sammy, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here? The crimson-haired girl, who sat at the desk at the edge of the room, asked with false surprise. She knew he was here the minute he stepped into the building. Need a favor? He said simply while taking something out of the bag in his hand. He walked over to the white-haired girl on the couch and placed a box of sweets in her lap. Go nuts. The white-haired girl proceeded to do just that, tearing open the box, and the less said about her bad habits the better. A favor? That's a pretty rare thing of you to ask. The red-haired girl leaned back into her chair and sipped from the cup of tea that the black-haired girl placed on her desk. Is that a yes? 'Cause you still owe me. Samuel had no patience for the girl's little cat and mouse negotiation. Oh? She placed a hand over her mouth in mock surprise. What precisely do I owe you for? You want me to get the list? The red-eyed devil raised an eyebrow at the red-haired girl's airhead act. You keep a list? Her little ignorant facade cracked in the face of that information. We're devils, Rias, of course I keep a list. Samuel rolled his eyes at the shocked and almost betrayed expression the girl was giving him. What happened to helping a friend is reward in of itself? Rias mocked while taking a sip of her tea. trying to maintain a semblance of control over the conversation. Spring cleaning at Momo's mansion. PFFFFFFFFFFFFT. Rhea spit her tea all over the desk and unfortunately on Samuel as well. The spiky ponytail girl next to Rhea's paled at the red-eyed devil's words while the other two devils in the room just looked confused. What happened with the spring cleaning? The blonde devil asked. Nothing that concerns you, Yudo. Just go back to playing with your phantom knights. Samuel said dismissively while wiping the tea from his face. That joke was never funny, Yudo grumbled and went back to inspecting his sword. I already said I was sorry. The girl with the spiky ponytail exclaimed. Sorry doesn't fix my PTSD, Momo. The red-eyed devil inspected his now drenched shirt. It was a good thing that he was wearing sweats today. Momo apparently wasn't happy with that remark since she crossed her arms and huffed. You're overreacting, a lot of guys would feel lucky to walk in on that situation. Said the SDMSCS to the SXL assault victim. He said while ruffling his hair to get the tea out. What favor do you need? Rhea decided to just get on with it. She knew Samuel wouldn't come to her like this unless it was necessary. Even if she wanted some leverage out of the ordeal, he was too much trouble. I need Sarorg's help. He tossed the aim to pass, American dream plan at Rias, who caught and stared at him with a confused look. Remember the little scavenger hunt that you had Kaicho send me on yesterday? Samuel asked while Rias flipped through the pages. He had already checked to see that All Might left no signs of his identity or one for all in the plan. The old man was cautious if nothing else. How does that relate to this training plan? Because I'm hoping for your sake that your solution to my problem isn't, go clean to Goba Beach, duh. It isn't. Your solution is the one cleaning it. His personal trainer made this regimen for him, but it doesn't leave much, or any, time to train his sacred gear or his combat capabilities. That's why I want you to get your cousin to spruce it up a little. If anyone knows proper training, it's him. Samuel explained while tapping his finger against his forehead. I see, well this is for my benefit as well. Fine. Rias conceded and stood up. How soon do you need this done? She asked. Deadline's the UA entrance exam, so within the week if you can. He shrugged and put the bag he was holding in her hand. A sign of goodwill. Laters. Samuel turned and left the room without another word. Rias looked at the contents of the bag and quickly hid it in one of the desk drawers. It was the new limited edition Ultraman fanbook. She had her eye on it and was awaiting its release so she could purchase it herself, but it seemed like Sammy saved her the effort. Now she had to help him. Samuel sighed in relief as he stepped out of his steaming bathroom with a towel over his shoulders. It was the little things in life that really made him appreciate. I'm blue, da da. Heh, DMN it. Samuel sighed, his good mood evaporating as the goofy cover for I'm Blue sounded from his phone. That ringtone was only set to one person. Reluctantly the black-haired devil picked up the phone and pressed answer, cutting off the song. Kaicho, what's good? He asked the woman who quite literally owned him. You're strong-arming Rias for favors? Samuel directed the phone away from his ear, hoping that his boss would tire herself out without noticing that he wasn't listening. Samuel D. Sigurd, you put that phone to your ear right now. Well, so much for that. Yes, Mom, anything else I can do for you? He asked with as much sarcasm as he could muster. Don't call me that. And why in the name of my sister did you shake down a favor from the heiress to the Gremory family? She shouted in his ear. I'm not shaking down favors, woman. You asked me for something, I'm following through on it. This is a long-term engagement, Sona, because trust me when I say that we cannot afford to F this up. Now, do you trust me? Samuel snapped at his master while sending a text to All Might on his phone, since if he knew Sona, and he did, she'll start asking questions and he knew exactly which. Me, hey old man, what do I say if someone questions the whole personal trainer thing? Skeletor's half-brother, img.jpg. He sent a business card that had his true form and real name, personal secretary to All Might, huh? Smart. Skeletor's half-brother, tell them that All Might took special interest in you too and sent me to train you. Skeletor's half-brother, if it's one of your devil friends then tell them that I am aware of you and am trying to foster better ties between us under All Might's request. Me, Gucci. Me, thanks old man. Yeah, I trust you. But what is this whole thing about? He heard her sigh over the phone. You heard of the sludge villain incident yesterday? Samuel asked while absent-mindedly drying his hair with the towel around his shoulders. It was hard not to. All Might himself showed up to resolve it, and then you came along and humiliated a pro-hero on live broadcast. Samuel, put the phone back to your ear. The red-eyed devil complied and returned the phone to its previous position. Now then, Kaicho, do you recall the reason why I did so? Samuel asked and looked through his closet for a change of clothes. The green-haired boy who rushed in was being yelled at. He's the one we're looking for. Bingo! This kid has a dragon sacred gear and I'm pretty sure it's a powerful one. Samuel picked a plain black t-shirt from his closet. Or it could be a twice critical and that would make the effort worthless. I don't think it's a garden variety. Kid's packing something and if my hunch is right, give it a few months and our dear ruined princess is eating fried chicken extra crispy. Besides, even if his sacred gear isn't something great, kid's part dragon. That alone give him some weight on the board. Samuel took a pair of torn jeans from his closet drawers. So I made the right choice sending you to find him, but why did you need the favor from Rias? Less her and more Sarorg, kid's personal trainer made a regimen but it leaves a lot to be desired. I thought that if anyone could make it better it would be him. Samuel finished getting dressed and sat on his revolving chair. I see, and does the kid know what you want from him? He does. I decided to be upfront with the matter. Samuel spun himself around a few times. And does his trainer know? Since I hope you know better than to reveal our existence to everyone. He knew from the start, the man is the personal secretary to All Might after all. Samuel counted down on his fingers. 3, 2, 1. He's what now? Personal secretary to All Might, wanted to recruit the kid to some All Might-sponsored hero training program, the Symbols of Tomorrow initiative. The red-eyed devil read out of the script that the #1 hero had just sent him. Since I was there to recruit the kid myself, he decided to extend the offer to me. Said that All Might wants to foster a better connection with our kind. That's excellent news. Well done, Samuel. Wow, I can actually hear you dying a little on the inside. Is praising me that painful for you? Samuel asked in a deadpan tone. Quit enjoying it. You have work to do. Yeah. I gotcha, I'm going to run an investigation on the kid's school. He pretty much confirmed that the place is a Quirkless cesspool and you know how much I hate that. The black-haired devil exited his room and took his helmet with him. I see, try not to get caught and go fetch a few things for me. Tsubaki already sent you the list. Samuel's pale face turned even paler. His benevolent boss was trying her hand in cooking again. Leviathan preserve me. Sure. Talk to you later, Kaicho. Samuel hung up the phone and shivered. The thought of the torture he was going to receive terrified him. I'll worry about dying later, I have work to do. He steeled his resolve and stepped out of his apartment, intent on serving karma to Izuku's school. So that's Aldera, huh? Samuel thought as he casually paced near the inconspicuous-looking middle school. It was a weekend, so there were no students around. He didn't smell a lot of adults either. The school was nearly empty. The black-haired devil lazily made a few rounds around the school, checking to see if there were any extra entrances he could take. He counted at least 6. This school is FING trash. Samuel had left his bike behind a few blocks back. It would draw too much attention, so he opted to walk around. Speaking of attention. Samuel glanced at the blue-skinned lady in a skimpy hero outfit who was making her 5th pass near the school. No pro would pass by a place like this so many times. She was investigating as well, but to what end? The red-eyed devil took a deep breath, preparing himself to face one of his greatest weaknesses. Excuse me, Miss Hero? Social interaction. Ah. Yes, young man. While initially caught off guard, the lady quickly put on her public service smile as Samuel approached her. I was wondering why you were patrolling around here so thoroughly. There doesn't seem to be much villain activity here. Not the kind that would interest daytime heroes. He thought bitterly. Oh, me? Well, it's mostly classified, but my boss wants me to investigate this school on account of one of its students. She said with a friendly tone, most likely hoping to either remove him from the area or get some information from him, since he was the same age as the students there. I see, what's his name? A friend of mine attends this school, so he might know him. Samuel offered while looking down at the blue heroine. Oh, really? Well then, his name is Izuku Midoriya. She said with a smile, glad that her investigation was going somewhere. Samuel paused. She was after Izuku? For what reason? Funny coincidence, that's the friend I was talking about. The black-haired devil eyed the blue-skinned lady warily. He had a bad feeling, not so much about her, but about her investigation. Why are you looking into him, Miss Hero? Please, call me Bubble Girl. And as for your friend, my boss wanted me to investigate him, but he didn't give me much reason, only said that it's of most dire importance. Bubble Girl chuckled awkwardly at Samuel's piercing gaze. Why was a simple stare making her so nervous? She was a trained hero and he was a middle schooler. Why was she feeling so afraid of him? I see, could it be about the abuse he suffers here? He already knew it wasn't, but bringing it up could help him. Bubble Girl seemed nice enough that Izuku's treatment here should bother her on some level. Abuse? Bubble Girl asked quietly. There it was, now to see just how much. Yeah, he doesn't like to speak of it, but this school has been horrible to him. He gets physically and verbally abused by students and teachers alike, all because he's quirkless. Samuel explained and watched for her reaction. Should she react in a way that condones quirkism? Well, he had All Might's contact info. Sure, most of that info was inferred rather than confirmed, but Pa didn't make him binge-read Sherlock Holmes for nothing. That's horrible. Why would anyone do such a thing? And for such a stupid reason. Samuel raised an eyebrow at the emotional response. The lady was positively furious, and for all the good reasons. Yeah, there's one student in particular. I can't exactly divulge all of his crimes, it's Izuku's story to tell, not mine, but I do know that Izuku gets beaten by him constantly and the school does nothing to stop him, in fact they encourage him. Samuel said with barely concealed rage. Again, it's what he figured would happen from that Kaken kid's behavior. He was extremely violent and egotistical, he had a baseline flashy quirk, he derided Izuku for trying to be a hero, and as Izuku himself said, the teachers ignore all of the awful shit he did. That led to the conclusion that Kaken was a hero hopeful who was told all of his life that he was special and meant for greatness, and this cesspool of an educational establishment was raising him to be their golden boy cash cow so they can ride cowgirl on his success later in life when he makes it big in the hero industry. Disgusting, really. He was the kind of guy Samuel hated with an absolute passion. He didn't know what suffering or betrayal felt like. He was the one who handed them out. Samuel could tell from a whiff just what kind of guy he was. He smelled just like Maddie. Bubble Girl gasped with both shock and disgust. How could anyone be so awful? Well, that certainly is a lot. Thanks for your help, young man. I'll make sure your friend receives justice. The blue-skinned heroine gave a smile and a bow and turned to leave. One last thing. Samuel called out after her. Yes? Well, two things actually. 1, who's your boss? And 2, can I have your autograph for both me and Izuku? Samuel asked shyly while taking out a notepad and pen from his pocket. Bubble Girl smiled and took the pad and pen, jotting down her autograph. So, one to Izuku Midoriya and the other. Sigurd. Samuel D. Sigurd. He said with a smile. Well, here you go, Sigurd. Bubble Girl returned the notepad and pen with a smile of her own. It felt nice to be asked for autographs. Thank you. So, who is your boss? Samuel tilted his head curiously. Sir Night-Eye, I'm sure you've heard of him. The sidekick spoke with reverence and pride in her voice. Samuel suppressed his desire to scoff. He had indeed heard of Night-Eye, former sidekick to All Might, and he didn't care much for what he heard. The man was a notorious All Might fanboy, one that could give Izuku a run for his money, though fanboy was too light of a term to describe the man known as Sir Night-Eye. Sycophant or fanatic would fit him much better. He was the kind of person that Samuel hated the most, a small man hiding behind someone bigger. His obsessive devotion to All Might was downright sickening to the red-eyed devil. He could understand devoting oneself to a person, he understood it better than most. His life was devoted to Kaicho after all, and now he was devoting himself to Izuku as well. But therein lied the difference. Samuel looked beyond the ideal and saw the person. Sir Night-Eye did not. Worse still was his view on the supernatural. Much like All Might, he was aware of the other side of the world, but while All Might, despite not having the highest opinion of his kind and other mythical beings, had a live and let live mentality, his former sidekick was actively hunting them down like a crazed stray exorcist. Many devils lost their lives to the man's callous ways, and it wasn't just them either. Yokai, demigods, magicians and sacred gear possessors. He used whatever nasty trick he could to hunt down any shred of supernatural that his grubby hands could reach and snuff it out. The supernatural held no place in his ideal world. That man was a monster through and through. Samuel's eyes throbbed for a moment. He let out a grunt of discomfort. Are you okay? Bubble Girl asked with concern. Yeah, just fine, it happens sometimes. Samuel waved it off with a smile. Is your quirk acting up? Your eyes turned green. The sidekick observed. Don't worry about it. Anyway, thank you very much for your time, Bubble Girl, but I'm afraid I have somewhere to be. Samuel tried his best to smile through the discomfort. If you say so. I have to get going as well. Thank you for sharing what you know with me, Sigurd. Bubble Girl gave him a polite bow. It was my pleasure, really. Later. The red-eyed devil walked away, throwing a friendly wave over his shoulder, leaving the blue-skinned sidekick behind. Bubble Girl smiled as she watched the young man walk away. She got some valuable information and gave out 2 autographs. She was very saddened by what she heard of the boy she was sent to investigate, but it was her job as a hero to help him. She was glad that he had a friend like Sigurd to look after him. Now all she had to do was share this with Sir and they could drop it. Karakoko Awada stood shocked in front of her esteemed boss, Sir Night-Eye. as he told her to simply drop the information that Izuku Midoriya was being abused by his school. It might not have been the info he wanted, but it was still something they shouldn't ignore. Even if Sir was skeptical of her source, a middle school boy who claimed to be a friend of the target, the information warranted investigation. "Drop it, sir?" she asked slowly. "Yes, drop it. I have no interest in this claim of corruption, and frankly, if it's true, I couldn't care less." The man she looked up to sneered as he casually dropped her report in the trash. He stood up and made his way towards her. The sidekick stood silent, a horrible taste filled her mouth. How could he say that? They were heroes. They were supposed to help. Then, why did you? That is not information you are privy to, Bubble Girl, so I suggest that you do what I say, or else. The pro let the threat hang in the air. "Yes, sir." She hung her head down in both shame and fear. "Good, I knew I could trust you," he said while giving her a pat on the head. Bubble Girl stilled at the contact. She felt cold, she was suffocating, as if she was being buried under a glacier. All she could do was nod, barely containing her relieved sigh when the hand left her head. Sir Night-Eye circled around her slowly and returned to his desk. "I want you to find that boy again, make him give you more information, by any means necessary." Night-Eye instructed, "I trust that you won't disappoint me." "Yes, sir? I swear, one of these days she's going to learn that industrial coloring agents do not belong in cuisine." Samuel grumbled as he checked the final item off of the list he received. He walked out of the store with a plastic bag in hand, full of an odd combination of food and arts and crafts materials, all for his beloved master's newest recipe. "That woman is going to kill me one day." The red-eyed devil sighed as he climbed onto his bike when he saw a twinkle from the corner of his eye. The F. He climbed off of his bike and made his way to the alley where he saw the light, careful and quiet, as to not raise suspicion. Samuel peeked his head from behind the wall only to catch a glimpse of some strange light disappearing. He. And a chilling giggle along with it. "What the 19th century, Lewis Carroll F-." Samuel muttered as he took in the strange scene that he had found. Sniff sniff. It wasn't a quirk, it certainly wasn't magic, curiouser and curiouser. "Mirror, tell me something." Samuel picked up his phone and answered the call without taking his eyes off the alleyway. "How deep does the rabbit hole go?" he spoke into the phone. "What? Oh. Sorry Tsubaki, something kind of weird just happened." "Anyway, you need something?" he asked Sona's right-hand lady. "Do you have the ingredients that Kaicho asked for?" "Yeah, I got 'em. I'm already regretting it, but I got 'em." He sighed and looked at the bag in his hand. Wait, why was he still holding it? Wasn't he going to climb his bike? Did he seriously forget to put the bag in the storage compartment? "You know, you don't have to keep eating her cooking, right? She's putting in the effort to make it, Tsubaki, it's my duty as a man to eat it." Samuel made his way back to his bike and actually put the bag away this time. "Men. Okay, let me put it to you this way. It's Valentine's Day and you made a batch of homemade chocolate for a certain special someone. It didn't come out the best, but you put a lot of effort and emotion into it." The red-eyed devil started explaining as he leaned on his bike. "I'm with you so far. So, how insulted would you feel if he just refused to eat it, or ate one bite and threw it away?" Samuel asked and received silence as a response. "Tsubaki? I don't think both scenarios are quite the same. They're close enough. Kaicho is putting in an effort to cook something, expecting us to eat it. Ergo, therefore, hereby, I have to eat it." He concluded with a snap of his fingers. "Good luck with that." Samuel looked at his phone with a blank expression. "She hung up on me. Welp." He put on his helmet and hopped on the bike, revving it a few times. He took off into the road. He had a battlefield to survive. "Yo! I got the stuff you asked for," Samuel announced himself as he entered Sona's apartment, without knocking. "Just put them on the counter." He heard her call out from the kitchen. Samuel couldn't help but smile. There was a cozy, almost domestic feeling about that situation. "I gotcha." The red-eyed devil walked over to the kitchen to see his master hard at work on her new recipe. Read, mistake. Samuel hesitantly placed the bag on the counter and approached his master. "So what's the damage this time?" he asked as he leaned his elbows on the counter and cast a side glance at Sona, who was laser-focused on her work. Read, Lovecraftian ritual. He thought she looked beautiful when she was focused like this, but then, he always found her beautiful. Since the day she saved him and gave him new life, though she was the most incredible girl in the world. She didn't see him as the plague, she didn't see him as a monster, she didn't see him as much of anything, other than her faithful pawn, that is. It didn't change the fact that he owed her his life and that he'd do anything for her. "Don't call it that," she said half-mindedly, barely paying him attention. "Make it edible and I won't." Samuel shrugged. Loyal to her though he was, he couldn't resist taking the wind out of her. She had the best reactions. Sona huffed and ignored him, turning her head away every time he tried to get her attention. Samuel smiled and kept pestering her until she smacked him over the head with a spatula, causing him to laugh at her furious expression. He kept laughing even after she chased him out of the kitchen by throwing utensils at him. He sat on the couch casting an amused glance back at the kitchen. If he was going to eat her cooking, then he gets to make fun her, equivalent exchange. It was around an hour later when he heard her call. Food's ready. Joy. Leviathan preserve me. Samuel got up from the couch and went to the table to see Sona's latest attempt at cooking. Read, poison crafting. It looked amazing. Her cooking tended to look good, but the taste was downright dangerous. Sona put more emphasis on the presentation of her dish rather than its flavor. And now I know why she needed industrial paint. The red-eyed devil thought dryly as he looked at the shining red lobsters on the plate. It looks amazing, Kaicho. Samuel complimented, his voice shaking with barely concealed fear. Thank you, I worked very hard on this recipe. His master responded with pride while offering him a plate. Here. Samuel eyed the plate and took a deep breath. Ite. He took the plate from Sona's hand, tearing out a piece of the lobster. You did boil them alive, right? He asked as he took a bite. Boil them alive? Thud. Samuel was on the floor, foaming from the mouth with his eyes rolled into the back of his head. Sona stared at him for a second before picking up her phone and making a call. Selena? It's Sona. She spoke into her phone with reluctance. Yes, he's here. Passed out on the floor. Lobsters. Is that common knowledge? Just come here and get him. What do you mean, busy? Your brother is passed out on the floor. How is clubbing more important than that? He did what? Why that little? I'll look after him till he wakes up. Make sure to leave enough of that scumbag for your brother though. He won't be happy about this and I'm inclined to let him go wild. Good luck, Selena. Sona sighed as she hung up and stared at her pawn sprawled on her floor. Was her cooking that bad? No, of course not. It was probably just the bacteria poisoning. After all, her sister Seraphal loved her cooking and Samuel always finished whatever dish she made for him. That had to mean she was good, right? Don't hurt yourself, little lady. The medallion on Samuel's sacred gear glowed purple as the familiar deep voice of the being sealed within mocked her for her failure. All she could think to say was the response Samuel always gave the being when it got on his nerves. F off, X. Rude. Pumph. Samuel felt something soft hitting his face. 5 more minutes, he grumbled and turned away, trying to keep sleeping. Pumph. The soft object hit the back of his head harder. Leave me alone, tired, Samuel mumbled as his fingers dug into the dirt beneath him. Wait, dirt? Pumph. Something landed on his face, forcing him to get up. I'm up. I'm up, he shouted as he sat up and grabbed the offending object, glaring at it. Staring back at him were beady yellow eyes attached to pitch black, ant-like creature, with a white splotch on its stomach, that wiggled in his grasp. What the F are you supposed to be? The creature hissed in response as it futilely tried to escape Samuel's grip. Know what? I'll worry about that later. He shook his head and stood up, the creature still firmly held in his right hand. Better question is, where the F am I? Samuel shouted at the dark environment that surrounded him. Dark gray dirt with eerie glowing blue lines, giant rocks with strange shapes that he could almost swear were moving. There was no sky, just black and purple. Samuel looked down to see black smoke coming out of the ground sporadically and held his nose in disgust. This place reeked of pure malice. A hiss broke Samuel from his musings as he noticed the creature in his hand still struggling. He sighed and lowered it to the ground. Sorry about that, little one. He apologized to the creature, who tilted their head at him in confusion. Do you know where we are? Samuel asked while crouching down to the creature's eye level. The creature responded with a nod of its head. And that would be? Samuel's question was answered with a hiss. The realm of darkness? Can't say I've heard of it. Do you know a way out, little one? The creature shook its head, causing Samuel to sigh and hang his head. Maybe I should stop eating Kaishu's cooking. This is one hell of a fever dream. Well, he stood up and dusted himself off. Thank you for your help, I'll be fine from here. Samuel started walking while waving back to the small creature. Take care, little one. He didn't make it 2 meters before he felt something grab his pant leg. Looking down, he saw the little creature pulling on his pant leg to try and stop him from moving. What's the matter? The little creature hissed frantically, digging their little claws into the fabric of Samuel's pants. Danger? The creature nodded while Samuel smirked. Don't worry, I can take care of myself, he said confidently, lighting a black flame in the palm of his hand. The creature shook its head and hissed. It almost sounded like it was crying. Weapon of light? Samuel asked as he crouched down near the hissing creature again. You're the only one who escaped? The red-eyed devil asked in shock. What the little creature was describing sounded akin to its people being genocided by some blue-haired lunatic swinging a giant key around. Was something lost in translation? Well, don't worry, I'll help you. Samuel patted the quivering creature on the head with a smile. The creature hissed and tilted its head. Of course, helping others is what heroes do. The red-eyed devil grinned at the creature who was looking at him with sparkles in their little eyes. Samuel offered his hand to the creature, chuckling when the little ant-like shadow crawled up his arm and took residence on his head. Right then, let's go. He stood up and started walking, letting the little creature lead him. Samuel and his new head pet were wandering around the realm, engaged in conversation. The topic of which? So you don't have a name? Samuel felt the shadow heartless, as it told him its kin were called, shake its head from its comfy perch in Samuel's head. Do you want me to give a name? The red-eyed devil offered his new friend who hissed in approval. Cool, so are you a boy or a girl? The shadow hissed uncertainly. You don't know? Well, that's a landmine and a half. Samuel held his chin in thought. So we'll go with something that could go either way. How about Nix? The shadow nodded excitedly, liking its new name. All right. Then it's nice to meet you, Nix. The red-eyed devil offered his hand to the little shadow on his head. The shadow held it with both of its little hands, shaking it excitedly. And so they continued walking and talking, looking for the lunatic who was going around killing Nix's buddies. And then boom! No more warehouse. Kaicho was set at me for weeks. Nix nearly fell from Samuel's head from laughter when he finished telling that story. Right? I can still feel the stinging from that spanking she gave. Samuel's anecdote was cut off when he suddenly spun on his left heel and raised right leg high in the air in a roundhouse kick, catching the attack of a blue-haired young woman wielding a giant skeleton key. Well, that was rude. Samuel snarked as he kept spinning, driving the key into the ground and using the momentum to throw a powerful punch at the blue-haired woman. The woman instantly let go of her weapon and back flipped away to gain distance, though still feeling wind rush past her from the force of that attack. Samuel looked at the woman cautiously. Her clothes were torn and scuffed and her blue hair was an absolute mess. Despite all that, she was still beautiful, downright gorgeous, even though she looked somewhat unhinged. Her blue eyes held a manic rage within them, the kind she had no doubt gotten from overexposure to the malice-filled air of the realm of darkness. I take it that she's the lunatic that you spoke of, Nix? Samuel asked his new friend, who nodded in assent. The red-eyed devil hummed as he pushed down on the giant key stuck in the ground with his foot. And this is the weapon she used? He mused as he bent down to pick it up, but before his fingers could touch the handle, he heard an outraged, "Don't you dare touch that!" The key disappeared in a flash of light, leaving Samuel's foot to land on the ground and causing him to grunt in pain from the small, but powerful, light. Looking at the blue-haired woman, he saw that the giant key reappeared in her hand, a furious scowl on her face as she readied her battle stance. A weapon that returns to the wielder's hand on command, Secretary. Nix hissed in confusion while Samuel waved off its question. Just find a place to hide, buddy, I'll take care of this. He started stretching his arms as soon as Nix hopped off of his head and scurried off to try and find someplace safe. The blue-haired woman stared at him, obviously trying to find a weak point to strike. So, her eyes snapped to his in response to him speaking. Samuel felt a bit awkward at intense stare down he was receiving. Was this how people felt when he stared at them? You, like jazz? The red-eyed devil had about half a second to dodge as the tip of the giant key tore through the space his head previously occupied. Guess not, he whispered, lying on his back and staring up at the weapon that nearly skewered his head. The blue-haired woman noticed Samuel lying on the ground beneath her. With wide eyes and a nervous smile, and quickly swung her weapon down on his head. Oh no! Samuel swiped his legs, knocking to woman's feet from under her and transitioned into a windmill dance, kicking the blue-haired woman away before finishing with a handstand pose. The woman with the giant key landed a few feet away, watching as her opponent finished his little dance. She growled and readied her key, quickly closing the distance between them. The woman swung her weapon at the upside-down boy, only for him to parry it with his foot. Gotcha, beach. Samuel quickly crossed his feet over the key, locking it in place. He then twisted his body, heaving the blue-haired woman above him and throwing her on her back with him on top of her and his foot pressing on her sword arm. The red-eyed devil then proceeded to pummel the woman without mercy, though he paused for a moment as her scent hit his nose. Ugh! Oh Satan! That single moment was all the woman needed as she swung her free hand in Samuel's face with a cry. Fire! A blast of flame exploded in the red-eyed devil's face, launching him a few feet away where landed roughly on his back. The woman stood up and dusted herself, letting out a sigh of both relief and sadness at the fact she had killed someone who at the very least appeared and acted human. Hopefully his. Ow, it's a good fucking thing, I'm mostly fireproof. Samuel grumbled and stood up, throwing an impassive glance at the shocked blue-haired woman. Not bad, but if you want burn me you need hotter flames. The red-eyed devil cracked his neck and raised his left hand, setting it alight with black flames. 'Cause my flames can burn even gods. He swung his hand as if throwing a baseball, launching a black fireball at the woman who cartwheeled away from the blast and dashed toward Samuel with a move of her ki. The red-eyed devil sidestepped the attack but his pant leg got caught on the spike on the side of the woman's boot, leaving them awkwardly close. Samuel was once again reminded that this woman had smelled like she hadn't showered in the past sniff 9 years. "Did you just sniff me?" the woman asked, her tone somewhere between indignant and outraged. She tried backing away, but only pulled the boy closer due to the wardrobe malfunction. "In my defense, when was the last time you showered?" Samuel asked before a sudden feeling of dread filled him. The woman he was currently attached to by the pants was oozing killer intent. What little he could see of her face was a furious shade of red. "You," the woman grabbed him by the shirt and raised her giant key over her head. Mistakes were made. Master Aqua stood awkwardly with the boy she had attacked earlier, the hook on one of her boots caught on his pant leg, leaving them in that embarrassing position. Not that it could get worse. Sniff sniff. Aqua stared at the boy in disbelief. Did you just sniff me?" she shouted in indignation. "Who just UPS and sniff someone? A lady at that. How rude can he? In my defense, when was the last time you showered?" Crash. Hear that? That was what little self-restraint and sanity Aqua had left. The Keyblade Master's face burned a furious shade of red, her whole body flooded with embarrassment and anger. "You," Aqua grabbed the boy's shirt and lifted her Keyblade over her head. "Mistakes were made." The boy shouted in fear as her Keyblade came down on his head over and over. Bam. Ow. Bam. F-dash. Bam. Sheet. Bam. Stop it. Bam. Ow. Bam. I'm sorry. That. Ow. Is not. Ow. How. Ow. You talk. Ow. To a lady. Satan DMN it. I got it, the black-haired boy shouted before tackling Aqua to the ground and beginning to pummel her. This time, however, he neglected to keep her Keyblade arm in place, giving her the opportunity to retaliate. An opportunity that she did not waste as she whipped her master's defender across the boy's face, knocking him off, but pulling her on top of him since they were still connected. With a scream, Aqua gripped her Keyblade with both hands and brought it down in a hammer strike onto the boy's face repeatedly. Stay down. Already. Monster, the Keyblade Master shouted with every strike. Could the Aqua from before she'd been trapped in the realm of darkness see her now, she'd be disgusted with her, but this hell had changed her. Aqua brought the Master's defender down for another strike, but the Keyblade stopped in its tracks completely. The pommel of the weapon that was passed down to her by her master was being effortlessly held in the boy's hand. His face contorted in rage, taking on a feral appearance. His teeth bared in a vicious snarl and his red eyes shining with killer intent. Aura lo heisest, puta. The boy growled as he pushed back the Keyblade Master's weapon. Aqua pushing all her weight on her blade didn't seem to even faze him. Primera etapa. With a burst of black lighting, the boy's skin was covered in red marks that made him look even more primal. The boy roared and grabbed the pink straps on Aqua's shirt and hoisted the two of them to the ground, tearing the hook of her boot from his pants. The red-eyed boy spun around with Aqua still in his arms and tossed her with a shout. Te voy a poner tu puta clave de pinch corbata. Nadia mi lama monstro y vive. As Aqua flew, she saw the boy open his mouth wide as the air around it distorted and gathered into a small black orb. The Keyblade Master watched carefully as she tried to halt her momentum. She had no way of knowing what that orb could do. Chomp. What she didn't expect was for the boy to close his maw around the orb, sealing it inside his mouth. The black-haired boy brought both of his hands to his mouth and coiled them like a barrel. His chest suddenly bulged, like something was trying to pop out of it. The inflation moved up to his throat and then to his mouth, causing his neck and cheeks to swell like a balloon. Rara-ya-ha-ha. The deafening roar was followed by a wave of black flames that flew from the boy's mouth and rapidly approached her, threatening to engulf the Keyblade Master in their unforgiving heat. Reflect. Aqua quickly constructed a magic barrier around herself, preventing the dark flames from consuming her. Even though the flames were hot, her barrier stayed strong and protected her, but even so it felt like the flames had no end. If nothing else, that thing has an impressive lung capacity. Aqua though, as the minutes, or was it hours? Hard to tell in that place, ticked by. Eventually the torrent of flames did begin to die down, signaling for Aqua to begin her counterattack. Yeah. With a swing of her Keyblade, Aqua broke her barrier, sending flame-coated magic shrapnel back at the boy and piercing through his torso. The boy coughed up blood and stared at the airborne Aqua, the feral look in his eyes replaced by something she didn't quite recognize, but the delighted grin that appeared on his face made her all the more uneasy. Flipping her Keyblade into a backhand grip, Aqua yelled as she threw the Master's Defender, coated in light, at the grinning boy. The boy watched the spinning Keyblade approach him rapidly with a wide grin. A second before impact, he bent backwards and let the Master's Defender sail over him, but the scream that followed told Aqua that he didn't simply dodge. The black-haired boy spinning out of control told her the rest. He grabbed onto the Keyblade and held it as it spun, his body covered in black sparks. Aqua stared confused at the boy screaming in pain. Even if someone isn't worthy to wield it, a Keyblade wouldn't hurt them that way, it would just disappear. So why did he scream with such intensity? With a feral roar, the boy threw the weapon back at her, the Keyblade spinning like a buzzsaw while coated in black lightning. The Keyblade master caught her weapon with practiced ease, barely taking a moment to note the discomfort that the boy's magic had caused her, and aimed the tip straight at the boy, locking onto him. With her intense focus on the boy, Aqua noticed the signs of fatigue from the fight. His breathing was ragged, his face was bruised and his left hand, which he had used to grab her Keyblade, was burned and smoking. Aqua zoomed towards the boy quickly in a flash of blue sparkles, near instantaneously appearing before him, much to his eye-widening surprise, and whipped her Keyblade across his face, snapping his head to the right with a loud crack. The boy stood on wobbly feet for a moment, before a certain sound reached Aqua's ears. He was laughing? Aqua gazed at the boy with apprehension. He was bruised and beaten, but he was laughing? How could anyone laugh during a fight like this? Before she could decide whether to move back or attack again, the boy's head snapped back into place, a crazed smile plastered on his face as he reared back his head and rammed his forehead against Aqua's. Crack. Aqua staggered back as she felt blood leak from her head, a throbbing pain accompanied the disorienting feeling. Nearly stumbling, the Keyblade master grit her teeth. Want to play it like that? Releasing and recalling her Keyblade in a backhand grip, Aqua hooked it behind the boy's neck, stabilizing her footing and keeping him in place. With an enraged shout, she pulled down on her Keyblade, pulling the boy closer and bashed her forehead against his nose with a sickening crunch. The boy tried to recoil, but Aqua's Keyblade held him in place for her to headbutt him repeatedly. You want to fight crazy? You want me to fight crazy? The blue-haired woman shouted in her head. I'll give you FING crazy. She yelled as she headbutted the boy in the face. Do you know who I am? She bashed the boy's face again. I'm Blueberry Mom, motherfucker. With one final bash, the boy's body went limp and sank to the ground with a thud. Yeah. That's right. F you. She shouted at the gurgling mess on the ground when the situation finally sank in and her satisfied anger gave way to mortification as she stared at the boy's twitching and convulsing body finally go completely limp with the light leaving his eyes. Oh sweet princesses of light, I lost it. She sank to the ground with her face in her hands. It took, sweet God, however long it took, but this place finally FING broke me. Aqua muttered into her hands. I'll say. Ah? Aqua let out a shriek when the corpse next to her started talking. You act like you've never seen a guy you beat, to death start talking to you before. The boy groaned as he touched his battered face. That's because I haven't. I crushed your skull, how are you alive? Aqua yelled in exasperation, simultaneously relieved and annoyed that the boy was alive. My kind are more durable than you humans. The boy said as he brought his hand to his shattered nose. Crunch. F-. That smarts. He let out a few nasally whimpers as blood flowed freely from his newly fixed nose. Hopefully, once I wake up, I won't have any of this damage. It's significantly harder to trick people when you're not hot. Aqua stiffened when she heard the boy's words. What was that? She asked quietly. Well, if I'm not hot anymore, it's going to be harder. Not that part, you narcissist. Wake up? Aqua reiterated as the boy hummed in realization. I'm dreaming this. He said bluntly. Are you saying that I'm just a part of your dream? No, you and this place are real, but I'm here because I'm dreaming it. A pseudo-state of existence between mind and matter. I know what it is because it isn't my first experiencing it, but it is the first time it actually brought me somewhere like this. He explained as he picked himself up from the ground and sat down next to her, offering his hand. Samuel D. Sigurd. Call me Sammy. He introduced himself. Master Aqua. She offered back and shook his hand, feeling a bit strange with the casual conversation. You're being awfully casual with someone who just tried to kill you. Sammy actually burst out laughing. Police, I've had worse. And unlike the other times, you didn't have the stench of malice, only desperation and frustration, and the stench of not bathing for like 9 years. He laughed and ducked under a swat from her keyblade. You're cute when you're angry, Sammy said with a wide blood-stained grin. Are you always this flirty? Aqua asked tiredly. She'd normally have more of a reaction, but she was just exhausted. The opposite actually, I'm so high on adrenaline right now that it's overriding my compulsive fear of women. Sammy laughed hysterically while holding his gut. The Keyblade Master looked at the boy with a mix of pity and annoyance. You're afraid of women? She asked, curious about the story behind that statement as it was the only form of interaction she had in, did he say 9 years? She was stuck in this hell for 9 years. Well, being sexually assaulted at age 11 would do that anyone, except for, but that doesn't matter. Ha 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 ha. Fake laughter hides real pain. The black-haired boy explained casually, much to the Keyblade Master's horror. The blue-haired woman gaped at the easy smile on the boy's face. How could he smile after saying something like that? At age 11? She sincerely hoped she misheard everything he had just said. The Beach's MO was to drag unsuspecting little boys with her quirk, have her way with them, kill them then have her way with them again. Aqua felt the bile rising in her throat. What Sammy was describing was pure evil. When I get out of here, I'm making a stop to punish that thing for what it's done. The Keyblade Master growled with rage. That horrid abomination was already committing one of the worst crimes anyone could commit upon a person, but to do it to children? Not much left to punish, Aqua. I vaporized the beach myself. A low rumble escaped Sammy's throat as his red eyes turned a brilliant shade of green. Aqua also noticed that his irises took the shape of gears as well. In all honesty, his eyes were absolutely mesmerizing, as if they held the secrets to the future that awaited her and all they gazed at. Your eyes, Aqua let out. Sammy looked back at her, those brilliant eyes locking onto her own. It's my quirk, it tends to activate on its own. Samuel shrugged as his eyes turned back to red. Aqua watched the change with fascination. She saw eyes change before, her mind flashed back to Van and Tara's eyes turning into that awful shade of yellow, but this was different. Sammy's eyes, they captivated her. The seemingly unforgiving crimson held such warmth and that shining green seemed to glow with wisdom. Quirk. He mentioned that word before. Hold that thought. Sammy put 2 fingers in his mouth and let out a shrill whistle. Nix buddy, you can come out now, he called out as the sound of small slithery footsteps rapidly approached them. The little creature, that was the reason Aqua attacked Sammy in the first place, made its way towards them, twitching all the while. Aqua prepared to raise her master's defender to attack it, but was stopped by Sammy's hand landing on her shoulder. She watched tepidly as the little creature scuttled onto Sammy's lap and nuzzled into his hand as it came down to pet it. Master Aqua, this is Nix. Sammy said with a smile as he held the creature up to her like one would hold a plushie. The thing even gave her a friendly wave. You might recognize it as the sole survivor of your little rampage through its colony. They attacked me first. Aqua stated her defense. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Most of Nix's kind aren't as intelligent as them. Sammy said while putting the creature, Nix, back in his lap. By its kind, you mean the denizens of the darkness? The Keyblade Master asked and received a nod in return. The heartless, yes. According to Nix, the heartless are like animals driven by instinct and your weapon is their apex predator. Sammy picked up the Master's defender, much to Aqua's shock. It truly is fascinating, this key. His eyes sparkled with awe. You can hold it? Aqua muttered quietly, more to herself than anything. Sammy turned back to her with confusion. I guess. Why? Is it a big deal? Keyblades choose who can wield them, someone unworthy wouldn't be able to even touch one. The Keyblade Master explained while Sammy continued to inspect the Keyblade. Neat. He snickered and handed the Keyblade back to its rightful owner before reaching into the black armored choker on his neck and pulling out a notebook and pen. Neat trick. Thanks. Sammy responded absent-mindedly while scribbling something down. The scratching of the pen on the paper was the only sound between them. Aqua tried to glance at what he was writing, but he constantly moved out of the way. What are you even writing in there? Aqua asked before being handed the pen with the notebook held in front of her. Write your measurements here, please. Caught off guard by the sudden request, Aqua complied and wrote down the information before she finally caught up. Wait a minute. Both the notebook and pen were snatched away and vanished into Sammy's choker. Give that back. Aqua demanded, her face red from embarrassment. No. I'm gonna need this. Sammy dodged another swat from her Keyblade. Attacking me isn't the solution. The tip of the Master's defender was suddenly at the black-haired boy's throat. Give it back. Aqua ordered and pressed her Keyblade tighter to Sammy's neck. Don't be such a girl, I need these so I can get you new clothes. He groaned and raised his hands in surrender. You're exhausting. The Keyblade Master huffed and lowered her weapon. Aha, well guess what, you'll have to deal with this, because I'm the only form of social interaction you got and you just won my hand in marriage by beating the fuck out of me. As soon as those words left his mouth, the master's defender was at his throat again. Explain. Shedlyle family custom, anyone who defeats a member of the family in combat gains the right to marry them, it works in reverse too. Sammy started sweating when the keyblade dug into his neck. Anyone ever tell you that you're super scary? Aqua sighed and slumped down to her back. First stuck in this hell and now stuck in marriage. She grumbled and buried her hands in her face. Who the F said stuck? I said you won the right to marry me, not that you have to do it. Sammy looked down at her, her face hidden in her hands. So I don't have to marry you? A muffled question came from Aqua's hands. Not unless you don't want to. Sammy shrugged and lied down as well, Nyx crawling up to his chest and lying down as well. Aqua let out a long groan. Tell you what, get me out of this hellhole and I'll marry you. She offered after removing her hands from her face. You're saying that like I was planning to let you rot here. Newsflash Master Aqua, I was going to save whether you asked me to or not. Sammy said while petting Nyx's head, the little creature purring like a kitten. I can't call myself a hero if I can't help someone who's right in front of me, right? He grinned at Aqua, his image overlapping with someone she had once met. Well, how about this, I become a hero, then we go on a date. Sorry Zach, guess I won't be giving you that date after all. For now though, we keep exploring this place, see if we can find more Lebanon. Sammy said as he stood up and dusted himself, turning to offer a hand to Aqua. Lebanon? The Keyblade Master questioned as she took the offered hand and let Sammy hoist her to her feet. Intelligent heartless, like Nyx. Notice the splotch of white? That's how you can recognize one. He explained as he let Nyx climb back to the top of his head. And why would we need to find more of them? She couldn't see the logic behind finding not only more of the creatures that have been trying to kill her for the past 9 years, but smarter versions of them. You can't be picky about your allies in these situations, you need someone to guide you around for when I'll wake dash. Sammy suddenly vanished, leaving Nyx to fall to the ground. Aqua stared at the vacant spot, where her first piece of human contact in nearly a decade just stood, with empty eyes. Oh. Come on. Up. Eek. Samuel, don't scare me like that. Sona scolded her pawn, who suddenly woke up. Samuel gave her a tired glance and sat up, stretching his body while yawning. Is the woman who poisoned me really lecturing me right now? He asked bluntly before cracking his neck, glancing to see his master glaring at him with a blush and gritted teeth. Shut up and get up, you have work to do. The heiress to House Citri commanded as her loyal pawn yawned, retrieved a notebook from his sacred gear and lied back down. Tired, don't give a sheet. He leafed through the pages, his eyes widening in surprise at what he read inside. What the F? Your sister got cheated on. Sona said bluntly. Suddenly I give a sheet. Samuel snapped the book closed as killing intent rolled off of him in waves and he jumped to his feet covered in sparks. Where is he? Your sister didn't specify, probably for the same reason she never let you meet him, or even tell you his name. Sona said while adjusting her glasses, completely unthreatened by the wild release of Samuel's magic. Guh. Fine. I'll ask her myself, it's more important for me to be there for her than to hunt the dead man down. Samuel relented before checking his notebook again. What time is it anyway? Around 5 in the morning, you were out for a while. The devil heiress explained, unfazed by her servant's blank glare. And whose fault was that? Well, whatever, I gotta get to the beach, I'll stop by the apartment to check on Lena and change, and then when I'm done training I'll take her on a shopping spree. Samuel explained his plans for the day. Your wallet's sacrifice will not be in vain. Sona said while dabbing a handkerchief to her eyes, her DLVRY as dry as the Sahara Desert. Choke on it, Sona. He yelled as he left the apartment. Sona watched her pawn leave with an amused smirk. He wasn't the only one who liked getting a reaction out of people. Yo sis, I'm home. Samuel called out quietly, taking off his helmet, as he entered the apartment he shared with his sister, only to hear a whine coming from the living room. With a sigh, the red-eyed devil made his way to the living room, where he found a cocoon of blankets on the couch. Lena. Leave me alone, Sammy. His sister replied before chomping down on something. Sammy sighed and sat next to his cocoon sister, putting his helmet on the table and wrapping a hand around her and drawing her in for a hug. It was then that he noticed the Azure ice cream bar in her hand. Did I forget to stock up on your ice cream, sis? He asked as his sister took another bite of the frozen treat. She never ate his sea salt ice cream. No. I ate it as well. She mumbled and bit the ice cream again. Wow, it was bad, she hated that flavor with a passion, yet here she was chomping it down and judging by the wrappers on the floor, she ate all of them. Well, I have to go train at that scrap heap beach for a bit, But when I get back, how about we go on a shopping trip to get all of those new outfits you wanted? Samuel gave his sister the best smile he could. You're trying to distract me. Selena's pink eyes cast an accusing glance at her brother's green. Is it working? He asked, glancing apprehensively at the pink irises of his sister's eyes, knowing that she was using her quirk on him. Yeah. You'll regret it though. She half chuckled as her eyes returned to their amber color. Samuel hummed and took out his wallet, tossing in his hand a few times before laying it flat on his palm, then took one of Selena's hands in the other. He moved both hands up and down like a scale before smiling at his sister. Nah, won't regret this. You are worth more to me than some money. Selena sat quietly for a moment, giving her younger twin a blank stare. It's hereditary, SNRRRTDMN bro, that was so freakin' cheesy. She broke into a laughing fit at his attempt to cheer her up. Samuel stared at his sister blankly before shaking his head and getting up. I'll be back in a few hours, sis, do try to clean up the mess you made here. The red-eyed devil chuckled as he blocked a punch from his sister and went to his room. Not 5 minutes later, he came back in workout clothes and took his helmet off the table. He opened the door to the apartment and threw a glance back at his sister, who at least looked a bit better than a moment earlier. Call if you need anything, I'm always here for you. I know. Selena smiled as she watched him leave. She really had a great brother. Izuku and Yagi turned their heads to the sound of a motorcycle approaching the beach. Taking a breather from hauling trash, the green-haired boy and his mentor walked to the platform to see their partner in crime get off of his bike. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. Got some serious food poisoning last night. Samuel greeted with a smile as he stored his helmet in the bike's storage compartment. What did you eat? The deflated symbol of peace asked, curious of what kind of food could fill a devil's stomach. My master tried her hand at cooking lobster, not knowing that you're supposed to boil them alive, the red-eyed devil drawled as he stepped onto the sand, basking in the early morning breeze. Is that really enough to give you food poisoning? I would think that devils are more resilient to these things. Izuku muttered before taking out a notebook and scribbling something down. Oh, you have that habit as well? Samuel said with dull surprise as he inspected the notebook his new friend was writing in. Supernatural Analysis. Volume 1 foot. You write notes as well? The green-haired boy asked in surprise, a small bit of excitement bubbling in his stomach at someone to share his hobby with. Sure do, on all different kinds of things, cooking, fighting, mathematics and even dreams. Sammy pulled out a notebook out of the choker that appeared on his neck and handed it to Izuku. Young Sigurd, is that a sacred gear? Yagi asked as he stared at the choker on Sammy's neck. Yup, it's a really cool one too, but if my hunch is right, Izuku's sacred gear is stronger. The red-eyed devil grinned as he looked at Izuku, captivated by his notes. These calculations are so advanced. And they're all probability? The green-haired boy asked. Yeah, it's necessary for my quirk to work to its fullest. The red-eyed devil walked deeper into the trash maze of the beach, signaling the others to follow. After they were deep enough inside, Samuel jumped on one of the heaps and sat atop it with a smug smile. What I'm going to tell you, both about my quirk and the sacred gears, remains between us, understand? He leaned forward and looked down at the humans on the sand. You're keeping the nature of my quirk hidden, so it's only fair. Yagi nodded as he walked closer to the heap. I won't tell anyone, there's no one I can tell. Izuku said sadly. Both Samuel and Yagi winced at the lonely tone in which the boy spoke, a shared glance between them followed by a resolute nod signaled their shared mission to make anyone who ever hurt the boy suffer. Well, get started with cleaning and I'll explain. Izuku proceeded to do just that as he struggled to lift a rusty piece of iron from the sand. I'll start with my quirk. To the rest of the world my quirk is registered as curse, the ability to take negative energy and mold it into flames or lightning, like so. He said as he raised both hands, the right sparked with black electricity and the left lit up with black fire. Now this is a load of sheet, since the lightning and flames come from my sacred gear force disaster. My actual quirk is called Ini Caesar. Sammy's red eyes turned green. When my eyes change from red to green, it means that my quirk is active. It has 3 abilities. The red-eyed devil paused to chuckle when he saw Izuku stop cleaning to furiously scribble in one of his notebooks. Why was it burnt? The first 2 are automatic, the third is manual, but they all revolve around one thing, the future. Wait, you have a future sight quirk? Like Night Eye? Yagi interrupted in shock, earning a scowl from the young devil. Don't compare me to that bstrd. Samuel warned with shining red eyes. I'm not saying that you yourself are like him, I'm asking if your quirk is similar. The deflated hero specified calmly, the devil's threat not scaring him in the slightest. Maybe? Don't know the specifics of that bstrd's quirk, he keeps it close to his chest, as you know. The red-eyed devil shrugged before continuing. The first ability is short-term precognition, to see around 6 or so seconds into the future when I'm in danger. He explained. I see, that ability is invaluable in a fight where every single second matters. Cold save, mutter. Both Samuel and Yagi chuckled at Izuku's antics, but also taking a moment to appreciate his sharp and analytical mind as he quickly broke down the details of the first ability with frightening accuracy. The second is long-term precognition, to get flashes of a far future usually as some sort of warning. It's unreliable, it's annoying and it's painful. Most of the time I can't make heads or tails of those visions. They're abstract as all hell, not to mention they just happen randomly without warning, and how overtaxing it is on my eyes, and that makes it my least favorite of the three. Samuel concluded his explanation on the second ability, taking a moment to let Izuku write it down. Now the third is my favorite, my trump card, and the reason I don't tell people what my actual quirk is, probability manipulation, right? Izuku asked as he stopped writing for a second. Looking up at the heap, he saw Sammy frozen in place, and right beside the heap was Yagi, struggling to hold in his laughter. Was I wrong? No, you were right, but you stole my thunder. Sammy sighed and slumped forward a bit. Anyway, as you guessed, I can actively manipulate the probability of phenomena occurring within my line of sight through calculation. It does have limits though. The possibility of said phenomena needs to actually exist, and the less likely said possibility is, the more taxing it is for me to realize it. He finished with a snap of his fingers and jumped down, landing right in front of Izuku, who jumped back at the sudden proximity. Now let's get to sacred gears. Samuel grinned as the choker reappeared on his neck. I have some knowledge on those thanks to Mirai. He told me that they were dangerous and should be removed. Yagi added, suddenly regretting his words when Samuel started growling. And by Mirai I assume you mean Night Eye? Yagi nodded. Ugh. That BSTRD doesn't know sheet. Sure, sacred gears can be dangerous, but so are quirks, and the only way to remove one would be to kill the host, something that your dear friend has done plenty of times. Yagi recoiled at Samuel's words. Did Mirai really? Mirai was the one who first told him of the supernatural world and told him that devils and the like were evil, but he never knew of what the red-eyed devil was telling him now. Devils, demigods, yokai, sacred gear users, nothing is off limits for the guy. I found warehouses full of children, left behind by that BSTRD. Flames burst from Samuel, his anger turning the sand beneath his feet to glass. Are you saying that he killed devil children? The symbol of peace gasped in horror. Even with his biased opinion on devils, he never hunted them down. When he could get his hands on them, but those children that I found, they were human. Yagi felt his heart stop. Could his former sidekick, his friend, really be capable of that? Mirai did speak of how the supernatural had no place in hero society, but would he really go so far as to murder supernaturally inclined children? The more he thought of it, the more he started to think so. Mirai was always an uncompromising man. When All Might was injured, his former sidekick tried to put his foot down and command him to pass one for all to a successor of his choosing. Even now he was pestering the #1 hero to give his quirk to his perfect candidate. Not to mention, when he told Mirai of young Midoriya? Young Midoriya! Yagi suddenly shouted, startling the two boys. What is it, All Might? The green-haired boy turned to his idol with concern. The blonde skeletal man was shaking. I told Night Eye about you. I told him that I picked you as my successor. All Might let the implication sink in. It took about a minute until Sammy spoke. How much did you tell him? The red-eyed devil asked quietly, anger bubbling under his voice. Just that I found a successor and that he is quirkless. I said nothing of his sacred gear nor of meeting you. The deflated hero said, putting Samuel somewhat at ease. That's bad, not as bad as it could be, mind you, but still pretty fucking bad. Small sparks lit the young devil's hands as sweat dribbled down his face. It explains why his sidekick was in Aldera yesterday. He dropped to the sand with his face in his hands and let out a muffled groan of annoyance. Sir, Night Eye's sidekick was at my school? Izuku sat down next to Sammy, his stomach feeling uneasy at what his trainers were talking about. Yeah, Bubble Girl was there scoping the place out, same as me, so I thought that maybe I can get something out of her, and boy did I. Sammy laid his back on the sand and reached a hand into his choker, taking out a sheet of paper. I got you her autograph. He handed the autograph to his hero nerd friend, who felt strange about receiving it from someone who was spying on him. Why were you there then? Izuku didn't see a reason why Sammy would want to go to a school like Aldera, especially on a weekend. 'Cause I'm going to destroy that place, he said bluntly. Destroy? Izuku nearly shouted. We'll focus on that later. For now, let's go over what happened. Samuel spent the next 5 minutes recalling his conversation with the blue-skinned sidekick, and how he might have bought them time and found a way to tear down Izuku's middle school in one. I must admit, I am impressed with your deductive skills, young Sigurd, but it won't amount to anything. Even if Bubble Girl wishes to help, Mirai is a notorious quirkist and the most you've done was get that horrendous place another backer. Yagi shook his head at the dilemma they were in. Maybe so, but what if, and hear me out on this one, that school was to get publicly denounced by the, I don't know, #1 hero and symbol piece, for the unethical treatment of a Quirkless student, the Quirkless student who just happens to be one of the 2 participants of the newly created, All Might-sponsored Symbols of Tomorrow initiative, thus justifying the big man's involvement in the matter. Samuel grinned as the cogs started to turn in the old hero's head. And what if All Might's former sidekick was supposedly backing this school, and the date in which he began to do so just so happens to line up with the date of a recording of his sidekick expressing interest in investigating that establishment on suspicions of abuse of said Quirkless student? The red-eyed devil raised his phone, which started playing a recording of his conversation with Bubble Girl. Why? The man would be ostracized. The former sidekick of All Might, so petty and corrupt that he'd support a school that abused one of the chosen successors of the symbol of peace all for the sake of his own prejudice? It really makes one wonder what would happen, the investigations that would be launched, the conspiracies that would be unraveled, right? The grin on his face widened at the shocked faces of his compatriots. You planned this? Yagi accused, causing Samuel to laugh loudly. Nope. I just pulled it all out my butt. The red-eyed devil shrugged at the outrage he was receiving. But you recorded the conversation. Izuku pointed out, suddenly seeing how Sammy can be a devil. Golden rule of gambling, my little dragon, always keep track of all bets on the table. Sammy reached inside of his sacred gear and tossed what he drew at Izuku. The green-haired boy fumbled with the object for a bit before seeing that it was a green and white poker chip with a picture of a red dragon. Keep it for luck. The red-eyed devil smiled and went over to pet Izuku's head. Now get back to training while I explain sacred gears, yeah? Izuku proceeded to try to remove the rusty metal from the sand, receiving corrections on his form from Yagi while Samuel got explaining what he knew about sacred gears, their origins, to his knowledge, and how they are classified. So you see, my sacred gear Force Disaster is what you'd call a Longinus class sacred gear, though it is a lower tier one. Sammy played with the gold medallion on his choker. Who the hell do you think you're calling low tier, boy? Izuku and Yagi jumped at the deep voice that originated from the medallion. Did your medallion just talk? Izuku yelped in surprise. So this is the current redash. SHSHSHSHSH. Don't spoil the surprise, X. Samuel hushed his sacred gear before it could finish, leaving both the green-haired boy and his blonde mentor confused and curious at the devil's secrecy. So you said it's a Longinus, but as far as I know there are only 13 and yours isn't one of them. All Might interjected as he observed the choker more closely. Your info, which I assume you got from Nightfuck, is outdated. Thing about gears, they evolve, they change, they improve. These things were a gift to humanity from the big homie in the sky, so of course they represent humanity's best aspect, adaptability in the face of adversity. Samuel said as he jumped high in the air and was kept there by 2 concentrated streams of black flames coming from his feet. The sacred gear responds to powerful emotions, and when those emotions reach their zenith, the intensity of the flames increased, shooting Samuel high in the air and over the water. The red-eyed devil laughed loudly as the flames beneath his feet disappeared, causing him to plummet to the water with a loud splash. A second later the water exploded with Samuel flying out of the sea, howling with delight as he flipped through the air, surrounded by black flames and drops of water. Yahahahaha! Samuel, covered in flames, landed on scrap pile and reduced it to molten slag before looking back at Izuku and grinning. An evolution occurs. The red-eyed devil shook the water out of his hair as he stepped out of the molten metal his feet were currently sinking into. Does that hurt? Izuku asked with concern, seeing the red-hot slag drip from his friend's feet. Like a beach, but let me tell you dash. Hey you! All 3 occupants of the beach turned to the source of the yell, seeing a man, dressed in an outfit that looked like a cross between striper and construction worker, stomp over to them with a furious expression. Can we help you, sir? Yagi, the adult in this situation, decided to take the lead in this conversation. The man, who they recognized as a pro-hero, looked absolutely livid as he glared at Samuel, who gave him an indifferent glance before looking down at his burning feet. That black-haired kid is under arrest for public quirk use. The man barked and pointed at the red-eyed devil, who was currently more concerned with removing the molten metal from his feet. Yagi and Izuku stepped back in shock. They knew using quirks in public was illegal without a license, but it wasn't so heavily enforced that Samuel's little demonstration earlier would land him on the wrong side of the law. They looked over to the devil in question, only to see that he was ignoring the conversation entirely in favor of cleaning his currently metal-covered feet, using his black sparks to draw the cooling metal away. He can do electromagnetism? Izuku resisted the urge to write the fact down, seeing as this was a very tense situation. See? He's still doing it. Now come on, you little brat, you're coming with me. The pro stomped over, his hand extended to grab the red-eyed devil, but Yagi stepped in front of him to cut him off. What the hell do you think you're doing, you bony sack of sheet? The white-haired man growled at the deflated symbol of peace for interrupting him. Young Sigurd used his quirk with my permission. Yagi's explanation caused the angry pro to fume. And who the hell gave you the authority to do that? The man looked ready to attack the deflated hero. All Might did. The pro backed up in an instant. What was that? He could barely manage a whisper at the sudden fear that assaulted his body. My name is Toshinori Yagi, personal secretary to the symbol of peace as well as personal trainer to All Might's hand-picked protégés. One of whom you just tried to arrest on account of his training. Yagi gave his business card to the stunned pro, who started to shiver in fear when he realized he potentially made an enemy of All Might. DMN. Even looking like a skeleton, he puts primal fear in people. Impressive, old man, impressive indeed. Samuel smirked at the shaking pro, who noticed the gesture and forgot his fear in favor of rage. You little brat. The man rushed Samuel and lifted him by the shirt. The red-eyed devil's feet dangled in the air, small drops of molten metal fell on the sand. You got a problem, man? The complete lack of interest displayed was making the pro more and more furious. You made me look like an idiot. He shouted while shaking the bored-looking Samuel. Yagi would have interfered but the young devil raised his hand to stop him. Oh, now I remember you. Dumb arms dash death arms. Otto Davar, Gum Cobble Tyken, you made yourself look like an idiot. Samuel's complete monotone did little to alleviate Death Arm's anger. If anything, the man looked ready to kill. Shut up. For the past 2 days, I've been a laughingstock. Because of you. If Samuel felt any sympathy for the man's plight, he didn't show it, he just rolled his eyes. You failed to subdue a villain, nearly let a hostage die, condemned his rescuer, assaulted a minor and then proceeded to get owned by said minor, both on live broadcast. You reap what you sow, jackass, now let go. Or do you want to be known as the pro-hero who attacked the #1 hero's personally picked student? Samuel's words seemed to sober the man up as he reluctantly let him down on the sand. There's a good beach. The red-eyed devil walked over to his fellow protégé while the white-haired pro seethed quietly. If you're quite done, I'd like to continue their training and you're getting in the way. Leave. Yagi's voice sent chills down the spines of all present and Death Arms had no choice but to leave, or bring the wrath of the symbol of peace down on his head. With an annoyed grumble the pro walked away while glaring at the expressionless Samuel. Man, what a d-. Samuel dropped down to sit on the sand and sighed in annoyance. Izuku, concerned for his friend after that stressful situation, tried asking if he was okay. Sammy, are you dash? Hold that thought. Squelch fuck. Samuel ripped the, now completely solidified, metal from the bottom of his feet, tearing some of his skin along with it. Ah f dash. Oh sheet. Sweet Leviathan, that hurt. And now my shoes are ruined. The red-eyed devil lied on his back, lifting his injured feet in the air so they wouldn't touch the sand. Jesus Christ. Ouch. Dude, you should know better than to shout his name next to a devil. Sorry, young Sigurd, I was just taken off guard by your approach to removing the metal. Yagi apologized for his outburst while Izuku stared in horror at Samuel's bleeding feet. Tell you what, once young Midoriya finishes today's quota, I'll take you both to get patched up from today. The deflated hero offered to the bleeding devil. Sounds great. Sammy gave a thumbs up and Izuku rushed back to work, in order to make sure his friend could get better sooner. It took a few hours but Izuku managed to surpass the day's quota and hovered nearby as All Might buffed up and picked up Samuel, Princess carrying him to his truck, much to the devil's embarrassment. All Might had to also put Samuel's bike on the back of the truck, since Samuel refused to part with his baby. So, where are you taking us, All Might? Izuku asked as he looked out of the passenger seat window, not recognizing the way. To an old friend of mine, she'll help with both young Sigurd's injury and your exhaustion. The buffed-up symbol of peace explained as he weaved through traffic. Appreciate it, old man. Samuel called out from the back seat. All Might, Izuku spoke shakily. Are you sure this is the place? Ha 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 ha. Indeed, welcome to UA. The symbol of peace laughed at the star-struck expression on Izuku's face. This is so cool. Sammy, this is UA. The green-haired boy jumped with excitement. Indeed it is. Now can you take me to recovery, girl? I'm still FING bleeding. Samuel shouted from All Might's arms. Right. Sorry. Right. Sorry. The mentor and successor called out simultaneously as they rushed towards the gate before a thought struck the green-haired boy. Wait. Recovery girl? Yes, she's the school nurse, I assume she's the one I'm here to see. The red-eyed devil raised his head to look at the shocked Izuku. You didn't know? Old man, I broke him again. Samuel and All Might sighed as Izuku went on a mutter spree. After a few minutes they finally reached the nurse's office, with All Might opening the door and stepping in. Hey, Chio. The symbol of peace was then whacked in the face with a giant syringe, causing him to drop the injured Samuel. Ow f-. Samuel cried as his back hit the floor. What the hell? He yelled at the old lady who just smacked All Might. Oh. I'm sorry dearie, I didn't see that the big oaf was carrying someone, are you okay? The old lady asked in a sweet tone that would make one think she didn't just whip the world's greatest hero. Look at my feet and ask again. The red-eyed devil moved his injured feet in front of the old lady with a bored expression on his face. Dear God. Ow. Recovery girl stared at Samuel for a moment. God. Fucking, stop that. Toshi, is there a reason you brought an injured devil to my office? The aged heroine glared at the devil on the floor, who simply gazed at her without emotion. The symbol of peace closed the door behind him and deflated, crouching down between Samuel and Recovery Girl. Relax Chio, he's a good kid. Yagi defended his student. Weren't you the one who said that devils are dangerous? The youthful heroine asked as she eyed the black-haired devil apprehensively. You say that like you humans are harmless puppies, yet last I checked, devils didn't cause the Holocaust, devils weren't behind the meta-massacres and it wasn't devils who beat a child to near death for a power he couldn't control. You humans are always so high and mighty, for such weak, frail and hateful creatures. Samuel sneered at Recovery Girl, the little old lady merely huffed and gestured for Yagi to carry him to one of the beds. All Might buffed up and picked Samuel up from the floor and gently placed him on a bed. Recovery Girl soon climbed a stool next to the bed in order to be at eye level with her surprise patient. So how did this happen, devil boy? The red-eyed devil scoffed at the nickname. I have a name, you dusty old bat, it's Samuel. He winced when the doctor poked his foot, shutting him up. Kind of ironic for a devil to have that name. Did you tear the skin from your feet? How else would I get the metal off? Samuel shrugged at the medical hero's shocked expression. I'm going to ask you a question, devil boy, and be careful with how you answer. What metal? The question had an edge like a scalpel, precise and sharp. Got molten metal stuck to my feet, wasn't able to remove it before it cooled because some asshat tried to have me arrested for bullshit reasons. He explained dismissively. Public quirk use, Izuku mumbled from the side. As I said, bullshit reasons. Samuel reiterated with a shake of his head. Not incorrect, Yagi shrugged. And your first thought was to tear off the metal merged to your feet? Recovery Girl asked in a deadly calm voice that sent shivers down the spines of the three men. Mistakes were made? The red-eyed devil chuckled fearfully at the killer intent released from the shrunken elderly doctor. The youthful heroine started to mercilessly whack Samuel on the head with her syringe-shaped cane. You! Whack! Little! Whack! Idiot! Whack! Ow! Okay. I get it. Stop hitting me. After 2 minutes of senseless violence, the medical hero decided that the young devil had enough. I hope that'll teach you to be more careful in the future. Recovery Girl huffed as she put her cane back on the ground. How are you so strong? Samuel shouted, staring at the small old lady with newfound horror. I had to keep this oaf in check. She jammed a thumb in Yagi's direction. Now, this will feel draining, so be warned. As she said this, Recovery Girl's lips started to stretch. The wrinkled lips approached the young devil slowly as he gasped at the horror he was about to experience. Smooch. Happy place, happy place, happy place. Samuel lied on the bed in the fetal position, his feet were fully healed, but at what cost? Don't be so dramatic. Recovery Girl shook her head before turning to Yagi. So which one of them is it? She asked vaguely. Young Midoriya here is my successor, but young Sigurd is in on the secret. The deflated symbol of peace explained while gesturing to the short green-haired boy next to him. You're Recovery Girl. Can I have your autograph? Izuku quickly brought out his notebook and a pen, his eyes shining and his body vibrating with excitement. Of course dearie. Recovery Girl smiled and signed a page on the notebook with an impressively detailed analysis of her quirk. That kid had a good head on his shoulders. So why was a devil made aware of your quirk, Toshi? Small Might shivered in fear of the old lady but couldn't respond before Samuel took the lead. Because it was either that, or lose the perfect successor that is Izuku, cause there was no way I was letting him near this kid without me around. The red-eyed devil yawned, feeling the after effects of the healing quirk, and Wobbly stood up from the bed. He said some, let's say, hurtful things to Izuku and I wasn't going to let him hurt him further, simple as that. He shrugged and tumbled before catching himself on a chair. Careful. Recovery Girl chided before giving the boy a pack of gummies. Eat these. The red-eyed devil sat down and complied. Now, what exactly did you say to the boy Toshi? You know Chio, I really don't think it matters right now. Yagi tried to change the subject. No, go ahead. See how she reacts. Samuel said with a mouth full of gummies. I said he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. His honesty earned him another cane to the face. You hypocrite. The old lady shouted as she kept beating down on the injured hero. This is better than cable. Samuel chuckled as he ate some more gummies. Sammy, should we stop this? Izuku asked apprehensively, glancing at the amused expression on his devil friend's face. Nah, he earned this. He shrugged and offered Izuku some gummies, enjoying the show of the number one hero being beat by an old lady. It took roughly 10 minutes before Recovery Girl was satisfied with her beating of All Might. The symbol of peace twitched in pain from his spot on the floor. Is he going to be okay? Izuku, ever the kind-hearted young man, asked in concern for his mentor. He'll be fine, it'll take more than an old lady like me to take down this big oaf. Recovery Girl said dismissively before taking a closer look at Izuku. You look quite exhausted, I'm guessing you already started your training? She inquired. Oh. Yes, we started yesterday. Izuku nodded and suppressed a yawn. The training really did wear him out. All Might said you could help. That buffoon. He knows that my quirk drains stamina, I can't help if you're too tired. See what happened to your friend? Recovery Girl gestured to Samuel who was drifting in and out of sleep. I'm fine, the red-eyed devil mumbled before shaking his head a few times. But since this oaf is training you too, I think you'll both benefit from a checkup to see what we're working with. The aged heroine went to her desk and beckoned the two boys to follow her. Now, I'm sure you both had physicals before, so no need to feel ashamed of your bodies, I'm a professional and I don't judge. Recovery Girl explained while preparing her equipment. Please remove your shirts so we can start. Her request was met with reluctance and discomfort. Don't act like babies, I'm not going to do anything untoward. I just don't feel like it, Samuel stuttered uncomfortably, trying to avert his gaze. Yeah, what he said. Izuku followed his example. This was setting off some serious red flags. Both boys were clearly uncomfortable with removing their shirts. No, not just uncomfortable, scared. The fact that each had a hand over a specific part of their torsos, Samuel over his right shoulder and Izuku over his stomach, as if hiding something, was causing alarms to blare in her mind. Toshi, would you mind stepping out for a bit? The aged heroine asked of the beaten man on the floor, who complied out of fear for his life. He dragged himself out of the office. Now boys, the way you two are acting is setting off some serious red flags for a medical practitioner like myself. I'm not going to judge and I'm not going to criticize, I'm asking you two to remove your shirts so I can have you two checked. She explained gently to the boys, both of whom grimaced but complied nonetheless. Recovery Girl's suspicions were proven correct when she saw the scars that littered both boys' bodies. Samuel's torso was filled with scars that seemed to have been created by weapons, knives more than likely, the worst one being on his right shoulder, as if it was nearly removed. Izuku wasn't much better, his body was covered by hand-shaped burn scars, clearly done by someone using their quirk on him. Recovery Girl was horrified at the sight. Most of the scars were old and faded, meaning these boys received them at an even younger age. They were children. The devil boy's words came to her. It wasn't devils who beat a child to near death for a power he couldn't control? Well, this is beyond shocking and appalling. The fact that both of you have these scars all over your bodies makes me irrationally angry. The aged heroine began. We'll continue the examination, but afterwards I want to hear everything, understood? Her firm tone left no room for arguments. The boys could only grimace and nod in response. It was around half an hour later that Yagi was allowed back into the infirmary. Upon entering he saw both of his protégés sitting next to each other in front of a furious-looking Chio, the boys' gazes firmly on the floor. Young Sigurd's hands were trembling and sparking while young Midoriya had tears in the corner of his eyes. He was biting his lower lip in an attempt to stop them from falling. Chio, what's going on? The deflated symbol of peace asked in concern for the boy's behavior. The old doctor sighed in anger before taking a deep breath and shaking her head. You sure know how to pick them, Toshi. She looked at the bony man with the eyes of a woman who had seen decades of horrors both as a hero and a doctor. It's no wonder Devil Boy hates humans so much, not to mention your successor had it just as bad. It's a miracle he's still as kind as he is. Both boys stiffened, the tears in young Midoriya's eyes rolled down his cheeks. the green-haired boy whimpered quietly. Young Sigurd's face, for contrast, was completely blank and devoid of expression, his crimson eyes empty and lifeless, as if he felt no emotion, though the shaking of his body betrayed such a thought. Yagi wanted to ask for more details but Recovery Girl stopped him. For now, these boys need some rest, I'll fill you in after you get them home. I can give Izuku a ride on my motorcycle, the old man can stay here. Young Sigurd said quietly. I can't, in good conscience, allow you to drive in your current emotional state. Telling Toshi can wait, you two should go home and rest. Recovery Girl spoke firmly, but not unkindly, like a grandmother scolding a child. Right, he conceded immediately. It was strange for Toshinori to see. In the 3 days he knew him, young Sigurd was both spirited and stubborn, now he was neither. All right then, let's get you two home. The symbol of peace buffed up and lifted the two boys, carrying each one under his arm, seeing as they weren't in the mood to move. Whatever Chio found in her examination must have been horrifying indeed, but that could wait, these boys needed some rest. Izuku Midoriya opened the door to the apartment he shared with his mother. I'm home, he walked in after announcing his presence. Since there was no response, it meant his mother wasn't home. That was good, he didn't want her to see him like this. She can't be trusted. Izuku shook the thought out of his head. His mother was a wonderful person, there was no one in the world who cared for him more than her. She gave up on you. The green-haired boy grit his teeth in frustration. He didn't expect his past to be revealed like this. He wanted to keep the extent of the abuse he suffered to himself. What if after hearing what happened to him, All Might decided that he wasn't worthy successor? Would he abandon him as well? Even if that happens, he will still have Sammy. Having to reveal his past was horrible, but learning that Sammy went through something similar, he finally felt understood. It wasn't the exact same, but they still shared something, and knowing what he knows now, Izuku was sure that Sammy will never turn his back on him. For the first time he could remember, in 10 years, he finally didn't feel alone. Izuku made his way to his room, the room filled with All Might memorabilia, figures, poster, the works. The day he had met the man, Izuku had seriously considered setting fire to all of it. Even though he apologized, Izuku still hasn't forgiven him for his words. No, I don't think you can be a hero without a quirk. Those words that nearly made him follow up on Kaken's advice. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. But then, he met Sammy. This kid. This quirkless kid, is more of a hero than any of you. It made him so happy, someone, for once in his life, had called him a hero. You're already my hero, Izuku. He shook his head to get rid of the thought. She didn't count. She left. More than that, he offered to make him stronger, to help him reach his dream, even if there was a price. Sammy still wanted to help him when he showed hesitation to accept. He didn't push the deal on Izuku. The green-haired boy closed the door to his room behind him and walked a few steps forward before collapsing on the bed. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally. As soon as his body hit the mattress, the boy's emerald eyes fluttered close, claimed by sleep, his heart fell to dreams. Izuku! Hey, Izuku, wake up! A familiar voice woke Izuku from his slumber. The green-haired boy shifted, cold water tickled his feet as he tried to shield his eyes from the bright sun. Izuku sat up, the sand beneath him shifting as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Finally awake? And you guys say I'm lazy. A boyish voice chuckled good-naturedly. That's because you are, you lazy bum. A girl's voice giggled in response. She's right, no one's as lazy as you. A slightly older boy's voice added with a teasing tone. Izuku turned around to see 3 kids around his age smiling at him. The first was a boy with spiky brown hair and blue eyes. He had a contagious smile on his face. He wore a red one-piece with puffy shorts under a white and black short-sleeved jacket. On his feet were a massive pair of yellow shoes. Next to him was a girl with short red hair and blue eyes. She wore a white tank top and light purple skirt, her white and purple shoes matching the size of the boy next to her. The other boy was a bit older than them. He had long silver hair and turquoise eyes. He wore a yellow and black tank top with blue fishing pants. He also had oversized shoes. Hey Izuku. Ready to start working on the raft? The brown-haired boy smiled as he offered Izuku his hand to help him get up. Yeah. Izuku grinned as he took the boy's hand and got up from the sand, shaking the grains that stuck to his green shorts, his massive red shoes pressed down on the sand. Then let's get going. The brown-haired boy laughed and broke into a sprint. Hey Sora. You can't just get a head start like that. Right Riku? The girl looked to the other boy only to see he was already running. Izuku laughed and started running as well. Come on Kairi, keep up. He called out over his shoulder as he chased the other 2 boys, the wind blowing through his dark green shirt and short red and gold jacket. Wait up. Kairi called out as she began chasing the boys. Izuku kept laughing as he ran past Sora and Riku, putting him in the lead of their impromptu race. Those weird dreams could wait, and his friends had a goal to accomplish. They were building a raft in order to explore what was beyond their islands. These islands were their home, but even so, they wanted to see what's out there, where he and Kairi came from. As much as they loved this place, it wouldn't be long before they left Destiny Islands. Where do we even start on the raft? Kairi asked suddenly as she stopped running. The three boys also stopped instantly and looked back at her. Did any of us have a plan for what we were going to do after the race? The red-haired tyrant of the island asked her two friends and her brother, all of whom were trying to look everywhere but at her. You guys are idiots. Kairi stated flatly. Sorry, Kairi. Sora and Riku said simultaneously. Sorry, sis. Izuku mumbled and buried his face in his arms. Fine, guess I have to take charge. Izuku, can you draw us a sketch of the raft and what we'll need? Kairi turned to her brother. The green-haired boy was already in the process of scribbling in his notebook. Where do you keep getting that thing? Sora asked in exasperation. They've known Izuku for years, yet no one. Not even Kairi or their parents knew how he did his magically appearing notebook trick. State secret, Izuku mumbled, only half paying attention. Writing notes was his hobby, whether about a new plant he found, or an interesting subject at school. These notes were his way to calm down and enjoy. Oh, so you have that habit as well? Izuku's vision blurred for a moment. Instead of the familiar and beautiful island he was used to, he was standing in a place that would be more accurately described as a garbage dump rather than a beach. In the place of his sister and friends, was a gaunt-looking man with wild blonde hair. Izuku's heart burned with admiration at the sight of him and for some reason a bit of resentment as well. The other figure on the beach was a boy with black hair. Izuku felt at peace. The boy's presence was like a blazing inferno in the midst of an unforgiving thunderstorm, yet to Izuku it felt so comforting. Izuku couldn't make out the distinct features of the figures' faces, but he could see their eyes. The blonde man's eyes were shining blue in a black void, like a beacon of strength and light in the darkness. The boy's eyes were crimson red, like fresh blood. Those eyes were so strange, so contradictory. They were ruthless, yet they were kind. They were ferocious, yet they were gentle. They were terrifying, yet they were comforting. The only consistent description Izuku could muster was manic. Those eyes were not calm, they appeared as if they haven't been for years. They indicated the raging maelstrom within the heart of their owner. We're friends, Izuku, just call me Izuku? Ha! The emerald-eyed boy jumped when one of his friends, Riku, shook him out of his daydream. The scrapyard disappeared and the picturesque Destiny Islands snapped back into reality. Are you okay? You stopped writing and just started staring into space. Riku said with a worried tone. Sora and Kairi looked worried as well. They all knew there was something about Izuku that was somewhat bizarre. Everyone in the islands, adults and kids alike, saw Izuku as the dependable and responsible one. He was always there to help anyone and everyone, no matter what it was. He'd be there with a smile and an "I am here." He said that helping others was what heroes were supposed to do, whether it was homework, chores, or just if someone needed to talk. Izuku was always there with a huge smile on his face. That was why certain things seemed strange. Izuku was way too apologetic. Even if he was the one who was wronged, he'd apologize as if he was expecting to be punished. He was terrified of the sound of explosions. Anything from fireworks to even the sparking of a lighter was enough to make him flinch like someone was going to attack him. He was self-deprecating to an uncomfortable degree. Despite everyone on the islands adoring Izuku, he always had such a low opinion of himself. Even after winning 5-on-1 matches against Sora, Riku, Titus, Waka and Selphie multiple times, he still said he was weak. They all figured that it came from his dreams. Izuku had strange dreams, dreams that he never seemed to remember. Kairi still remembered the time when they were 4. It was around a month after she first arrived at Destiny Islands and Izuku's family took her in. She had trouble sleeping one night, so she went to her new big brother, Izuku, so he'll make the nightmares go away. But when she got to his room, she heard sniffling. Being the curious and worried little sister that she was, Kairi entered to the room to see that Izuku was still asleep, but he was crying. The sleeping Izuku kept crying and mumbling. "Mom, can I ever be like him, even if I don't have a quirk?" To this day those words had stuck with Kairi. She had no idea what he was dreaming, or why he started crying even more afterwards. She had asked their mother about it. All she could say was that Izuku had very special dreams, but that wasn't an explanation. She didn't know what a quirk meant, or what it had to do with being cool, but ever since that night, the nights where Izuku started to cry in pain in his sleep became more and more frequent. "I'm fine, really." Izuku waved off the concern with a smile. He always did that. He never wanted anyone to be worried about him, so he'd hide behind his smile. The three other friends shared a look. They figured it had something to do with his dreams. For the past 2 days Izuku's sleep has been more peaceful than normal, but that had made them curious as well. 2 days ago he woke up with a beaming smile and teary eyes. He said he dreamt of something amazing, even if he didn't remember it. Izuku, Kairi started, but her brother cut her off. Kairi, I'm fine, just a little zoned out. The green-haired boy laughed and started to run. Let's just start on the raft, we don't have a lot of time to waste. Izuku called over his shoulder to the others. The three friends watched him run with a worried grimace. It wasn't healthy to keep those things bottled up. While Izuku was running, he frowned when certain words he didn't remember hearing rolled around in his head. They all felt important, but he had no idea why they did. All he knew was that he couldn't tell Kairi, Sara or Riku. Sacred gear? One for all, what are those? When Samuel woke up, after an emotionally and financially taxing day, shopping with his sister always cost a lot, but he regretted nothing. He found himself in the malice-spewing hellhole that is Realm of Darkness, once again. All right, where are they? Samuel mumbled as he picked himself up from the ground. His first thought was to find Aqua and Nyx. He had brought a few things for Aqua. It was part of the reason the shopping trip ended up costing so much. Samuel couldn't really remember these dreams when he woke up, nothing beyond a vague feeling of forgetfulness. That was what his dream notebook was for. As he learned when something stored in his sacred gear was to be brought in or out of the dream, the changes that occur in the object will remain when he was awake, therefore he stored a notebook in his sacred gear in order to record what he saw before waking up. For example, a summary of his meeting with Aqua and a set of instructions on gathering supplies for when he returned to the dream. Samuel walked around, looking for his dream companions when he picked up the sound of someone talking. Sure, he was a bit annoying, but after being stuck alone for so long, I didn't actually mind. He's also pretty good looking, so that was a plus. Even with the whole trying to kill each other and the marriage thing, it was nice to have him around. But no. He has to disappear and leave me alone like every other man in my life. Samuel followed the voice, eventually finding Aqua holding Nyx while ranting at it like a doll. Samuel's sweat dropped at the sight. It was hard to watch. I mean, I didn't imagine him, did I? Aqua questioned for a moment. Nyx shook its head in response. Yeah. I didn't imagine him, since you're here and you remember him. The Keyblade Master nodded at her own logic. Besides, it's not like I'm so desperate and starved for human contact that I'd start imagining cute boys, isn't that right, DJ Businessle? Aqua turned to her left, the opposite direction of where Samuel stood, and spoke to the air as if someone was there. Alright, he should step in. See, I knew you understood me, DJ Businessle, at least I'll always have Dash. Aqua, am I interrupting something? Samuel asked carefully while preparing himself for the blue-haired lady's anger. Aqua's head snapped to him and she let go of Nyx, letting it fall to the ground with a soft thud. The Keyblade Master stared at the red-eyed devil with unblinking eyes, causing him to shuffle awkwardly as the gaze turned more and more intense by the second. Aqua dash, Samuel's words were cut off as he was tackled by the hysterical woman, who held on to him desperately as if he was going to vanish again. You're real, you're back, she whispered into his chest, her fingers tightening around the fabric of his shirt. I'm not alone. Samuel stood uncomfortably as Aqua cried and hugged him like a lifeline. His mind was panicking and screaming that he should push her away. His wrists were starting to burn and his vision was fading out, but the red-eyed devil simply steeled himself and shakily wrapped his arms around the crying woman. There, I'm here, so you don't have to worry. Samuel stuttered as Aqua tightened the embrace. I won't leave you alone, I'm here for you. His mind defaulted to trying to act like a hero, even if the situation didn't exactly fit. Aqua stopped crying and let go of Samuel, looking at him with a smile on her face. Thank you, Sammy. She has a really beautiful smile. Wait, what? Samuel's thoughts came to a screeching halt. His face lost all trace of emotion, except for the burning blush on his cheeks. Sammy, are you feeling well? Your face is red. Aqua gently put a soft hand to Samuel's forehead to check his temperature. This cliché? Are you FING for real? Samuel screamed in his mind as he hastily took a step back, breaking the contact. His forehead felt so cold all of a sudden. Are you okay, Sammy? You're acting a bit different. Aqua tilted her head in confusion. When she first met him, he was snarky and flirty, now he was a nervous wreck. Remember what I told you, I was high on adrenaline last time. Samuel kicked the ground uncomfortably, trying to avert his gaze. Aqua recalled their conversation after their fight. I'm so high on adrenaline right now that it's overriding my compulsive fear of women. Being sexually assaulted at age 11 would do that to anyone. Oh, Sammy, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Aqua tried apologizing, but Samuel raised a hand to stop her. It's fine, Aqua, don't worry about it. Samuel cleared his throat before activating his sacred gear. Now, on to more important things. He trailed off as he pulled a paper pamphlet from his choker and aimed it away from him and Aqua. The pamphlet glowed blue and large blue magic circle appeared on the ground several meters away from them. A glowing blue light emerged from the circle and when it subsided, a large metal cauldron took its place. Did you just conjure that cauldron out of nothing? Aqua asked in amazement. She already knew that Sammy could use magic, but his magic seemed more inclined to destruction. Nah, it's a storage spell. Samuel waved the pamphlet a bit and put it back in his gear. You see, since you've been stuck here for near a decade without any form of contact other than Heartless and DJ Business'll dash, the red-eyed devil ducked, a blast of ice sailed over his head. I figured that you'd appreciate a few creature comforts, food, new clothes, a bath. Satan knows it'll be easier on my nose if you bathe dash. He stepped to the side right before a bolt of lightning struck the ground where he just stood. You are a very violent woman. Aqua glared at him and lowered her keyblade. Quite making fun of my smell. If I have to smell you, I get to make fun of it. You try standing next to a person who hasn't bathed in years with a nose that puts bloodhounds to shame. The red-eyed devil shook his head and walked over to the cauldron. Climbing up its edge, he started fishing packages out of it. Well, excuse me, it's not like there's a bath readily available in the literal hell that is Realm of Darkness. Aqua huffed and crossed her arms. Sammy was bringing out the worst in her, but at the very least he was there. Well, not literal hell, I've been to hell, doesn't look like this. Samuel said offhandedly as he took out the last package and set it with the rest a few meters away from the cauldron. Excuse me? The Keyblade Master had double take at the casual admittance. Was he joking? You're excused. He replied, barely paying attention to her and raising his hands in the direction of the cauldron. Gritting his teeth in concentration, he channeled his devil magic, creating a magic circle above the large metal container. Out of the circle came a torrent of water that filled the cauldron to the brim. What do you mean, I've been to hell? Aqua asked incredulously. Don't you have to be dead for that? Well, I did die when I was 11, that sick beach actually managed to hurt me quite a bit before I turned her to ash and I didn't make it out. Samuel shrugged his shoulders and took a deep breath. Water magic was especially difficult for him, considering he was naturally attuned to lightning and flame. It wasn't difficult to guess why. It was funny really, the Citri family were specialized in water magic and he, their heiress prized servant, even if Sona will never admit it, was absolute pants at using it for more than basic utility. Then how are you here? Are you a ghost or something? It would be strange, but not impossible. Aqua had met the Lord of the Dead, a ghost wouldn't be as surprising by comparison. Nope, I was revived as devil, brought back to life to serve under my master, Sona Citri. The red-eyed devil crouched down beside the cauldron and lit a black flame beneath it. Good thing this place is so full of malice, makes for great kindling. He muttered, watching as his flames consumed the negativity in the air in order to keep burning. So you're a devil? Aqua asked hesitantly. An evil creature of darkness? She thought of attacking him, but she couldn't muster the resolve to do so. He was the first person she had to talk to in nearly a decade and the only piece of social contact she had. He even promised to get her out of this place. Creature of darkness, yeah. Evil? Not so much. Samuel stood up and extinguished the flames in his hands. Devils are creatures of desire. First and foremost, we get stronger by pursuing our desires and granting the wishes of humans who forge contracts with us. The midnight-haired devil explained as he went over to the array of packages and opened one up. Contract? The blueberry-haired lady asked with a tilt of her head. It made sense, somewhat. It was called a deal with the devil for a reason. Yup, human summons devil, human makes request, devil grants request, human pays devil the appropriate price, devil gets a rank up, another satisfied customer. Samuel took out what appeared to be a light blue tarp as well as some tent poles out of the open package. So what is the price? Their lives? Aqua asked with a bit of suspicion to her voice. If Samuel took offense to her question, he didn't show it. Hee, common misconception, but no, we very rarely deal in lives and souls nowadays, anything from a piece of art, to a valuable enough object and even money. Sammy elaborated and started to chuckle. But there are still those cases with deranged cultists who do the whole version sacrifice or bride to the devil things. And before you ask, yes, someone's virginity can also be used as payment in certain cases. Disgusting, but it really depends on the devil and summoner. It's a case-by-case basis. He said and began hammering the poles to the ground around the cauldron. Heh, that doesn't seem as bad. Aqua trailed off as certain memory of her first conversation with Sammy came back to her. Tell you what, get me out of this hellhole and I'll marry you. Sammy, the blueberry-haired lady started with a shaky voice. The first time we met, did I put us in a contract with my marriage to you as payment? Samuel stopped hammering the poles to the ground and looked back at her. Samuel was about to collapse in his bed after an exhausting day of emotional reveals and shopping when a certain phone had different plans. I'm blue to bad. Ah! Samuel groaned and picked up the phone. This better be important, woman. The red-eyed devil growled into his phone. Samuel, my dear, precious, beloved pawn, the sickly sweet voice of the woman who owned him, came from the phone. Boss, are you drunk? 'Cause if you're talking to me like that, you're either drunk or said. Samuel sighed deeply. What did I do this time, Kaicho? You see, Samuel, it's really quite interesting. I was going through our contracts, as I do, and I noticed a brand new contract. I have no idea where it even came from. Do you want to know its details? I'm sure you'll tell me. Samuel really didn't want to deal with whatever crawled up Sona's, but at that point, he just wanted to sleep. Well, the details were, get me out of this hellhole and I'll marry you. Samuel, when the F, did you forge a marriage contract? Samuel hit the end call button and stared at his phone. His impending doom could wait until he got a good night's sleep. She's going to kill you for that, Samuel's familiar, Chiaki, told him as she appeared on the phone screen. Zzzzzzzzzzz, but he was already sleeping at that point. Yeah, you did, don't worry though, we can iron out a different payment. Not really stoked to force a woman to marry me, beautiful as you are. I'd rather get married to a woman who loves me, not one who owes me. You're being pretty accommodating for a devil. Aqua felt equal parts relieved and disappointed at how quick Samuel was to let her off the hook on the marriage thing. Am I not good enough? The treacherous thought entered her mind before she could help it. We wouldn't exactly keep getting customers if we screwed them over. You'll still be paying something. As much as I just want to help you out pro bono, you locked us in the contract and it's a pretty heavy one at that. Samuel sighed as he finished hammering the poles. He hated having to take payment out of someone in a situation like this. He just wanted to help. Do you? Of course he did. His heritage and nature as a devil be damned, he wanted to be a hero. Saving someone's life shouldn't come at a price. He didn't even understand how Aqua locked them in that contract in the first place. He doubted that her offer was serious, and even if it was, it shouldn't have been enough to cement a hayas like that. What actions did they take for the contract to manifest? Who cares? It is in your nature to take, you filthy monster. The grandson of that disgusting RPST of a thunder god, the descendant of the malevolent serpent who got his butt beat by a shiny sun bird. There are so many creatures such as that in your family line. Selfishness runs through your veins. The last person in your family who tried to play hero was your fool of a namesake, the mighty dragon slayer, thrown aside like garbage when people started to fear his strength. The path of the hero only brings pain. So why not walk the path of the Jinn like you were born to do? He was through listening to that tripe. One of the few things that he felt grateful for about having X in his head was the fact that the hound managed to keep those annoying thoughts away, even if by virtue of being insufferable in their stead. And then there is him, isn't there? A god of death resides within you. The path of life was never your own to take. It is a path for your beloved sister, the feathered serpent. It is the path of your dear friend, the Welsh dragon, but it is not your own. Why deal with the pain, young plague? Why not embrace your true nature? Let go of your silly delusions of being a hero and return to your mother's family as the rightful heir they all recognize you as. Take your rightful place in this world as Alf Layla wa Layla, as you were always meant to. Shut up. He was going to be a hero. He was going to reach out to others and save them. His hunger won't get the best of him, no matter his blood, no matter the pitch black wings on his back. He was going to become a hero. He was going to save. He was going to help. He was going to bring hope instead of despair. Sammy, Aqua's voice broke him out of his internal struggle. Her soft, caring tone chased away the rain clouds in his head like the bright rays of the sun. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked back to see that Aqua was right next to him. Was he truly so distracted that he didn't notice she came closer? At the very least the SME. Squeeze. Aqua's gentle grip on his shoulder turned vice-like. You weren't thinking anything unflattering about my smell, were you? The Keyblade Master asked with a sweet smile that radiated killing intent. Is it wrong that he found this attractive? That imminent feeling of danger and barely restrained bloodlust? If anything, it should be driving his fight or flight response through the roof, but right now all that was driving was his desire to s. Bad. 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 Bad boy. Stop thinking about it, he shouted in his mind. He was already in love with someone. Never mind the fact that he stood no chance with her, or how he knew for a fact that devils weren't exactly big on monogamy, and that Sona had told him after he had reincarnated that high-ranking devils tended to have harems. For some reason, back then it was only Sona, him and Tsubaki. His sister, Selena, Joined them shortly after as a knight, and they haven't recruited anyone since, which meant they had the vacant spots of 2 bishops, 2 rooks, 1 knight, and a single pawn. But I digress. In truth, he was in love with 2 people, not including the irate Keyblade master in front of him. One was obviously his master, Sona, even though he knew she would never return his feelings. And the other, quite predictably, was his newest friend, Izuku Midoriya. Not that Samuel would pursue either of them, he knew it was hopeless. And that doesn't even mention his affection for 2 certain ladies who held the title of his first true friends. His master would maim him for at least one of them and kill him for the other. Not at all. In fact, I'm just going to finish setting this up, so you can relax. Okay? Okay. Samuel laughed nervously while setting the tarp on the poles and hiding the cauldron from view. He then rushed to open another package and gave its contents as well as another, smaller, package to a bemused Aqua. Here. Clothes, towels, and all the other bath-related stuff that I'm just too uncomfortable to talk about. Off you go. Thank you, Aqua said carefully, hesitantly taking the offered package and clothes. I appreciate this, but I better not catch you trying to peep on me. She warned very seriously before muttering under her breath. Light knows I caught Terra and Ven enough times. Heh, sounds like a whole thing. Any hoodle, I'm gonna hang out with Nyx while you, well, you know. I think it's kinda upset that we ignored it since I got here. Samuel looked down at little Lavan Shadow, who hissed at him. Oh? My bad, she's upset that we ignored her. The red-eyed devil corrected himself at Nyx's insistence that she was now female. Who was he to argue? Alright then. Aqua stared at the interaction between Samuel and Nyx uncomfortably. She didn't know how he was communicating with the small Heartless, but she guessed it had to do with him being a devil. Maybe creatures of darkness could understand each other? Well, that could wait. She hasn't bathed in years and the steam coming out of that makeshift shower curtain was looking mighty tempting. I'm serious, by the way, if you even try dash. You'll shove your oversized house key where the sun don't shine, Havanti. Samuel said with a shake of his head and crouched down to pick up Nyx. After picking up the little creature, he walked away from the spot he installed the makeshift bath and sat down with his back firmly facing it. Heh, what a gentleman, Aqua drawled and went into the makeshift curtain to enjoy her first bath in nigh a decade. You know, Nyx, if time could pass normally in this place, Samuel started as he held Nyx in his hands. I'd say she's taking her sweet but time. Not that I don't get it. She deserves to enjoy this for a bit. She does have a nice voice, the red-eyed devil muttered under his breath, listening to Aqua's calm humming. He had good ears, it came with being a dog. Nyx hissed something at him and he tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean, how do I know? The flow of chi in this place is absolutely whack. Anyone with even a bit of awareness to natural energy would notice this. Still though, it's interesting, a place where the flow of time is completely different, nigh non-existent. You could spend centuries in this place and never age. Just look at Aqua, not that a century would actually age me all that much normally. He chuckled and shook his head a little. There's this sense of wrongness in this place, you know? If you put a yokai here, the irregular flow of the chi would likely drive them mad, but for me? There was an almost crazed look in Samuel's crimson eyes, but it was gone a second later. If I had found the realm of darkness before I met Kaicho, I'd likely never want to leave. It feels right. I feel like this is where I was always meant to be. A shaky smile appeared on Samuel's face. Nyx purred and Samuel lifted her with shock in his eyes. Are you joking? The midnight-haired devil asked. The little shadow shook her head in return. Look, I get that you're fond of me, but I don't think that this is an option. Nyx waved her little arms and purred. The little Heartless gestured to the realm around her. Samuel sighed. Look, even if I wanted to be your king, and I'm not sure that I do, I still have my promise to Aqua, my obligations to Kaicho, not to mention my dream to be a hero. Samuel's heart nearly broke when he saw Nyx deflate in his hands. Don't look at me like that. Sammy, am I interrupting something? Sheet. Aqua. Samuel turned around in surprise to see Aqua, completely refreshed and wearing a new set of clothes, courtesy of Selena D. Sigurd's fashion sense. The outfit consisted of black leather boots that reached just below her knees, light blue skinny jeans with a black leather belt, and a pink top covered by a black leather jacket with blue lines on the sleeves. She looked like a biker babe. Not to mention how captivating her hair was, now that it was clean and neat, instead of that bird's nest she had before. Lena, ani lo yodia imani ratsa laknak oticho lechebek otich. Samuel muttered in a daze as he stared at Aqua. Thoughts of taking Aqua for thrill rides on his motorcycle flooding his mind. Well, that's a problem. What was that? Aqua asked with a tilt of her head. She'd never heard that language before. Don't worry about it. Samuel said quickly, shaking away the daydreams. He carefully placed Nyx back on the ground and stood up. So anyway, you hungry? The red-eyed devil went back to the packages and opened another one, this time taking out a lunchbox. The Keyblade Master had the decency to blush when her stomach rumbled. She nodded gratefully when Samuel handed her the box. Good thing I made plenty for you then, sit tight and enjoy your meal while I pack things up for us to get going. He grinned and went over to break down the pseudo-camp he had built. Aqua sat down and opened the box, taking out the pair of chopsticks attached to the lid. She was pleasantly surprised by the nice-looking lunch. It was carefully divided, with small hamburgers, salad and rice kept apart by the walls inside of the box. Well, it looks edible enough, Aqua thought, hesitantly picking a piece of burger and placed it in her mouth. Aqua? Are you? Samuel turned around after removing and folding the tarp, only to find Aqua eating with tears in her eyes. Ah, sweet Leviathan. If it's bad you don't have to eat it. The red-eyed devil shouted in panic when Aqua just kept eating. No, it's not bad, it's delicious, the blueberry-haired lady mumbled between bites. I haven't eaten since I got here. Good thing the passage of time is different here, or you might have actually starved. Samuel gave something between a grin and a grimace when he thought of dying of starvation in a place like that. Aqua deserves better than to go out like that. He thought as he started wrenching the poles out of the ground. Yeah, if there's one good thing about being stuck here, it's that I haven't aged a day. Aqua said bitterly as she started shoveling the food into her mouth at a much faster rate. You look great, how old are you anyway? The red-eyed devil asked while pulling the last of the poles and sorting them and the tarp inside of their package. Didn't I explain to you how you're not supposed to talk to a lady? The Keyblade Master warned after finishing her meal and putting the box aside. You mean bashing me over the head? You did in fact, but you're definitely not at the age where that question should bother you. I'm guessing, late teens? Samuel lifted the water-filled cauldron and carried it away from the packages. Yes, I turned 17 about a month before I got stuck in this sheethole. Aqua glared at the air around her. Well, since you told me your age, I'm 14, I'll be 15 next month. Samuel tilted the cauldron and let the water spill out. Honestly, I was expecting you to be older, what with the whole devil thing, I thought you'd be like a 1,000-year-old immortal. Aqua chuckled to hide her mortification at the fact that she locked herself in a marriage contract with a 14-year-old, never mind the fact that she preferred younger men, considering all older male figures in her life tended to manipulate her, try to kill her, set her against her friends and refuse to listen to her when he was so obviously evil. Terra, you moron. Ah! Do not open that door, Aqua. The lady who spent nearly a decade in solitude, and was definitely still sane, BT dubs wink wink, screamed in her mind, at the idiocy of her friend. Not that the other one didn't F up royally either, but it was significantly harder to stay mad at Ven when she recalled that neither her nor Terra really tried to listen to him, they just treated him like a child and told him to go to his room. Is this my fault? Did I cause this? Aqua, you're trembling, what's wrong? Samuel put down the cauldron and rushed to the trembling Aqua's side. It's my fault? Samuel looked at her strangely, he figured she was reliving old traumas, but he wasn't exactly the best at handling things like that. Exploiting them? That was easy. Resolving them? His method to deal with his numerous traumas was gambling and violence. Sometimes he'd down a bottle of Arak, if he felt low enough. All in all, he wasn't the best person to speak of coping mechanisms. What's your fault, Aqua? He could at least ask, even if he couldn't help, he could at least listen. Terra. Ven, all my fault, the broken woman muttered. She was already deep in self-loathing and that place making it worse. Unlike him, who was mostly immune to the corruptive effect of the realm of darkness, Aqua was not only vulnerable, but overexposed. He hesitantly put an arm around her shoulder and pulled her in for a hug. Want to talk about it? The blueberry-haired lady stilled for a moment. Samuel was worried if he had upset her, but then he could feel her nodding into his chest. Can we stay like this, while I tell you? Aqua mumbled, a small bit of shame in her voice for being so vulnerable, for being so weak, at least in her own eyes. But that hug, that small bit of physical comfort, it felt nice. She had been alone for so long, she was undoubtedly just the smallest bit touch-starved, and being hugged like that, after so long where her only physical contact was fighting, she was reluctant to let it go. Of course we can, Samuel said softly while hugging Aqua a bit tighter. Nyx had decided to join in and climbed on Aqua's lap. Both creatures of darkness provided her comfort as she relived the events that led to the worst day in her life. The day after he met Recovery Girl, Izuku was sitting in class, not really paying attention, but not being distracting either. He already knew everything that the teacher was explaining, but elected to keep his head down on the matter. He had learned long ago that no matter what he did, he was always in the wrong. He wasn't allowed to be smart, or strong, or a hero, or a human being. Oh hello negative emotions. Who the hell let you out of the box? In. You. Fing. Go. That's right. Back in the box. This is healthy. This is what healthy people do. Healthy and non-destructive outlets? What are those? Izuku was sure that had he not been doctoring his own results to be lower than Kaken's, he'd have the highest grades ever recorded in that joke of a school's history. Or rather, he would, if the teachers wouldn't doctor the results themselves and send other students to teach him a lesson. No, it's fine guys, I totally don't mind more bruises and scars. I already have so many, what's a few more? At the very least his former best friend, Kaken, was taking it a bit easier on him after the incident 3 days ago, his incredibly rude words to him right after said incident notwithstanding. He'd ignored Izuku from the second they got to school, the most he did was scowl at him and give a gruff, nerd, before walking away. That was Kaken for, good morning, he was being civil. Maybe he finally grew a conscience? He wasn't that bad? Izuku was sure that Kaken could be a great hero someday, he was just a bit rough around the edges. If by rough around the edges you mean total monster, then yes, he is rough around the edges. He was just a bit misguided, it wasn't like he was an unrepentant monster. You have some type of mental issue, it's the only explanation to how you can defend your abuser of over 10 years. It really wasn't fair to say, if he had cut off contact with anyone just for being mean-spirited from time to time then he'd never would have been friends with Rick. What was he thinking? He didn't think he knew anyone like he just thought of, but the thought was there nonetheless. He saw images of a beach, not a trash heap like Tagoba, a beautiful beach where 3 other kids were sitting with him on a sideways grown tree with yellow star-shaped fruits. It all felt so familiar. What was the name of those fruits? Nerd. The rough voice of Katsuki Bakugo broke Izuku's daydream. The beach vanished and the awful torture chamber that passed for an Aldera classroom was left in its place. Kaken? What's wrong? Izuku stuttered fearfully. Had he done something to upset Kaken? Was he going to get another beating? Wait. He was supposed to meet with Sammy and All Might. If Sammy learned that he'd been hurt again, he'd call down lighting to burn down the school. That didn't sound so bad actually. Class ended 5 minutes ago, nerd. Why the F, are you still sitting there staring into space? Was that concern? That couldn't be right. Oh, it's nothing. Izuku despised feeling weak like this. It was a feeling he always got when he was around Kaken, he always made Izuku feel irrelevant. TCH. Whatever, just don't fing get yourself killed or some shit that would hurt Auntie Inko, Kaken grumbled. If there was one person in their lives that Kaken respected and genuinely liked, it was Izuku's mother, Inko Midoriya. She was the only person who Kaken spoke to with any respect. I'd bet she'd prefer he was her son, not some quirkless disappointment like me, Izuku thought bitterly before his eyes widened in realization and horror. What the hell was he thinking? His mom loved him just the way he was. She never so much as implied that she was disappointed with his quirklessness. But she never believed in you either, did she, Deku? Izuku and Kaken's conversation was interrupted by Izuku's phone buzzing, signifying he got a message. The green-haired boy picked up his phone and opened his group chat with Sammy and All Might. It had a message from Sammy. Symbols of tomorrow. X-gon give it to ya, yo. Izuku, you done with class? X-gon give it to ya, I'm coming to pick you up from school to the beach. Sammy was coming here? All bones, I am eagerly awaiting you both to continue your training. Lean, green, fighting little bean, I just finished, I'll wait outside. Izuku typed out his response and pocketed his phone with a nervous smile. Looking up he saw Kaken's face set in an expression between confused and angry. The green-haired boy's smile dropped instantly. The F was that about, nerd? The blonde bomber asked with a glare at the hand that had just held the phone. It's something really important I have to get to. Yeah. By Kaken. Izuku was already bolting down the hallway by the time Kaken even processed his words. He could hear footsteps behind him. Kaken was chasing him. He wasn't going to accept that answer. The ash blonde was much more athletic than Izuku. It was only a matter of time until he caught up. Luckily, years of being chased by bullies made Izuku quite creative with his escapes. Noticing a bathroom coming up, Izuku quickly ducked in and locked the door behind him. By the sound of the rattles and popping, Kaken was right outside and the lock wouldn't hold him for long. The green bean quickly set to work, picking the lock on the window and climbing out on the back of the school. I'm safe, Izuku sighed in relief. He slowly walked to the entrance of the school to wait for Sammy to come pick him up. He managed to escape a confrontation and reach the gate, for now at least. Now he just had to wait for his friend to come take him to the beach. For once, things seemed to be going Deku. Why does the world hate him? Kaken. Izuku yelled in surprise as the blonde bomber was charging up behind him. Don't FING kaken me, you DMN nerd. What the F is up with you? The ash blonde demanded of the terrified greenette. His red eyes bore into Izuku's green with a burning glare. Had his eyes always looked like this? That scathing anger and hidden layer of uncertainty? Izuku much preferred Sammy's shade of red. It made him feel safe, like being wrapped up in a hug. Okay. Izuku was discovering things about himself that he never really wanted to, but that crisis could wait. What do you mean, kaken? Izuku tried to play innocent. He just had to wait it out, then Sammy would subtly come and get him out of there. Don't play FING dumb, nerd. What's with that text earlier? Izuku fidgeted at the yell. He had to stall. Kaken would beat the hell out of him if he found out he was still trying to be a hero. Well? Are you going to ANS-? Vroom. The sound of a motorcycle interrupted Kaken. Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized the sound. Sammy's bike. He was coming to pick him up on his bike. His very attention-catching bike? Did he not remember that Izuku couldn't afford to catch anyone's attention in that school? All students in the courtyard turned to the sound, seeing a helmeted figure riding towards the school on a black motorcycle with red and green patterns as well as gold-coated plating. As the rider approached the school, he popped a wheelie before jumping on a railing and riding on top of it. When he reached the end of the railing, the rider hit the front brakes, sending him and his bike flying through the air spinning. The rider quickly took control of his bike in midair and corrected his trajectory to land safely on the ground. The wheels of the bike hit the pavement and the bike slid along the ground with a screech until it stopped right in front of the gate to Aldera. The students, stunned at the stunt, stared at the figure as he removed his helmet, revealing his pale face and shaking his head, the wind swishing through his midnight black hair. His red eyes were half-lidded and his face was set in a brooding bad boy kind of expression. The harpies, female students of Aldera swooned at the display while the fucksacks, male students watched in either appreciation or envy at the newcomer, all but one. SNRRRRRRT hee hee ha 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 ha. All eyes immediately snapped to Izuku, who was laughing so hard he couldn't even notice the glares sent his way. All the students had the same thought. What the hell was this quirkless bug even thinking he could laugh for? Sammy, that was ridiculous. That face doesn't suit you at all. Izuku laughed at his friend's ridiculous display. The students watched eagerly for the newcomer to run Deku over with his bike for laughing at him, but what they weren't expecting was for the rider to grin and laugh as well. There's that beautiful smile I love seeing, knew that this would get a laugh out of ya. Sammy chuckled as he got off his bike and walked towards his green-haired friend with a smile on his face. Izuku blushed at Sammy's compliment. He never got compliments from anyone other than his mom. Usually people said that he was plain-looking, a fitting appearance for a quirkless waste of space. Who the F are you? The screech broke Izuku and Sammy out of their moment. Katsuki Bakugo strode up to Sammy and cut him off, hateful red eyes glaring into impassive crimson ones. I'm Samuel D. Sigurd and you're the jackass who got caught by the sludge villain and needed Izuku to rescue you. Sammy said with a blank face and monotone voice. I didn't need sheet from Deku, you gearhead F-. Kaken growled at Sammy while popping small explosions in his hands as an intimidation tactic. It certainly worked on Izuku. The green bean was shaking like a leaf. Stupid and delusional. Winning combo you got there, Sparkles, you're real intimidating. Too bad that unlike literally everyone in this sheet show of a school, I ain't afraid of ya. Sammy stated impassively at the fuming ash blonde, whose face turned red and feral with rage. Who the hell did this extra think he was? Did he even get who he was talking to? He was Katsuki motherfucking Bakugo, the future #1 hero, the only student from that worthless school who was going to make it into UA. He was a big FING deal. And this extra needed to learn his place. Die? Izuku watched in horror as Kaken swung his sparkling hand at Sammy's face, his intent to harm him the same way he had done to Izuku for years. Kaken detonated a large explosion point blank in Sammy's face, leaving the red-eyed devil's fate shrouded in smoke. The green-haired boy heard mutterings of how Sammy deserved what he got for trying to stand up to Kaken, as if these monsters didn't just witness an assault in broad daylight. Katsuki grinned savagely at the smoke cloud. Now that extra would learn his place. Was that supposed to hit me? Katsuki froze when he heard the question come from behind him. The smoke cloud dissipated, showing only Katsuki's hand covered in black flames. The ash blonde screamed in pain as the flames climbed and burned his arm, but the pain wasn't normal. It wasn't burning his flesh. His arm was perfectly fine beneath the flames. It was as if his blood was on fire and it kept spreading and getting worse. The pain made him angry, and the angrier he got the more painful the burning became. He hated the BSTRD who was doing this to him, but the thought was making the pain worse as well. The worst part was how the more the flames burned, the memories of his past with Deku came rushing in, how he had hurt him, how he had belittled him. He felt guilty. It was FING torture. How pathetic, are you truly the second best this place has to offer? At the taunting question, Katsuki forced himself to turn around. Seeing the black-haired BSTRD who was supposed to die from his explosion, he was completely unharmed? What the hell? I'm not second best, fucker. I'm number one. Katsuki screamed in defiance while swinging his other arm at the Sammy. The crimson-eyed devil shook his head before spinning away from the attack and retaliating with a flaming back kick to Katsuki's chin. Kav. The blonde bomber's head snapped up at the collision with Samuel's foot. How disappointing. I was hoping you'd be, at least, somewhat strong. Are you really the guy who tortured Izuku all these years? A weakling like you? You're not even worth the effort. Sammy shook his head in dissatisfaction of his lackluster opponent. Come on, Izuku, we got training to get to dash. A massive explosion engulfed Samuel's form. Kaken's left hand smoked and shook. He wasn't used to unleashing explosions that big. It did a number on his hands, but it was worth it to kill the BSTRD who was burning his right arm. You just don't learn, do ya? Katsuki's eyes widened in shock when he heard the voice behind him once again. Turning his head so fast he heard a crack, he saw the BSTRD laying on the ground on his side, his head propped on his left hand while his right tapped the ground rhythmically, a thoroughly bored expression on his face. How about you learn some humility? Squeal for me, pig. The flames on Katsuki's right arm spread quickly, engulfing his entire body in seconds. The blonde bomber squealed in pain, letting out explosions out of anger. The more he screamed and cursed, the bigger the flames became. I think you learned your lesson, for now. Samuel snapped his fingers, causing the black flames to disappear instantly and leaving Katsuki completely unharmed except for the agonized expression on his face. The ash blonde fell face first to the ground. Samuel chuckled at his sad state before getting up. Hopefully you'll learn that you aren't as great as you seem to think, and by the way, if Izuku hadn't convinced me to give you a chance, you'd never set foot inside UA. Samuel spat at the ground near Katsuki's head and turned to the stunned Izuku and gave him a reassuring grin. Come on, buddy, let's get going, yeah? Izuku nodded dumbly as Sammy took his hand and led him to the bike, leaving the stunned bystanders behind to gawk at their precious Bakugo passed out on the ground in pain. As Samuel and Izuku got on the bike and drove away, the student body of Aldera reached a horrifying realization. Izuku Midoriya had someone to protect him, and that person just beat Bakugo, the strongest person in their school. Their days of tormenting the innocent boy were at an end, lest their souls burned to ash by the rage of the hound's black flames. Toshinori was standing at the beach, wondering what was taking his young protégés so long. Protégés, he thought with a smile. In those short days he actually came to care quite a bit about both boys. Young Midoriya was the perfect successor, kind, brave, determined and dedicated. Toshinori couldn't have found anyone better if he tried. And no, Mirai, you don't get to decide who gets my quirk. Sure, young Tagada might be great, but he wasn't his choice. He chose young Midoriya and nothing would change that. It was so infuriating for All Might that his old friend was so adamant on disregarding his choices. No, All Might, you can't continue your career like this. Toshinori grumbled, imitating Night Eye. No, All Might, you can't choose some quirkless freak as your successor. You should choose Mirio. It's my choice, DMN it. Mirai always brought the worst in him, always going on and on about his vision for a perfect society in All Might's image. It was exhausting. Toshinori didn't want someone who would rebuild the world in his image. He wanted an equal who would stand by his side to protect those who could not protect themselves. And then there was young Sigurd. They got off to a rocky start, but the young devil's loyalty to young Midoriya was beyond words. Honestly, even if he might take exception to the comparison, young Sigurd reminded the deflated hero of Mirai. Their quirks, their sarcasm, their stubbornness, even their dedication to their respective friend. The difference was though that young Sigurd held something that Mirai never did: compassion. Mirai was severe, hard, cruel even, and while Toshinori could easily see the potential for cruelty in young Sigurd. No boy his age should have those eyes. He had a kindness within him rarely seen in others. Vroom. Toshinori turned his head to the source of the loud noise, young Sigurd's motorbike. Toshinori's protégés came riding down the road. Young Midoriya was screaming in either delight or fear. Both? Both is good. Skrrriik. The bike screeched to a halt on the pavement. Young Midoriya would have flown if had he not been keeping a death grip on young Sigurd's waist. Toshinori chuckled at the sight. He chose some entertaining successors, one a crybaby dragon and the other a literal daredevil. Boom! Told you we'd get here fast. Samuel laughed and took off his helmet, shaking his hair into its usual messy state. I never challenged you on it, Izuku fell off the bike with his body shaking. He didn't even take off the green helmet that Samuel had given him. No, he didn't buy that helmet specifically because it matched Izuku's eyes. Sorry, what was that, Izu? Drive faster next time? Samuel asked sarcastically as he got off the bike and helped the shaking Izuku to his feet. I'm never getting on that bike with you again. The green bean grumbled when Samuel took off the helmet from his head. It's cute that you think that. Samuel pinched Izuku's cheek and went to open the bike's storage compartment. Young Midoriya, young Sigurd, you two are here a bit later than I expected. Did something happen? Toshinori came up the stairs to the platform to greet them, a worried look on his skeletal face. Had to neuter an arrogant pup, no biggie. Samuel shrugged as he rummaged through the storage compartment. You burned Kaken alive, Izuku mumbled quietly. You did what? The deflated hero shouted in outrage. Few things. First, that was the guy who's been tormenting Izuku for years. The red-eyed devil started while taking out a small case out of the bike. Perfectly understandable. Toshinori immediately accepted the supposed crime. No one hurt his successor and gets away with it. Second, he is physically unharmed. I used the flammas sagradas of repent. They burn at his heart rather than his body. The more guilt a person feels, the more the flames burn and the longer the effect lasts. I was holding back on that though. Samuel took out a case that was definitely too big to fit in the bike from the compartment. Last thing, the dumbass assaulted me in broad daylight. This was self-defense and I have the recording to prove it. He took out his phone and handed it to Toshinori. Chiaki, if you would. Playing recordings. The phone began to display recordings of Samuel's confrontation with Bakugo from multiple angles, as well as audio that showed that Bakugo was clearly the aggressor. Where did you get all of the angles? Toshinori asked apprehensively. Those could not have come from his phone. All of the footage showed that he wasn't holding it. Had Chiaki hacked the surveillance systems? Samuel shrugged. They were extremely outdated. A sleepy voice came from the phone. Toshinori stared at the screen, seeing a girl with purplish-gray hair with a Galaga hairpin yawning cutely. Hello? The blonde skeleton greeted uncertainly. Hello. The girl on the screen greeted back with a little wave. Had the number one hero not been so output by the fact that there was what appeared to be a sufficiently advanced AI inside of the phone, he would have cooed at how cute said AI was. Young Sigurd, where did you get your hands on an AI? She's my familiar, devils have those, would have been lost without her. Samuel said with a smile as he took back his phone and pocketed it. Will I get one? Izuku asked hesitantly. The idea of having a cute AI girl familiar didn't sound all that bad. If you become a devil, you'll likely get a familiar, yes. The red-eyed devil confirmed while putting the helmets inside of the storage compartment and closing it. Now then, it's time for us to start your awakening process. Awakening? Izuku and Toshinori asked in unison. Your supernatural powers, I'm going to start awakening them for you. Samuel clarified and opened the small case in front of Izuku, revealing a multitude of thin needles. The green-haired boy gulped in fear when he remembered what Sammy was going to do with those needles. Do you even know what you're doing with those? PFFFFFFFT. Obviously. I can read the flow of your chi, so redirecting it with the needles isn't much trouble. Samuel blew a raspberry at Izuku and started walking down to the beach. The other two followed behind him. Read chi? Isn't that an Eastern ability? Why does a Western creature like you have it? Toshinori asked curiously. He was aware that chi existed. He had considered going to get chi treatment for his injuries, if only to relieve the pain. Of course Mirai couldn't accept it and hunted down anyone capable of administering such a treatment that he had reached out to. The supernatural has no right to know of your injury, much less heal it. Those were his exact words. It was one of the reasons he had cut contact with the man. A friend of mine taught me how, but as far as you two are concerned, I figured this out myself. He said with nervous glance behind him and a grimace. If Kaneko heard who actually taught me how to do this, she'd tear off my D and feed it to me. Samuel shivered as he opened the second, larger case, setting up a massage table on the sand, gesturing for Izuku to get on. This won't hurt, right? Izuku reluctantly removed his shirt, earning a gasp from Toshinori at the sight of his scars, and climbed on the table with his face down. It'll hurt like a beach the first time. Samuel stated bluntly while holding a flaming needle between his fingers. Oh, that's good to— wait, what? Izuku felt a sharp pain piercing his back. The green-haired boy screamed at the feeling of his body tearing itself apart on the inside. His cries echoed throughout the scrap heap, but this pain was important. This pain was the first step to achieving his powers, so he'd endure. He had to. Izuku was sitting at the dinner table with his mother, the pain of the acupuncture and training fresh in his mind. After Sammy finished sticking needles in his back, he had to keep cleaning out the beach. Sammy said it was important for his body to quickly acclimate to the forcible change to the flow of his chi. Izuku wouldn't admit that he was actually feeling much better now than how he felt after his first day of training. "Izuku," his mother softly called to him. "Yes?" He responded absent-mindedly while biting into his fish. "I got a call from your Aunt Mitsuki. Katsuki was assaulted today, he still hasn't woken up," Inko said carefully, not wanting to upset her son too badly. "Oh?" Izuku responded with half concern and half dreariness. Had Sammy really hurt Kaken so bad? He felt like he should have been more concerned, but instead he felt happy? Content? Vindicated? "And according to the students there, you went and drove off with the one who did it," the green-haired woman continued. "Is that what this is about?" Izuku yawned. He was tired, so tired, but more than that, his stomach felt hot and the heat was rising up to his chest. "Izuku, who is that boy?" Inko demanded. "His name is Sammy, he's my friend." The response came out much sharper than he intended, causing his mother to flinch. "Your friend?" "Izuku, he assaulted Kaken attacked him first. Had Sammy not fought back, he would have been gravely injured by Kaken's explosions, but I guess even you think that I shouldn't ruin Kaken's future," Izuku said mockingly. Why was he acting like this? Why was he feeling so angry? Was this behavior a result of the sudden change in his chi? "Izuku?" Inko looked at him in horror, but he didn't care, he just wanted to sleep. "Thanks for dinner, Mom." Izuku took his plate to the sink and went to his room, leaving his stunned mother at the table. Could he see himself, he'd know that his mother was terrified by his pupils becoming slitted like a reptile when he glared at her. "My baby, what's happening to you?" "Look, Kaicho, I was tired from shopping with Lena, I think you can excuse a little back talk." Samuel shouted over the rush of the wind. Holding onto him for dear life was his master sitting behind him on his motorcycle. "You hung up on me," she shouted back, clutching onto him tighter when he made a particularly sharp turn. "What are you, some smitten teenage girl?" The red-eyed devil growled and accelerated his bike, getting some petty satisfaction from Sona's yelling. "No. I'm your boss. Now stop driving like a maniac." The Citri heiress shouted loudly as Samuel's bike seemed to get even faster. "Screech." The bike screeched to a halt in front of an abandoned warehouse on the docks. "We're here," Samuel exclaimed while taking off his helmet, taking great satisfaction from Sona's shivering. The red-eyed devil gently pried his master's hands from his waist and got off the bike, leaving his shivering king in her seat. "May I, my lady?" He took a knee in front of her and offered her his hand, a smug smile stapled on his face. "I'm starting to regret getting you this bike." The Citri king took her pawn's hand and let him support her as she shakily got off from the bike. "You can't take her back, she's mine." Samuel quickly got up from the floor, nearly pulling Sona down as she was still holding on to his hand. "Sometimes it feels like you treat this bike better than you treat me," Sona said disdainfully while taking off her helmet. "Or maybe, I care about it so much because it was a gift from you." The red-eyed pawn brought up the possibility while taking Sona's helmet from her hands and put it away in the bike's storage compartment with his own helmet. "Maybe that has something to do with it? Let's not have that discussion when we're about to kill a stray." Sona adjusted her glasses and averted her gaze from her pawn. She knew how he felt for her, how could she not? It's not like he was being subtle about it, but she really didn't know how to approach the situation. Emotional stuff like that was more Ria's thing, or Selena. She had no idea how she was supposed to respond to his feelings. She didn't hate the idea of being in a relationship with him, but she wasn't sure she liked the idea either. There's no discussion to be had. Samuel shook his head. His feelings didn't matter, they never did. He was Sona's servant, her pawn, nothing more. She wasn't a Gremory, she didn't hold that love for her peerage that Rias did. Did he ever resent her for it? Sometimes, yeah, but he learned to accept it. The world didn't revolve around him and neither his pain nor his feelings gave him any right over her or how she should feel. He wasn't like Riser, he didn't think he deserved anything he wanted just because. "Samuel. Let's go, I can smell blood." The red-eyed pawn walked past his master while throwing his hood on his head, the dog-shaped hood covering his face completely. "Fine." Sona put on her hood as well and walked past Samuel in order to take charge. "You follow my lead." "Yes, ma'am," he said instantly, matching her pace and keeping a few steps behind her. Slowly the two devils approached the warehouse and stopped in front of the rusty door. "Do you smell anything?" Sona asked. Something felt off. Samuel started sniffing the air in front of the door. "Blood, decomposed corpses, but, what the F? Samuel?" The Citri king gave her pawn a look. "What's wrong?" "Kaicho, are you sure that there's a stray here?" he asked with a frown. That's what the reports indicated, yes, but now that you mention it, Sona hummed suspiciously at the situation before the realization struck. Ah? There's no stench, well not a stray devil stench, this was done by a human, it's a trap. Samuel concluded and stepped away from the door. Exorcists? Maybe. I don't know, the smell of the blood is interfering. The red-eyed devil growled and held his nose. Samuel's green eyes widened as he quickly tackled Sona to the ground. Get down. Grata-tata-tata-tata-tata-tata. A volley of bullets rained above them. Both devils felt their bodies cringe at the holy aura that each bullet possessed. A holy bullet machine gun? Who the F thinks of that shit? Samuel shouted as he kept shielding Sona's body with his own. We can worry about that later. We've been had. Sona shouted in frustration as she was being pinned to the ground by her servant. Thank her sister for professionalism. Samuel growled as his green eyes snapped to the source of the constant fire. Screech. The sound of metal scraping against itself echoed as the volley of rounds finally stopped. The sound was followed by an explosion, signaling that the gun, or guns, were destroyed. Look at that, it jammed. Samuel looked at Sona, still pinned down underneath him, his green, gear-shaped irises spinning slowly. What are the odds? He asked in a deadpan tone. Quit being a smartass and get off. Sona said in exasperation, thankful for Samuel's quirk, but annoyed at his attitude towards the situation. His quirk was powerful, she could even say it outshined the power of his sacred gear, but it was making him cocky. Buy me dinner first. Samuel rolled off of Sona and plopped down on his back, passing a hand over his eyes. He wiped the blood that leaked from them. Jokes aside, I don't detect anyone but us here. Is your nose picking anything up? Sona questioned as she turned her head to face Samuel, who was lying next to her on the ground, his crimson eyes staring at the night sky. The blood is interfering, but I don't smell anyone around the guns, only molten metal and gunpowder. The red-eyed pawn closed his eyes and tapped his nose. No one but us. I see, Sona sighed. Any more guns? She turned her head back to its previous position with her pink eyes to the starless sky. Sniff sniff. Not that I can tell, but I'm not infallible, Samuel groaned and took his phone out his pocket. Chiaki, do you sense anything around here? He asked his loyal familiar. Zzz, the sleepy familiar was currently, well, sleeping, her head hanging down, bobbing slightly. A large bubble expanded and shrank from her nose and thin line of drool trailed down from her lips. Never mind. Samuel put the phone away. Chiaki was less efficient when she's just woken up. Which is nearly all the time. Not now, X. We should probably investigate the source of the bullets. I could barely make them out from here. It put a serious strain on my eyes to calculate something I could barely see. He rubbed his eyes, not seeing Sona taking out her phone and typing something out, quickly putting the phone away before Samuel could notice. Samuel raised his legs and planted his hands firmly beside his head on the ground. With a grunt, Samuel tilted his legs towards his head, using the momentum he raised himself into a handstand before dropping to his feet and offering a hand to his master. Good idea. The Citri King agreed as she took her servant's hand, let him lift her up. The two devils followed the direction that the bullets came from, another warehouse on the other side of the docks. Standing in front of the offending warehouse, Sona and Samuel noticed smoke coming from the roof. Without so much as a word, Samuel picked Sona up into a princess carry and jumped to the top of the roof, wordlessly putting her down when he landed. They could have used their wings to fly, but Sona had made it a habit of letting Samuel carry her like so, a sort of show of power, as it were. She was flexing her authority over him, not that he minded. In front of them was what appeared to be two broken gun turrets. The barrels were torn open and smoking. Samuel had done a number on them. Turrets, the whole thing was a trap. Samuel's voice rumbled with barely concealed rage. Someone had killed all of those people in the warehouse to draw them out here and kill them. But who set it in place? Sona voiced the question on his mind. The pawn snorted and walked closer to the broken turrets, making sure not to touch them. If the bullets were blessed, the turrets could have been as well. Sona examined the turrets as well, noticing a small object on the floor near one of them. What's this? She crouched to look at it closer. She didn't pick it up. It could have been a trap for all she knew. Found something? Samuel asked and went over to crouch next to her. It's an office seal? Sona tilted her head in confusion. What would an office seal be doing there? Was the exorcist that tried to trap them a salaryman on the side? Samuel looked at the seal before grunting and covering his eyes. That was annoying, he grumbled, removing his hands from his green eyes. You saw something? Sona asked, thinking that maybe Samuel's quirk would just give them an answer. Purple gears, Samuel mumbled and picked up the seal before putting it in his sacred gear. Heavy. Hey! Sona chastised, the seal could have been a trap. It's a clue to our would-be exorcist, and I might have someone who can help me figure this out. Samuel said irritably, changing an event he could barely see, and the long-term precognition took their toll on his eyes. Sona sighed and shook her head. She knew it was better to leave that to him. The Citri heiress raised her hand and cast a magic circle over each of the turrets, causing them to disappear. I'll keep these stored for now, until we can take them to the appropriate department. Fucking bureaucracy, Samuel mumbled under his breath before turning to his master. What do we do with the corpses? Leave them, they were killed by a human, you said so yourself. Sona shook her head in disgust. Even if it was done to lure us out into a trap, humans killing each other is out of our jurisdiction, disgusting as it may be. DMN it. The red-eyed pawn stomped his foot on the ground in frustration. At least give me like 5 minutes to investigate? He requested. You have 4. The pink-eyed king stated. Toda. Samuel jumped off the roof and ran towards the warehouse that held the corpses. Sona watched him with an exasperated smile. Walking to the edge of the roof, Sona wondered whether she should fly down herself or wait for Samuel to carry her down. I wouldn't mind. The Citri heiress shook her head at the thought. Samuel carrying her was just a way for her to exert her authority over him. Samuel was her pawn and she was his king, therefore he should treat her like a king and carry her to battle like a good horse. Keep telling yourself that, you're making it much easier for your sister to take him away from you. The pink-eyed devil felt a snap of irritation at the traitorous thought. Seraphal would never think of taking him away from me. She insisted. But what's stopping him from simply leaving on his own? You know that your precious older sister will accept him with open arms. She met him before you did, she's done more for him than you did. No, Sona bit her lip in frustration, the doubt was seeping in. Samuel serves me, he'd never even think of leaving, not after I saved his life. You simply got there faster, you weren't the only one with eyes on him, the bimbo archangel was well on her way to claim him before you interfered. He loves me, he'd never leave me, she protested weakly in her mind, ignoring the part of her that felt uncertain about her own feelings. You're already losing him, the marriage contract is proof enough. He already found someone else, a damsel in distress for him to save, someone who feeds his ridiculous hero fantasy. It's not like that, Sona denied, the marriage contract was probably an accident, she was just upset at the time because she was surprised, she knew Samuel wouldn't just get into a contract like that. And what of the boy? The one you sent him to find for Rias, the quirkless boy that has occupied your precious pawn's thoughts. He went as far as to strong-arm Rias in order to help the boy. He did it because I asked him to help Rias, that boy is going to be her servant. If Samuel doesn't choose to keep him for himself, but what about Rias? If she had been Samuel's master, he'd have no shortage of affection. He'd have already rescued her from Riser, like you know he would, and won her heart. The Ruined Princess and the Black Hound of Mictlan would have had their happy ending, a happy ending he'll never have with you. Sona was about to respond to the infuriating voice of her own doubt, when she felt a tap on her forehead, snapping her from her turmoil. Pink eyes locked into crimson. Samuel was standing in front of her with a confused expression, his phone held in his hand. I finished investigating, took a few pictures of the scene. I'll get those to a friend of mine, he has connections with the law. Did something happen while I was gone? Samuel asked while putting away his phone, getting a shake of the head from Sona. Oh, alright then, I guess we should head back, it's getting late. The loyal pawn picked his king into his arms and jumped from the roof of the warehouse, landing with a soft thud on the ground. Letting his master down, Samuel walked beside her back to his bike so they can head home for the night. The two devils reached the bike within a minute. The taller of the two opened the storage compartment and took out 2 helmets, handing one to his master and putting the other on himself. Samuel climbed on his bike. Sona silently climbed up behind him and held onto him as he drove off. The ride back took longer than the ride to get to the warehouses. Samuel had been driving more slowly, carefully. He could tell something was bothering Sona. He wasn't that socially inept, so he decided to take it slower with his bike. He figured that Sona wouldn't appreciate a thrill ride right now. It took about 30 minutes, but Samuel finally pulled over in front of Sona's apartment complex, as in, the whole complex belonged to her. Silently, the pink-eyed king climbed off the bike. Her pawn watched her with some worry. Was she shaken up by the trap as well? He didn't think so. Sona was strong, stronger than him. It was a big part of why he loved her so much. Well, this is you, knight, Kaicho. Samuel was about to rev his bike when a hand grasped his wrist. The red-eyed devil looked at his master in confusion. Kaicho? Stay. A simple word, a command, was all Sona uttered, her gaze planted firmly on the ground, her eyes shadowed by her black hair. Wait, but what about? Samuel thought of Sona's roommate, her queen, Tsubaki. He'd feel mighty awkward just waltzing in with her there. Tsubaki is over at your place with Selena, your sister needed a mannequin, Sona said with a slight chuckle. Samuel joined in on the laugh as well. Stay? She repeated, though this time, rather than a command, it was a request, not from a king to a pawn, but from a girl to a boy. Samuel swallowed nervously. What was going on? Sona never acted like that. He already knew that she'd never return his feelings, so why was she? The blush on her cheeks, the uncertain tremble in her eyes? Samuel sighed. He guessed she just didn't want to be alone right now. This probably meant nothing. He knew better than to delude himself, and yet... Sure. Samuel smiled and took Sona's hand. So, just out of curiosity, why aren't we using our boats? What do you mean, Izuku? Sora asked as Riku and Izuku were carrying logs over to the spot where they had been working on their raft. I mean, we have boats, why are we building a raft? Both Sora and Riku paused. Sora. Riku started unsurely. Yes, Riku? Sora responded in much the same manner. We are so dumb. The silver-haired boy dropped his log on the sand and face-palmed. Yep. The brown-haired boy nodded and dropped his log as well. You guys didn't even consider it? Izuku asked in shock. I thought we were doing it for fun, not because you haven't thought of using the boats. He tossed his log on the sand and walked over to the water before dropping himself face first in them, lying face down in the shallow waters. Sora and Riku shared a look and with a heavy sigh, they proceeded to follow Izuku's example, walking into the water and dropping, lying with their faces down. Hey guys. What's taking so? Kairi, who had come over to check why they weren't bringing the logs over, had stumbled in on her three friends, red idiots, lying face down in the shallow waters. What are you three doing? She asked exasperatedly. They had no time to waste if they wanted to get the raft done. As one, the three boys raised their heads above the water and stared at Kairi with eyes full of shame. Kairi, we have boats. The three spoke in unison and dunked their heads back in the water. Kairi raised her eyebrow. What were those idiots talking about? Of course they had boats, how was that important right now? They had to work on the raft? The red-haired girl took a deep breath and joined her three stooges in their self-imposed punishment, dunking her face in the salty water. From the pier, three other residents of the islands were watching the four friends drown themselves. Hey Waka, what do you think they're doing? A blonde boy named Titus asked, staring in confusion at the strange scene. No idea, man. Yo Selfie, what do you think? A taller boy with orange hair shaped in a large spike at the front, named Waka, asked the last of the trio. A brown-haired girl in a yellow dress named Selfie. I think they just figured out that we have boats. She said with a tilt of her head. What do you mean, we have boats? Titus asked. Yeah man, of course we have boats, why does that matter? Waka joined Titus' inquiry. Because they're building a raft. Selfie explained. The brown-haired girl looked in concern at her two friends, who were being strangely silent and staring blankly into the distance. Without a word, Titus and Waka stood up and got off of the pier and onto the beach. The two boys walked over to the quartet and dropped face down in the water beside them. Idiots! Selfie shouted and threw her jump rope into the water in frustration. Okay. First order of business on the Island Council of Union Paupu, whose idea was it to build a raft? Kairi was standing on the trunk of the Paupu tree, looking down on the 6 other kids on the island, who were sitting on their knees in front of the tree. Guys, is this necessary? Riku asked while uncomfortably rubbing the back of his neck. Riku. Riku. It was Riku. Totally Riku. Riku, man. Oh. Screw you guys. Riku crossed his arms and pouted at the betrayal. How could they turn on him like this? What if he was tittering over the edge of good and evil and this act of betrayal was the last push he needed to fall to the darkness? Yeah, I didn't think so either. Riku. Kairi's surprisingly commanding voice snapped his attention back to her. As chairwoman of the Island Council of Union Paupu, I sentence you to wear a dunce hat until the time we depart from the islands on our adventure. Kairi reached behind her back and somehow produced a large paper cone with the word dunce on it. Chairwoman Kairi, I feel like this is a grievous misuse of power. The silver-haired boy tried voicing his resistance. I'm about misuse my hand upside your head, in fact, Sora, Izuku slap him. And was promptly ignored by the red-haired tyrant of the island. Yes, Chairwoman Kairi. The two boys, Kairi had called on, said simultaneously before slapping the back of Riku's head. Ow! You guys are going to get it later. Riku threatened while nursing his sore spot. No talking back, maggot. Slap him again. Kairi commanded. Yes, Chairwoman Kairi. Izuku and Sora responded and slapped Riku upside the head again. Ow! And now that you've learned your lesson, put on this hat and don't take it off unless you're sleeping or in the shower. Kairi jumped off the tree and placed the hat on Riku's head. "You're enjoying this," Riku grumbled. "Very much so." Kairi giggled before skipping off happily. Sora had stared at her as she left and blushed at recalling how she was acting a second beforehand. "Is it weird that I like seeing her act like this?" "Very. Yes. What's wrong with you, man?" "Sora, that's my sister." The 4 other boys responded in various levels of disgust. "Don't listen to them, Sora, there's nothing wrong with it." Selphie reassured Sora with a pat on the back. She had to tell Kairi that Sora liked seeing her assertive side, she'd be so embarrassed. "I can't believe we didn't think of the boats." Izuku face-palmed. He was sitting on the paopu tree with Sora and Kairi. Riku was leaning on the trunk while standing, the dunce hat still firmly placed on his head. "How far would a raft even take us?" Sora brought up the question while shooting a sideways glance at Riku. "I figured that we'd improvise something if we needed to," Riku defended half-heartedly, turning his face away from his friends so that they won't see him blush in shame. "Well, at the end of the day, we're all stupid, we didn't even contest you on it." Kairi lamented while burying her face in her hands. The quartet sighed as one, the warm glow of sunset washing over them, signifying that they should return home soon. It was a good thing that Izuku brought up the idea of using their boats this quickly. They didn't make a lot of headway on the raft, or any headway. Now they could focus on what they plan to bring with them and, more importantly, what they will do when they get to other worlds. "I wonder what worlds we'll see out there," Sora started with a small smile. "Izuku and Kairi both came from different worlds, and neither of you remember them, right?" "Not a thing." Kairi confirmed easily. She had no memories of the world she came from, just like Izuku didn't remember his own. He arrived at Destiny Islands much younger after all. It didn't bother her much, her happiest times, her big brother and friends, her precious memories and even the boy she loved. Kairi blushed as she cast a glance at Sora. All of the things that were precious to her were on Destiny Islands, but much like her friends and her brother, her sense of adventure and longing for the outside worlds outweighed her connection to the islands. Izuku didn't respond, he just stared at his hands silently, as if he didn't recognize them. He didn't remember where he came from, but he had a feeling that it was for the best. The thought of his home world made him nervous. He felt that if he was still there, he'd be rejected. Maybe that was why he was on the islands, maybe his old world cast him out. "As a quirkless Deku like you deserves." Deku? Why did that word pop into his head? What did it even mean? Quirkless, he remembered that Kairi told him that he muttered that term in his sleep sometimes. The island around him distorted. Instead of the paopu tree, Izuku found himself sitting atop a large trash heap. Instead of the breathtaking sight of the sunset against the water, he was once again greeted by a beach polluted by scrap, just like yesterday. And instead of Sora, Riku and Kairi, next to him sat a black-haired boy, the same black-haired boy with crimson eyes. The green-haired boy still couldn't make out any distinguishing features on the boy's face. He could see him, but he couldn't recognize him, as if a mist was lazily covering his face. The boy turned to face Izuku and smiled, a genuine joyful smile. The boy was happy to see Izuku. It was so strange for him. He was so used to people treating him like a nuisance, like a Deku. What was going on? Izuku didn't know where the thought came from. People didn't see him as a nuisance. He was always helping people around the islands. Deku was the last thing people would call him. He was so confused. Maybe the boy with the crimson eyes knew what was happening. Could the boy with the crimson eyes be the reason? "Who?" Izuku started uncertainly, his voice shaking as the boy tilted his head in curiosity. He was listening. "Who are you?" The boy chuckled in amusement. He reached over and ruffled Izuku's hair. "I'm your friend, Izuku." "I'm Izuku." He heard a female voice call out to him. The scrapyard disappeared and along with it the boy with the crimson eyes. Izuku found himself, once again, sitting on the paopu tree with his friends, and his sister. He was still on the island. The green-haired boy saw the trio stare at him with both concern and a bit of fear. Kairi had tears in the corners of her eyes. "What's wrong?" Izuku asked with a tilt of his head. Sora and Riku were holding their wooden swords with shaky hands while Kairi shivered. Izuku couldn't see the fact that they were sweating because it was too dark. "What?" Izuku looked around him to see that the sun had already set. It seemed like it had set a while ago. "I Izuku," Kairi cried and hugged her brother. The green-haired boy confusedly returned the hug. "What happened? How did it get so dark?" "Kairi, what happened? Why is it dark?" Izuku asked hesitantly. Off to the side he saw Sora and Riku sigh with relief and put away their swords. "You started zoning out, we couldn't get you to respond." Kairi started shakily, holding onto Izuku tightly. "And then your eyes changed, they were like a snake and then you started growling, it felt like you were going to kill us, I couldn't breathe." None of the four knew that while zoning out, Izuku was unknowingly releasing killer intent, a phenomenon that was completely foreign to the four of them. They didn't know how to release killer intent, they didn't even know what it was. The trio were terrified when the suffocating aura started to come from Izuku. It boggled the mind, such an evil presence didn't belong with Izuku, with the kind, compassionate and strong Izuku that they knew. How long was I? Izuku started, his head throbbed. 2 hours, we wanted to get you help, but we couldn't move. Riku admitted while tightly gripping his shaking hand. He was terrified of the aura that came from Izuku, of the change in his eyes. Izuku was already stronger than him, now he didn't even have to lift his sword to beat him. Izuku sat quietly, what was he supposed to say? What was he supposed to do? He terrified the people most precious to him and he wasn't even aware that he did it. I'm sorry, Izuku apologized, lowering his head in shame. How did that vision cause this? Did the boy with the crimson eyes do that to him? But he called himself his friend, was it the result of what was that word? Sacred gear? Without another word, Izuku jumped from the paopu tree, but in his jumbled state mind, the green-haired boy tripped on the landing and stumbled, causing him to fall backwards into the water. As Izuku fell, the world around him faded once more. For 1 second he was back in the scrapyard with the boy with the crimson eyes smiling at him, then he was cowering before a boy with blonde hair and exploding hands. The moment after that, he was sitting at a table in a room that he didn't recognize with a plump woman with hair and eyes the same color as his. The woman was looking at him with concern. The woman and the room disappeared and Izuku found himself in a sandlot. He was shorter than he was supposed to be. In front of him was a small girl, violet eyes and light brown hair tied in a ponytail. Her hair made her look like a boy, but Izuku could tell that she was a girl. The girl grinned at Izuku, her eyes full of adoration. You're already my hero, Izuku. The girl and the sandlot disappeared as well when Izuku was about to hit the water, but the cold water of the ocean never came. Instead the green-haired boy found himself surrounded by a never-ending sea of flames. The green-haired boy looked around to see nothing but fire, but the fire didn't burn. Reru Hoer! Izuku felt himself shake with terror at the sound of the awful roar. He felt so insignificant and weak compared to whatever let that cry loose. Turning around, Izuku saw a massive red dragon with the same green eyes as his own. The dragon's eyes turned to Izuku. So we meet at last, partner. The dragon spoke with a booming voice. Partner? Izuku stuttered in fear. Though it seems you have not yet awakened your power, you should not be able to contact me while your sacred gear lies dormant. The dragon mused curiously. What are you? The green-haired boy shook at the presence of the beast. He could barely breathe. You are still too weak, partner, much too weak. As you are, you have no chance against the white one. The dragon snorted and blew smoke from his nose. Grow strong, my partner, once you awaken to your powers, we shall meet again. When that time comes, we will introduce ourselves. Izuku was about to ask what the dragon meant when the flaming hellscape disappeared, leaving Izuku in the darkness of the ocean. The green-haired boy wasn't even aware of his sister and friends dragging his barely conscious body from the water and frantically bringing him back to the main island for help. Izuku teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, the world around him fading in and out. What is happening to me? That last thought echoed in his mind before the world went completely dark. I need to kill something. Ah? Aqua yelped and snapped her head to her left where Samuel was suddenly standing and pulling on a black poncho over his shirtless torso, covering his pale chest with the black fabric. He had heavy bags under his eyes, his hair was messy and his face was more than a bit flush. Sammy! Yo! The red-eyed devil yawned and cracked his neck. Aqua noticed a number of small, purple bruises staining his pale skin, from his neck and trailing all the way down to his navel. How've you been? He asked nonchalantly, while trying to cover the bruises over his body. Sammy, did you get into a fight? You're covered in bruises. Aqua said worriedly while lightly touching the purple marks around his navel, her fingers brushing along his abs, drawing lines across the pale skin. Yeah, fight, Samuel coughed awkwardly, his face turning even redder when Aqua didn't stop touching his stomach. He shuddered when the Keyblade Master's fingers brushed against one of his old scars, located left of his belly button. It was a scar he got when he was 6 and the parents of one of the children who had gotten sick because of him, stabbed him in broad daylight. He remembered people cheering them on. So many people around. And no one helped the 6-year-old child bleeding and crying on the ground. A plague gets what a plague deserves. It was sad that that wasn't even the worst story behind one of his scars. In a messed up way, it made him happy to hear the story behind Izuku's scars. It felt like they shared a connection through misery. But more importantly, is Aqua still not done checking my bruises? The red-eyed devil thought in exasperation, staring down at the blue-haired lady who was still running her hands up and down his torso, while blushing, and with a bloody nose, and her eyes were glazed over, and was muttering, "You could break a keyblade on these. Aqua, get your hands off me." Samuel's face was set in an expressionless mask and his voice was devoid of emotion, but on the inside he was fighting the urge to grab his burning wrists. Aqua seemingly came to her senses as her eyes focused before widening in horror. Looking up, she saw Samuel's blank face staring down on her judgmentally, or at least she assumed it was judgmentally. He was blushing pretty hard. Quickly putting a hand to her mouth and clearing her throat, Aqua stepped away from Samuel while trying to fight off the heat that filled her cheeks. Ahem. Yes, those are, the Keyblade Master stumbled on her words. She was supposed to examine the bruises, but instead she lost herself while feeling up Samuel's abs. It was hard to tell with his clothes being so baggy, but his physique was just as impressive as Terra's, and Terra was an absolute monster when it came to his physical capabilities. It was the reason Xehanort picked him as his unwitting vessel. "You done?" Samuel asked while taking a step away and futilely trying to pull his poncho down further to cover himself. If it wasn't for Aqua hearing firsthand what happened to him, she'd be insulted by that reaction. As it were, she did know why he was reacting like this and was scolding herself for making him feel so uncomfortable. "Yeah, sorry." Aqua averted her gaze in shame. "I can't believe I just did that," she screamed in her mind. "Am I seriously that desperate?" "It's fine," Samuel sighed and shook his head. "I guess not aging for like a decade isn't so good when you're stuck in the most hormonal stage of your life, huh?" He let out a snort when the blush on Aqua's face got deeper. "Well, you see. The blue-haired lady tried coming up with something, but to no avail, the words would not leave her mouth. Hey, I get it, being a teenager SCKS. Samuel crouched down and let Nyx climb up his arm. "Everything's annoying, you sweat all the time, you get angry at everyone, you become super aware of the opposite SEC, or the same SEC, or both," he grumbled while standing up. Nyx climbed up his shoulder and placed herself on his head. "Both?" Aqua found herself asking. "Yeah," the red-eyed devil sighed while raising a hand to pet Nyx. The little heartless purred in contentment. "But, that's not important right now. I'm saying that you've been a teenager way longer than you should have been, and most of that time was in either isolation, or fighting for your life. It's perfectly understandable for you to react like this to the first pair of abs you see." Samuel walked closer and gave her a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Just don't feel me up without asking first." "Are you saying I can feel you up, if I ask?" Aqua looked at him strangely. Was he really offering himself to her like that? "Considering the fact that you're so touch-starved that you are literally quivering from me just touching your shoulder?" "Yes, I think a hug every once in a while could do you some good." Samuel removed his hand from Aqua's shoulder, which wasn't quivering, and she didn't want him to put it back in its place. "Thank you very much. A hug sounds nice," Aqua mumbled quietly, despite herself, before feeling a strong pair of arms envelop her. "Huh?" The Keyblade Master found herself face to shoulder with Samuel, who was currently hugging her. Even Nyx was petting her head from atop her perch. It was then that Aqua noticed that Samuel was taller than her. He didn't tower over her like Terra did, but he wasn't constantly looking up at her like Ven did. He was somewhere in the middle, maybe half a head taller. It felt nice, and she found herself returning the embrace, a content sigh escaping her lips. "These bruises are love bites, aren't they?" Aqua asked when she noticed the near-uniform size and shape of the purple marks on Samuel's neck. She could see them much better from up close like that. "Oh, sweet Leviathan. And she told me to stay the night, but we didn't go anywhere past first base." Samuel finished explaining the reason behind his body being covered in hickeys. He and Aqua were currently walking aimlessly in the realm of darkness, hoping to find anything distinguishable. "Is that so?" Aqua raised an eyebrow in a way that made it obvious that she didn't believe him. Nyx had chosen to get carried in Aqua's arms after calling Samuel a pervert king, and leaping from his head to the Keyblade Master's hold. "Okay, maybe edging on second, but it probably meant nothing. Why would she ever actually want to be with me?" Samuel shook his head. He knew his master wasn't the type to do that sort of thing randomly and with anyone. She wasn't exactly the spontaneous type, which made the whole thing all the more confusing. "Well, your good looks, that's one." Aqua supplied helpfully. Samuel was handsome by any definition, and he had a great body as well, even with the scars. That was enough to at least incite interest. Light knows it did for her. "Good looks are a dime a dozen for us devils. We're naturally more attractive than humans are. My looks don't mean a thing to her." The red-eyed devil shot the option down. If looks were the thing that Sona was looking for, she had no shortage of physically appealing, affluent devil heirs to choose from. "I'm her dog, nothing more." "I wasn't aware people slid into second base with their dogs." The Keyblade Master shuddered at the thought. Some lines were never meant to be crossed. "I mean, werewolves are a thing." Samuel shuddered as his face turned even paler. But the less said about that particular FTSH, the better. He gagged when he recalled himself and Rias accidentally stumbling upon Lady Graphia's browser history. It was around 3 months after he became a devil, fresh off the event that led to his death. Rias was just as traumatized, but it made a whole lot more sense how Lady Graphia handled Lord Lucifer. They're both degenerates. I'll take your word on that, Aqua said carefully while looking at his horrified eyes with equal parts worry and curiosity. Let's just find something that I can take my frustration out on. There aren't any casinos here and I didn't bring alcohol, so violence is my only outlet. That sounds unhealthy. Aqua shook her head disapprovingly. Gambling and drinking were terrible habits, especially for someone as young as Samuel. What are you, my therapist? My mom's family is a mafia, my dad's family is a whole circle JRK of immortal, unrepentant RPSTS, my body is a tapestry of abuse at the hands of children and adults alike and I have a literal god of death chained to my soul. I'm not exactly the picture of mental health, Aqua. Samuel growled and threw a fireball at a nearby plateau, causing it to explode into gravel. I need to kill something. Well, it's a good thing that there's a horde of Heartless right there. Aqua, wisely ignoring the rant, said while gesturing to the left with her head. And I don't see white splotches, so I don't think they're. How did you call them? Lebanon? Aqua squinted at the horde of around 20 or so shadowy creatures. Yeah, those aren't. I'm a kill 'em. Samuel said and started stretching his arms while walking towards the Heartless, but was stopped by Aqua's outstretched hand. Want to try this? She asked as her master's defender appeared in her hand. I already know you can use one, so I might as well train you. I am a Keyblade master after all. Sounds fun. Samuel took the Keyblade from Aqua's right hand and held it loosely in his left. Anything I should know about using it? He asked eagerly while taking a few practice swings with it as if it were a baseball bat. Just do what feels natural, I'll correct you as you go. Aqua stepped away, clearing Samuel's path to the Heartless. All right. Samuel grinned and rushed at the concentration of monsters with the Keyblade slung over his shoulder. He laughed loudly as he jumped high in the air and came down on a ball-shaped Heartless, sending it bouncing away like a beach ball after it impacted and cracked the ground beneath it. It was a testament to how powerful the Heartless were in the realm of darkness. Even a ground-shattering attack like that wasn't enough to kill them. But if Samuel was disappointed that his attack failed to kill his opponent, he didn't show it. He just grinned wider and swung the Keyblade in a wide arc, catching the blade of a demonic-looking Heartless with a heart-shaped hole in its stomach. How about? No. The red-eyed devil cackled as he pushed the Heartless sword down and used his borrowed Keyblade as perch to vault himself up and deliver a flaming kick to the Heartless face. Aqua watched Samuel with a critical eye. She could tell that he had great darkness within him, even greater than Terra's, but she could also tell that he had light within him as well. He just needed help with bringing it out, and that's exactly what she was going to do. He offered to save from the realm of darkness. The least she could do was save him from the darkness in his own heart. Wow, he is really going to town on these Heartless. Wait a minute. Aqua suddenly became aware of the fact that she was holding a Heartless in her arms, a Heartless that had been nothing but friendly and cuddly towards her. Nyx, are you not bothered by this? The Keyblade Master asked while turning Nyx to face her and raising her to eye level. The Heartless shook her head in response. Is it because they're not like you? Aqua inquired. She understood that Nyx was smarter than the rest of her kind, but were they not all Heartless? Nyx nodded. Then, those Heartless that Sammy said I killed, your colony, they were. Nyx patted Aqua's hand softly as if to say, I don't blame you. Nyx, Aqua brought the little Heartless in for a hug. Maybe the fairy godmother was right, there was more to light and darkness than what she knew. For all of the darkness inside of them, Samuel and Nyx are everything she has now. Maybe she shouldn't try and force Samuel's darkness away, like she had done with Terra. She wondered, if she had been more accepting of Terra's darkness, if she hadn't followed Master Iraka's teachings so blindly, if she had stood up for her friend when he was feeling so low, could she have prevented the events at the Keyblade graveyard? Hey, Aqua! Samuel's shout roused her from her musings. He was still fighting the horde, but it seemed like only half of them were left. How does this thing react to magic? It's a great conductor and amplifier. Aqua shouted back. Awesome! Samuel laughed and jumped away from the remaining Heartless, putting a good distance between them. The Master's defender was suddenly coated in black flames and lightning. The two elements twisted and condensed around the length of the giant key, creating a scorching blade that extended over a meter past the Keyblade's tip. Infernal Relampago Guillotine. The red-eyed devil swung the lightning and flame-coated Keyblade. The elemental magic blade discharged from the weapon and flew towards the Heartless like a spinning saw. The attack cut through the remaining Heartless, dispersing them into darkness. Well, that feels better. Samuel sighed in relief as he dropped to ground. Combining both my lightning and my flames is seriously difficult. I almost never manage to do it, but this thing made it so much easier," he said while appreciatively holding up the master's defender. "And it was quite impressive, for an amateur," Aqua said teasingly while sitting down next to Samuel, who handed her back the keyblade, and letting Nyx down on the ground. "You have no formal sword training, right?" Aqua didn't notice Nyx scampering over to the spot where the remaining darkness of the fallen Heartless was located. The residual darkness was absorbed into the little shadow's body. "No, was always more of a brawler, though my dad did teach me how to use a baseball bat a weapon." Samuel shrugged. The training was mostly for the sake of protecting himself from people who would and did use weapons to harm him. His father taught him to fight for himself, though him fighting back only caused the hatred towards him to grow because how dare that monster fight back? "I could see that." Aqua nodded before standing up and offering a hand to Samuel. "Come on, I'll show you proper form. Can't have my student swinging a keyblade like some back alley punk." Samuel chuckled and took Aqua's hand, letting her pull him to his feet. The Keyblade Master began by handing the Master's defender back to Samuel and correcting his stance and grip on the weapon. Remembering her time training under Master Arrakis fondly, though the sweet thoughts soured quickly when she remembered what her master's actions had led to. She was going to be a better master than Arrakis. She wasn't going to shun her student for his inner darkness. She wasn't going to try and kill him because of her own paranoia. She would guide her Sammy properly, she would build him up and encourage him, she would make him into a great Keyblade Master, and maybe after he gets her out of the realm of darkness, he could return to the land of departure with her, after they find Terra and save him. Of course, she had no doubt that Samuel would help her with her quest to save her friends. After that, they could find a way to wake up Ven. Sammy had knowledge and access to magic she's never heard of before. He might know of a way to wake up her sleeping friend. And then, when she finally has her life back, they could go back to land of departure, their home, and Sammy would come with her, help her raise the next generation of Keyblade wielders. Aqua sighed as a smile came to her face. The devil that she had known for so little time has already planted himself in her heart. She honestly didn't mind such a future with him, after he grew up a little, but for now, she found that a future where she upheld their contract was quite the pleasant dream. Samuel grumbled as he felt his consciousness returning. A warm weight clung to his side. "Hold the F up." His eyes opened to see a barely dressed Sona clinging to him in her sleep. "Deep breaths, Sammy. Don't panic." The red-eyed devil took a few deep breaths though his nose, a familiar scent hitting him. Silver nitrate. Quartz, repressed SXL aggression. Tsubaki. Samuel's eyes snapped to the door of Sona's room. There, with an impassive look on her face, stood Tsubaki Shinra, Sona's right-hand woman and her queen, her dual-colored eyes gazing at Samuel behind her glasses. Samuel has never felt so much like prey before in his life. "Well, fancy seeing you here." The queen spoke with a calm voice, her face the picture of poise. Samuel saw through that act in a second. Everyone who knew Tsubaki saw her as the extension to Sona. She was just as serious as their master, if not more so, but Samuel knew her long enough to at least discern her different expressions, similar as they all appear. Completely unrelated note, Tsubaki was usually the one he took gambling with him. The girl had one hell of a poker face. Point was though, he knew the heterochromatic queen of the Citri peerage was laughing like mad on the inside. "Enjoying yourself, buddy?" Samuel asked sarcastically as he failed to move due to the 51 kilos of devil clinging to his body. Ow. Samuel felt Sona's nails dig into his chest. "Don't think about my weight," Sona mumbled in her sleep before nuzzling her face into Samuel's chest. "I suppose congratulations are in order." Tsubaki adjusted her glasses, the lenses gleamed with malicious glee. "Though, I do hope you had the sense to use protection." Oh yeah, she was enjoying this. Ever since they met, Samuel and Tsubaki enjoyed making life difficult for each other. It wasn't that Tsubaki disliked Samuel, nor did he dislike her. Running a Twitch channel together would be pretty difficult if they hated each other. They simply enjoyed taking the PSS out of each other at every opportunity. "Didn't go that far, now stop standing there and help me get out of here." Samuel whisper shouted in order to not wake up his master. She was cranky in the mornings and he had a hunch that she'd be even crankier if she woke up snuggled up to him. Should I?" Tsubaki hummed and rubbed her chin in faux thought. "Tsubaki." Samuel started to panic as Sona's hold on him got tighter. "Remember the Nintendo Land incident?" Tsubaki's voice dripped with vindictive glee. A nearly imperceptible smirk tugged at her lips when Samuel's eyes widened in horror. It was a little less than 2 years back, right after Samuel's 13th birthday. His friend from upstairs managed to get him permission to do an aliyah to the Torah, even though he was a devil. It was important for his parents for their son to have a traditional bar mitzvah, western wall and all. It took a few favors, and a promise from Sona's sister that she wouldn't attack Gabriel when she showed up to congratulate Sammy for his coming of age. But the ceremony turned up quite nice. Proud tears were shed from his parents. Sona had to keep Serafal in line, and as soon as it was over, all devils in the vicinity got the migraine of a lifetime. Being in close proximity to the western wall of Jerusalem would do that. In the end, Samuel was gifted a trip to the Nintendo amusement park in L.A. for him to enjoy with Sona, Tsubaki and Selena, with Serafal and Gabriel coming as chaperones. Meaning it was a trip for Samuel, Selena, Tsubaki, Serafal and Gabriel, with Sona as the chaperone, because Satan forbids Serafal or Gabriel act in a way befitting their rank. The 4 kids and 2 alleged adults entered the theme park. Serafal instantly dragged Sona and Samuel away to buy cosplay props to take pictures together, while Selena recorded everything for her vlog, laughing maniacally at her twin's horror of being dragged along against his will. Gabriel went after them since she wanted to join in on the fun, and Tsubaki just followed while maintaining a cool expression that was ruined by her twinkling eyes. They all took pictures, either individually or together. Tsubaki saw a life-size statue of the Guardian from Breath of the Wild, a game she and Samuel had recently finished a completion run of on their channel, and decided it would be a good idea to post a photo of themselves with it for their fans. "Hey, Sammy!" she called out, but received no response. Looking around, she saw that not only she couldn't see Samuel, but the rest of their group was gone as well. It was then that she heard a mechanical whirl, followed by a hauntingly familiar, frantic hitting of keys on the piano. Tsubaki turned around slowly to see the Guardian glaring down at her with its glowing blue eyes, its theme slowly getting louder and louder. A red light shined from the blue eye and pointed directly at Tsubaki's chest. The poor girl's face paled as her eyes shrank with horror. An ominous beeping came from the eye of the beast. Ah! With a scream, the heterochromatic devil ran for her life. The mechanical monstrosity chased after her, even firing a few lasers at her direction as she continued to cry in panic. All the while the music just got louder. Ha 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 ha. Samuel was rolling on the floor laughing at the spot the Guardian statue, animated through devil magic, was first situated. His prank was successful, and the normally cool and stoic Tsubaki was screaming like the child she was. Selena was standing next to him, recording the event while snickering. Next to her was Sona, who also couldn't resist letting out a chuckle at her queen's misfortune. "Hey, what's going on?" Serafal asked as she and Gabriel came back carrying the food that Samuel had sent them to get in order to get them away from the prank. "Nothing much." Samuel's grin widened when Tsubaki's scream echoed. "Music to my ears. You cannot be serious right now." Samuel let out through gritted teeth. "Oh, but I am." Tsubaki chuckled darkly, rubbing her hands together like a Saturday morning cartoon villain. "You see, I planned for this." Samuel looked at her with disbelief and raised an eyebrow at her out-of-character act, desperately trying to ignore the fact that Sona was clinging to him even tighter. "You planned for this?" The skepticism in the crimson-eyed pawn's voice would make anyone flinch, but not Tsubaki. She merely smirked victoriously. "Indeed." She cackled quietly as to not wake up her boss. "For you see? I knew about your little crush on Kaicho." The heterochromatic queen began explaining her diabolical scheme. "Yeah, big FING shocker. Leviathan knows I wasn't exactly subtle about it." Samuel shook his head in annoyance. "Can I finish?" Tsubaki hissed with anger at being interrupted. "Oh, sorry, go ahead." Samuel apologized and quieted down. "Thank you," Tsubaki said with a polite expression before her face shifted back to her diabolical scheming smirk. "And I knew she harbored feelings for you," she giggled cruelly. "For real?" Samuel asked hopefully, causing Tsubaki to give him a blank look that just screamed, "Are you FING for real?" "Samuel, you are in her bed, lying down next to her, and you're both half naked." The queen of the Citri peerage seethed through gritted teeth. "How can a guy as smart as you be so FING dumb?" She struggled to hold herself back from bashing Samuel's head in. Academic intelligence doesn't constitute emotional intelligence, especially when you're as emotionally stunted as I am. Samuel said blankly while looking away uncomfortably, his hand rubbed at a particular scar hidden beneath his hair. "Right, sorry." Tsubaki shook her head and got back into her act. But anyway, she was always too stubborn to admit it, always so prideful, but she couldn't deny herself for long, especially when she had competition. "Competition?" the crimson-eyed pawn asked in disbelief, sinking back into the bed. He decided that if he had to hear Tsubaki monologue, he might as well be comfortable. Yes, and I was always there, stoking the flames of her jealousy. They sure seem close, she understands him so well, things like that. Tsubaki cackled maniacally, or as maniacally as she could without waking up Sona. And not to mention, playing up your doubts. Okay, time the F out. Samuel cut her off. You're telling me that you have been emotionally manipulating us for nearly 2 years, for the sake of a revenge prank to embarrass us? He asked with his eyes wide in both disbelief and disgust. Tsubaki merely smirked and adjusted her glasses, her long black hair swishing like the cape of a great general on the cusp of victory. Dude, Samuel started with horror before his face shifted into an amused grin. Up top! He chuckled and raised his hand for a high five. Tsubaki smiled good-naturedly and quietly walked over to him and slapped her hand against his, happy that Samuel was being such a good sport about it. Grip. Her eyes widened when Samuel's hand locked hers in a vice grip. With a quick tug and twist, Tsubaki had found herself on the bed, with her own forearm pressed against her neck to keep her in place. You really should know better than to think I'd take this lying down, Samuel whispered in Tsubaki's ear as she struggled to break free from his iron grip. You're usually a much better sport about these things, she choked out while thrashing against his hold. Miraculously, Sona wasn't woken up by the rough shaking of her bed. Oh, I'm hella impressed, but you raised the stakes so high, he chuckled in amusement. How can I not take a bet like that? By going to therapy instead of hiding from your problems with gambling? Tsubaki offered sarcastically, smirking when she felt the hold around her neck tighten, knowing she struck a nerve. Well, aren't you clever? Also a hypocrite, we go gambling to get dash. Yo Tsubaki, are you done? Here, Selena D. Sigurd walked into the room with her eyes wide in shock at the provocative scene before her. Now, sis, Samuel started, but was interrupted by Selena smirking and taking out her phone, taking pictures of the embarrassing position her brother was in. Hee hee blackmail, she chuckled and put away her phone before her smirk shifted into a more serious expression. Alright, what happened? Tsubaki tried to prank me, Samuel explained tiredly while Tsubaki elbowed him in the stomach. Gah. Okay, succeeded. He coughed quietly, causing Tsubaki to smirk in self-satisfaction. Why is it so loud? That grumble made all 3 devils in the room freeze with terror. Sona woke up, they were all dead. The king of the peerage opened her eyes slowly only to notice her vision was obscured by a wall of pale, scarred skin. She gasped as any remnants of her tiredness vanished due to her panic. Her eyes quickly snapped up, catching the sight of her shirtless pawn strangling her queen, all the while Sona herself was clinging to him while topless. What the F-. Sona uttered with horror. Ooh, this can't be good, good luck, bro. Sona turned her head to see Selena walking out of the room, throwing a peace sign over her shoulder. Samuel, what happened here? Her voice was calm and dignified, her expression as cool as ice. Her mind was panicking so bad that she thought she was going to explode. Tsubaki saw us here and decided she wanted to have a THRSM whether we were conscious or no. Black. Samuel's excuse was cut off by another elbow to the gut, courtesy of Tsubaki. Don't pin this on me. Tsubaki protested as she thrashed against Samuel's hold. The crimson-eyed pawn just applied more pressure to her neck in return. Simmer down, you got us into this mess. Samuel hissed while throwing a panicked glance at Sona, the king's pink eyes widening in horror as she recalled what she did last night. Oh, Sona mumbled miserably while burying her face into the closest available object, namely Samuel's chest. Heh. Samuel let out a long groan of frustration. You girls want me to make breakfast while we sort this out? He offered, trying to relieve the awkwardness. He was the only member of the peerage currently in the apartment who knew how to cook. That sounds nice. Sona grumbled and slowly untangled herself from Samuel, so he could get up and start cooking. She removed her arms from him and propped herself up, her face a few inches above his, pink eyes locked onto crimson. The two were lost in each other's gaze for a moment. I'm still here, but a certain heterochromatic devil had to interfere. Well, there goes whatever that was. Samuel drawled as Sona fully removed herself from him. With one final squeeze for discomfort, he let Tsubaki go and got up from the bed. Any requests? He turned back to ask while standing at the door. Make whatever. Sona waved her hand. She didn't really have a preference at the moment. Shakshuka sound good? Samuel asked and received a nod from both ladies. Alright, I think I might actually beat sis recipe this time. The red-eyed devil cracked his neck and went to the kitchen before coming back into the room. Either of you need a ride to school? He asked. I'll get there myself. Tsubaki answered uneasily. She wasn't keen on getting on Samuel's motorcycle after her prank. I'll take you up on that. Sona said while covering herself with a blanket. Gotcha. Samuel nodded and went off to get breakfast started. After breakfast, and serious scolding for Tsubaki that Samuel was laughing his butt off at, Sona and her loyal pawn were currently weaving through the morning traffic. The pink-eyed king was holding on to her pawn's waist to secure herself on the bike. So, Samuel started awkwardly. Do you want to talk about what happened? Not really. Sona responded coolly, trying to fight off her blush. Figured as much, Samuel sighed. His resigned tone really made her regret her brash decision last night. She shouldn't have just invited him like that, now she was just hurting him. And as heartless as she might have appeared, she did care for him. She knew that leading him along like that was a bad idea, but she wasn't thinking, she didn't even know what she wanted. She knew she was jealous of his relationship with her sister, jealous of his relationship to Seraph Gabriel. And she was scared that the person who has loved her and stood loyally by her side for years would just up and leave. How stupid could she be? She knew he never would. Even if he didn't love her anymore, she knew he wouldn't leave. He was too loyal, like a dog, he always came back to his master. That comparison made her mad. A dog, that's all he saw himself as. Sona Citri's loyal dog, but he was so much more than that. He was. We're here. Samuel announced as he stopped his motorcycle in front of the entrance to U.A, his bike purring as if it was begging Samuel to keep driving. Thanks. Sona got off of the bike and took off her helmet, discreetly using magic to make it disappear. Have a good day. The pawn said and revved his bike, ready to take off. Samuel. He paused and turned to his master. Yeah? I said I don't want to talk about it, but talk about it we will, you deserve that much. Sona said bashfully while pulling up her scarf, a scarf that she was using to hide the hickeys on her neck. Thank you, Samuel said unsurely, tilting his helmeted head at his master. You're welcome, have a good day. The king bid her pawn farewell and began walking towards the gates, feeling a bit of relief when she heard Samuel's bike rev and drive away. Oh, Sona, the teasing voice of her childhood friend caused her to groan in annoyance. She was going to have a long day. The pink-eyed king shook her head and started to walk faster towards the gates. Hey, wait! Rias called out as she chased after her. A very long day indeed. I swear, Lena, I'll kill you if you don't delete those photos. Samuel threatened while holding up a flaming hand for emphasis. Please, Sammy, we both know I'll blow all those attacks away. Selena returned by holding up her own hand with a miniature tornado spinning on the palm, a confident smirk on her face. Fuckin', the younger twin groaned and put away his burning hand, shooting a glare at the smug expression of victory on his sister's face as she dispersed her handheld storm. Chill little bro, I won't do anything nefarious with them, maybe. Selena chuckled and walked away to her classroom. Nefarious, that's a big word, I'm surprised you know it. Samuel called after his sister's retreating form. Lek Luazazel, Sammy. She called back while throwing a middle finger over her shoulder. Kvarsham, Chime Shelley. He yelled with a grin, small victories. Samuel walked into his own classroom, the room going quiet as soon as he walked in. That was weird, sure he wasn't at school yesterday but that wasn't that strange, was it? Yo, what's up? He asked as he walked over to his desk. As soon as he sat down, he was surrounded by his classmates. Whoa! Personal space. Sigurd. Was that you at the sludge villain incident? One of the guys, a nerdy-looking kid with black hair and glasses, asked. Samuel never bothered to learn his name, all he knew was that he and his buddy, some shaved-head kid, terrorized the female populace of the school. It had to be you, right? You fucking whipped a pro hero. The kid with the shaved head exclaimed. Why would you do something so stupid? A girl with pink hair demanded. Samuel recalled that she was part of the kendo club. Wasn't it because that kid was being scolded? Another member of the kendo club spoke up. You mean Izuku? Samuel tilted his head. So you know him? The pink-haired girl asked. That was the first time I met him. I've only had him for like 3 days, but if anything happened to him I'll kill everyone in this room and then myself. The kids surrounding Samuel's desk took a step back in fear. Yeah, I gotta admit, the kid was kinda cool. The pervert with the shaved head spoke up. Like, the pros aren't doing jack and then this kid rushes in. And you said he was quirkless, guy's a total badass. He's pretty cute too. The pink-haired girl said. Not as cute as Kiba, but still pretty cute. That's subjective, now do me a favor and give me some freaking space. Samuel deadpanned as his classmates were uncomfortably close to him. But dash. Before any of them could protest, the teacher walked in and told everyone to get to their seats. A few groaned in disappointment at being denied gossip while Samuel sighed in relief that he was allowed to breathe again. Classes proceeded like normal. Samuel made an effort to pay attention at first before his ADHD reared its ugly head and he instead just opted to go over his different notebooks, more specifically, the Dream Journal. He was interested to read about his most recent encounter with Aqua. Hopefully one day he would just be able to remember her no strings attached, or better yet, meet her while he was awake. He turned to a page that contained a sketch of Aqua's face. She was seriously beautiful. Samuel started humming quietly while cleaning up some of the lines on the sketch, his left hand moving on instinct. Even if his conscious mind didn't remember her, his subconscious did. "I'll save you. I promise," he whispered quietly while gently brushing away the shavings from the page with extra care not to ruin the drawing. No matter what. Samuel wasn't exactly the social type. He didn't really think people at school hated him, except for a few, but he didn't really make friends with anyone. There were the other devils that attended that school, like Yuto, Momo, and Kaneko, but he never made friends with his human classmates. Except for one. "Yui, Neshama Tahora Shelley, what do you want?" Samuel asked as he sat down at his usual spot at the cafeteria, the student council's personal table. Selena and him inherited the titles of student council president and vice president from Sona and Tsubaki respectively when the two of them graduated and moved to UA. The girl who sat down next to him, Yui Kodai, was the student council secretary and the one human in the school that Samuel could call friend. Yui narrowed her eyes at him with clear annoyance, an annoyance that vanished temporarily when Samuel placed a lunchbox in front of her, an Ultraman lunchbox, but the blank glare returned a second later. "What did I do this time?" Samuel asked in exasperation while taking out the lunches he made for his friends and sister. The motion to increase the lunch budget was rejected and he wasn't going to let his friends eat subpar food. "Ooh, did Sammy F up?" Selena asked excitedly as she plopped down next to her brother, taking the lunchbox marked with scales and feathers. "Is that really news?" The monotone voice of Kaneko inquired as she sat down next to Yui. The two girls got along well, seeing as how they shared a dislike of the act known as emoting. The white-haired devil took the lunchbox with the cat paw stickers. "That's unfair," Yuto chuckled and sat down on the opposite end of the table, taking a lunchbox with sword stickers on it. "Sammy does have his reliable moments. When he's not extorting favors from people." Momo added and took a seat next to Yuto, taking the final lunchbox, a red one with lightning stickers. "Hello people who aren't on the student council and are eating my lunches." Samuel greeted with a fake smile. "Did you get the extra treats?" Kaneko asked with a gleam in her eye. "Is that even a question?" Samuel reached into his bag and pulled out a large bag of chocolates before handing them to Kaneko. "Try to make them last, getting chocolate shipped from Israel ain't exactly cheap. Lucky Beach, he never gets me family-sized bags." Selena grumbled while gazing jealously at Kaneko holding the massive bag of her favorite chocolate from back home. "Didn't he get you a new wardrobe, like, 2 days ago?" Kaneko asked with a raised eyebrow. "Hey, remember how Yui was said at Sammy? Let's get back to that." Selena shifted the subject back to the sole human at the table. "So, Yui, what happened?" "New Ultraman fan book came out, went to buy it," Yui started, her eyes getting narrower by the second. "Clerk said the last stock was bought by a handsome boy with red eyes and black hair." She finished with a glare at Samuel. "That could have been anyone. What I'm getting from this is that you think I'm handsome," Samuel said dismissively while placing his elbow on the table and propping his chin on his palm. The normally cool beauty looked ready to throttle the red-eyed devil. He had a way of bringing out her anger to the forefront. "Oh, relax." Samuel groaned and reached into his bag, taking out a wrapped package and handing it to Yui. The monotone girl opened the package suspiciously and was greeted by a copy of the limited edition fan book she wanted. "I bought 2, the red-eyed devil said monotonously. Yui's eyes sparkled as she held the book up like it was a priceless treasure. She shook it in front of Samuel. Yeah, you're welcome." A small smile made its way to his face at the monotone excitement Yui was showing. "Love you," Yui said emotionlessly, her face still completely blank except for her shining eyes. "Don't lie to my face." Samuel shook his head before his nose scrunched up in concentration. "I'll be right back," he said before quickly getting up from the table and leaving the cafeteria. Those that remained at the table watched him leave quietly. Selena was the first to speak up. "Straight up confessing? Bold, I like it." She moved over and patted Yui on the back. The cool beauty deflated, her face remaining emotionless, but her body slumped forward, her forehead hit the table. "He didn't believe me." "He will, eventually," Selena tried to reassure the girl that she had been trying to set up with her brother for at least a year. "Don't give up yet. I'm rooting for you," Kaneko said with a thumbs up while munching on a chocolate. "See, Kaneko is rooting for you. You don't want to let Kaneko down, do you?" Selena got up from the table and walked around Yui over to Kaneko. Selena picked up the small white-haired devil in her arms and held her up in front of Yui. "Kaneko, do your cute eyes." The Knight of the Citri peerage whispered to the rook in her hands. Kaneko rolled her eyes but complied, her gold eyes turned watery and weak. It was usually how she got Samuel to bring her more sweets. Even if he denied its effectiveness, she still had a jumbo bag of imported chocolate in her hands. You can't let this face down. Selena fake cried. She knew that Yui was crushing hard on her brother and she decided to help her out. Sure, there was the small obstacle known as Samuel is head over heels for Sona, but in the long run, Selena genuinely believed that Samuel would be better off with Yui. Selena was of the opinion that a relationship between Samuel and Sona was a terrible idea. Even if they both loved each other, which they did, her Quirk could see that clearly. There was a wall between them. Sammy put Sona up on a pedestal. She was the girl who saved him, who gave him a new life, who gave him friends. They would never be equal. Sammy would always be below her, and Selena was going to be dead if she let her brother spend the rest of his life as a chained dog. The reason she helped with Tsubaki's prank that morning was in order to force the issue between Sammy and Sona. The two of them would either talk things out, ending with Sona rejecting Sammy, as Selena was sure she would. Or Sona would avoid the topic and hurt Sammy's feelings in the process, pushing him away and leaving a hole to be filled in his heart. Either way, the road would be paved for Yui to claim Sammy's heart and give him the love he so deserved. Even if Sammy found out and hated her for doing this, Selena would accept that hate. She believed Sammy would never truly be happy with Sona, and in the end of the day, if Sammy was with someone who genuinely loved and adored him, his ire was a small price to pay. She'd do anything for her twin brother, just like she knew he'd do anything for her. Come on, let's rethink our strategy. Samuel walked calmly but quickly out of the school. He couldn't let anyone get suspicious of him. Walking out of the gate, the red-eyed devil made his way to the tallest building in the vicinity, a skyscraper about 200 meters away from the school. With a quick glance around him, seeing he was alone, he ducked into the alley next to the building. The red-eyed devil glanced around the alley, the musty smell not doing a thing to hide the scent that led him to that place. Without warning, something crashed into Samuel and tackled him to the ground, a firm grip on his shoulders. As soon as Samuel's back hit the ground, he raised both of his knees up to his chest and kicked away his assailant, but the attacker still maintained a solid grip on his shoulders, causing them to use the momentum of the kick in order to flip over Samuel and throw him underneath them again, leaving them in their previous position. My, what a greeting! A soft weight settled on Samuel's lap. The pawn found himself staring at a pair of molten gold eyes containing endless mischief. Those gold eyes belonged to a woman with long black hair and generous proportions, clad in a loose, black and red kimono and nothing else, but her most notable features were the large cat ears on her head and the split cat tail that swayed lazily behind her. Long time no see. The cat-eared woman leaned down closer to Samuel's face and brought her lips to his ear. Doggy, she blew a bit of air in his ear with a teasing giggle. Get the F off, Samuel said evenly, his brow furrowing with annoyance. An annoyance that grew when the cat-eared woman smirked and tapped a finger on his nose. Gladly, but I thought you were classier than to get it on with me in an alleyway. Aren't you going to treat me to a romantic dinner before we? She ground her hips against Samuel's, earning an angry growl from him. Get to the fun part. Get off, or I'm torching you, Samuel warned. His wrists were burning but the woman had him in her grip. Fine, ruin the fun, spoil sport. She grumbled and got off of Samuel's lap, allowing the red-eyed devil to get up and glare at her. What are you doing here, Kuroka? The pawn asked impatiently. That woman was a heap of trouble. If anyone found out he was speaking to her, he'd be in deep shit. Stray devils like her weren't exactly popular in the underworld. Can't a girl drop by to say hi to her favorite toy? Kuroka purred while shooting a smoldering look at Samuel, who just raised an eyebrow in response, showing that he clearly didn't believe her. Fine, I need a favor. The stray cat conceded at the blank stare she was receiving. And you couldn't have? I don't know, called? Sent me a text, maybe? Samuel took out his phone and shook it. I got you a phone for that reason. I wanted to check on Chiron, Kuroka admitted. The one thing that mattered to her more than anything was her little sister, her precious Chiron, the sister she had to leave behind. If Kaneko finds out you're here, a heartfelt reunion is the last thing that's going to happen, Kuroka, we both know this. Samuel stated sadly. It was sad to think that Kaneko resented her sister that much. She had a very good reason to. Of course, the emotionally stunted Nakomata wasn't one to hate on a whim, except for perverts. She despised those, but Samuel couldn't fathom the idea of hating a sibling. Even imagining himself hating Selena was near impossible for him. He knew why Kuroka became a stray, but he couldn't just reveal that to Kaneko, as much as he wanted to, and he truly did want to help the Nakomata sisters reconcile. But Kuroka made a deal with him not to reveal anything to Kaneko without her express permission, and a deal was something he had to honor as both a devil and a Shedlile. I know, Kuroka sighed while her ears drooped and her tail went limp. Is she still suppressing her true nature? The stray cat asked in a hopeful tone, despite already knowing the answer. Yeah. I can't stand it. This goes beyond wasting her potential. If she keeps going like this, Samuel grimaced. He couldn't bear the thought of his friend getting herself hurt due to her own stubbornness and fear. Kuroka face-palmed and leaned her back on one of the alley walls, the fabric of her kimono rustling and moving, though she didn't seem to mind her body becoming more exposed. So, the red-eyed pawn started, hoping to shift the conversation away from that dour topic. You said you need a favor, feel like telling me over lunch? My treat. If there was one thing that could instantly shift the attention of the Nakomata sisters away from any topic, it was food, especially when they're not paying, freaking cats. You're not cooking for me yourself this time? Kuroka asked, a slight disappointment in her voice. Samuel's cooking was usually worth the risk of being caught by Lady Pinkeye and Princess Kool-Aid Hair, at least when he wasn't experimenting something new. Lohapam, Capra. Samuel shook his head with a chuckle. Wait here, I'll go get my bike. He turned to walk away from the alley, leaving Kuroka alone for a moment. Such a good dog. The stray cat said fondly as she watched him leave. Izuku Midoriya had just finished that day's training at the beach, both the acupuncture and the trash removal. Sammy even assisted him in clearing some of the trash himself since he needed training as well. After finishing the day's quota, Izuku returned home and showered, the pain and fatigue washed away under the hot water. Putting on his usual t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants, the green-haired boy decided to go for a walk, maybe check out if any stores sold new hero merch. His mom still wasn't home, so he could leave without issue and avoid having to continue their conversation from last night. His mother didn't know the extent of Kaken's actions towards him, so his reaction to his injury came as a surprise, as it should have. Izuku did all he could for years to hide what Kaken had done to him. He didn't want her to worry. You mean you don't trust her? That wasn't true. His mother had enough to deal with, he just didn't want to add more stress to her life. A mother is supposed to stress over her child being abused, you just have no faith that she'll care. You never forgave her for not believing in you and maybe you never will. After all, you still resent All Might for his original answer to your plight, even after he offered his mighty power to you. Izuku shook his head free of those thoughts. He couldn't afford to waste time on nonsense like that. Taking his wallet, the green-haired boy exited the apartment and went on his way. Maybe some shopping could do him some good. He'd been walking for about 20 minutes, the walk helped calm him down somewhat. He was getting closer to the mall, so hopefully he could forget his troubles. Soon. He wasn't aware of the people around him, he tried to tune them all out so he could focus on his own inner problems. Hey! A hand latched onto Izuku's shoulder and pulled him to face furious amber eyes. Why yes? Izuku asked in terror as the scary foreign girl brought her face closer to his. Even through his terror, Izuku could tell that this girl was pretty. He'd go as far as to say that she was a knockout. She had a light tan, giving her an outdoor girl feel that went extremely well with her long silky black hair. Its shade honestly reminded him of Sammy, not that he thought that Sammy had nice hair or anything. That would be ridiculous. Her eyes were incredible too, those molten amber eyes, as if he was staring at the eyes of an alpha predator, which again reminded him of Sammy. She was also taller than him, but then again he wasn't exactly tall. What the hell are you wearing? The furious tanned girl asked in outrage while pulling on the sleeves of Izuku's shirt. Am I clothes? Izuku stuttered fearfully as the girl's amber eyes turned pink, the irises shape shifting into hearts that shrunk and enlarged as if they were beating. It was a fascinating sight. Was it her quirk? What did it do? Did it have an extra effect or was it purely cosmetic? The hearts looked like they were beating. Did that function as some sort of monitor? Could she read heartbeats? Or maybe... Snap snap. You good there, Capra? The girl asked while snapping her fingers in front of his face. She held an expression between amused and bemused. Ah? Izuku blushed and tried hiding his face in his arms. He was so embarrassed. He just went into a mumblestorm in front of a pretty girl. And he was mumbling about her eyes. She was going to think he was a creep and she'll probably bring all of her friends to laugh at him. She probably had loads of friends too. Girls as pretty as her have to be popular. Thanks for the compliment, sweetie, but I don't have that many friends, nor would I bring them to laugh at you. The tanned girl shook her head in amusement, her long black hair swaying behind her, a friendly smile played on her lips. Now as I was asking, what the hell are you wearing? Her attitude did a 180 and she grabbed Izuku's shirt by the collar and looked at it with disgust. What's wrong with my clothes? The green-haired boy mumbled quietly. He liked his clothes, they were comfortable and he found them humorous. Sweetie, these aren't clothes, these are a crime. She let go of the shirt as if it was contaminated. How can you wear this stuff in public? It detracts from your cute face. See cute? Izuku shouted, his face turned even redder. A girl just called him cute. A pretty girl called him cute. This was, probably one of Kaken's goons messing with him again. It wouldn't be the first time they did the honey trap routine. He remembered the time when he found a love letter in his locker, telling him to come behind the school after class ended, only to find Kaken and his cronies there with a camera to record his reaction to their hilarious prank, and then everyone beat him up, which they also recorded. Well, everyone except Kaken. He couldn't risk there being a video of him putting the DMN nerd in his place since it could stain his perfect record. Izuku's blush died down a little, his eyes turned cold. He didn't even want to go check out hero merch anymore. Excuse me. He mumbled as he tried to walk past the taller girl, but she grabbed his shoulder again and stopped him from moving. Nuh-uh, you ain't going anywhere in those clothes, it's an insult to fashion. The girl said seriously. The green-haired boy felt his anger rising. This girl was starting to annoy him. Did she want to humiliate him so bad? How did they put you up to this? Izuku asked coldly, his tone surprised the amber-eyed girl. Do you seriously have nothing better to do than to harass me? Wadash. What's your deal? Are you trying to get me to lose my clothes in public to humiliate me? Is that what those JRKS told you to do? Izuku slapped away the girl's hand away and glared at her. What JRKS? The girl raised an eyebrow in confusion. My classmates. They put you up to this, didn't they? They probably told you that they wanted to mess with me and you jumped on the chance to mess with a quirkless freak like me. Izuku tried fighting off the tears in his eyes, but to no avail. Just leave me alone, tell those idiots that I feel plenty humiliated already. The green-haired boy was about to run off, but the girl grabbed his hand and prevented him from moving. She was strong. Look, kid, nobody put me up to this. I have no idea who those classmates of yours are. She spoke gently, like she was afraid that any wrong word would set the green-haired boy off. Being quirkless doesn't make you a freak. Izuku looked at her skeptically. She sounded genuine, but she wasn't the first who tried to go the sympathy route in order to hurt him. The girl's next words, however, gave him pause. My mom's quirkless. That line was new. None of his tormentors ever tried that approach. They couldn't even bring themselves to say that lie, since quirklessness was such a shameful thing. Name's Selena, what's yours? Selena introduced herself with a friendly smile. Her heart-shaped, pink eyes seemed to beat a little slower when she saw Izuku calm down slightly. Izuku Midoriya. He muttered and looked away from the girl's smiling face. This could all be a trick. For all he knew, the girl's mother wasn't even quirkless. He didn't even know if Selena was her real name. She could just be trying to lull him into a false sense of security. Izuku. I like it. Selena declared boisterously while pulling Izuku closer by their still connected hands before letting go and throwing her now free arm around Izuku's shoulder in a side hug. You, Mr. Short, Green and Adorable, are my new project. She grinned at him, her eyes turning back to their amber color and normal shape. Project. Izuku tried breaking away from the embrace, but it seemed like Selena didn't even notice him struggle. How strong was she? Do you pick your clothes out yourself, sweetie? She asked while examining his current attire. Dash. Well, not anymore. You're looking at your new fashion advisor. The amber-eyed girl laughed as she dragged Izuku over to the mall. We're getting you a new wardrobe to fit that cute face. Wait a minute. Izuku stuttered as he thrashed against the girl's grip. I came here to check out hero merch. I can't afford to buy an entire new wardrobe right now. The boy's protests fell on deaf ears. Who said anything about you buying? Selena smiled at the shaking boy in her grip. I said you're my project, the new clothes are my investment, you can pay me back by rocking them. The enthusiastic girl ruffled Izuku's hair, in a way that felt seriously familiar, and took out her phone, snapping a selfie with the green-haired boy. I'm gonna turn this fashion disaster into a total hunk. Wait, don't I get a say in this? It was 4 hours later that Izuku finally arrived home, each of his arms carrying a ridiculous amount of bags from various clothing stores. That Selena girl had made him try on so many outfits in so many different stores. The overabundance of bags he had in his arms contained but a fraction of all of the clothes that crazy girl made him try on. It was pure agony, but in the end, she did in fact buy him all of these clothes, and she didn't try to humiliate him in any way. She was completely genuine. It was nice, actually spending a day with a girl. She even put herself in Izuku's contacts. He got a girl's number. Today actually turned out great. Izuku, where have you been? The worried voice of his mother, Inko, was all the warning Izuku received before the plump woman collided into him like a missile and crushed his bone in a tear-filled hug. My baby. I was so worried about you. Inko cried loudly, a geyser of tears bursting from her eyes. I was at the mall, Mom. Izuku looked away in shame. He didn't let his mother know where he went, he didn't even leave a note or something. Inko stopped crying and noticed the plethora of bags in his cuckoo's arms, bags from clothing stores, some of them from very expensive clothing stores that Izuku shouldn't be able to afford, especially the amount he was carrying. Izuku, baby, I promise I won't be mad, Inko started carefully. She didn't want to upset her baby again. He was already drifting away from her, she didn't want to push him further away. How did you get all of these? I know your allowance isn't enough for high-brand clothes. Izuku's reaction, blushing and averting his gaze from her, wasn't doing any favors. Her baby muttered something that she couldn't hear. What was that, honey? The worried mother coaxed. She was panicking. What if her baby stole those? What if that new friend of his encouraged him to steal those clothes? She knew that Sammy boy was a horrible influence on her baby. There was no way her sweet Izuku would ever be okay with anyone attacking Katsuki. The two of them were as thick as thieves, practically brothers. I met this pretty girl and she bought me all of these clothes, Izuku mumbled louder, his face turning atomic levels of red. Inko's face went completely blank, her body still to the point she could have passed for a hyper-realistic wax statue. Izuku stared at his mother's still form with worry, a worry that magnified when her body started to vibrate. Proud of you, a small mutter escaped his mother's mouth. Mom? Izuku asked carefully. My baby. I'm so proud of you. You met a girl. A pretty girl. Inko started crying again, only this time from joy. Her baby met someone. Mom. It's not like that. Izuku tried to protest, but was ignored. I have to meet her. What's her name? What is she like? Inko rattled of excitedly, shaking her son until he was dizzy. Her name is Selena. Izuku managed to get out between the shaking. Selena? The green-haired mother stopped shaking her son and let him fall to the ground dizzy. Such a pretty name. Is she foreign? I think so, she looked foreign, she actually kind of reminded me of Sammy. Izuku admitted with a bit of embarrassment, it was weird comparing Sammy to a pretty girl. Oh buddy, you have no idea. Inko's good mood soured instantly at the mention of Izuku's new friend, Sammy. She hadn't even met the boy, but she knew he was trouble. Izuku had only met him recently, and ever since then, he's been coming home exhausted and battered, not to mention he was getting more aggressive. I see, the worried mother said contemplatively. I have an idea. Izuku, baby, why don't you invite your friend and your new lady friend to dinner with us tomorrow? Inko offered, well not offered, offered implies choice, the green cinnamon roll known as Izuku Midoriya had none. What? Mom, it's a great idea, isn't it? That way I get to meet your new friends, you haven't brought any friends home in years. A fact that Inko attributed to Izuku's quirklessness, but even Katsuki, her son's best friend, didn't stop by unless he was with his parents, or Mitsuki sent him on an errand. But Izuku's resistance wilted under his mother's kind smile, laden with killer intent. She could make All Might quiver in his spandex. Okay. The green-haired boy resigned to his fate, picked up his phone and shot a text to his friend and newfound friend fashion advisor. Me, hey, Sammy. Sorry for the short notice, but do you want to come over to my place for dinner tomorrow? Me, my mom wants to meet you, I think she thinks you're a bad influence. Mexican Anubis, she isn't wrong, but sure. I'd love to, anything for you. Mexican Anubis, is there anything that you want me to bring over? I make a mean roast. Izuku chuckled a bit and turned to his mom. He said he'd love to and asked if he should bring anything. He can bring anything as long as it's legal. Inko said with narrow eyes. Me, mom says bring whatever as long as it's legal. Mexican Anubis, well, there goes the cocktail party idea, we're too young to drink, wink. Izuku laughed a bit and sent a good night to Sammy before turning to his newest contact. Me, hello. Selena? It's Izuku, the kid you met at the mall today. Me, unless you gave me a fake number, it wouldn't be the first time and now I'm just embarrassing myself. Scale feathers, whoa, buddy. Chill, yeah, I remember you, and I didn't give you a fake number. If I didn't want you to have my number, I wouldn't have given it to you at all. Scale feathers, what's up? Me, well, I know this is sudden, but my mom wanted to invite you for dinner tomorrow. Scale feathers, we know each other for less than a day and I'm already meeting your parents? Bold. Me, you don't have to come if you don't want to, this is embarrassing enough as it is. Scale feathers, nah, I'll do it, sounds like fun. Scale feathers, does your mom want me to bring anything? I make a mean pasta. Mom, Selena asks if you want her to bring anything? Izuku relayed Selena's question, which oddly enough was nearly identical to Sammy's, right down to the boast about their cooking, weird. She can bring whatever she wants, sweetie. Inko replied with a smile. I'm so happy my son met such a considerate girl. Okay then. Me, she says sure. Scale feathers, sweet, send the address and I'll see you then. Izuku did just that and put away his phone, a sigh of both relief and annoyance escaping his throat. She said yes. Wonderful. I'm so excited to meet your new lady friend. Inko excitedly clapped her hands together. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the fact that his mom omitted Sammy from her excitement, but he figured that she just had to meet him for herself. Yeah, Izuku felt a strange weight settle in his stomach, a dread filling his body. Tomorrow was going to be a disaster. Wow. You're so cool, Kaken. Katsuki Bakugo smirked at the praise of his best friend. Of course he knew he was cool, but hearing it never hurt. The ash-blonde child let out a boisterous laugh as he kept his ball in the air using his feet, chest and head. Yeah, but you're totally lame. Katsuki caught his ball in his hands and laughed at the green-haired child. You dropped your ball. The other kids around them laughed at the green-haired kid as tears welled in his eyes, all except for two, that purple-eyed extra that always clung to Izuku like glue and the weird pale kid with crimson eyes and black hair who was covered in bandages. Those two comforted the crying Izuku. Why are you treating him like this? The pale mummy boy asked with a penetrating gaze. Katsuki didn't remember his name, he didn't remember the names of any of the extras who hung around him except for Izuku, but Izuku wasn't an extra, he was a supporting character, but Katsuki didn't even remember giving that kid a nickname. What do you mean why? Katsuki barked. The other kids on the playground took a step back from him. It's because he's a dash. Deku. Look. You can read Izuku's name as Deku. Katsuki laughed as he held up the sand bucket that was marked with Izuku's name. You can read that, Kaken? You're amazing. One of the extras praised. Katsuki preened, soaking up the attention like a dry sponge. Of course I can. Deku, that means totally useless. Just like you. The ash blonde pointed a finger at the green-haired boy. Why are you being so mean? Izuku cried as his purple-eyed friend hugged him. Is that really what you believe? The voice of the bandage-wrapped weirdo came from behind him. Katsuki turned around but there was no one there. Do you truly believe that Izuku is useless? Katsuki snapped his head back to Izuku and his purple-eyed tagalong. Next to them, stood the pale boy, his eyes boring into Katsuki. What was he saying? Of course he didn't think Izuku was completely useless, he was his best friend. Then why did you say it? The pale boy asked as he dipped his bare feet into the river that they were skipping stones at. Katsuki managed to make his stone skip 7 times before it sank. The other kids praised him for his skill, especially Izuku, who stared at the ash blonde with stars in his eyes. Purple Eyes was only looking at Izuku and the bandaged kid was just sitting with his feet in the water. Where's your stone, Deku? One of the extras asked mockingly. Why were they mocking Izuku? It sank, Izuku mumbled shamefully, causing the extras to laugh at him. Why were they laughing at Izuku? Izuku was his best friend, he was way better than those extras. Who the hell said they could mock Izuku? Do you really not remember? Huh? Katsuki's attention turned away from his sparkling hands to the black-haired kid who stood next to him. Is this where you showed your true self? The question confused Katsuki. True self? What did that mean? Wow. Your quirk is so cool, Kaken. I bet you'd make a great hero. A flashy quirk for a future hero. Yes. He was going to be a hero. Like All Might. He was going to beat all of the villains. Him and Izuku. The two of them would be the greatest heroes ever. You're so cool, Kaken. When I get my quirk, I hope it's as amazing as yours. Izuku babbled as he followed behind Katsuki, the two of them walking in a forest with bug nets. Whatever, Deku. No matter what your quirk is, you'll never be as amazing as me. Katsuki declared with a smirk. He wouldn't let Izuku push past him so easily. The two of them were aiming for the top together, so of course they'd be rivals as well as best friends. They'd always be together. You never even believed that for a second. The black-haired boy was glaring at Katsuki, who watched his best friend sit in the center of the room with a broken look on his face. The purple-eyed extra was hugging him while crying. Did you hear? Deku doesn't have a quirk. You! What a freak. Is it contagious? Don't get near him. Katsuki had no idea why he was smiling. His best friend was suffering, but he had a smug smile plastered on his face. Why was he smiling? Isn't it obvious? The black-haired boy asked as he walked behind Katsuki on a large log that acted as a bridge above a ravine. Huh? Katsuki stopped marching and popping his explosions to turn and look at the boy, but he slipped and fell into the water. The extras knew he was going to be okay, he was strong. There was no way a little fall like that would hurt him. Katsuki's head popped out of the water and he gave a thumbs up to the extras up on the log. Are you okay? Katsuki's blood froze at that question. He turned his head to see Izuku standing over him with his hand outstretched. Are you hurt? Did you hit your head? Do you need help? Why? Why was Izuku offering to help him? Izuku was weak. He needed to be protected. Was he saying that Katsuki was weak? Weaker than him? Weaker than a quirkless Deku? How dare he? Katsuki wasn't weak. He was strong. Strong like All Might. The strongest there is. You're so weak. Katsuki turned away from Izuku to see the black-haired boy standing over him, crimson eyes shining with malice that no 4-year-old should possess. You're weak, the weakest, weaker than the worms that crawl beneath the ground. Katsuki shrunk down at the force of those words. The kid's voice started to grow deeper. Weaker than the ticks that feed off the leaves. The voice sounded even deeper. You're so weak. His voice didn't sound like a kid's anymore. I'm not weak. Katsuki lunged at the boy with explosions roaring in his hands, but the boy was no longer in front of him. They weren't in the ravine anymore. Stop it, Kaken. Katsuki stared at Deku standing in front of the purple-eyed extra, his fists raised. You don't stand a chance without a quirk. Deku. Katsuki smirked and rushed at Deku with his hands blazing. Deku was weak. Katsuki was strong. Katsuki always won. He was a hero. No, you're not. Katsuki stared down at the injured and smoking form of Deku. The little nerd stayed alone ever since that purple-eyed weirdo moved away. He smirked at the pathetic sight of the green-haired boy convulsing and crying on the ground. This is what happens when you don't learn your place. Katsuki shouted with glee as he kicked Deku's downed form, relishing in the coughs and squeals that his punching bag was releasing. This was all because Deku refused to learn his place. This was all because he looked down on him. That quirkless bug looked down on him. He was getting what he deserved. If you really want to be a hero, there is another way. Katsuki said in a friendly tone as he stood at the door to the classroom. He had just persuaded Deku to not apply to U.A. The nerd didn't stand a chance, so why bother? Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Katsuki laughed and walked away. Think before you speak. The voice of the crimson-eyed freak echoed in his ear. Katsuki paused as something crashed down in front of him with a sickening squelch. A dark red liquid splashed onto his pants and shoes. Katsuki noticed that whatever crashed in front of him had his middle school's uniform. The ash blonde felt a sudden dread fill his body. No, he whispered as his body involuntarily took a step back. Please no, he tried to force himself to step forward, to make sure his fear was unfounded. He'd never. Katsuki managed to take one step. He couldn't, another step. He wouldn't, another. Please no, he didn't even notice the tears that welled in his eyes. He finally made it close enough. It was a person. Please. Katsuki knelt down and saw the verdant locks he knew so well, matted with blood. No. The ash blonde yelled and picked the body in his arms. A single empty green eye stared back at him. Izuku Midoriya, dead in his arms, the left side of his head crushed beyond repair, his skull completely shattered, brain matter and blood oozed from the open wound. Only the right side of Izuku's face stayed intact, his remaining green eye cloudy, that dead eye boring deep into Katsuki's soul. Izuku! Katsuki yelled as tears streamed down his face. Please no. Why are you crying? A calm, deep voice asked. Katsuki's head snapped to the right to see the crimson-eyed boy, this time much taller and without bandages, lying down on the ground next to him, his arms folded under his head like a pillow, those monstrous eyes gazing lazily at the sky above them. Why are you crying? The boy asked again, his calm voice and posture, as if he was merely cloud-gazing on a Saturday afternoon. It made Katsuki's blood boil. Izuku! But why are you crying? He asked again, his voice twisted and warped for just a moment. What are you? You shouldn't cry, this is a momentous occasion. The boy sat up, a gentle smile came to his lips, his handsome features looked so malevolent. Momentous? Katsuki asked weakly, how could this be momentous? Izuku was dead. Because of you. The boy leaned in and whispered in Katsuki's ear. Shivers ran down the ash blonde's spine at the deep tremble of his voice. Katsuki choked as he looked at Izuku's lifeless form in his arms. The stench of blood invaded his nose. You killed him, Katsuki, doesn't it feel good? The soft question was like a slap to the face. No. You always say you'll kill anyone who stands in your way. Why are you wavering now? Over someone you don't care about? The disgusted expression on the black-haired boy's face nearly made Katsuki suffocate. He didn't want to kill Izuku. Never Izuku. Izuku was his. This is what happens when you don't learn your place. Katsuki's eyes shot over to the source of the yell. It was him. He was standing over Izuku, smoldering and injured, and kicking his downed form with glee etched across his face. Stop! Katsuki yelled to his look-alike. Why was he doing this? Why did he do this? Why? Izuku, why should I stop? The other Katsuki asked while looking at original Katsuki with contempt. This quirkless bug doesn't know his place. The other kicked the coughing and sputtering Izuku, howling in laughter when the green-haired boy started coughing blood. Stop it! Katsuki shouted and rushed over to the other him. You'll kill him. The other Katsuki stopped and looked at the panicked original. But, Katsuki, the other started as the original Katsuki felt his legs sinking in something wet and warm. A serene smile appeared on the other's face as he spoke his next words. You already killed him. Katsuki looked at his feet with horror as he was standing on top of the mangled core of Izuku, the ash blonde's feet sinking inside of the blood. Katsuki gagged, he couldn't breathe, he was suffocating. Just a bit longer, a garbled voice whispered, a slimy feeling covered Katsuki's body and forced its way down his throat. His hands started lighting up with explosions against his will. With a quirk like that, I'll be able to take All Might down with one punch. Katsuki's eyes widened, the sludge villain. Not again. The ash blonde thrashed as oxygen was robbed from his lungs, the awful taste and smell of the sludge assaulted him without reprieve. He couldn't die like this. Kaken. A familiar voice called out. Izuku? Katsuki stared blearily as the green-haired boy rushed through the fire to save him. No. Izuku shouldn't be here. He shouldn't go near villains. He shouldn't put himself in danger. Izuku was cut off when a tendril of sludge impaled itself through his gut, the light leaving his wondrous emerald eyes as blood erupted from his lips. Katsuki tried screaming, but the sludge was still occupying his throat, angry tears streamed down his face. What a waste of space, the sludge villain said dismissively while throwing Izuku's corpse into the flaming wreckage. Where did we go wrong? Katsuki's eyes focused as he saw his parents standing in front of him, his body still trapped in the sludge. I always knew you were a piece of shit, brat, his mother, Mitsuki Bakugo looked at him with rage. I just never thought that you'd be this much of a piece of shit. I'm so disappointed in you. Katsuki, his father, Masaru Bakugo, looked at Katsuki with disgust and disappointment, the normally passive man's eyes containing endless anger. We never should have had you, we always cursed our luck that we ended up with you, while Inko got a son as incredible as Izuku, you did this to her. My baby. Katsuki found himself standing in front of Izuku's mother, the plump, kind woman sobbed uncontrollably while clutching the mangled and scorched corpse of her son. Auntie Inko, Katsuki tried to reach out to her. Stay away. Inko screeched and glared at Katsuki, those kind eyes, the eyes of the woman who treated him more like a son than his own mother ever did, those eyes burned with hatred that was directed entirely at him. You did this. You killed my baby. Auntie Inko, Katsuki choked. Don't call me that. You hurt my baby. For years, you tortured my baby. I let you into our home. I treated you like you were my own. And you killed my baby. The green-haired woman wailed in agony as she held the rapidly cooling body of her only son, her baby, her pride and joy, her reason for living, the child that Katsuki had taken from her. And no. Hard as he tried, the words would not escape Katsuki's lips. He stood paralyzed as the woman who had practically raised him, cursed his very existence. He was a fine young man, a booming voice said somberly. Katsuki's eyes widened in recognition, he spun around to see All Might standing in front of him, his usual smile replaced with an expression of pure disgust directed at Katsuki. All Might, the ash blonde whispered in awe. That boy would have been a fine hero. All Might said as he looked over to Izuku's corpse, still clutched in his mother's embrace. He could very well have been the next me. The symbol of peace shook his head and glared at Katsuki, an oppressive weight pushed down on him, the boy was being crushed under the mere presence of the number one hero. But you killed his future, you killed him, a fitting act. Katsuki's heart stopped at the fear of the next words to come from All Might's mouth. For a villain. No! Katsuki yelled as his knees hit the ground, he slammed his hands on the burning ground beneath him, not even bothering to ignite his sweat. Disappointment. Murderer. Villain. Katsuki curled up into a ball and cried, trying to block out the voices, his body rocked back and forth as mad mutterings escaped his lips. No, 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 no. He, an inhuman laughter echoed above Katsuki, the boy barely had the strength to look up, but his eyes still followed the voice. The black-haired boy stood above him with a smile on his face. Not so strong now, are you? The boy? Mocked, his twisted voice felt like nails were being driven into Katsuki's spine. The thing kept laughing as his body started to contort, bone snapping, flesh tearing, blood spilling, but the laughing didn't stop. In the place of the boy stood a giant black dog, its fur darker than any night, the hound's body was adorned with jewelry, gold, gems, a crown of feathers. Katsuki stared at the massive beast, it had no eyes, its eye sockets were empty and blood spilt from them like tears. Welcome to the Mictlan, Katsuki Bakugo. Enjoy your trials. Izuku woke up with a headache. The dull throb in the back of his skull irritated him to no end. The green-haired boy sat up and rubbed his forehead. For some unknown reason he felt compelled to say the next words. I don't think my fashion sense is that bad. As soon as those words left his mouth, he could hear frantic footsteps drawing closer to his room. Izuku! The door to his room slammed open, revealing his little sister Kairi, frazzled and out of breath. Keep it down a bit, Kairi, my head is killing me. Izuku groaned while clutching his throbbing head, his green locks tangled in his fingers. You're awake. Kairi launched herself at her brother and hugged him tight while crying. I was so worried. The red-haired tyrant of the island sobbed hysterically while holding on to her brother as if he'll disappear. What? Kairi, what happened? Izuku was at a loss at his sister's behavior. Kairi was the emotional type, yes, but the way she was acting was just strange. You fell into the water and passed out. Kairi cried, you weren't breathing. Izuku sat quietly. He didn't know how to respond. He had worried his little sister that much? The green-haired boy started recalling the events before he lost consciousness. Those boys, the green-haired woman, the purple-eyed girl, the red dragon. Izuku stared at his left hand. He could feel something was there. Was that the power that the dragon was speaking of? He raised his hand and turned it around, trying to coax out that power, but to no avail. It was stuck firmly in place. Izuku? Kairi asked worriedly, watching her brother wave his left hand around while staring at it intently. It's nothing, Kairi, I promise. Izuku lied with a smile. Kairi didn't buy it for a second and brought up both of her hands to Izuku's face to pinch both of his cheeks, hard. Ow wow wow. Kairi-ei. Izuku cried as his little sister pulled on his cheeks with a furious pout on her face. How could you even think of lying to me like that? Kairi demanded. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? The red-haired tyrant pulled on her big brother's cheeks even harder, causing his cries of pain to echo throughout their house. Their parents eventually heard the ruckus and came down to see the two siblings fighting, or rather, Kairi was fighting and Izuku was taking it. He was smart enough to know when he was faced with a superior opponent, and there was no opponent more superior than the red-haired tyrant of the islands. Izuku and Kairi's parents broke the two apart. Izuku tenderly rubbed his sore cheeks while Kairi glared at him with a pout, grumbling all the while. Stupid big brother. Ow! Izuku cried as his face was driven into the sand, Sora's feet planted firmly on his back. Didn't hurt. He couldn't resist throwing that jab. He was rewarded by Riku slamming a wooden sword on his head. Didn't hurt either. That one was answered by Kairi jumping on his back with both feet, landing face to face with Sora. The two oblivious lovebirds of the islands got lost in each other's eyes for a moment. A scene that set any heart throbbing, truly, a boy and a girl who deeply love each other staring deeply and lovingly into each other's eyes while stomping on the girl's older brother together? A more romantic scene there never was. Ka. I think you guys made your point, Izuku whimpered as the trio glared at him. So what did we learn? Kairi asked with a warning look. Don't pass out in the water? Izuku offered. Sora, stomp on him again. Yes, Chairwoman Kairi. Ka! Izuku cried as Sora jumped up and stomped on his back again. I'm not mad about you passing out. I'm mad that you lied to me. Kairi yelled as she got off of Izuku's back and moved to crouch in front of his face, pulling his cheeks again. We're family. And you tried to lie to me. I'm sorry. Izuku cried. What I saw. I don't understand it. It scares me. Izuku. Kairi let go of Izuku's cheeks and signaled for Sora to get off of his back. The brown-haired boy complied instantly. The red-haired girl brought her big brother in for a hug. That's what you have us for, we'll always be here with you. Yeah, like Kairi said, we're your friends. Riku added while putting his sword away. You can talk to us about anything. Sora said with a reassuring grin. Thanks guys, but what scares me is, the more I dream, the more I start to remember those dreams, the more I start to see them when I'm awake. Izuku's eyes clouded over, a manic look overtook them. Guys, the fear in his voice made them stagger back. Izuku was so terrified to say those next words, to say something that could very well invalidate his life on the islands, his friends, his family. Kairi. Me and Kairi came to the islands from different worlds. Izuku took a deep breath, steeling his resolve for what he was about to say. There would be no going back after those words were spoken. It would decide whether his life continue blissfully, or whether the dream will collapse down on his head. The dreams I have, the ones I can remember? I see myself, living a life I don't recognize, I see people I don't know, but my heart reacts all the same. There it was. What if I never left my home world in the first place? What? Kairi asked with a laugh. What was Izuku saying? Never left his home world? How was that even possible? He was right there. Right in front of them. They had lived together their whole lives. These visions, dreams, they feel too real to be just that, Izuku said with a pained grimace. He hated the idea as well, it invalidated his bond with his friends, and it brought on the bigger question, if he never left his home world then how did he get to Destiny Islands? Were the islands the dream that he simply needed to wake up from? He hated even thinking about it, he couldn't bear the thought of Kairi, Sara and Riku not being real. So, Sara asked confusedly. What do you mean, so? Izuku snapped, Sara. I'm saying those dreams could be real. Well, does that make this world any less real? Sara once again asked. Even if you are dreaming this, the bond between our hearts is proof enough, isn't it? You heard at the fact that we might not be real. I think that makes us plenty real. The brown-haired boy finished with a smile. Izuku stared at him shocked for a moment, before looking away and muttering. I don't think it's that simple. No one said it was. Riku spoke next. But Sora is right, surprisingly, we're friends, no weird dreams or visions will change that. We're family, Izuku. Kairi smiled at her older brother. Even if you're right, and you were never here to begin with, then we'll find you and bring you here for real. I know. Sara exclaimed excitedly. When we set sail, let's go look for Izuku's home world. That'll prove that this is real, right? Since there can't be two Izukus. The brown-haired boy grinned at his three friends. He's right. Riku agreed. There's only one of you, Izuku, so let's get to preparing. We have an adventure to get to. The silver-haired boy started walking off towards the paopo tree, signaling for the other three to follow him. Guys? Izuku started, but couldn't articulate the words. He was scared, he wanted to believe that his little theory was dumb, but he couldn't. He didn't want to come across something that would disprove his bonds to his friends and his sister. Sometimes you need to understand that it's enough when we say so, Izuku. Kairi said gently while helping her brother to his feet. Yeah, and who knows, Sara started with an easy smile and his arms folded lazily behind his head. Maybe some things are just that simple. Izuku shook his head and grinned at the cheesy display. Sara and Kairi were reciting their favorite song to him to make him feel better. Yo! You numbnuts coming or what? Riku called over from the paopo tree. What did you call me? Kairi said sweetly, she didn't even raise her voice, but the question carried all the way over to Riku, who paled and jumped into the ocean in a panic. I choose life. The silver-haired boy shouted as he crashed into the water with a large splash and started to swim for his life. But no distance would save him from the red-haired tyrant's wrath. It's cute that he thinks he can escape. Kairi giggled cutely before making her way to the water slowly and deliberately. Sara and Izuku stared at the sight, the latter with horror and the former with a fierce blush. The brown-haired boy spoke shakily. Is it wrong that I dash? Yes. Stop perving on my sister. Izuku cut him off with a slap upside the head. He might have thought Kairi and Sora would make a great couple, but that didn't mean he had to hear Sora's fascination with his sister's scary side. He already had to listen to Kairi gush about Sora every day. Dealing with Sora's crush on Kairi was Riku's job, not his. Come on, let's go help Riku. Izuku sighed and started walking into the water to save his idiot friend. Kairi was already gaining on the poor sap and she didn't even look like she was trying. Thoughts of his doubts and dreams, not gone, but pushed aside for now. He was here, at that moment, he was here, for now that was fine. They'll set sail soon enough, then he can worry about what's real or not. It's infuriating, really? I mean, now I know that she actually likes me, but I'm just so lost about how to feel. Samuel said miserably while eating one of the lunches he prepared. Sounds rough. Aqua stated drily while eating from her own lunchbox. She and Samuel were sitting next to each other on the ground, a blanket spread under them. Nyx also had her own lunchbox. Aqua had no idea how she was eating from it. Nyx didn't really have a visible mouth, but she figured that it was best not to question anything at that point. I know how I feel, I felt it for years, but I was resigned to the fact that Kaicho would never return my feelings. It bothered me, it would bother anyone, but I didn't complain, I accepted it, because you don't get everything you want in life. I wasn't entitled to her feelings. Samuel shook his head in frustration. But now that I know she likes me as well? I'm upset that she didn't tell me, upset that I found out through Tsubaki pranking me and not through her own words. Am I allowed to be upset over this? The red-eyed devil turned his head to his companion, a lost look on his face. Of course you are. Aqua reassured gently. Your feelings are completely valid, your master had the right not to tell you, but you still have the right to be upset at how that information was revealed to you, especially in such a callous way. The Keyblade Master put a hand on Samuel's shoulder. Sammy. I don't have any experience with love, I grew up in the land of departure, my childhood was dedicated entirely to training with the Keyblade and my master was, quite strict on matters such as that. The blue-haired lady coughed awkwardly. Sounds fun. Samuel deadpanned and received a swat to the shoulder for his sass. Quiet you. Aqua scolded playfully. The closest thing I had to a relationship before I got stuck here was that guy, Zach, asking me out on a date. She admitted with a blush. Samuel snorted, a guy named Zach asking a pretty woman out on a date, that sounded awfully familiar. Of course Samuel knew it was a coincidence, but he decided to poke fun at it anyway. Did he do it like, how about, one date? Samuel asked mockingly while holding a single finger up, his voice changed to an imitation of the character he was quoting. Yes, exactly like that. Aqua blinked owlishly at Samuel's spot-on impression of Zach. You're kidding? Samuel chuckled. Wait. He stood up and placed himself in front of Aqua. Did he do this as well? Samuel started doing squats while swinging his arms back and forth, a movement that was synonymous with the beloved character known as Zack Fair. Yes, Aqua replied uncertainly. Did he talk about wanting to be a hero? Samuel asked. Yes, the Keyblade Master had a bad feeling about where this was going. Did he have spiky black hair that was swept back and carried a really big sword? The red-eyed devil tilted his head. Why, do you know this? Aqua asked with worry. Samuel wasn't sure how to reply. How was he supposed to tell this woman clearly flirting with the edge of insanity that the guy she was talking about wasn't real? There are stories about him, he's very famous. Oh, Aqua let out a sigh of relief. Did he finally become a hero like he wanted? The Keyblade Master asked, desperate for information about someone she knew. He certainly. Samuel rubbed the back of his neck and refused to meet Aqua's gaze. He's dead, isn't he? Aqua face-palmed. Very dead, yes. Samuel wasn't even sure that it was the same Zack. There was no character like Aqua in any Square game he played. She looked a bit like a Verum Rex character, but that's about it. I see, she sighed sadly. She hadn't known Zack for very long, but he certainly left an impression on her. She was sad to hear he was gone. Had she not been trapped in the realm of darkness? Could she have saved him? Where did you meet him anyway? Samuel sat back down next to Aqua and picked up his lunchbox. He figured that talking about it would help her deal with the loss. At Olympus Coliseum. Pfft, too. Samuel choked on a bite he was having and started hacking uncontrollably. Aqua started rubbing circles into his back to help him while he took out a canned drink from his gear. Are you okay? Aqua asked as she watched Samuel guzzle down the drink in the can. Yeah. I'm good. Did you say Olympus Coliseum? Samuel asked skeptically. Yeah. I participated in the games and this creepy little goat man named Phil tried to hit on me. She shuddered at the memory. They're called satyrs, the goat people I mean, but are you serious? Samuel raised his voice in disbelief. Yes. I also met this really strong kid named Hercules and this other creep named Hades. Aqua recounted. Oh sweet Leviathan, the red-eyed devil whispered. Aqua, did Hades have gray skin and blue flames for hair? And you know this how? Aqua was starting to get suspicious of how Sammy had so much knowledge on the world she visited. Remember when I said that my father's family are a circle JRK of immortal RPSTS? Samuel was glad that he had a better excuse than for how he knew about Zack. What about that? Aqua inquired while putting away her lunch. She didn't want to choke as well. Hades is my granduncle, Hercules' father, Zeus, is my grandfather. The red-eyed devil explained. Of course he wasn't talking about the Hades and Hercules that Aqua had met, because somehow she had apparently met the Disney versions. Also known as the best versions, but that was because their depiction in that movie said the real ones off, and that amused him to no end. Huh? But the way you described your world is nothing like Olympus Coliseum. Your world is a lot more technologically advanced. Aqua denied. Funny thing about that, Samuel started while wringing his hands nervously. Next time I come here, I'll show you, but you have to promise to keep an open mind. He spoke seriously. But promise me. Samuel cut her off. This could break Aqua completely, but she'd know if he was lying to her, which could push her away from him and let the darkness of that world finally take her heart completely. At that point Samuel was the only thing keeping Aqua sane, be it by keeping her company or absorbing the malice in the air so it wouldn't affect her. I promise. Aqua exclaimed, not used to that level of seriousness from Samuel. She honestly couldn't say she disliked seeing him all deadly serious like that. His crimson eyes contained a focus that she found quite appealing. Good, now finish up, we have to keep searching. Samuel closed his empty lunchbox and put it away. I can sense something. I think it's another Lavan, and whether it's friendly or hostile, we have to find it. Right. Aqua quickly shoveled the rest of her food into her mouth and helped Samuel pack everything up. Nyx also helped. Aqua could have sworn that Nyx looked a bit bigger than before. It was probably nothing. Somewhere around here, Samuel muttered, his eyes closed and his nose scrunching up in concentration. Aqua had found the sight quite cute, he almost reminded her of a dog. So you can smell it? Aqua asked. She was carrying Nyx in her arms again. If she rode on Samuel's head she might interfere with the scent. Yup, it's over there. Samuel pointed over to a platform below them. A large ball shaped heartless, Nyx called them dark balls, was floating around, a large white splotch displayed around one of its eyes. So how do you want to approach it, hey? Nyx. The little shadow scampered out of Aqua's arms and jumped down to meet with the dark ball. Well, that settles it, stay here for a moment, it might be intimidated by a keyblade wielder. Samuel said before jumping after Nyx. When he caught up, Nyx and the dark ball were already conversing. The dark ball looked at Samuel and turned back to Nyx, hissing something. I did not agree to that. Samuel denied its question and earned a low whine from Nyx. Why do you want me as king anyway? Does this world even have a king? Samuel shook his head at what was becoming routine with Nyx. The dark ball hissed something and tilted from side to side. My aura? Samuel repeated before his eyes widened in realization. I have his aura, you guys are technically monsters, that puts you under his domain. Both Nyx and the dark ball looked confused. Don't worry about it, Samuel waved them off. But anyway, do you want to join us? The red-eyed devil offered the dark ball. I can't say I'll be king, but I won't exactly leave you out to dry. The dark ball spun around for a moment before fixing its eyes on Samuel and hissing something. You want a name? Samuel asked and received a nod in return. Alright, so are you a boy or a girl? He felt kind of silly asking. Nyx had no concept of gender before meeting him and Aqua. As far as he knew the Heartless were genderless. The dark ball hissed. Boy. Okay. How about, Samuel considered for a moment, he didn't just want to throw some random name. Names were important. The dark ball kind of reminded him of a star for some reason, and that comparison brought a story he had heard so many times as a child to his mind. Bar Kochva. Your name is Bar Kochva. The dark ball tilted for a moment before nodding enthusiastically, accepting its new name with relish. It's nice to meet you, Bar Kochva, I'm Samuel. The red-eyed devil extended a hand to his new ally. Bar Kochva floated closer and pressed his forehead into Samuel's hand. Malchi, Bar Kochva rumbled. I already said I'm not a king. Samuel sighed exasperatedly. Malchi, Nyx bowed before him. Oh, don't you start. Izuku was panicking. Why was he panicking, you ask? Because he was going to have dinner with his two new friends with his mom, his overprotective and very emotional mom. Sammy would probably take the whole thing in stride, maybe tease Izuku over it for a bit, but overall no harm done. But Selena? That pretty girl that Izuku met yesterday, a pretty girl that took him clothes shopping and called him cute. Mom was already getting the wrong idea. He barely managed to convince her not to take out the baby photos and save them for another time. She cried happily about how her baby was planning ahead. The emerald-eyed boy was sweating bullets while he was setting the table. He was wearing one of the outfits that Selena bought for him. It was simple, but nice. A long dark green dress shirt, with the sleeves rolled up and the top few buttons left open, revealing a thin gold chain hanging from his neck. His pants were black jeans, perfect for casual events. Oh, sweetie, look at you, so handsome. Inko gushed as she snapped photos of her son with her phone. Mom, Izuku groaned in embarrassment, a fierce blush painting his cheeks. Hopefully something happened and they both had to cancel. He didn't want his mom interrogating Sammy and risk setting him off. And more than that, he didn't want her to embarrass him in front of the first girl in 10 years to pay him positive attention. Talk talk talk. A knock on the door alerted both Midoriyas that one of their guests had arrived. Izuku prepared to rush to the door, but was cut off by his mother. I'll get it, sweetie. Oh, I can't wait to meet your lady friend. Inko giggled excitedly, completely forgetting that Selena wasn't the only guest they were hosting that night. She put on her best smile and opened the door. Well, come, that smile fell when the person at the door wasn't a pretty foreign girl, but a handsome foreign boy. Hello. He said nervously. He was wearing a black button-up with a red tie under a white blazer. His pants were black as well. In his hands he held an aluminum-wrapped tray that had a very pleasant smell wafting from it. This is the Midoriya household, right? He put on a strained smile at the blank look the green-haired woman was giving him. That's what it says on the door. Inko said drily. I assume that you're Sammy? Yes, ma'am. He nodded. Samuel D. Sigurd, it's a pleasure. Sammy started shifting from one foot to the other. The woman in front of him was seriously intimidating. You must be Izuku's mother. Quite a familiar way of speaking you have about my son. First names already? Inko narrowed her eyes. First names aren't as big of a deal where I'm from, so I tend to forget that it's important here, hee hee. Inko kept glaring at the boy. He seemed harmless enough, but looks could be deceiving. I must say, ma'am, it's an honor to meet you. Samuel stuttered under the woman's scrutinizing gaze. Is that so? Inko asked skeptically. Of course, I'm a big fan of your work, he said with a slight chuckle. That joke caught Inko off guard. He used the boyfriend meeting the parents line? Were he and Izuku? Not that there was anything wrong with that. If her baby preferred boys, then she would support him. Wait, was that why he was being so defensive? He was afraid to tell her about his boyfriend and she pushed him. She invited a girl as well. Oh no, she was going to ruin her baby's first relationship. I am quite proud of it myself. Inko replied with a chuckle, trying to keep her panic out of her voice. I never even tried making another after that. It's hard to top perfection, ma'am. Samuel offered and the two shared a laugh while screaming on the inside. Sammy, you're here. Izuku came to rescue them from that awkward situation. Oh, thank Leviathan. Samuel muttered under his breath. Inko caught what he said but it confused her. Leviathan? It's good to see ya, Izuku. He smiled at the green-haired boy. Inko recognized that smile. It was the smile on her husband's face every time he got to see her. She was right. Her baby had a boyfriend. And she had forced him to bring that boy to dinner with a girl. She was such a terrible mother. She isn't. Would you like to come in? Inko offered while sweating bullets. I would, thank you. Where would you like me to put this? He lifted the tray. Oh, allow me, honey. The green-haired woman took the tray from the boy's hands before he had a chance to protest and rushed to the kitchen. Once she was out of sight, Inko allowed herself to panic. What have I done? I just ruined my baby's relationship. She screamed in her mind. Maybe it's not actually that bad? She tried to reason. Maybe they're incompatible and this would make it clear. Inko peeked out of the kitchen to see both boys sitting on the couch. Each had a notebook in their hands. They both talked excitedly while writing things down. Oh no. They're perfect for each other. Forgive me, Izuku. Inko cried in her mind. She had to call Hisashi. After scrambling for a bit, the green-haired woman picked up her phone and called her husband. Inko? Did something happen, honey? The strong voice of her husband came through the phone, instantly returning some calmness to her body. Oh, Hisashi, I'm sorry for just calling like this. Inko was on the verge of crying. Nonsense, I'm always happy to hear from you. A loud bang sounded over the line. Hisashi, what was that? The green-haired woman asked in worry. Just work stuff, honey. Now what did you want to talk about? Hisashi, I made a terrible mistake. Izuku made some new friends, a boy and a girl. I had a bad feeling about the boy and I was excited that our baby met a pretty girl, so I had him invite them both to dinner. Inko was on the verge of tears. That doesn't sound that bad dash. That boy is Izuku's boyfriend. Inko was full on crying. Oh, are you sure? That boy looks at Izuku the way you look at me, Hisashi. They're sharing notes in the living room right now. Inko bawled. Inko, this is great, our Izuku found someone he likes. But Hisashi, that girl he met is coming over as well. What if Izuku's boyfriend thinks that our baby is cheating on him? That girl would probably be upset too. Oh, what have I done? Inko cried. Look, maybe you see a dash. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. The girl was here. I'm sorry, Hisashi, I have to go. Wait. Inko had already hung up the phone and was rushing to the door. I'll get it, you two sit tight. At her command, both boys stayed planted on the couch. Inko quickly rubbed the tears out of her eyes and smiled as brightly as she could before opening the door, revealing a relatively tall young lady with long black hair, the same shade as the boy who was currently sitting with Izuku. She had a healthy tan and a pair of molten amber eyes. She wore a green dress, the same shade as Izuku's eyes, under a dark green jacket, and in her hand she held a large container full of spaghetti. Her face was set in a nervous smile, the same one that Izuku's boyfriend had when he was at their door. Oh sweet lord, her baby was right, the two of them were similar. Hello, is this Izuku's place? The girl asked. This girl was on a first-name basis with her baby as well. Well, according to Izuku, she was also foreign, so maybe first names weren't as private where she came from as well. Yes, I assume you're my baby's new friend. Selena? Inko did her best to not cry. Yeah, Selena D. Sigurd. Nice to meet you. Inko's world grinded to a halt. D. Sigurd? She had the same middle and last name as Izuku's boyfriend? Even their first names sounded similar. Now the fact that Izuku said they were similar made sense. They were siblings. Izuku's boyfriend is going to think that Izuku is cheating on him with his sister. The worst type of cheating. She not only ruined her baby's relationship, She ruined the relationship between Izuku's boyfriend and his sister. Likewise, Inko needed to stall. Maybe if she stalled long enough, the girl would leave. Is Izuku here? Selena asked. She didn't try to peer into the apartment, something that Inko was grateful for. She was too short to block this girl's line of sight. Oh, well, you see, Inko was screaming internally, the boys would get curious and come check on things eventually. Lena? Inko's blood froze when she heard the voice of Izuku's boyfriend. Sammy? Selena tilted her head in surprise. Inko slowly turned around to see Izuku's boyfriend standing behind her with a puzzled expression. I can explain. Inko cried in panic. I told him to invite her, my baby isn't cheating on you. The green-haired woman clutched onto Samuel's shirt, her eyes full of tears. Well, of course not, Izuku and I aren't dating. Samuel said with a tilt of his head. You're not? Inko asked in shock. No, we're friends and training partners. The black-haired boy clarified. Inko sputtered incoherently, looking between the two siblings. Did I come at a bad time? Selena asked with a grimace. Hey, Izuku. Samuel called over to his friend, who came over to see his mother seemingly losing her mind while looking between Samuel and Selena. What happened? Izuku asked in shock. Your mother thought you and I were dating, so she panicked when Selena got here, thinking that I'd assume you were cheating on me. Samuel chuckled at the gaping fish look on Izuku's face. But you and I aren't dating, and if we were, I'd never cheat on you. Izuku shouted before realizing how embarrassing his words were. I know. Samuel smiled. Anyway, when did you meet my sister? He asked while gesturing to Selena, the amber-eyed girl staring at the scene with a raised eyebrow, a smirk of amusement playing on the corners of her lips. I met her at the mall yesterday, she said my clothes SCK, and did you just say sister? Izuku's mind finally caught up with his mouth and he looked between the two twins with bulging eyes and mouth agape. Yeah, my older twin sister. Samuel confirmed as he gently pried away the hysterical Inko's fingers from his shirt. So that's why she reminded me of you. Izuku slapped his forehead. Is your mom okay? Selena brought the attention back to Izuku's mother, who was muttering in hysterics. Just give her a minute, she'll be fine, this happens to us every once in a while. Izuku sighed and gently guided his mother to the couch, the Sigurd twins following behind him. It took about 10 minutes, but Izuku's mother finally regained her facilities. The green-haired woman profusely apologized, but the twins laughed it off since no harm was done. In the end, Inko told Izuku and Selena to go sit at the table and asked Samuel to help her get some things from the kitchen, to which the red-eyed devil complied. I'd like to apologize again for that misunderstanding. Inko sighed while taking the wrap off of whatever it was that Samuel brought, being greeted by the sight of a very nice roast beef. It's fine, it's kind of funny. Samuel chuckled as he took out several serving dishes from where Inko directed him to search. I had Izuku invite you here, because I wanted to see if you were a bad influence on him. Inko revealed her motives. Yeah, I know, you're not wrong though, I thought how to count cards in blackjack. The red-eyed devil tried breaking the tense atmosphere with a joke. Heh, amateur, cheating the slot machine is where it's at. Inko returned, revealing a bit of her own past. She and Hisashi were serious troublemakers along with Mitsuki. Masaru always tried keeping them out of trouble but got dragged along. I can do that as well, you use your quirk for that? Samuel leaned on the counter. Inko smirked and held out her hand. A large serving spoon near Samuel rose up and levitated towards the green-haired woman's hand. Pretty much unnoticeable, and it always stopped where I wanted. Nice. I have a trick too, but the only ones who know it are my sister, Izuku, our trainer, as well as my boss and her aide. An ace I keep close to the chest. Samuel grinned as his eyes turned green, his gear-shaped irises turning slowly. I'll have to see how good you are with your cards then. Inko smirked challengingly, but a second later her friendly expression vanished in favor of a more somber one. I made a lot of mistakes with Izuku. Every mother does. Samuel countered. Not every mother has a quirkless child obsessed with being a hero. Inko sighed deeply. Did he tell you about his quirklessness? Yup. Samuel said simply. I don't care about that. Then you're one of few. Inko sent a grateful smile to him, tears prickled at the corners of her eyes. I said something to him, the day he was diagnosed. You told him that he can't be a hero. Samuel deduced, and if the guilty expression on Inko's face was an indication, he hit the nail on the head. That's right, when he needed me most. I let him down. Inko dropped the serving spoon and held her eyes. Yup. You effed it up, royally. But you can make it up to him now. The red-eyed devil crouched down to pick up the spoon and handed it back to Inko. Believe in him now, let him know that you expect him to become a great hero. But, Inko started. Quirkless? So what? This world is a big place and quirks aren't everything. Believe me when I say that your son has what it takes to be the greatest hero this world has ever known. Samuel got spread his arms wide. Izuku will be a hero no matter what. Will it really be so hard for you to believe in him? Look at me, being given parenting advice by a kid my son's age. The green-haired woman gave a self-deprecating laugh. But one thing I don't get, why did you attack Katsuki? Inko asked the question she wanted to ask in the first place. Katsuki? The explodey blonde? Samuel asked and received a nod in return. He attacked me first, used his quirk on me and everything, so I retaliated. If you don't believe me, I have video evidence. That's the reason that garbage middle school didn't do anything. The red-eyed devil scoffed. But why would you put him in a coma? Inko demanded. Come again? Samuel asked in shock. He still hasn't woken up, Inko said sadly. How? The effect of those flames is determined by guilt. Samuel exclaimed. Inko tilted her head in confusion. Samuel sighed and raised his hand, lighting up a black flame on his palm. I can change the properties of my flames. The ones I used on him are flames that burn a person's guilt. The guiltier a person feels, the more the flames affect them. He explained and snuffed out the flame. I used those flames because I figured he wouldn't feel guilty about what he did. If anything, he seemed like the type to take pride in it. The red-eyed devil said in disgust. What does Katsuki have to feel guilty about? What did he do? Inko asked innocently, causing Samuel to stare at her weirdly, as if he was asking, are you serious? Inko wilted a bit under the stare but her cluelessness remained. Samuel's eyes widened in realization. Izuku never told his mother about what that a-hole did to him. He hid it from her. She didn't know what her son was going through, because he didn't let her know. That's something we have to talk to Izuku about. Right now, I'm more than a bit upset with him, and to a lesser extent, you. But for now, let's get the food to the table. Lena gets cranky when she's kept waiting. Samuel grabbed a few of the serving bowls and walked out of the kitchen, Inko doing the same and following behind him. While his mother and Samuel were in the kitchen, Izuku was sitting with Selena at the table, an appraising look on her face. You're wearing one of the outfits I got you, she stated appreciatively. I knew some nicer clothes would bring out your cute looks. She laughed when Izuku started to mutter and blush. Well, it's thanks to your fashion sense, Izuku said honestly, causing Selena to develop a prideful smirk on her face. That's right. I'm pretty awesome, she boasted and flipped her hair in an exaggerated motion. Wow, you and Sammy are related, Izuku muttered under his breath at Selena's display. Still pretty cool how you already knew my brother. He always had a hard time making friends, so thanks for being his. Selena smiled at Izuku, a genuine warm smile that made the broccoli-haired boy blush. Because of his sacred gear, right? The green-haired boy asked quietly, not wanting his mother to hear. He told you about those? Selena asked in shock. He said I have one as well, he replied. The tanned girl's eyes widened in understanding. You're the one he was sent out to find. Yes, that's what he told me. Izuku looked down. He offered to turn me into a devil, but he said he wouldn't force me. Of course he wouldn't, my brother's not that kind of guy. Selena shook her head, her midnight tresses waving wildly. Are you a devil too? Izuku asked curiously, while taking out a notebook. There's two of you. Selena chuckled when she saw the notebook. Yes, I am. I decided to become a devil after him. I wasn't going to leave him to that life alone. It's my duty as his big sister to look after him. She propped her elbows on the table and put her head between her hands. Even if you had to give up your life as a human? Izuku was still on the fence on whether to take the deal or not. He knew that whatever he chose Sammy would respect it, but he wanted to hear more before he made his decision. Of course, he'd do the same for me. The amber-eyed devil grinned, revealing her sharp teeth. That's how siblings are. We fight and argue and bicker, but at the end of the day we do anything for each other. But I guess it's kind of a foreign concept to an only child. Selena smiled apologetically. For a moment, Izuku was no longer sitting at the table. He wasn't even in his mother's apartment. He was on a beach, that same beach he kept seeing. In front of him stood a girl with dark red hair. He couldn't make out her features. He didn't remember ever meeting someone like her, but for some reason she felt familiar. Izuku, that's what you have us for. We'll always be here with you. And just as it came, the vision disappeared. What did it all mean? Who was that girl? Why did he feel so sad now that she disappeared? No. I think I get it. It's how I used to feel about Kaken. Izuku half-lied. He did once see Katsuki as a brother, but that wasn't why he understood Selena's words. That girl with the red hair, that's how he felt about her, but why? Did he have a sister? Used to? Selena asked with a slight frown. Sammy knows? I'd rather not talk about it where my mom could hear. The green-haired boy scowled. His mom shouldn't have to worry about that. Because you don't trust her. If something bad is happening to you, I feel like you should get her involved. That's what mothers are for, you know? Selena said gently while reaching over and holding Izuku's hand. A bit of color rushed to his cheeks at the bold action. He didn't know what to say. He didn't want to argue and make a scene, and Selena holding his hand took him way off guard. She was like that at the mall too, very physically affectionate. Izuku remembered that Sammy was also a very affectionate person. Whether it was head pats or hugs, the red-eyed devil saw no problem with physical affection between friends. Was that a devil thing or an Israeli thing? Alright, you two, dinner's here. Samuel and Inko stepped out of the kitchen carrying serving dish full of food. There was Izuku's favorite, katsudon, of course, as well as Selena's spaghetti, full of cheese and cherry tomatoes, Sammy's roast beef and an assortment of salads. Well, at least they weren't going to be hungry. Toshinori Yagi was relaxing in his office. He did good work today, stopped a few robberies, saved a few people from burning buildings, the works. Not to mention the progress his successors were making. Young Midoriya was progressing so fast, faster than should be humanly possible, but as young Sigurd had clarified, young Midoriya wasn't entirely human. The injured hero suppressed a growl. If Mirai heard that his successor was not only quirkless, but a hybrid as well as a sacred gear user, he didn't even want to think about it. If push came to shove, he trusted young Sigurd to protect young Midoriya for long enough until he arrived. He truly was an antithesis to Mirai, right down to their quirks, a classic case of fatalism versus existentialism. Mirai believed his future was absolute and unbending. Young Sigurd believed that the future was ever-changing and that nothing was truly set in stone until it happened. Yagi wondered, what would happen should Mirai use his foresight on young Sigurd, whose quirk revolves around seeing the future and molding it to his will? Which future will prevail? Yagi could say without a doubt that for that conflict he'd side with the devil and not be condemned by the prophecy bestowed upon him by his friend. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. Yagi looked around for his ringing phone. He liked that ringtone, it was amusing. Young Midoriya loved it and asked for the sound bite like the superfan he is, and even young Sigurd cracked a smile and asked as well, so he could set it as Yagi's personal ringtone on his phone. The skeletal blonde finally found his phone and scowled at the caller. Mirai. The man was probably calling to harass him over his choice in successor for his quirk. With a deep breath, the injured hero answered the call. Papa Yagi's Pizza, I am here. With some prime pepperoni. He was spending too much time with young Sigurd. Those types of jokes weren't the kind he'd make as All Might. They'd ruin his kid-friendly image. Didn't take you for an appreciator of vulgar humor, All Might. Yagi rolled his eyes at Nightai's chuckles. The man loved his humor, for as much as he lacked it. But then, that was why he had clung on to All Might. He was everything Mirai could never be, and he couldn't stand not having something. What do you want? Yagi had no patience for Mirai's antics. Young Midoriya and young Sigurd were having dinner together and he was stuck dealing with that leech. He wasn't upset at not being invited. Why would he be? He was the #1 hero, he could have his own party. With blackjack and HKRS, okay, maybe not HKRS, but the blackjack wasn't a bad idea, and now it was reminding him of young Sigurd teaching young Midoriya how to count cards. He was lonely and his successors were off having fun. Was this what being a parent felt like? He felt pretty okay with the realization. I want you to stop messing around. Night-Eye stated curtly, a nearly undetectable anger bubbled beneath his voice. But I thought you loved messing around, Mirai. Yagi mocked. Where's your sense of humor? DMN it, All Might. Be serious. But what about your future filled with humor and laughter? The injured hero gasped in false outrage. He was so enjoying taking the PSS out of Mirai. Young Sigurd was a bad influence. That future can't exist if you give one for all to that thing. Yagi took a deep breath to calm down and make sure he doesn't shout at Mirai until his eardrums ruptured. That thing is my chosen successor, Mirai. He has what it takes to become the greatest hero the world has ever known. He is my choice and that is final. Yagi said evenly, not raising his voice, not starting a fight. Mirai had no say in this matter. Him finding out about One for All was a mistake, a result of him snooping around All Might's business. Who was he to say who should get a quirk that doesn't belong to him? But he is the wrong choice. Mirio is strong. He's trained. His quirk combined with yours would be invincible. Why won't you just listen to me? Yagi actually had to put the phone away from his ear because of how loud Night-Eye was screaming. Did that idiot want to air the secret of One for All to all and sundry? Wait, he actually might. If he thought that he could get the public on his side to pressure All Might into conceding, Sir Night-Eye would schedule an entire press conference to reveal one for all to the world. He was just that petty. Are you done? Yagi yawned. Are you finished acting like a child? Child? Least dash. No, you listen. Young Midoriya is my successor, not young Togata. I don't care how well trained he is, I don't care how strong he isn't my successor and he'll never be. You will stop harassing me, Sir Night-Eye, or I will make sure your hero career is over. Yagi spat. He was sick of Night-Eye pushing himself into his business. You and I both know you can't do that, All Might. Mirai chuckled over the phone. I answer directly to the commission, even you or that precious rat of yours don't have the power to go against them. You could have had that power, but you chose to reject me. But I'm a forgiving man, All Might, I'm willing to extend you, an olive branch as it were. Give one for all to its rightful owner and you and I can work together again, just like old times. I will give one for all to its rightful owner. He could hear Night-Eye gasp in his perceived victory. And that owner is Izuku Midoriya. You fool. Can't you dash? You have no say over who receives my quirk, you petulant butt. Yagi cut him off again. A quirkless freak like him has no right to have your power. Oh. For the love of? I was quirkless. Yagi roared in anger, internally grateful that the office was completely empty by this time and that this room was soundproof. And like you said, it's my power, but it won't be for long, because soon enough it'll be young Midoriya's power like it should be. That thing will ruin everything. The future I had planned will crumble because of him. Yagi was sick of listening to this idiot. And the world will be better for it. How can you say that? I can say that when you harass me, I can say it when you try to control my life. Yagi wanted to tell the man off for sending his sidekick to spy on young Midoriya, but that would reveal that Sigurd was directly connected to him, and that would lead to Night-Eye going after him. I am doing this for you. No. You're not. You're doing this for you. Everything you've ever done was due to your own selfishness. The deflated symbol of peace clutched his phone so hard it nearly cracked. You're making a mistake. No, I'm not. For all of the mistakes I have made in my life, I know without a doubt that choosing young Midoriya is not one of them. All Might spoke resolutely, steam wafting from his body. He had already used all of his time that day, but he didn't care. Then you leave me no choice. We'll discuss this topic further tomorrow, then we'll see if you're ready to make the right choice. I already made it. All Might spoke with such force that the air around him trembled with awe. We'll see about that, good night, old friend. The line went dead after that. A-hole. Yagi deflated and stared at his phone with contempt. He couldn't believe he ever considered that man his friend. Yagi sat once again in silence, contemplating what Night-Eye meant when he said that he had no choice. What was that fool planning? The deflated hero sat in contemplation for over 10 minutes. Hakal Lutova Hakal Yavor Ima Amra, Al Te Facht Mi Hakor. The phone rang again, but this time with young Sigurd's personal ringtone. It was a song by the co-1 heroes of Israel. The two did music as well and young Sigurd was quite fond of their songs. Yagi picked up the phone with a smile, expecting to hear a fun anecdote about the dinner with the Midoriyas. Young Sigurd, what can I dash? Old man. We were attacked. Some whack jobs blew up Izuku's apartment and tried to kill us. Young Sigurd was breathing heavily, his voice was accompanied by the roar of the wind. What? Yagi's good mood disappeared again. Why would anyone? Mirai. Me and Sis managed to take down most of them, but one managed to slip by and take Izuku's mother. The heroes on the hotline won't believe us. They just tell us to quit making things up and hang up. The sound of a tire screeching followed that statement. What? Even in the case that something could be a prank, no hero is supposed to turn someone away like that. Young Sigurd, where are you right now? Yagi coughed blood at the stress. I'm on my bike, chasing the BSTRD down. He had a getaway ready. Izuku is riding with me and my sister is chasing them in the air. Chiaki is sending you our current location right now. Yagi looked at the location he received. Mirko was currently there, if he remembered correctly. Young Sigurd, I'm already out of time today, but I'm going to call in a hero to help you. Keep on the kidnapper's trail, keep the fighting to a minimum. Yagi ordered. Got it. The line went dead and Yagi buffed up to make a phone call he was very much not looking forward to. The phone beeped a few times before a cocky voice came from it. Who the hell are you? Mirko. It's All Might. A woman was kidnapped and the culprits are currently in your area. All Might quickly explained the situation. And you're calling me? Fine then, where? They are being pursued by the woman's child and his friends. I'll connect you to them. All Might sent Mirko young Sigurd's phone number. The hostage's son is on a motorcycle being driven by his friend. The friend is following the van that the villains tried to escape in. Gotcha. With that, Mirko hung up and Yagi allowed himself to deflate, slumping down to the floor in exhaustion, blood dripping from his mouth. That bstrd Mirai. He was going to pay for this. The Midoriya household was more lively than it had been in years. Izuku and his mother were immensely enjoying the company of the Sigurd twins. The food was great as well. The two devils were right, they made a mean roast and pasta. So then I tell him, how's that for screwing? Samuel finished his story to the laughter of Izuku and Inko. Selena just shook her head fondly at her brother's antics. Like, the guy was boasting on how he was cheating me, but then I pulled out a freaking royal flush. Samuel took a moment to catch his breath. He was having so much fun, of course it couldn't last. Samuel's eyes turned green. Sis. Barrier. He barked and created a wall of swirling black flames around them. Selena nodded and added her wind to the flames, causing them to spin faster and faster. As they were all inside of the flame dome, a loud bang rang out. The dome flickered for a moment. What is going on? Inko demanded. Sure. Samuel held a finger to his lips and shushed her. Do we really have to check? No way a woman with a weak but quirk or some quirkless sack of sheet managed to survive that. A rough voice complained. Quite beaching. We don't confirm they're dead, we don't get paid. Another voice bit back. Who the hell's the client anyway? I mean, I have no problem killing some baseline punk, but who the hell pays to have one assassinated? Another voice asked. The guy who's making us rich, quite asking dumb questions, what the F dash? A fourth voice. Samuel guessed that the invaders found the flame dome. Four people spoke, but judging by the sound of footsteps, he was guessing 6 people were present in the apartment. The red-eyed devil looked over to his sister and raised 6 fingers. Selena shook her head and raised 7. Samuel nodded and raised 3 fingers, gesturing for his sister to follow his mark. What the F is this? Who cares? Blast the FING thing. Samuel's fingers counted down to 0 as he and Selena simultaneously swung their arms in a wide arc, expelling their barrier outward. What the F dash? One of the voices cried in shock. A second later the owner of the voice was knocked out by a flaming foot to the face. Ah? Another cried. The sickening sound of flesh being sliced was accompanied by the shrill whistle of the wind. Selena had cut him down. 2 down. Samuel launched himself at another. Lightning crackled in his hands. The red-eyed devil grabbed his target, pumping the bstrd's body full of his cursed lightning. The dead man dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. 3 down. Samuel's eyes turned green. He moved a step to the right. One of the attackers flew from where he had just stood and into the wall. He could hear the attacker's ribs cracking. Good. 4 down. Simultaneously, the Sigurd siblings rushed each at a different opponent with the same move. They suddenly appeared in front of their respective opponent, stunning the attackers. The 2 devils each raised their left leg high in the air before bringing it down with a sickening crunch on their opponent's collarbones. 6 down, 1-2. Ah! Mom! Izuku shouted as the last remaining perp grabbed Inko and bolted out of the window. Son of a beach! Samuel growled and rushed to look through the window, seeing the perp shoving Inko into a large black van before entering himself. The greasy scumbag looked over to them and shot them a sleazy grin before closing the door as the car bolted. Samuel could have blasted that DMN car to smithereens, but that would kill Izuku's mother. Sis! Pursue by air. Me and Izuku will go by bike. Samuel called out as he grabbed Izuku by the arm and the 2 boys rushed out of the wrecked apartment, barely hearing the gotcha. From Selena. Chiaki. Call Sona and tell her that I need her to come to this address and secure the morons that attacked us. I have unfinished business with them. The red-eyed devil growled. Already on it. Chiaki responded. Done. Good. Samuel and Izuku finally reached the bike. The 2 boys didn't even bother with helmets and just hopped on. Samuel revved the bike loudly and took off, following the trail of the van. Chiaki, the hero hotline. Dialing. Hello? A bored voice came from his phone. My mom was kidnapped. Izuku shouted at the phone. Some people came in, wrecked my apartment and took my mom. The poor boy had tears in his eyes and not from the wind. Funny, how about you quite wasting our time with fantasy stories and let us do our jobs? The voice on the phone scoffed. Fantasy? My mom was kidnapped in front of me. You have to help us. Izuku cried. We don't need to do jack shit. Quite wasting our time and making up stories. The bstrd on the line hung up after muttering. DMN baseline. Izuku didn't hear it, but Sammy sure did, and he made sure Chiaki recorded that conversation. He'd bring justice upon that bstrd himself. Chiaki, call the old man. Chiaki complied, connecting the call to All Might, who said he was sending another pro to help them and instructed them to stay on the attackers' tails. A minute later Samuel's phone rang. Chiaki answered the call and allowed him to speak. "Hello?" Samuel yelled frantically as he weaved between vehicles to chase the black van, even passing red lights. Izuku didn't scream at the danger, his green eyes steely and determined. Had Samuel been looking at him, he'd see that Izuku's pupils were slitting. "You the brat whose mother was kidnapped?" "Not me, my friend. He's here too," Samuel growled while swerving to the right to dodge a cluster of spikes that were shot at him from the window of the van. "Sheet! Look!" All Might called and said, "You kids were chasing the villains right now. Where are you? I'll have my assistant keep you posted on our location. Right now I'm kinda F-. Samuel swung his flame-covered right hand in a wide arc, burning away the glob of oil another one of the villains threw at him from the van. "You should be hooked up to our signal any second. Get here quickly. I don't take order fro-. Chiaki had cut the line, much to Samuel's gratitude, allowing her master to focus on chasing the runaway van. "Get back here!" Izuku roared with anger at the BSTRDS who dared take his mother away from him. Samuel's bike swerved to the left, avoiding another volley of spikes. "Sammy! Get us closer!" the green-haired boy ordered. "I hope you have a plan, buddy." Samuel shouted back, but complied, bringing his bike closer to the van. To anyone watching from the side it would appear like some weird street race. "Okay. Now what the F are you doing?" Samuel shouted as Izuku stood up on the bike seat and leapt on the van's roof. "Give me back my mom, you FING bastards!" Izuku started pounding on the van's roof, actually denting the metal with his fists. "Izuku! What the F-? Samuel shouted as he had to make some distance between himself and the van, since one of the villains inside tried to attack him. "Give her back!" Izuku's fingers dug into the metal with a horrible screech. Roaring loudly, the green-haired boy pulled on the roof with all of his strength, tearing it off and destroying his hold on the van in the process. Izuku flew back, still clutching onto the roof. If nothing was done, he was going to turn into a smear on the road. "Relampago chain!" Samuel shouted while throwing a rope of lightning at the flying Izuku. The black electricity hit the torn metal roof and kept it suspended in midair. The flying metal board followed behind Samuel, led by the chain of lighting that was held in the red-eyed devil's right hand. "Warn me next time, dumbass!" The furious devil shouted at his friend, who stood up on the flying roof and balanced himself on it like a skateboard. "They took my mom. I'll kill them." Izuku's voice sounded different. Sammy couldn't see him, since the roof was behind him. He couldn't smell him too well either, since the rush of the wind was interfering, but he had a very good idea what was happening all the same. Izuku's draconic lineage was just awoken and the green-haired boy was going on an instinct-fueled rampage. Dragons were a possessive sort, Samuel and Selena were proof of that, and Izuku was essentially a hatchling who had no control over his instincts or powers, but this hatchling had a rage he'd been suppressing for 10 years. The villains were now in more danger than Izuku's mother was. "Bring me closer. I'll tear them to pieces." Izuku roared. Samuel could feel the killer intent radiating off of him. "You'll put your mother in danger." Samuel shouted back to try and reason with Izuku. "We can't just rush them." The newly awakened dragon let out a cry of rage, the very air around him shaking. Samuel nearly lost control of his bike due to the sheer force of Izuku's voice. His dragon ancestor must be a powerful one for him to have this much power after just awakening. "Sammy, what's going on?" The voice of Selena came from his left. Samuel turned to see his sister riding the wind beside him. She always had the ability to fly without her devil wings. "What happened to Izuku? Is this his gear?" The amber-eyed devil cast a worried look at the feral Izuku, his face and arms covered in green scales. "No. This is his dragon blood, he's like us," Samuel explained while dodging another attack. This time it was a slow-moving red bubble. An intense heat came from the bubble and Samuel could tell that touching would most likely mean game over. "What the hell is taking the hero so long? What's up, assholes?" A boisterous voice came from above them. All participants of the race, villains and chasers alike, looked up to see a silhouette against the moonlight. The silhouette had the shape of a woman with bunny ears. Samuel and the villains both voiced the same thought at the sight. "Oh F-. Not her." The rabbit hero, Mirko, gave a large bloodthirsty grin. "Heard you needed a hero. I don't take order fro-. Beep. That D-. Mirko shouted in anger as the brat she was supposed to rescue, or was it his mother? Who cares, hung up in her face, like she was some cheap street beach he could wave off. She was FING Mirko. The number 15 hero. She wasn't going to take sass from some brat. Ping. Mirko looked at her phone while she was airborne. A tracking beacon appeared along with a caricature of a small purple gray-haired girl exclaiming, "Hurry." If she wasn't in mission mode at the moment, she would have totally, though it was adorable, but as it stood she had more pressing concerns. A woman was kidnapped and All Might, All Might, called her, to resolve the situation. This was probably the highlight of her career, the #1 hero calling her to resolve a situation? That practically meant that he saw her as an equal, right? Sharp inhale, sweetie. She could worry about who that woman was, or why she was kidnapped later. She had a job to do. Despite popular opinion of her being some bloodthirsty battle maniac, she took her duties as a hero very seriously. You don't become a top 20 hero without actually helping people. Mirko checked her phone to see any reports of the kidnapping on the Hero Network. It was hard to believe that she was the first option for a kidnapping, unless the person was important, but All Might didn't mention that. What greeted her was a news report of 2 kids on a motorcycle chasing a van down the freeway, with the van constantly firing off attacks on the kids. Well, she found her victims, and the kids. The rabbit hero's eyes widened when she saw the live footage of the green kid, who was riding back seat, jumping onto the roof of the car and pounding the sheet out of it. The camera barely caught the enraged expression on the green kid's face. Mirko would forever deny that her heart skipped a beat at the expression on that kid's face, and would further claim that she did not immediately declare that kid her mate when she saw him tear off the roof of the van with a roar she could hear from where she was currently at, cause that would be ridiculous. Eventually, Mirko caught up to the kids and the van and was about to make her entrance when her rabbit ears caught the 3 kids arguing. Wait, 3? Ah. Not important. What happened to Izuku? Is this his gear? Gear? The F was she talking about? The kid was covered in scales. This was obviously his quirk. No. This is his dragon blood. He's like us. Dragon blood? Were these kids crazy? What the hell is taking the hero so long? And there was her cue. Mirko took a deep breath before shouting at the top of her lungs. What's up, assholes? She smirked when she heard both the villains and the boy driving the motorcycle exclaim, "OF dash." Not her, upon seeing her. It felt good to be feared. Heard you needed a hero. Mirko exclaimed boisterously, a bloodthirsty grin on her face. She could see 5 people in the car. Since the green-haired kid tore off the roof, she didn't think that was hot. Shut up. 4 men and 1 woman. The woman had green hair, like the roof-tearing kid. Mirko assumed she was the rescue target. With a wild holler, Mirko dove down, feet first, to crash into the van. The villains and the woman screamed in fear. The rabbit hero's feet landed on the hood of the van, the metal crumpling like paper beneath her powerful feet. Those legs weren't just for show. Maybe the green kid likes legs. Due to her suddenly stopping the car, all of the passengers lurched forward. Of course the morons didn't bother putting a seatbelt on the woman, so she flew out of the ruined roof, screaming for her life. Sheet! Mirko yelled as she jumped as hard as she could, following the screaming woman's flight path. I gotcha! She exclaimed as she intercepted the woman in midair. DMN! You're heavy! The rabbit hero found herself saying without thinking. I'm sorry. The woman cried, making Mirko feel like an absolute beach for mentioning her weight. I started stress eating when my baby didn't get a quirk. That gave Mirko pause. Didn't have a quirk? The kid tore off a metal roof and was covered in scales. Of course he had a quirk. Not that being quirkless was a bad thing anyway. Her quirk wasn't exactly something amazing, and she was in the top. Mirko landed roughly, trying to take all of the force from the drop with her body so that the woman wouldn't be hurt. After a second to reorient herself and gently let down the crying woman, she saw that the kids were already taking care of the villains. 2 were already down while the black-haired boy and the black-haired girl were each taking another one on. The villains didn't last long. The last villain tried to crawl away, but the green kid followed him, his slow footsteps cracking the pavement beneath him. God! That was hot. Izuku? The woman whispered in fear. Mirko guessed that she was afraid her son would hurt himself. Usual mother fears. The rabbit hero decided that she would intervene, if only for appearances. What she didn't expect was for the green kid to pick up the villain by the throat and lift him up, murder flashing in those green eyes. Whoa! Kid! Mirko shouted as she made her way to the angry scaled kid. I get that you're sad, but you can't kill the guy. The green kid ignored her, all of his being focused on the villain, his clawed hand raised to pierce the skull of the bastard who dared hurt his mother. I'll be his MO, focus on the job, beach. Izuku, stop. The boy with the black hair ran to the green kid's side and grabbed his hand. Izuku, that's what the woman said as well, it's a good name. Mirko thought appreciatively, before focusing on the task at hand. They took my mom, Sammy. They need to pay. They need to die. The air trembled at his roar. Had she not had years of experience dealing with insane villains, she might have faltered. Not like this. The black-haired boy, Sammy, shouted as he appeared to actually struggle in holding back Izuku's hand. They need to be punished, yes. But you don't have to kill them. I've walked this path, Izuku. I crossed this line before and I know what it feels like, this desire to take a life. I understand it so well it drives me mad. Izuku stared at his friend with wide eyes. Mirko looked at the black-haired boy with surprise as well. He killed someone? He was so young. There's no going back after crossing this line, Izuku. Please, don't do this to yourself. To your mother. You're the world's future symbol of peace. Not a monster like me. The green kid dropped the villain, who had already passed out from fear, and stared at his friend with teary eyes. Sammy. Don't cross this line, Izuku, don't let these BSTRDs taint your heart, Sammy whispered quietly while bringing Izuku in for a hug. The green-haired boy broke down into tears as he clutched tightly onto his friend's shaking form. You're not a monster. When my world turned upside down, when my mom didn't believe in me, when my best friend turned his back on me, when the one friend I still had just left me behind, when the man I looked up to like a god told me to give up on my dream, you were there. You reached your hand to me and told me that you believe in me. Izuku cried loudly. You're not a monster. You're my best friend. Mirko watched the two boys hugging and crying. She really didn't want to ruin their moment. She noticed something moving next to her. Looking to the side, she saw the boy's mother with tears in her eyes. The green-haired woman looked at the scene with a heartbroken look on her face. He was right, she mumbled as tears stained her face. Your kid's really something. Mirko decided to speak up. She wasn't good at the whole talking to people cheat, but she figured she could try to comfort the distraught woman. If he wants to be a hero? I'll definitely offer him an internship. The green-haired woman looked at Mirko with shock at both her interest in her son and the fact that she, Mirko, a veritable lone wolf, was planning on taking the kid as her intern. The woman started unsurely, her lips quivered as she looked over to her son and his friend. Well, what are you waiting for? Go see your kid. Mirko started to push the woman over to the kids. Yo, brat. You lost something? The rabbit hero called out, catching the boy's attention. Mom. Izuku yelled out as he let go of Sammy and rushed over to the green-haired woman. Mirko chuckled at both the heartwarming sight of a mother and son reuniting, as well as the comic scene of the black-haired boy half-hugging empty air, the forlorn expression on his face showing that he missed hugging his friend. Izuku. My baby, I was so scared. The green-haired woman bawled as she hugged her son like a lifeline. It was a heart-melting scene in all honesty. I miss my mom, I should call my big brother, Mirko thought while she definitely not wiping a tear from her eye. She wasn't crying. She didn't find this adorable. Shut up. It's okay now, Mom. I am here. Izuku cried while holding on to his shaking mother, who stilled at the use of All Might's catchphrase. The green-haired woman looked over her son's shoulder, locking eyes with the black-haired boy, who smiled at her and gave her a go-ahead gesture. Izuku, thank you for saving me, you're my hero. The mother said shakily. Mirko chose to ignore the fact that technically she saved her. This was something that clearly needed to happen. Mom? Izuku questioned with shock on his face. You saved me tonight, Izuku, even after I gave up on you, even after I killed your dream. I was wrong back then, sweetie, you can be a hero. Quirk or not, you'll be the greatest hero ever. The Green family started to cry even harder, their tears shooting from their eyes like high-pressure water hoses. Was that their Quirk? Super crying? Was the kid going to shoot his tears at people? The Binding of Isaac style, that was metal as F-. The sound of police sirens interrupted the sweet moment as the cops finally got their heads out their buttes and came to take the villains that the kids already took care of. Mirko found herself looking at the kids with critical eyes. They all had potential. The girl was clearly the strongest among the three. The green-haired boy's potential was almost completely untapped. He was a blank canvas. It was the black-haired boy that worried her though. The kid clearly acted as leader during the whole thing. He had skills and power as well as being able to calm down his friend from his murder rage. But his eyes worried her. The kid said he killed before, and when Mirko looked at those crimson eyes, she saw he wasn't lying. He had the eyes of someone who has taken a life, eyes that every top hero eventually acquires. It was sad for a boy so young to have eyes like that, but that wasn't the scary part. It wasn't just that he had the eyes of someone who killed, he had the eyes she saw on so many villains, the eyes of someone who relished in carnage and destruction. The kid was a natural-born killer. Police! What's going on here? An officer with an orange cat head yelled as he stepped out of his car. Another officer, one dressed in a tan trench coat, got out after him. A kidnapping, I resolved it. Mirko stated cockily, trying to take the heat away from the kids. If they wanted to be heroes, what they did tonight could ruin their careers before they started. The news showed these kids chasing down the van. They were even using their quirks. The cat officer spoke. He sounded tired, but not annoyed. The green kid's mom was the victim, the other two are his friends. The rabbit hero explained. Both policemen shot a sympathetic look over to the three kids, a look that was followed by a grimace when they realized that, good reason or not, the kids broke Quirk laws and were essentially committing vigilantism. If it helps, the black-haired boy interjected. We had permission. Whose? The trench coat-wearing officer asked curiously. He looked familiar to Mirko for some reason. All Might's. He said simply, shocking everyone but the green-haired boy next to him. Kid, this isn't the time for jokes. The cat officer exclaimed. You could be in serious trouble. He sounded frustrated that he would have to arrest these kids for something like that. He's not lying, Sansa. The trench coat officer stated. What? The cat officer, Sansa, turned to his partner in shock. He's telling the truth, my Quirk said so. He explained smoothly. He had a lie detection quirk, that's why Mirko recognized him. He was Tsukachi, All Might's man on the force. You kids know All Might? Tsukachi asked the three kids. Me and Izuku do, my sister doesn't. The crimson-eyed boy confirmed with a nod. Bro. The girl elbowed her brother in the side. You didn't tell me you knew All Might. You never asked, ow. The boy received a slap upside the head from his sister. How do you two know him, exactly? Tsukachi asked while writing down what was being said. We're his students. The green-haired boy spoke up. His words earned him shocked looks from all of the women present. His mother specifically looked like she was going to faint. Oh. You two are the successors he told me about. Tsukachi laughed as he flipped his notepad closed. It's good to put a face to the stories, he speaks quite highly of you both. You know the old man? The black-haired boy tilted his head. Mirko suppressed a chuckle at All Might being referred to in such a disrespectful term. Yeah, we go way back. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, he extended his hand to the boys. You must be Midoriya and Sigurd. Each boy shook the hand in turn before the detective turned to the girl. I don't believe I caught your name. Selena D. Sigurd, she shook his hand as well. This idiot's big sis. Well, it is good to meet all of you. I'd like to just let you go, but we do have to ask you some questions. After that we'll escort you home. Tsukachi explained. Our home was destroyed by those villains, the mother mumbled quietly. Oh, the detective fumbled awkwardly for a moment. They can come to our place for the night. Both siblings said simultaneously. Oh, I wouldn't want to impose, the green-haired woman tried to refuse. Ma'am, you must be insane if you think I'm going to leave you and Izuku out to dry like this. The black-haired boy shook his head. But it's your apartment, she refuted weakly. It's not like you have to stay in our apartment, the whole complex is under ownership of our boss, all of the other apartments are vacant, you can stay in one of those if you like. The sister interjected. The green-haired woman tried to protest but merely nodded in agreement to the offer. Afterwards, Tsukachi questioned them on the events leading to that point, both officers growing furious at the response the boys were given by the hero hotline. The detective nodded appreciatively when the black-haired boy gave him a recording of the conversation. The news network has also arrived and tried to interview everyone, but were kept away by the sheer force that was Mirko. Tsukachi asked if they had any idea why the family was attacked, which was answered with, I think the old man has an idea. After the questioning, which ended with the four civilians being offered a ride to the siblings' apartment complex, Mirko called out to the green boy. She had to speak to him at least once. Why yes? The green-haired boy stuttered in fear of the rabbit hero. Mirko tilted her head in confusion. How was the kid such a wreck? Just a second ago he was jumping on top of moving vehicles and tearing of their roofs, now he was shaking like a leaf under her gaze. How could a kid be so badass one moment and a nervous wreck the next? And why did she think that was so cute? I saw the way you jumped on the van, kid, impressive. Mirko complimented, earning a fierce blush from Izuku. Gah. She wanted to take him home with her. Oh, that was dumb, Izuku mumbled in shame, his eyes glued to the floor. Yes it was. Mirko nodded, causing the green-haired boy to deflate. But it was pretty DMN awesome too. Izuku's eyes, wide as dinner plates, snapped over to meet the rabbit hero's gaze. The short, but fierce, heroine smirked at the boy. You want to be a hero, right? She asked. More than anything. Izuku confirmed resolutely, the conviction in his voice gave the rabbit hero pause. Well, you clearly have what it takes. Here. Mirko took something out of her belt and handed it to Izuku. It was a card with a number on it. That's my personal number, if you ever want me to show you how to kick butt, give me a call. She wanted to add, or if you just want to talk, but that felt creepy. But I'm already dash. When you have some free time from All Might, being trained by two top heroes can't hurt. See you around, kid. Mirko gave a short wave and jumped away, leaving a gust of wind behind her. Hey, are you ready to go? Izuku jumped at Samuel's voice. Yeah, let's go. Izuku turned and followed his friend to the cop cars. He hoped they could get to Sammy's apartment quick, he wanted to pass out and sleep for days. Samuel and Selena collapsed on the couch of their living room, exhausted breaths escaping them. Izuku and his mother were in one of the other apartments, already fast asleep. They had to inform Sona of their guests. Thankfully she was more than willing to be accommodating. What a mess! Samuel growled as he put his face in his hands. You telling me, why the hell would anyone just attack some random family? Selena groaned as she slipped off the couch and landed in a heap on the floor. I flew too much, she exhausted her magic over both the fights and the chase. I think I have an idea, but it's not my place to say. Samuel dragged his hands down his face with a heavy sigh. You're keeping things from me now? The elder twin sounded more than a bit upset at her brother keeping secrets from her. Not by choice, sis. Samuel slipped off the couch as well, landing on the floor in a heap. You don't spill secrets that aren't yours to tell. Convenient, isn't it? Selena spat. You can keep all the secrets you want from me and all you have to say is, it's not my secret to tell. The amber-eyed devil forced herself to stand up and glare down at her brother. Anaknu mishpacha, Sammy. Ein sadet bien mishpacha. Don't you start with that. I have my own life outside of you, Lena. I don't have to tell you anything and you don't get to criticize me for keeping secrets. Samuel stood up and glared back at his sister. Whatever, Selena waved her hand dismissively. I'm going to bed. The amber-eyed devil huffed and trudged over to her room, leaving her brother alone in the dark living room. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. All Might's ringtone sounded from Samuel's phone. The tired devil picked it up and answered before collapsing on the couch. Yeah? He yawned into the phone. Young Sigurd, are you and young Midoriya unharmed? We're fine, old man, but Izuku awakened his dragon blood. This is a week before my estimate. Samuel rubbed his eyes to try and relieve some of his exhaustion, but to no avail. I think half the nation saw as well. Yagi spoke seriously. The good news is that we can pass this off as a transformation quirk. I thought so as well. Do you have any idea who sent the attackers? Samuel asked seriously. Back when he called him during the chase, Yagi sounded like he realized something about what happened. I know exactly who it was. Mirai. He spat out the name like an insult. Nightfuck? Samuel just straight up insulted him. Yes, he was upset that I was refusing to give in to his demands concerning the successorship, so he resorted to trying to assassinate young Midoriya. BSTRD, Samuel growled with barely restrained rage. He was going to kill Sir Night-Eye. Come hell or high water, that man would die by his hand. Indeed, he will call me again tomorrow to harass me about it. His perfect choice. I want you to keep young Midoriya safe, young Sigurd. I fear that he isn't safe anywhere that isn't near one of us. We both already know that his school is compromised. We can't let him return there. Good thing I have a plan for that. If it weren't for your crazy ex, Izuku would already be transferring to Kuo Junior High on full scholarship. Samuel shook his head. Kuo is quite the prestigious school. Young Sigurd, how did you arrange for something like that? I'll tell you later, tired. Samuel yawned loudly, tears prickling at the corners of his eyes. Very well, good night, young Sigurd. Night, old man, zzzzz. Samuel fell asleep before even hanging up. Yagi chuckled over the line and cut the call. He'd visit his successors tomorrow to check on them. In a nice house in the same neighborhood that the Midoriyas lived in, a blonde woman with red eyes was pacing furiously. Mitsuki, I don't think pacing will help. A man with spiky brown hair and glasses spoke up from his chair, trying to calm the woman down. It helps me focus, Masaru. Mitsuki Bakugo shouted. She didn't have to worry about her sleeping son waking up, because the brat was asleep for 2 days and was showing no sign of waking up. That wasn't why she was pacing though. The reason that she was pacing was that her best friend's apartment was broken into by villains and she was kidnapped. Mitsuki was watching the news, wondering when her son would wake up, when a loud explosion came from the direction of Inko's complex. A few minutes later the news showed a story about 2 kids on a motorcycle chasing down a van. Mitsuki's heart stopped when she saw that one of the kids was her precious nephew Izuku. The other kid on the bike had to be the boy who put Katsuki in a coma. He fit the description that Katsuki's lackeys gave her, but that wasn't important at the moment. What was important was that her nephew was taking part in a high-speed chase and putting himself in danger. The blonde woman, who was known for being strong-willed and unfazed in the face of danger, nearly fainted when she saw her little Izuku jump on the moving van and tear off the roof with his bare hands. She could also make out scales covering his face, but that had to be a trick of the camera. Izuku was quirkless. He shouldn't be able to grow scales, or jump on moving vehicles, or tear off metal roofs. The blonde woman's worry was magnified when she saw that Inko was being held in the back of the van. The BSTRDS kidnapped her best friend. She breathed a sigh of relief when Mirko rescued her friend, but that relief turned to horror when she saw Izuku, sweet, kind Izuku, lift one of the villains by the throat and looked as if he was about to kill the man. Thankfully he was stopped before he could, but the fear stayed with Mitsuki. She couldn't even imagine her sweet nephew doing something like that. Izuku was a straight-up saint. He had to be in order to keep tolerating her piece of shit of a son. No way someone like that would kill like that. Mitsuki tried calling Inko after the incident was resolved, but it kept going to voicemail. She also went to the Midoriya's apartment, only to find the place trashed and empty. This led her to her current state, pacing like a mad woman in her living room, being worried sick for her best friend and nephew. Why hasn't she called me back? She should be safe by now. Mitsuki grinded her teeth in frustration. Maybe her phone is off so she can rest without being interrupted? Masaru offered. If that's the case, why isn't she back home by now? Mitsuki demanded. Her home is in ruin, I doubt she would go back there for tonight. Masaru stated reasonably. The police probably took her and Izuku somewhere safe so they could rest. I hate when you make sense. Mitsuki grumbled as Masaru stood up and took her hand. Dear, you aren't doing anyone favors by panicking like this. Get some rest, we'll call her again in the morning. Masaru said gently while trying to guide his wife out of the living room. Fine, but we're calling her again first thing in the morning. Mitsuki set her terms. Of course. Katsuki Bakugo shouted as he clawed his way out of a literal mountain of reanimated Izuku corpses, each one miming on how he killed them. Wow, Blasty, this is just sad. The smug voice of that monster dog only served to make Bakugo's anger worse. The explosive blonde shot a glare at his, what was it? A jailer? It was a BSTRD is what it was. The DMN dog had changed its shape to something between the completely human form of the boy with the crimson eyes and its massive beast form. It looked almost entirely human, only the skin was pitch black with the exception of the white skull mask pattern on the face and the various green and red lines that adorned its body. It was wearing some weird but loincloth, and not much else, with the same green and red patterns as its body and a weird crown full of feathers. It had giant earrings and various pieces of jewelry hanging from its neck, arms, and legs. The smug thing was lounging on what could only be described as a stone altar while eating a red apple so perfect-looking it could only exist in a dream. F you! Katsuki shouted defiantly as the Izuku zombies started dragging him back. He could have blasted them all away, but he couldn't bring himself to hurt them further. No, I'm serious. The only reason you're going through this sheet is because you feel guilty. The amount of guilt that you have to feel to make this punishment last as long as it has, well, it boggles the mind. But then again, gods like me aren't very prone to guilt. The thing took a bite of its apple while watching Katsuki struggle. God? You saying that you're a god? You're just some punk but kid with a freaky dream quirk. The ash blonde yelled as finally managed to free himself from the corpse's grasp and ran to attack the thing lying sideways on the stone altar, but no matter how much he ran, he couldn't get closer. You're thinking of the boy king, he put you here accidentally. He had no idea that the flammus of repent would send you into my inner domain. You're still here because you want to be punished for what you did to the Welsh dragon. The thing explained and took one last bite of its apple and threw the core at Katsuki. The scrap hit his head and bounced off. Welsh what? Who the F are you talking about? Katsuki demanded while still trying to fruitlessly run at the self-proclaimed god. Even boosting himself with his explosion seemed to do nothing. The green kiddo? Izuku. The boy king is quite fond of him, you seem to be as well. Considering this is a hell of your own making, you feel guilty for hurting the Welsh dragon and so, my inner domain created a punishment that reflected that guilt. It explained while sitting up and dangling its feet from the altar. It was almost childlike in its mannerisms, but its voice and tone spoke of age and wisdom. Bakugo just screamed and tried to blast himself towards the thing even harder. Sweet merciful Mictlanticutli, Blasty. You'll hurt yourself if you keep doing that. Is it so hard for you to admit you feel bad? Are you afraid of admitting that guilt? The thing shook its head at the struggling blonde with half disdain and half pity. Shut the F up. You don't know sheet. Bakugo screamed as his arms started to pound with pain. Let me remind you of something, you ignorant little bully. The thing said calmly before raising its open hand at Bakugo. Whatever was keeping the explosive blonde from moving suddenly disappeared and he found himself rocketing uncontrollably towards the thing before finding his neck in its iron grip. I am a god. And you are a bigoted little human who I won't even remember come next century, but for some reason the Welsh dragon seems to care for you, despite the years of torture you put him through, and the boy king cares for the Welsh dragon. You are going to experience this hell until you finally accept what you've done, and when that time comes, you are going to prostrate yourself before the child that you tormented and beg his forgiveness. The thing explained with its empty eye sockets boring into Katsuki's soul. The explosive blonde didn't have a response. He had no words, no insults or swears to throw at the monster. What I don't understand is why you feel guilt at all, or rather, why did you do all of these horrendous things to the Welsh dragon if you seemingly care for him to the extent that this is the shape your punishment takes? It gestured to the hellscape around them, full of all of the various ways that he had tormented Izuku over the years, as well as different ways in which the green-haired boy's life was extinguished. From my time within my various hosts, the Boy King in particular, I have found treachery to be the most despicable thing about the worthless creation of my twin known as humankind. Had I known what you humans would be like, I would not have guided Quetzalcoatl to the bones of the people of the world past to create your pathetic ancestors. The Welsh dragon admired you, worshipped the ground you walked on, offered his hand to you when you fell, and how did you repay him? Scorn and scars, and now you wallow in the guilt of your actions. You truly are pathetic, Katsuki Bakugu. The eyeless creature sneered at him and let him drop to the ground. The ash blonde hacked and coughed as air finally returned to him. I'm strong. Katsuki coughed as he tried to raise himself with his shaking arms. You're delusional. The monster deadpanned. But while I do grow weary of you, your trials are still far from over. Katsuki glared at his jailer with eyes full of rage and hatred. He wanted to wipe that smug look off that monster's face. He wanted to kill that gearhead fucker who stuck him here. But they're not truly the ones at fault, dear child. Katsuki's eyes widened at the voice. It wasn't the thing's voice, it was feminine, soft, like a silk noose around his neck. He could have sworn he had heard that voice before, but he couldn't quite place it. This place was messing with his mind. They may have put you here, but they only did so for the sake of that green waste of space. Katsuki felt as if he was punched in the gut. A gnawing pain struck at his heart. This punishment is unwarranted, my dear child. You did no wrong putting that pathetic weakling in his place? The gnawing feeling receded. Katsuki began to recall all of the praise he received for putting Deku in his place. The voice was right. No one ever tried to stop him. That meant he was right. Even if someone tried, he would win. That meant he was right. He didn't feel guilty. He shouldn't. What the home is going on? The thing looked around to see Katsuki's personal hell breaking down, all of the representations of Izuku turning to ash. Guilt is a weakness you don't need, my child. She was right. He was Katsuki Fing Bakugu. He was going to be the greatest hero ever. He was going to always win. Just like All Might. Of course you will, but not as you are now. You must still grow, acquire more power. Yes, he needed more power, so no one will ever stand up to him. Power to permanently put Deku in his place. Power to kill that bstrd who put him in this hell. I can grant you this power, my child, power that would make even All Might bend the knee before you. What is this? The Mictlin should only obey me. The thing roared. Who dares disturb my domain? What do you say, child? Power, Katsuki muttered as a mad look overtook his red eyes. You! The monster growled at Katsuki and stomped on his back. You think you can mess with my domain? Give me power. Katsuki struggled under the monster's foot. I want more power. A guttural roar tore from his throat. Very well, my child, I shall grant you the power you seek. Come to me, my dear child. Poison green flames exploded from Katsuki and forced the monster to step away. Dark fairy magic? You dare invade my domain, you corrupt sprite? The eyeless being roared in anger as the flames disappeared and Katsuki with them. The being stared at the scorched earth, the only proof Katsuki had been there before. I need to tell the boy. In a dark chamber stood a tall woman draped in black robes. 2 black horns adorned her head. The ground before the woman burst into green flames. The woman watched the flames with a smirk as a shape appeared within. Once the flames subsided, the shape within was revealed to be a boy with explosive ash blonde hair and glazed-over red eyes. The boy collapsed as soon as the flames disappeared completely, his breathing panting and ragged. The woman knelt down and lifted the boy with the care of a mother. Where? The boy breathed out, his vision blurry and unfocused. Shoo! The woman gently shushed the boy. Not yet, my child, you are exhausted, drained from the torture of that false god. Power, the boy growled and tried to force himself to stay awake. All in due time, my dear child, you will have all the power you desire. But for now you must rest, and when you wake, I shall grant you your desire. The woman sang gently as the boy fell asleep in her arms. Sleep, my child, sleep and grow strong. The loud waking call of the bass woke up the soldiers from their slumber. The ladies, most no older than 16, went about their morning routine with efficiency. Among all of those trained warriors, one stood out. She was the shortest among them all, but was also widely recognized as the strongest. The girl had long platinum hair that flowed freely behind her. She had skin so pale one might mistake her for a certain fairy tale princess. On her face was a black eye patch that covered her left eye, her right eye was pure crimson. The girl stared at her reflection in the mirror, her attention almost solely on her one visible eye, that crimson eye that had the same shade as a certain boy. When the girl looked at the mirror, her reflection faltered for a moment. Instead of herself, she saw a boy with skin as pale as hers with eyes the same shade of crimson as her own. The girl stared at the mirage with fascination. She knew who this boy was, she knew him so well, she had been by his side since the moment they both came into existence, if he ever existed to begin with. She knew how he thought, she knew how he fought, she has been a part of his life for so long, always watching, never participating, how she longed to truly meet with him, to have him say her name with the same reverence and love that he had to his master. To look at his eyes, rather than through them like she always had. The girl reached her hand slowly to touch the boy's image on the mirror. "Samuel," she muttered softly before the image faded away, leaving her with her own disappointed visage. It was never meant to be, for all the girl knew, that boy was the result of her overactive imagination. After all, there was no guarantee that the world that she saw in her dreams was real, except for... The girl looked around her, making sure she was alone before raising her right hand. A strange sensation of hunger welled in her stomach. A feeling she was all too familiar with. The girl called upon the feeling. A dim purple light filled her right hand before a familiar weight settled in it. The girl looked at the object that appeared in her hand, a gold sword with purple highlights and a large purple gem in the guard. Tyrant's Horde, that was the sword's name. It was a sacred gear. The girl knew that for a fact. This was her connection to the dream. This was her proof that Samuel existed. He had a sacred gear, just like her. "Bodwig, what's taking so long?" The girl jumped and quickly dismissed her sword. The blade vanished in a dim purple light. "Nothing. I'll be right out." She called out and quickly made her way out, throwing one last longing glance at the mirror, hoping that the face of that boy would appear to her once more, but the boy did not appear. The girl was unaware that her destined meeting with the boy who shares her eyes was much closer than she could think. In a location unknown to the rest of the world, a mad rabbit sat in front of her latest endeavor. The mad rabbit smiled at the screaming and writhing creature that was trapped within her clutches. Her experiments were proving to be a success. The looking glass that separated her world from the wonderland of superpowers and supernatural was cracking little by little. The rabbit left her current subject alone and returned to her planning board, reveling in the shrieks of anguish the creature was releasing due to her experiments. The rabbit sat in front of a monitor that displayed a world different to her own, her wonderland. Oh, how she longed to be there. Her own world was so boring. It had taken her less than a year to take it over and make it into Snorefest that groveled at her feet. How disappointing. Even the one person who was supposed to be her equal just up and gave up on challenging her. But that world. That wonderland. A world full of strangeness, a world where she could finally have the challenge she so sought after. All she had to do now was secure her perfect challenger. Several images of a boy with black hair and crimson eyes, each depicting him in various ages and stages of his life, came on screen. The mad rabbit laughed, a childlike whimsy-filled laugh, at the images of the boy that she had been observing for years through her looking glass. The rabbit put her hand on the monitor, softly caressing the image in which the boy appeared oldest. "We'll meet soon? Satan. So I understand that things have been frantic this past, you said week?" Aqua asked as she parried a strike from a demonic-looking sword-wielding Heartless. Nyx and Bar Kochva called those invisibles. She looked to the side to see Samuel beating another invisible over the head with a Heartless that resembled Nyx but larger and leaner. She said those were Neo Shadows. "Boy, where do I FING start?" The Neo Shadow finally had enough abuse and exploded into motes of darkness, meaning Samuel had to finish the invisible with his bare hands, not that he minded. The red-eyed devil grinned and grabbed the demonic Heartless by the throat before throwing it upwards. He watched the monster fly and put his hands in front of his mouth like a barrel. Infernal HOOOOWWWWLLL. Samuel released a stream of black flames from his mouth that consumed the airborne Heartless and reduced it to ash. "That's 15 for me, what about you?" He turned to where Aqua froze the invisible she was fighting and shattered the ice block with the monster inside. 34, but who's counting really? She answered with fake modesty, enjoying the annoyed scowl on Samuel's face at being beaten. "Don't worry, my student, maybe one day you'll be half as strong as me." The Keyblade Master teased and walked closer to her grumbling apprentice contractor, not noticing Nyx and Bar Kochva absorbing the remains of the Heartless that she and Samuel had just slain. "I could rip you in half with my teeth." Samuel said while baring his fangs at Aqua. Say that once you actually beat me, my student. Aqua giggled and pinched Samuel's cheek, earning an annoyed grumble from the young devil. Technically he was right, he was in fact capable of ripping Aqua apart with his teeth. When it came to physical strength, Samuel was so far ahead of the blueberry-haired Keyblade master that it wasn't even funny, but she had him beat in every other category. Don't worry, my teacher, once I get you out of this shithole, we'll have all the time in the world to try and kill each other. Samuel replied with a sarcastic grin. What's wrong with me if I find that appealing? Samuel and Aqua thought at the same time, a future where they could fight each other every day sounded oddly nice. I'll take you up on that offer, Sammy, maybe by then you'll get your own Keyblade. Aqua mused lightly. I'll have to keep overseeing your training, and the best place for that is the land of departure. Your home world? What's it like? Samuel sat down on the ground and pulled out 2 Ken drinks from his sacred gear, a cherry soda for him and a blueberry soda for Aqua. It was beautiful. Aqua sat down next to him and took the Ken he offered her. Nyx came to sit in her lap while Bar Kochva floated behind Samuel. The two popped open their cans and took a synchronized sip, laughing at each other for the silly action. Somewhere in another world, a silver-haired girl felt an arrow pierce her heart as if someone else was enjoying an experience that should be hers. It was in the realm in between, so it had a balance between light and dark, a perfect place to train Keyblade wielders. I remember Ven would always go and take naps on the grass by the training field, that sleepy head. The Keyblade master chuckled fondly. Samuel watched her with a smile. Ven, Terra and I used to watch the stars together. I made us these so we'd never get separated. Aqua pulled out a translucent blue star charm and held it up with a wistful expression. But you can see how that turned out. The blueberry-haired lady took a long sip from her drink. You'll see them once I get you out of here. The red-eyed devil said and took a swig of his drink. Don't you remember what happened to them? Aqua asked sardonically. She still had no idea how to wake up Ven and she didn't know if Terra's body was still in Radiant Garden where she left him. Yeah, I remember, but I'll help you save them, just like I'll save you. Samuel shrugged. A hero to the end, huh? The Keyblade master laughed lightly, but in truth she was extremely happy. She wanted to ask for Samuel's help in saving her friends and he just offered himself. It's not really about heroics this time, I just want to help you. Samuel grinned at his new, self-proclaimed, teacher. Aqua's face turned red as she felt her heartbeat quicken. So you said you had a rough week. What happened? She asked quickly to change the subject. Let's see. Samuel pressed his left hand's thumb and index finger against his forehead with an exasperated expression. First, my friend's mom got kidnapped. Later beaches. The villain yelled as he rushed away holding Izuku's mom. Get that motherfucker. Samuel yelled as he, Izuku and Selena gave chase. I'm a dragon this beach. Izuku yelled and was suddenly covered in scales. Murder frenzy, slots. All y'all spout to get your cheeks clapped. The dragon boy went in for the kill. My mans, N.O. Samuel shouted and ran after the mad Izuku. Managed to convince my boy not to kill the fuckers in the end. Samuel shook his head. That was just the start? Aqua felt a sense of dread. Samuel laughed before continuing. Oh ho ho ho. Yeah. Next thing in the morning, I wake up and find. Yo, who the F be smothering pillows to my handsome face? Samuel grumbled as he felt something unbelievably soft robbing his air. He also felt a strange warm weight atop his body. I don't remember getting weighted blankets. That's 'cause you didn't. Doggy, a sultry voice whispered in his ear. Samuel's eyes shot open as he stared at the black-haired Nakomata lying on top of him and wearing his shirt, a sly smile on her face. Ah, hell nah. Stray cat broke into my place, and that's all I'm willing to say about it. Samuel shivered a bit. Kuroka did not understand the meaning of the word no. It was a magical cat, wasn't it? Aqua asked and only received an absent-minded nod from Samuel. All right, what's next? So a friend of mine saw the news feed of us chasing the kidnappers and... Yo, I saw you tried to call. Samuel spoke awkwardly while looking at the 50 unanswered calls from Yui. About time your beach but called me. Look, Yui, I get that you're upset, but don't you think you're overreacting a bit? Samuel asked awkwardly, practically feeling the rage ooze from the other end of the line. F you piece of shit. Do you have any idea how FING worried I was about you? Yui, you know I can't help it if someone needs my help. The crimson-eyed devil tried to defend. It's not about that. Samuel had to put the phone away from his ear because of Yui's volume. I'm not angry that you helped someone. I'll never be angry about that. If you didn't help others, you wouldn't be the Samuel I look up to and cherish, but I'm worried that you put yourself in danger that you might not be able to handle. Yui, he hated making her worried. You're strong, Samuel, but you aren't a hero yet, we aren't even hero students yet. I don't want to see you hurt, not before I. Yui, Samuel sighed. Let me make it up to you, anything you want. That's a dangerous statement, Samuel. Anything to make it up to you, Yui. Just say the word. Samuel insisted. There's a convention happening soon, like a week, take me. Sure. Anything for you. The crimson-eyed devil smiled as he could feel his friend's excitement through the phone. Your friend certainly sounds expressive. Aqua chuckled a bit, taking a small sip of her drink. I think so, at least, but nobody else seems to, it's weird. Samuel pouted. There's this stupid fan club for her at school, all these idiots going on and on about her Ice Queen aesthetic. They don't know a DMN thing about my Yui. He growled. Aqua let out a whistle. Your Yui? Should I be jealous, Sammy? The Keyblade Master teased, but was internally grumbling at yet another girl that seemed to hold Sammy's affections. Why did the first guy she met in a decade have to be a philanderer? Sorry, it's the dragon blood talking. Samuel apologized and cast a shameful look to the side. I've always been the possessive sort, comes with the godly and draconic territories, but lately it's been more and more prominent. I've never had too much in the way of dragon power, so to speak, because my dragon blood is pretty diluted, but my friend's recent awakening of his draconic heritage has been pushing mine into an overdrive state of sorts. He stared at his hands for a moment, wondering if he'll be able to manifest dragon traits. The power of his dragon ancestor would be invaluable in the future. Hopefully I won't have to cut you down like the last dragon I met. Aqua chuckled at the memory of fighting Maleficent. Boy was she shocked when Sammy had shown her what he meant by keep an open mind. She was not ready to see that all of those worlds she had visited and people that she had met were fictional stories in Sammy's world. She went into a full existential crisis after that, but Sammy managed to slap some sense into her, and she promptly slapped him back, and that devolved into a messy fight that they were both denying they enjoyed. Don't compare me to that discount fairy, my teacher. Samuel scoffed. But still. I hate that people look at Yui like some unapproachable, emotionless doll. It makes my blood boil. You really care about her, huh? Aqua huffed with a small smile. Sammy's caring nature and loyalty was the only thing anchoring her to sanity at this point. Even if she might be willing to acknowledge the slim possibility that she could be jealous, she couldn't fault him for one of the traits she liked most about him. Yeah, Samuel took a long sip of his drink, internally wishing it was alcoholic, but Aqua was decidedly not okay with her young student having a drinking problem at 14, so she requested he stop, and he did. What's wrong, Sammy? Aqua put a hand on his shoulder. Nyx jumped onto his lap and Bar Kochva bumped into his head from behind. I'm afraid I'll lose her, Aqua. Samuel grit his teeth. Why? Aqua was surprised at the turn. Why would you lose her? She seems to care about you an awful lot. Aqua, Samuel downed the rest of his can and threw it away before blasting it with a lightning bolt. If the circumstances of our meeting were different, would we still be friends? What? Aqua let out a small laugh. Of course we would. I'm serious, Aqua. When we first met you tried to kill me because of my inherent darkness. Samuel's blank gaze landed on the uncomfortable-looking Aqua. Had this place not been actively sapping your strength, you would have succeeded. You only started to see me as a friend because I offered to help you, therefore, under different circumstances, I would be nothing more than a notch on your keyblade. Sammy! Aqua gasped in horror, but she couldn't exactly refute him. She was a lot less forgiving of the darkness before she met him. She had no problem killing complete strangers, who had done nothing against her, just because they had darkness in their hearts. Had the fairy godmother not stopped her, she'd have killed Tremaine and her daughters with no remorse. Who's to say that Sammy, whose darkness was greater than all three of them combined, wouldn't receive the same treatment from her? I'm not saying this to hurt you, Aqua. Samuel reassured, putting a hand on Aqua's shoulder and smiling at her. I cherish you, I cherish our meeting and the time I spend with you. But our friendship is based on me offering you help at your lowest, just like with Yui. The crimson-eyed devil's smile dropped as he took a shuddering breath. So you helped her, why would that cause you to lose her? The Keyblade Master tilted her head, unconsciously putting her own hand over the hand still on her shoulder. A small smile came to Samuel's face as he reminisced. Well, Yui Kodai was lying in bed awake. She reached over to her phone to check the time. Turning it on, the girl cringed at the bright light before adjusting the brightness on the screen. Yui blinked a bit and looked at the time on the screen. 2:34. It was so late that it was early and she couldn't get so much as a wink, but there was a reason for it, a very, very good reason. Today was the day she was going to that convention with Samuel, her first date with Samuel. Not that she said it was a date, but she figured that she could cross that line when she got to it. She wanted to sleep to get plenty of energy for the day, an entire day with Samuel, her best friend, her hero. But she was so nervous that she was kept awake all through the night. She wondered, was Samuel just as nervous about spending the day with her? Did he get those butterflies in his stomach when he thought of her just like she did for him? Yui frowned, thinking that she already knew the answer to those questions. Samuel's heart wasn't hers, it never was, it was Sauna Kaishu's, always has been. She knew from the day she set foot in Kuo, when he arranged for her to be transferred to his school on scholarship, after he saved her life. She sighed dreamily while recalling their first meeting. Samuel's eyes burned with such rage, but his voice was calm and cold. He looked so terrifying, so wonderful. Yui was struggling against the hold of two of her male classmates. She was being dragged into an alleyway by a group of people from school who were rather antagonistic towards her. They always said that they hated how emotionless she was, how she looked down on them with her Ice Queen act. They made fun of her quirk and her desire to be a hero. They took to tormenting her in school, and the teachers turned a blind eye since some of those kids were promising hero prospects, corrupt BSTRDS. When she ignored them, they started following her outside of school. Once again this was ignored by teachers. When she ignored that as well, that led to today. The morons found some cheap booze, got drunk off there and decided to take out whatever grievances they had with Yui in the worst way possible. Look! Even when the doll is crying she's monotone. The girl in charge of the group laughed drunkenly at the struggling Yui. Tears ran down the girl's face, but her expression stayed the same. We'll break her soon enough. Another girl giggled and groped Yui's chest roughly. The blank-faced girl's breath hitched in fear at what she was going to be subjected to. Let's check if her quirk affects people. One of the guys who held Yui leered at her, causing her to shiver with disgust. Yui's eyes darted around as the group, 3 girls and 5 boys, dragged her through the alley to whatever location they had in mind for their sick plan, looking for anything that could help her get away. Not that it would help if she couldn't touch anything, something that is somewhat difficult when she's being restrained and dragged. Hee 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 hee, the sound of laughter echoed behind them, startling the bullies. They all turned around to see that there was no one there. What the hell was that? One of the guys holding Yui slurred in confusion. Is someone FING following us? Another guy, standing closer to the girls, spat out. Mimi, you had one FING job. He yelled at a girl with slightly larger than normal ears. I was FING listening. Nobody's been FING following us. The girl shouted back. They brought her as a lookout because of her enhanced hearing quirk. WPUEEE. A shrill whistle from above caught their attention. Everyone, including Yui, looked up to see a boy, about their age, with messy black hair and pale skin, wearing a Kuo uniform, sitting on the edge of one of the roofs of the alley, directly above them. Alan. The boy greeted with a 2-finger salute and a cocky grin. Who the F are you? One of the boys holding Yui demanded. Ani. The boy pointed to himself inquisitively. Yeah, you. You see other morons here? The second boy holding Yui shouted. The boy tilted his head for a moment with a confused expression. Yui caught sight of his crimson eyes. His eyes were full of barely restrained rage despite his somewhat innocent demeanor. The boy nodded and raised both of his hands with 5 fingers held up in his left and 3 in his right. The bullies didn't seem to take kindly to the insult. UF dash. The first guy holding Yui took one of his arms off of the girl and held at his side, lighting it up with a dull orange flame. That guy was the golden boy at Yui's school. He could do no wrong because he wanted to go to UA and had a flashy quirk. Eat this. The guy swung his hand and threw the flame at the pale boy. The rest of the bullies hollered and laughed as the flame approached the pale boy. Heh, the pale boy sighed as he tilted his head to right and lowered his shoulder. The flame passed by him harmlessly. Itty, he yawned as the flame went out as it flew past him. The F dash. The head bully called out, her bottle nearly slipping from her grip. The others had a similar reaction. Their jaws fell as their strongest fighter failed to hit someone with his quirk. A love, Cal catch a love, the boy drawled as he stared down at the group, his face lackadaisical but his eyes containing endless bloodlust. The bullies shivered from fear. Yui shivered as well, just not from fear. What is this guy? The guy with the flaming hand stuttered as he choked under the pale boy's killer intent. Ani? The boy asked once again with an innocent expression. Ani ha Satan. He grinned savagely, revealing his sharp teeth. Nuts to this. One of the guys spat out as he tried to run away. Snap. Only to fall flat on his face when the pale boy snapped his fingers. The fallen guy felt constant jolts running through his legs. Did I give you permission to run, Beach? The pale boy asked in a bored tone. Now what do we have here? He asked sarcastically with a mocking tilt of his head. The boy placed his hands at his sides and pushed himself off of the roof. he fell with the same bored expression on his face and landed on his feet with a slight crouch right in front of Yui, who was still being held by the two guys. "Hello there." He spoke to her, the bloodlust in his eyes replaced with warmth and care. Yui hummed fearfully as she was still in the hands of her captors, her eyes watery with unshed tears. She wanted to cry and beg for him to help her, to save her from these depraved BSTRDS. "Don't worry, I will. These BSTRDS will pay for this," he said quietly. The anger returned in full force. Yui's eyes widened as she just realized that the boy understood her. "We'll pay for what, pretty boy?" Flame Hand sneered, trying to pretend he had control of the situation. "For even considering what you were going to do to this girl." The pale boy spoke calmly. "Let me tell you BSTRDS what's going to happen. You're going to let go of this girl. You're going to get down on your hands and knees to apologize to her. You're going to drag your sorry buttes to the nearest police station, and you're going to turn yourselves in for all of this." His voice left no room for argument, but the bullies were either too drunk or brazen to care. "And if we don't?" the head girl bully slurred. The pale boy closed his eyes and took a deep breath before opening them again, revealing they were green instead of red. Yui was confused as to what the boy was doing before she heard a violent retching sound. She turned her head to see the head girl vomiting blood with no sign of stopping. "That," the pale boy said plainly. "That happens." His eyes turned back into red. He blinked a few times as if he felt an irritation in them. Yui figured it was his quirk. "What the F did you do?" A guy with horns growing from the sides of his head shouted as he rushed to the vomiting girl's side. "Warning shot," the pale boy stated. "This is your last chance to get the F out of my sight and make sure this girl never sees your fugly faces ever again. Yesh Mevin? F that." Fire Hand shouted and let go of Yui before swinging a flaming hand at the pale boy. Flame Hands was taller and bulkier looking, not to mention his quirk. Yui was worried that the pale boy would be hurt because of her. His quirk didn't seem directly offensive. SCK on T-. Yui stared in surprise as the pale boy caught the attack with his left hand. The flames on the guy's hand didn't seem to bother him in the slightest. "You call that a flame?" the pale boy asked with a raised eyebrow as he started to twist the hand in his grip, inciting screams from its owner. "Let go!" Flame Hand screamed and threw another fiery punch at the pale boy, hoping to get him to let go, but the boy just caught that punch as well. "How the F are you not burning?" the pale boy chuckled at the question. "You think these cold flames can burn me?" His chuckles turned to full-blown laughter. "Shut up. I'll burn you to ash." Flame Hands shouted and enlarged the flames on his hands to the point they started to climb on his forearms. "Ahhhhhhhhhhrghhh." He screeched in pain as the only part of him that was fireproof was his hands. "Are you trying to burn your arms off to escape?" the pale boy questioned with a tilt of his head. "'Cause I'll admit, it's creative." Flame Hand screamed and created more fire. It now engulfed both of the boy's arms up to the shoulders. "Burn! Burn! Burn!" Flame Hand screeched before his flames went out instantly, leaving behind his charred arms. "What?" He stared at his arms in horror, especially after the pale boy let go of them and they flopped to the sides. "What did you do to me?" he asked in fear. Tears built up at the corners of his eyes. "I did nothing." The pale boy shook his head. "You're burnt out. You pushed your quirk too far too fast and this is the result." There wasn't a single ounce of pity in his voice as he watched Flame Hands cry hysterically that he couldn't feel his arms. "It could be reversible if you get to a hospital right away," he offered. "I'll take the girl and you idiots take Vomit Comet, Lame Legs and Bacon Hands to the hospital, deal?" The guy that was still holding Yui pushed her into the pale boy's arms. Yui felt his arms wrap around her protectively, and glared at him. "This isn't over, BSTRD," he declared while helping his friend up to his feet. The others helped the girl whose mouth was covered in bile and blood and the boy who still couldn't move his legs. They slunk away from the alley like the rats they were. "You're right," was the only response the pale boy offered before turning his eyes to the girl in his arms. "Yui," a kind smile appeared on his face. "Are you all right?" Yui hummed, wanting to thank the boy for coming to her rescue. "You're welcome, I'm happy I could help you," he said gently before adding. "Do you want me to give you a ride home, in case these assholes try to come back?" Yui figured that there'd be no harm, but how would he give her a ride exactly? "On my bike, it's parked outside the alley." He answered the question she tried to convey but couldn't. Yui's eyes snapped to his, her mouth ever so slightly agape. He understood her? He could tell what she was saying? "Of course I can," the pale boy confirmed with some confusion. "Do people normally not?" Yui shook her head. Most people just thought of her like some standoffish doll who, though she was too good to talk to others. "Well, that's dumb, they're dumb. I mean, you're speaking pretty clearly to me. The pale boy pointed out. HMFF, Yui let out a small huff of laughter. She guessed it was more about the boy being as abnormal as her than others simply being stupid. I guess I can't deny that. The pale boy conceded with a smile. Anyway though, I don't believe I caught your name. Yui. Kodai. Yui mumbled shyly, now noticing how she was held flush against the boy, her cherry red face in his chest. I'm Samuel D. Sigurd, it's nice to meet you, Yui. Samuel smiled at her, and for the first time in her life, Yui Kodai smiled as well. Then I arranged for a scholarship for her at my school under my aegis and took care of those bullies when they came looking for trouble. Samuel finished detailing how he met Yui. Took care how? Aqua sounded worried, knowing exactly how vindictive Sammy could be. Legally they were part of an accident that left them with shattered legs, twisted spleens and a crippling phobia of fried eggplants. Sammy said with a smile. Twisted spleens? Aqua looked horrified. Sammy. You're a magic user, we don't twist spleens. UCA-. Can't cast magic with a twisted spleen, yeah, I know. Samuel shrugged. It's not like it's a loss, those morons were going to do unspeakable things to Yui, I just made sure they hurt just as much as they hurt Yui. I guess I can't fault you on that. Aqua conceded, she had been prepared to do worse and those bullies weren't even mages, so no harm done except for the usual repercussions of a twisted spleen, which they deserved for what they tried to do to Sammy's. Was she his friend, or something more? Sammy obviously cared for her, but that didn't necessarily mean that he was in love with her. He had already stated that he loved his master. I'm his Keyblade master, does that count for anything? Anyway, why should she hate you for this? You saved her. Aqua questioned. She would never hate Sammy for helping her, but if that Yui girl wanted to throw Sammy away, same with his master, who wouldn't return his feelings, well, Aqua had a really nice place for him back at the land of departure. If he wanted to go with her, of course. Do you not find it suspicious at all that I, some random kid, happened to be there at that exact moment? Samuel asked with an empty look in his eyes. Sammy, Aqua stared at Samuel with a disturbed look. You didn't, she hoped he wasn't implying what she thinks he was. It wasn't a coincidence that I was there that day? I was following a lead for a friend, a dormant gear user, that was Yui. A low chuckle rumbled from Samuel's throat. I was there because I was looking for her, to recruit her for my friend. Oh thank light, I thought it was worse, Aqua breathed a sigh of relief. But when I saw how excited she was when I understood her, when I saw her eyes light up when she looked at me, Samuel laughed as tears started to build up in his eyes. For the first time in my life? I was everything I wanted to be. I felt like a hero. Ha. How pathetic is that? Sammy? Aqua's eyes widened at the admission. After that, well, I couldn't just hand Yui over to Rias, she'd hate my guts. So I called dibs, someone as powerful as her, I can't just give her to you, some bullshit like that, so I can keep playing superhero to Yui's damsel in distress. Samuel shouted while gripping his hair, tears running down his face. Malchi, Bar Kochva rumbled and bumped into the side of Samuel's head gently, hoping to comfort his king. Malchi. Nyx nuzzled her head to Samuel's stomach. Samuel sniffled and brought his hands to pet each of them, thanking them for trying to support him. I told Rias that I wanted to recruit her myself, to join Kaishu's peerage. Samuel continued after calming down a bit. Rias saw through my bullshit instantly, she's smart like that, but she played along. Princess Kool-Aid Hair gave me a deadline, to make the offer to Yui by the time we graduate from Kuo, and if I don't, then she will. How long do you have to graduate? Aqua asked, taking Nyx from Samuel's lap to let him focus on Bar Kochva. A little less than 11 months, that's the tick-tock ticking clock to when I lose my friend. Samuel said while bringing the rumbling dark ball into a hug. She wouldn't hate you. Aqua tried to reassure. Maybe if I told her from the beginning, Samuel started, hugging Bar Kochva closer to his chest. But it's been a year since then, I have been lying to her for a year. How am I supposed to look her in the eye? How can I look the girl who loves me in the eye and tell her that I'm a liar? Loves you? Aqua figured it was the case, but that did complicate things. Yup, she loves me. Samuel admitted. And do you? Aqua couldn't help but ask, the small selfish part of her wanted to know. Samuel chuckled. Does it even matter? Do you or don't you? Aqua insisted. Of course I do. The crimson-eyed devil let go of the Heartless in his arms and fell to his back. I love her, of course I love her. I have the blood of gods and dragons in my veins. I am a devil. My very nature is to be greedy. To desire. Does that leave room for me, I wonder? Aqua thought to herself. Then why not tell her? I want to keep the illusion going as long as I can. Samuel admitted. So how are you different from Kaicho? The Keyblade Master questioned. Samuel's eyes widened for a moment before he relaxed. I guess I'm not, a hypocrite to the end. He sighed deeply. What happened next? Aqua asked, hoping to change the subject. In your week, I mean. Samuel smirked at her. Well, breakfast. Samuel shouted as he slammed a giant plate of pancakes onto the table. Distraction. Selena shouted back in accusation as she stuffed her face full of pancakes. Indeed. Samuel cackled as he started to stuff his face as well. Sweetie, why didn't you tell me that you're All Might's successor? Inko asked her son. Izuku fumbled with his words while shooting a pleading look to Samuel. Scholarship distraction. Samuel shouted while throwing a piece of paper at Inko's face. Scholarship? My baby. She cried proud mama tears. Does your friend's mom usually just cry like that? Aqua sweat dropped. Oh yeah. Samuel sat up with a chuckle. And do you just hand out scholarships to your school? The Keyblade Master asked. Not really, but hey, he needed a better school. Samuel shrugged. And what about those kidnappers? Did you find who sent them? The reason they were doing this was because Samuel was less than verbal during his visits this past week. Beyond explaining the whole fictional worlds thing, he just went on a murder frenzy. Which was hot. Funny you should mention that. Mirai Sasaki was going through all the information he had available on Midoriya and Sigurd, All Might's successors. Mirai scoffed. Mirio was All Might's rightful successor. Not some baseline and his baseline-loving boyfriend. What was worse was how his assassination attempt has failed, which should have been impossible. Seeing as how he used his quirk on the leader of the thugs he hired and he saw them succeed. But somehow they didn't. His foresight was absolute. It had to be the work of those supernaturals. Just thinking about it made his skin crawl. There was no way anything natural could overturn his predictions. He would have used that as an opportunity to find a way to change his prediction of All Might's death, but was All Might to be saved by those freaks, he'd rather kill him himself. The symbol of peace will not live by the hands of monsters. And he had to pick this little cretin. Night Eye growled at the picture of Izuku Midoriya. The little baseline wasn't just some quirkless waste of space, he was a crossbreed as well. A dragon at that. There was no way he was going to let some greedy lizard have one for all. It was Mirio's quirk to inherit. And then there was Sigurd. The boy was obviously a devil and a sacred gear user at that. How sickening. He actually registered his sacred gear as his quirk, meaning he was either some baseline or has some worthless quirk. While looking through his info on that accursed devil, he found that he was the last victim of the Twilight Killer, a serial RPST and murderer. So I have you to thank for killing my operative, Night Eye grumbled. He had used that woman for her useful quirk that acted like super powerful roofies in order to kill supernatural children. She could do whatever she wanted with them, monsters like them deserved no less. He had her kill those little abominations while he was working as All Might's sidekick. He couldn't let All Might find out what he was doing. Even while he was trying to indoctrinate him to his cause, the man was too soft-hearted. Your days are numbered, you little freaks. Night Eye threatened the photos of the two boys. He already had plans to deal with Sigurd. He found that Sigurd purchased 2 tickets to a convention, and looking through his list of acquaintances he figured it would be for his friend Kodai, a date perhaps? Or maybe a recruitment. It could be that Kodai was a sacred gear user that Sigurd wanted for his peerage. Either way, Night Eye was sending Mirio to the convention tomorrow to take care of things. He told Mirio the truth, that Sigurd was a danger to society and was even a threat to All Might. Mirio was to carry a sword of light and wear his hero outfit under his clothes. When his plan was to be carried out, Mirio will kill that filthy devil, and that would leave that little freak Midoriya all on his own. Meanwhile, he'd keep Bubble Girl on a short leash. She has been showing signs of rebelliousness, thinking that it's wrong to stalk an innocent kid. Ugh. There was nothing innocent about that monster. Why did he ever hire a useless baseline sympathizing sidekick like her? I'll give her a chance to prove herself, but then I'll wash my hands clean of that useless girl. Night Eye prepared his documents to fire his sidekick. But for now, enjoy your date, devil. He seethed while touching the photo of Sigurd on the screen. I'm going to kill him, Sammy. There's nothing you can do to stop me. Aqua declared after Samuel finished telling her about the guy responsible for the thugs. Wait in line, my teacher. I have first dibs, and I'm going to tear that BSTRD's corrupt soul from his body and make sure it never reincarnates again. Samuel promised, his eyes turning green for a moment. All right. Aqua conceded with her arms raised, internally wondering if it was the realm of darkness stoking her violent impulses or if Master Iraka's teachings were just a lot worse than she remembered. Considering the lengths she was willing to go to in order to exterminate darkness in the name of the light before the realm of Drakness, Maybe Xehanort would have had a point if he didn't try to kill her friends. Master Arrakis was pretty obsessed with the light. Obsessed to the point he shunned Terra, his son in all but blood, for having darkness in him. I will let you kill Bakugo if you want. Samuel offered. Bakug? Aqua tilted her head. Now that's a whole other can of worms. The crimson-eyed devil laughed. The morning after Izuku Midoriya's kidnapping and rescue. HNNGGGGH, Katsuki Bakugo groaned as consciousness returned to him slowly and painfully. His red eyes blinking sluggishly as he took in the sight of his room. Arg, Katsuki forced himself to sit up, ignoring the pain in his body. He barely managed to do it, his body felt completely drained. Hag, a hoarse whisper broke out of his throat. He didn't even have enough strength to yell. Fortunately, the person he tried to call heard him loud and clear. Frantic footsteps were heard approaching his room. It wasn't a second later before the door slammed open. At the door stood Katsuki's mother, Mitsuki, an unusually worried expression on her face. Katsuki! She yelled when she saw him sitting on his bed, her voice was furious. Katsuki prepared himself to get beaten for something, but what happened completely shocked him. His mother rushed to his side and hugged him tightly. What was she doing? This wasn't how things usually went. She was supposed to yell at him and hit him for anything he did, not hug him like he might disappear. What are you doing? Katsuki forced the question out of his sore throat. I'm hugging you, you med brat. Mitsuki shouted and tightened her hold on her son. I was worried sick about you. What happened? Katsuki was drawing a blank on why he was so sore and tired. You've been comatose for a few days. Mitsuki explained as she let go of Katsuki to let him breathe. You picked a fight with the wrong guy and he handed you your butt on a silver platter. Katsuki's eyes widened as the memory snapped into place. Suddenly all of his pain was replaced by burning anger. That gearhead F-. What did he do to me? Katsuki shouted before breaking into a coughing fit. According to your friends, he burned you with his quirk. They say he attacked you unprovoked, but I don't believe that. Mitsuki relayed what the extras that hung around Katsuki told her. I attacked first, the BSTRD called me weak. Katsuki seethed quietly. You're so weak. Katsuki shook his head wildly, trying to dispel the strange voice he heard. Well, you sure showed him, brat. Mitsuki clapped sarcastically. He got a few cheap shots in, big FING deal. The explosive blonde grumbled. Whatever helps you sleep at night, brat. Mitsuki rolled her eyes at her son's idiotic pride. She really screwed up as a parent, letting him turn out like this. He always had a bit of an ego, but ever since his quirk manifested he was insufferable. Whatever. I'll find him and kill him. Katsuki tried to get out of the bed, but his legs were too weak to hold him at the moment, so he tumbled and was only saved from falling by his mother catching him. Easy does it, brat. Mitsuki warned as she helped her son stand on his feet. Get some food in you, then you can go get your butt beat again. Katsuki wanted to shout that he would win and kill that DMN gearhead fucker, but he didn't have the energy for that. Rest my dear child, conserve your strength. Katsuki shook off the voice in his head. He must still be out of it, and just agreed with the hag that he could use breakfast. Mitsuki wanted to help Katsuki get downstairs, but her stubborn brat insisted that he didn't need help from anyone, right before asking if she was making the grenade-shaped pancakes, that DMN brat. Katsuki himself managed to get down the stairs on his own without falling, his feet slowly regaining their strength. The explosive blonde trudged to the table, using whatever he could as support to stand and flop down on one of the chairs. Is the old man already at work? Katsuki asked when he noticed his dad was nowhere to be seen. Yeah, they needed him to look over a few designs at the office, you know how it is. Mitsuki shrugged while trying to call someone on her phone. DMN it. Only to get frustrated when no one answered. Who are you trying to call? Katsuki asked tiredly, stifling a yawn. You'd think that after being asleep for so long he wouldn't be so tried. Your Auntie Inko? I haven't been able to contact her since last night. Mitsuki said worriedly. What happened to Auntie Inko? Katsuki suddenly forgot that he was tired and sore as his eyes immediately sharpened. His hands released a few sparks unconsciously at the thought of something happening to his auntie. Her and Izuku's home was attacked by villains last night. Mitsuki revealed while she started working on Katsuki's pancakes. Katsuki felt his stomach sinking. Auntie Inko and Deku were attacked by villains? Why? There wasn't anything special about them. They didn't have too many valuables in their apartment. Why would someone attack them? Apparently, Inko and Izuku had guests over when a group of villains attacked them and one of them took Inko and ran, BSTRD. Mitsuki seethed when she thought of how frightened her best friend must have been. Is Auntie Inko okay? Katsuki demanded, his hands combusting with rage. No explosions in the house, brat. Mitsuki slapped him over the head before sighing. Mirko ended up rescuing her after Izuku and his friends chased the villains. What the F dash? Katsuki slammed his hands on the table. What? Mitsuki demanded while pouring batter into the pan. Izuku chased the villains? Katsuki's voice sounded both enraged and disbelieving, well, not really disbelieving. He had no problem imagining Deku, powerless little sheet that he is, chasing down the villains that took his mother. If Katsuki was being fair, he would also chase down and kill anyone who tried to hurt his Auntie Inko. You killed my baby? Katsuki growled as another voice rang in his head. It sounded like Auntie Inko? Yeah, Mitsuki nodded. It was on the news. He and his friend chased the villain's van on a motorcycle. Motorcycle? Katsuki asked as rage started to creep up his spine. His friend is the kid who burned you. Mitsuki confirmed as she could see where Katsuki's line of thought was headed. She flipped the pancakes a few times. That? Katsuki wanted to scream, but he held himself back, barely, by reasoning that the fucker chased the villains to help Auntie Inko. But like I said earlier, Mirko showed up and rescued Inko. Mitsuki placed a plate full of grenade-shaped pancakes in front of Katsuki as well as a glass of orange juice. The glass had "Future Number 1" printed on it. By then, Izuku and his Friday dash. Mitsuki was cut off by the sound of her phone ringing. She looked at the screen and saw a number she didn't recognize. Katsuki watched with his mouth full of pancakes as his mom picked up her phone with the intent to yell at whoever interrupted her, only to freeze when she heard the caller speak. Inko? Katsuki nearly choked on his pancakes when he heard his auntie's name. Why was she calling from an unknown number? Was she okay? Inko! Why haven't you answered my calls? Me and Masaru were worried sick about you and little Izu. Mitsuki shouted with her usual hot-headedness. Katsuki strained his ears to hear what Inko answered, but he couldn't. I see. Mitsuki saw Katsuki trying to listen and mouthed she didn't have her phone to him. Are you and Izu okay? Oh? With his friends? Which one, the motorcyclist who hooped Katsuki or that cute girl that bought him clothes? Mitsuki asked. She remembered Inko calling her excitedly about little Izu meeting a cute girl who took him on a shopping spree. Katsuki meanwhile was thrown for a loop at the fact that a girl seemingly took interest in Deku. That wasn't scientifically possible. Quantum mechanics forbade it. And then there was also that gearhead fucker. Just thinking about him made Katsuki angry. The explosive blonde saw his mother's eyes widen at whatever she heard Inko say. He didn't have time to wonder what it was since his mother's next words were. They're siblings. So that gearhead fucker has a sister? That made more sense why that dumb chick would actually show interest in Deku. She was probably just as FING dumb as her brother. What are the odds? Mitsuki laughed a little. So you stayed at their place for the night? Katsuki decided to go back to eating his pancakes. He didn't really care for the rest of the conversation anymore. Auntie Inko was safe and that's all that mattered to him. Already? Wow, the kid must have some connections if he can get your apartment fixed up that quick. Mitsuki sat down next to Katsuki and took a pancake off of his plate, earning a growl from him. Oh, yeah. The brat woke up. You want to talk to him? Katsuki's eyes snapped to his mother to see her shrugging. Sure. Brat, take the phone. She shoved the phone into his hands before he had the chance to decline, not that she'd let him anyway. Katsuki swallowed the pancakes in his mouth and spoke into the phone. Auntie Inko? Don't call me that. The response echoed in his head before he even heard her speak, but her actual voice snapped him out of it. Katsuki, honey, how are you feeling? The caring and kind voice of the woman who practically raised him helped calm down whatever weird voices he was hearing. I'm fine, Auntie. Just a bit sluggish. I'll be fine once I get back to training. Katsuki responded. Being comatose for days was less than ideal for his muscles. Try not to overdo it, sweetie. Inko chided gently. I know how important becoming a hero is for you, but you can't save people if you're too exhausted. Save people? Katsuki raised an eyebrow. Why would he care about that? I'll be fine. Katsuki tried to wave it off. How are you? Did the villains hurt you? I'll kill them. Oh, I'm just fine, honey. Inko laughed a bit. Mirko came to the rescue. She even offered to take Izuku as an intern when he makes it to the hero course. Katsuki's world halted with screech at those words. Mirko? Number 15 hero Mirko? The work alone, battle maniac Mirko? That Mirko wants FING Deku as an intern? It was quite something. Inko sounded happy, but Katsuki could tell there was a bit of shame in her voice. Oh, not just that. Apparently dash. Actually, if you could, not tell that to people. Kind of sensitive. Another voice cut her off. The gearhead F dash. Hey, a-hole. Don't cut Auntie Inko off. Katsuki yelled into the phone. Auntie Inko? The BSTRD asked slowly. Pretty interesting way to address her after all you did. He spoke in a low tone, probably so Auntie Inko wouldn't hear him. The F are you talking about? Katsuki demanded. You think I don't know? He asked sarcastically. Did I burn you so hard that you forgot what I said? Katsuki tried to remember what the BSTRD said during their fight, but he was drawing blanks. I know everything you did to him. Katsuki froze. Deku FING snitched. That little punk. 10 years of torment and you go around calling his mom auntie? This is none of your business. Katsuki hissed quietly, trying to keep his mother from overhearing. That's where you're wrong, a-hole. Katsuki could feel the BSTRD's rage over the phone. You hurt someone precious to me, you've tortured and abused him for 10 Leviathan Dmed years. The only thing stopping me from ruining you is the fact that Izuku is a FING saint and he insists that I don't make your life a living hell. The explosive blonde seethed. This BSTRD was acting like he had something over him. He was Katsuki FING Bakugo. He was the future #1 hero. The next All Might. Who was this a-hole to try and hold him, putting Deku in his place over him? Now, I'm going to hand the phone back to Izuku's mom and you're going to act normal. Was the last thing the BSTRD said before Auntie Inko's voice came on the phone again. She asked him to give the phone to his mother. They talked for a bit and then Mitsuki hung up and got up from her seat, saying that Inko asked if she could pick her up. Katsuki watched his mother leave from his seat at the table. His red eyes vacant, yet under the surface they simmered with rage as he ran the words the BSTRD said to him in his head over and over again. He took a large bite of his pancakes and grimaced. It tasted like ash in his mouth. Wow! What a d-dash-dot. Aqua shook her head in disgust at the description that Sammy gave her of that Bakugo person. How could anyone be so awful as to abuse someone weaker than them for so long? Right? Samuel scoffed in disgust. That BSTRD is lucky he's getting off so easy, but my boy wants to choose mercy and I respect his decision. But you offered to let me kill him. Aqua pointed out the contradiction in Sammy's words. Sheet, you're right. Samuel frowned when he realized what he had said. Well, I guess you can't kill him. A guy like that doesn't really seem to deserve the mercy you're showing him, Sammy. The Blueberry Keyblade Master crossed her arms, totally not disappointed at being denied a kill. She wasn't some battle-lusting lush. Shut up. He definitely doesn't. Samuel. Agreed. I want him to suffer for everything that he did, but I promise to not do anything and I always uphold my word. Samuel held a hand over his heart. By my honor as a Shedlyle. Well, Aqua shrugged with a fond smile on her face. She liked that devoted side of Samuel. Anything else happen? Samuel hummed into his hand for a moment as he flopped onto his back. Training that day wasn't really eventful, mostly Buddy trying to get a grip on the new dragon attributes. Our mentor did tell us that he told Night Eye to go F himself. I still don't get how he can be so petty about this. Aqua laid down next to him on her side, looking at him looking up at the sky of the dark world. So you and your friend got a training program instead of his sidekick. Big FING whoop. That's no reason to have someone assassinated. And his views on the quirkless and supernatural, revolting. Have I mentioned how wonderful you are? Samuel asked as he turned his head to side to face Aqua. The Keyblade Master's face was currently doing an impression of Samuel's eyes with how red it was. Aqua stammered, her face burning from the blood rush. But yeah, nothing much happened that day specifically. Though I did notice that Night Eye's sidekick, Bubble Girl, has been following me around, poor girl. Samuel lamented. Why the sympathy? If she works for him, Aqua trailed off, her face cooled down a bit. She's not like him. Samuel shook his head before turning to lay on his side, facing Aqua. She is a legitimately good person who is stuck with the wrong crowd. I could tell she was following me around and I could see just how uncomfortable she was while doing it. I'll trust your judgment on this. Aqua conceded. I just hope we can find a way out of here soon so I'll be able to protect you as well. Huh? Samuel tilted his head with a confused expression. Aqua seemed to realize what she said and blushed once again. I meant, as your teacher. It's my role to protect you and keep you safe. She quickly amended, causing Samuel to laugh a little. Thank you, my teacher. Samuel smiled at her. This actually reminds of what happened the day after next. Samuel was kicking scrap metal towards Izuku. The dragon boy batted and slashed away the projectiles with his new claws. Getting used to the new powers, bud? Samuel asked as he kicked a piece of scrap into the air before jumping and sending at Izuku with a flaming bicycle kick. Infernal goal breaker. Izuku widened his stance and drew his right hand back while holding his left hand in front him. Dragon style, Street David slash. he yelled as he yanked back his left arm and threw his right hand forward in upward slash, cutting the flaming scrap in half and leaving it to fly harmlessly to either side of him. The sand exploded behind Izuku as he relaxed a little and let his scales vanish with a sigh. Getting there, he said uncertainly. They've been at this for 3 days, but it felt like he always had those powers. Still it felt somewhat strange. He went from quirkless waste of space to badass dragon in the span of a night. Izuku watched Samuel put out the flames on his feet and walk over to him. When he got there, Samuel threw his arm around Izuku's shoulder and smiled at him. That was totally badass. He complimented Izuku's move. I have to agree. The deflated All Might said from his spot by one of the trash piles. You were very impressive, young Midoriya. He wiped a bit of blood from his mouth and smiled at his inheritor. Izuku blushed at the praise and started muttering to himself, drawing fond smiles from both his mentor and partner. Your moves are quite impressive as well, young Sigurd. I can see the hard work you put into becoming a hero. He praised his second successor. Thanks, old man. Samuel smiled. It meant a lot to know that the symbol of peace was acknowledging him as well, seeing as he basically muscled into the secret of One for All. He was expecting more hostility. Is Bubble Girl still following you around? The skeletal blonde brought up the subject of Samuel's latest inconvenience. Yup. Samuel rolled his eyes and took his arm off of Izuku. Poor girl thinks she's subtle, but let me dash. Definition of a beach. A definition of a beach. The ringing of Samuel's phone interrupted whatever it was he was about to say. He picked up the phone with a huff of laughter, already knowing who it was. Sup, princess? Samuel greeted. Hello, mutt. Rias Gremory greeted back. Need something, buddy? Samuel asked, debating whether he actually has the energy for a back and forth with Princess Kool-Aid Hair. The updated training schedule you asked for is ready, Rias revealed. Sarord reworked the schedule to fit combat and sacred gear training as well as the cleaning schedule. He seemed oddly excited, even threw in a regimen for you while he was at it. Not surprising, Samuel chuckled. We both know how your cousin feels about fitness. And how, Rias laughed as well. Can you come over to UA to pick it up? I know you aren't going to school this week anyway. Yeah. I got time off because of the villain attack and I'm arranging for my friend's transfer. Samuel said while dusting off sand from his clothes. All Might and Izuku watched him with some interest. Is that friend my new recruit? What, Nuu? Samuel tried to deny. You're not trying to pull another Yui on me, are you? Rias' voice lost any playfulness it previously had and was now as sharp as a holy sword. Samuel took a deep breath. No, I'm not. I'm sorry, I'll be in UA in a few. Thanks, princess. See you then, Sammy. With that Samuel hung up the phone and sighed before looking up to face Yagi and Izuku. Updated training regimen's done, I'm going to pick it up. He explained while putting his phone away. Oh? Yagi's brow rose in surprise. That favor finally came through? Up. Samuel rolled his shoulder and jumped on top of a particularly large trash heap. Be back in a flash. He grinned with a salute and leapt from heap to the entrance to the beach where he parked his beloved bike. Stick the landing. He exclaimed as he gave a 3-point landing next to his bike. Ah, Sammy. You're so awesome. Samuel cupped his hands over his mouth and whisper shouted, acting like an audience was cheering him on. After getting up, Samuel opened the bike's storage compartment and took out his helmet. He put it on while closing the compartment and then climbed aboard his bike. VRRRRRRRRMMM. Samuel revved his bike and sped off. It took him roughly 45 minutes to reach UA. He made a pit stop to pick some things up. He drove his bike into the clearing just outside of the school grounds with the older-looking building that Ria's father had built because his daughter was a spoiled princess. And yet you are at her beck and call? Spoiled rotten beach that she is, she's still my friend, X. Samuel shrugged. We saw Lady Graphia's browser history together, we are siblings in all but blood. The less said about Lucifer's bride or her interests, the better. You devils are all FING disgusting. X spoke through the choker as Samuel climbed off of the bike and took out the things he bought. I'd say, F you, but you aren't wrong. Samuel chuckled through gritted teeth as he made his way inside the building. He stopped at the middle floor in front of the door that was sealed and taped up. Hey, gas pie. Samuel greeted with a smile, but received only silence in answer. I brought you something, it's the new fire emblem. He took out the game case out of the bag. He still received no answer. I'll just leave it here. The crimson-eyed devil slid the case under the door. Good talk, buddy, I'll see you later. He sighed and walked away, ascending the rest of the stairs. It was only after he was out of earshot that a small voice called out quietly. See you later, Sammy. Samuel finished climbing the stairs and found himself in front of the door to Rias' office. The crimson-eyed devil raised his leg in a 90-degree angle and chuckled. I think we all know where this is going, Samuel said with a smirk as he reared his leg back. Some dash. Rias Gremory sat in her office, a hot cup of tea in her hands. The only member of her peerage there was Kaneko, the other two were at school which the white cat decided to ditch that day. So you've been helping Lena with setting Sammy and Yui up together? Rias asked as she took a sip of her tea. Yeah, I shipped them, Kaneko said while taking a bite of the pastry in her hands. Well, that puts you in direct opposition to me, doesn't it? Rias leaned back in her chair with a thoughtful expression. I know how much Sammy loves Sona and I know how much she loves him. I want my friends to be happy. He'll be happier with Yui, Kaneko said with narrowed eyes. With Miss Emotionless? I doubt it. Rias scoffed. He needs a strong woman to banter with. Yui isn't emotionless, Kaneko said through a mouthful of pastry. And Sammy needs someone who has no problem showing she loves him, unlike Kaicho who only sees him as a servant. Do you think this is at all wrong, that we're making plans for our friends' love lives without their input? Rias asked while tapping her finger on her desk. Had she or Kaneko paid attention they would have noticed that Samuel had entered the building and was currently standing outside the door. Kaneko looked thoughtful for a moment before shaking her head. Nah dash. Body once told me. The door was kicked open with Samuel standing there. F dash. Rias jumped and fell backwards in her chair. Ha 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 hey ah ha ha hey ah. Samuel clutched his stomach at Rias' reaction. Kaneko was shaking slightly with nearly inaudible laughter. Sammy. Rias got to her feet with a glare at the laughing devil, her teacup resting atop her head like a hat with tea dripping down her beautiful crimson hair. Rias. Ha 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 ha. He shouted between gasps of laughter. What the hell? Rias demanded while taking the cup off of her head and shooting a glare at Kaneko to make her stop laughing. That's a good look for ya, Princess Kool-Aid hair. Samuel wheezed as he waltzed into the room, reaching into the bag in his hand and throwing what he took out at Kaneko. The white-haired Nico Devil caught the object and saw it was a large box of sweets. Thanks, bro, Kaneko said with her usual blank flare, though her eyes did sparkle. Welcome, buddy. Samuel answered with a thumbs up before 3 thick paper stacks hit his face and a blast of Ria's signature magic hit him in the gut. Pa! He coughed as the mass of destructive red magic pounded into his stomach and crumpled him to the floor. How do you like that, Beach? Rias taunted. Uncalled for, Samuel mumbled from the floor while clutching his stomach. I think you ruptured something. Quit being a pages, Kaneko said with her usual bored tone while decimating the sweets that Samuel had just got for her. Also, I ran out of chocolates, get me more. Are you FING for real? I just got you those. Samuel groaned as he picked himself up from the floor and shot an exasperated but not surprised look at Kaneko. That girl was just as ravenous as her sister. Kaneko gave a little whine and widened her eyes, those golden orbs shining with unshed tears. I'll put in the order, Samuel sighed in defeat, already making an order for 2 large bags of chocolate for Kaneko. Kuroka was right? Whipped. Rias chuckled smugly at Samuel's SBMSN to the catgirl's whims. Go F yourself, Rias. Samuel coughed out as he tried to shake off the lingering pain from Rias' attack. Though as much as it hurt, he knew she held back, like way back. Had Rias tried to hurt him with her magic, Samuel would have had a watermelon-sized hole in the gut. In another world, a bluish black-haired boy with osmium for brains suddenly shuddered and felt a ghost pain in his stomach. A foreboding sense of what's to come, though he soon forgot about it. Is that the thanks I get? Rias teased. Thank you, Rias. Samuel said those words as if they physically hurt him while he picked up the papers from the floor. And if that's all you need, the crimson-haired princess of ruin started while wiping the tea from her face. I have an errand for you. Samuel shook off the remaining pain and stood up straight. I'm listening. So does she normally just send you on errands? Aqua asked while sipping on another can of blueberry soda provided by Samuel. Yup. If a friend of mine needs my help then I'll help them, simple as that. Samuel shrugged before taking a sip of his own can of cherry soda. I know, Aqua said with a smile. It's what I like about you. I thought it was my dashing good looks. Samuel boasted with sparkles twinkling around him. That's just a bonus. Aqua shrugged while Nix and Bar Kochva watched the exchange between the two. Bar Kochva rumbled something that Aqua still could not understand except for the single word they always used to address Sammy, Malchi, which Sammy said means, my king. He asked what the errand was. Sammy translated for her. It was so strange how he could understand what the Heartless, or at least the Lebanon, were saying. I was wondering that myself. Aqua admitted with a dainty sip of her drink. Well, that took up the rest of my FING week and I wasn't exactly happy to spend it FING crow watching. Samuel grumbled and took a swig of his can. Crow watching? Aqua had to ask. How was crow watching important enough of an errand? Aqua, what am I? Samuel asked suddenly. You're my Sammy. Aqua answered without thinking. You're Sammy? He raised an eyebrow. Aqua's face exploded in a blush. She had meant to say, my friend student, or just Sammy, but she got confused. Never mind that. Samuel moved past that. I meant what am I as in what, rather than who, if you get my meaning. Then, you mean devil? Aqua guessed. Bingo. Samuel snapped his fingers. And what would be the opposite of a devil? An angel? Aqua raised an eyebrow at where Samuel was taking this conversation. Correct again. Samuel nodded with a small clap, Nix clapped as well and Bar Kochva tilted from side to side. But there are two categories of angels which us in the underworld call doves, those being heavenly angels, and crows, those being fallen angels, angels banished from heaven for whatever reason it might have been. Samuel explained. But aren't fallen angels supposed to be devils? Aqua asked innocently. Talk that sheet again, see what happens. Samuel said plainly, though Aqua could tell her words set him off and she felt a shudder go down her spine. Any hoodle, our three sides are in what you can call a very uneasy ceasefire that still doesn't stop us from taking the occasional potshot at each other. I see, Aqua nodded along, though the two heartless were already lost. Now, where I live is very much devil territory, but we've had more and more hints of crow activities and Princess Kool-Aid Hair had me and her queen, us devils are categorized by chess pieces, I think I told you, watch out for any sign of the black-feathered rejects our FING around our turf. Samuel explained while placing his hands parallel to each other, his left hand snapping its fingers rhythmically. What did you find? Aqua asked and took another dainty sip. Well, from what I managed to get, they've got their eyes on a certain sacred gear-wielding human. Meaning me, my sister, Tsubaki, Yudo and another friend of mine are out as options. Samuel listed off on his fingers. The human's gear is supposed to be active so that knocks out Yui and Izuku. He raised two fingers in another hand. Did you just say, Izuku? The Blueberry Keyblade Master focused on the name of his best friend. Yeah, that's the name of my dragon friend, the one whose mom was kidnapped. Samuel nodded. I met an Izuku once. Aqua recalled a small green-haired boy playing with his friends, a brown-haired boy and a silver-haired boy, on the beautiful beaches of Destiny Islands. Could be a coincidence. I'll keep that in mind. The crimson-eyed pawn hummed to himself. Anyway, most me and Momo have been able to find was that the BSTRDS have been holed up in the abandoned church on the outskirts of town. And you can't bust the place down? Aqua questioned. If you knew where an enemy was, why not go after them? Nope, not unless we want war on our hands. Samuel shook his head. I might like a good fight, but both fallen angels and devils took way too many losses during the last war, losses we can't risk going through again. How many? Aqua realized what Samuel meant by losses. Ever heard of the 72 Pillars of Solomon? Samuel asked with a tired smile. Vaguely, Aqua cupped her chin. Something about a wise sorcerer king who contracted 72 powerful demons. Those demons represent the major houses of the underworld and out of 72 pillars, Samuel's eyes hollowed out. Only 32 remain. Aqua didn't know how to respond. And that's just the major families, countless lesser families and common devils, slaughtered like cattle. And it wasn't just us. Angels and fallen angels too. They all just slaughtered each other like animals. Aqua felt bile rise up in her throat at the knowledge she was receiving. 3 races fighting to the point of near extinction and for what? It was horrendous to even think about. I can't risk another war breaking out, the underworld will not survive another full-scale war. We're barely recovering with the evil peace system. Samuel put a hand over his mouth and sighed. I see, so you're in a precarious situation. Aqua understood. It was like how Keyblade wielders weren't allowed to interfere in the affairs of other worlds. That's putting it mildly, unless we have one hell of a good reason, the crows are FING untouchable. The crimson-eyed devil growled in annoyance. Politics, Aqua rolled her eyes and took a sip of her drink. Being a devil sounds tough. It's not easy. Samuel agreed. But there are benefits, we age differently from humans so I'll always look this good. He gestured to himself. Maybe I should become a devil, Aqua said jokingly while examining her figure. That sounds like an excellent idea. Samuel perked up. It would definitely make you way stronger and you'll have even more time to look for your friends. He pointed out. Aqua wanted to say she was joking, but the idea of becoming a devil didn't actually sound that bad. She would stay young and beautiful forever, she'd have all the time in the world to find Terra and Ven, she could train whole generations of Keyblade wielders herself, she could spend eternity with Sammy. I'll think about it. She finally said. Samuel grinned and was about to say something when he heard someone clapping behind him and Aqua. What a heartwarming scene, a sadistic voice drawled. Samuel felt ambient electricity in the air. Samuel and Aqua turned to see two people wearing black coats standing a fair distance behind them. It almost brings a tear to my eye, if I could feel. The person with the sadistic voice, a woman, mocked the exchange. Sorry about interrupting. The taller figure apologized, he had a friendly voice. But we're here on a mission. A small whimper of pain sounded behind the man. Samuel looked to see a small invisible Heartless writhing on the ground behind the people in the black coats, it had a white splotch on its forehead. What did you two do to them? Samuel demanded as he stood up with his fists raised. Who? The woman asked. She followed his gaze to the Lavan behind her. Oh? This thing? She kicked the small Lavan, causing it to whimper. Another mission. She kicked it again. Stop that! Samuel demanded as red lines started to appear on his body. He had activated his Primera Etapa without noticing. Aqua had also gotten to her feet and summoned her Keyblade to her hand, glaring at the cloaked figures. And it looks like we found our main objective. The taller figure said, his voice and posture still way too lax for the tense situation. The Keyblade wielder is coming with us. The hell I am. Aqua spat while magic gathered at the tip of the master's defender. What part of what he said made it look like you had a choice? The black-hooded woman asked sarcastically. The part where I tear your hearts out if you don't F off. Samuel growled as black flame lit up on his feet, he crouched down into a sprinter's position. The people in the black coats just laughed and summoned their weapons. The taller one summoned a pair of spiky rings that appeared in a swirl of flame while the woman materialized throwing darts that looked like they were made of lighting. Here's the thing, kiddo, the man started as he dangled his rings from his hands and got into a fighting position. The woman crossed her arms over her chest, brandishing her knives as electricity crackled within them. They both looked ready to strike as the woman continued. We don't have hearts. Here's the thing, kiddo, the man started as he dangled his rings from his hands and got into a fighting position. The woman crossed her arms over her chest, brandishing her knives as electricity crackled within them. They both looked ready to strike as the woman continued. We don't have hearts. Samuel took that statement with a grin and stomped his flaming right foot on the ground, creating a large burst of flames before speaking. Then that means you aren't people, and I shouldn't hold back. With a loud explosion, Samuel was now in the air right in front of the taller figure, his knee level with the hooded man's face. Infernal dash. Sheet, the man threw his flaming rings at Samuel and jumped back. KHH. Samuel raised his feet and fired a concentrated blast of flames from each that rocketed him to the ground to avoid the rings that now flew over him. Samuel landed on his back, but quickly placed his hand to either side of his head and sprang to his feet with a kick up. So you can dodge. He snarled. Can you? The man asked sarcastically. Samuel's eyes turned green for a moment and he quickly ducked, something whizzed above his head a second later. Guess so, the black-hooded man clicked his tongue as he caught his rings. It was a good try, but your attempt at banter gave it away. Samuel said as he stood up and got into position to rush the man again. Oh? The man's stance dropped a little, his posture indicating curiosity. How would you dash? The man was interrupted by a fiery foot hitting his face and sending him flying back. Samuel landed with a blank look on his face, his feet scorching the ground beneath them. He waited for the man to stop bouncing on the ground to speak again. Ow! The man cried as he came to a grinding halt. Like that. Samuel said plainly while jumping from one foot to the other. Good one, the man admitted begrudgingly as he picked himself up from the ground. You think a guy who deals in assassinations would know not to banter. An assassin is it? Samuel raised an eyebrow. One would associate daggers and the like to that line of work, like your partner over there. Samuel gestured with his head to where the woman was fighting with Aqua. She was zipping around on paths of lightning and throwing her knives at the blueberry Keyblade master. Yet you use chakrams, a fickle weapon that would make stealth harder? You haven't seen what I can do yet, kiddo. The man said as he finally got to his feet and removed his hood, revealing long spiky red hair and green eyes with purple tattoos underneath them. And no, you're showing me your face? Wow! You are a terrible assassin, Reno. Samuel mocked but still kept his guard up, even if he wanted to laugh at how similar to Reno from Final Fantasy VII the guy looked. Reno? The redhead chuckled. The name's Axel, got it memorized? He tapped his index finger to his temple. I'll remember what you taste like. Samuel said with a smile. Axel sagged in confusion. What the hell does the OH sheet? He leapt to the side to avoid Samuel rocketing towards him again with a snarl. A distraction, Puwa. He coughed as a foot hit his gut. Samuel had fired a blast of flame once he flew past Axel to send himself back on track and catch the red-haired assassin off guard. Samuel's smirk used the foot still embedded in Axel's stomach as leverage to raise his other foot for another kick, the flames shooting from his ankle making the movement possible. PSS off. Axel roared and released a wave of flames that pushed Samuel away. Ka! Samuel grunted as his back hit the ground. You're not the only one that can use flames, kiddo. Axel smirked and twirled his flaming chakrams. You call those flames? Samuel taunted as he jumped back to his feet. These things were nearly as cold as Sarah's ice magic, maybe you should try your luck with that. The crimson-eyed devil smirked as he saw irritation flash across Axel's face. You little brat? He let out through grinding teeth. Burn baby. Axel held both of his chakrams in front of him and sent out a massive wave of roaring flames at Samuel. HNN. Samuel grinned and jumped into a front flip with one foot raised. Infernal cleaver. Samuel brought down his foot and cleaved the wave in two. He landed with his hands in his pockets and a cocky smile on his face. Uh-huh. Screw you. Axel muttered in annoyance. I can think about it. Samuel shrugged and dodged another blast of flames. You think you're cute? Axel asked with a snarl. Beach. Samuel blasted himself at Axel with his foot raised. Clank. Samuel's foot hit one of Axel's chakrams. The red-haired assassin smirked and let out another wave of flames. How's the dash? He was once again struck in the face and sent flying back by a flaming foot. Axel managed to land on his feet and glared at the mostly unharmed form of his opponent grinning at him. Samuel chuckled as the red lines on his body lit up. I'm adorable. Larkscene. Axel called out to his partner who was having a hard time against Aqua. The kid's immune to fire, switch with me. Aqua watched Sammy engage his opponent while keeping an eye on the hooded woman. Wow. Kid has spunk. The woman said appreciatively. You can just tell he has an appreciation for pain. You don't know a thing about Sammy. Aqua raised her keyblade at the woman. I can recognize a fellow SDST when I see one. With those words the woman disappeared in flash of electricity. The clang of metal on metal was here a second later as Aqua spun around and caught the woman's attack instantly. Ooh! The woman whistled as she felt the Keyblade Master push her back. You're no mere Keyblade wielder, are you? Aqua glared at the hooded woman before disengaging and cartwheeling away. Fira! Aqua blasted a fire spell at the woman the second her feet were firmly on the ground. Ha! The woman laughed and flashed away, the fire hitting nothing but air. Aqua narrowed her eyes and batted away the knives that came flying at her from the side without even looking. You got some serious skill. The woman chuckled as she zoomed from spot to spot and tried to hit Aqua with her knives. Clink clank. Only for each attack to be deflected with minimal effort on Aqua's end. Would you just take a hit? The hooded woman growled as she picked up her pace, her movements becoming nigh undetectable. Would you shut up? Aqua asked in a polite tone as she swung her keyblade behind her and clotheslined the hooded woman in the nose, if the unpleasant-sounding crunch was an indication. Ah, you beach. The woman let out a nasally whine as she stood up and held up one handful of daggers while the other held her nose. You mad? Aqua asked with a raised eyebrow before she began firing spells at the woman. Gah! The woman cried as she frantically dodged the blasts of magic flying her way. Her insane speed was the only thing saving her from becoming a popsicle, burning to a crisp, exploding or other various forms of punishment. Larkscene. The woman barely had the breathing room to acknowledge her partner, but she listened nonetheless. The kid's immune to fire, switch with me. The woman smirked under her hood and quickly jumped as far away from the blueberry lady as she could. She's all yours. She called out to Axel as she saw him jump away from the kids and towards the Keyblade wielder. Larkscene chuckled as she eyed the kid from above. Now, what to do with Dash? The kid's head snapped towards her and he gave her a feral smile. I like him already, she said before she flashed over and appeared behind the kid. The kid hadn't reacted yet. Larkscene's movements were no doubt too fast for him to follow. Larkscene threw her hands forward to stab the boy with her knives. The yellow blade sank into the kid's back with the satisfying sound that she would have loved so much if she had a heart. Gah! The boy grunted in both surprise and pain at the attack. Gotcha, kiddo. She giggled as she began to send her thunder magic through the knives and into the boy's body. She expected the screams to come soon after, but was surprised when the boy stayed quiet after his first reaction. You know, he started as if he didn't have who knows how much electricity coursing through his body. Had your powers been different, that attack would have actually killed me. The boy sounded way too calm for someone admitting he could have died. But as it stands, he took a quick step forward before dropping onto his hands and kicking back with both feet. Larxine's eyes widened and she flashed away before the attack hit her. She reappeared in front of the boy who had just stood back up. "I'm a terrible match for both of you," he said with his face completely devoid of emotion. His left hand raised in front of him and sparking with black electricity. "Oh, this is bullshit," Larxine yelled as she prepared her knives once again. She flashed to the kid's right and saw he was already turning to block her hit, but he was too slow. Larxine swiped her knives across the crimson-eyed boy's side before flashing away from him again. "Gah!" The kid held his newly bleeding side and shot a blank-eyed glare at Larxine. "What's the matter, kiddo?" Larxine laughed, her previous confidence, or as much confidence as one could have without a heart, returning to her. "I thought you were a terrible match for me," she mocked with a sing-song voice. "You sure seem expressive for someone without a heart." The boy spat as he kept careful watch on the hooded woman. "It's all an act, kiddo." Larxine shook her head. Nobodies can remember the time before they lost their hearts and emulate normal behavior. Not that Larxine herself actually remembered who she was, neither did Marluxia for that matter. Nobodies? The boy tilted his head in confusion. "Empty husks without a heart," Larxine explained. She could have just killed the boy and double-teamed the Keyblade wielder with Axel, but she figured she could give the kid some knowledge before she killed him. She was kind like that. Fancy way of saying sociopath. He growled and rushed at her. Larxine laughed and dodged the attack, swiping her knives across the boy's back as she twirled around him. The kid was definitely fast, but Larxine was much faster. "You're a funny one." Larxine giggled at the blank glare he was giving her. "You've seen the creatures that reside here, right? The Heartless?" he asked while he raised his flame-coated fists, his forearms framing his face. "That's right." Larxine clapped slowly. "But the Heartless here are pure-blooded Heartless, beings of pure darkness. I could tell as much, that's why the Levenim are unique." He rushed at her once again. Larxine snorted as she dodged and raised her weapon once again. Did the kid think he could hit her with an attack that already failed? Swish. The nobody's eyes widened under her hood when the boy managed to swipe away her attack. The two jumped away from each other. Larxine hummed in dissatisfaction. "The thing is, Heartless exist outside of the realm of darkness." "Huh?" The boy's eyebrows rose in surprise. "I know what you're thinking," Larxine taunted. "Something like, how can Heartless exist outside of here? They are created by the darkness here, right?" She guessed with a smirk, not that the boy saw it. "Something like that." He conceded as he tried to circle around her. Larxine could have sworn his eyes turned green for a moment. "But darkness exists everywhere." She spread her arms wide. The theatric motion served as a distraction as she threw her knives while doing it. Whoosh whip shink wish. The boy caught all the knives in his hands, or rather most of them since some stabbed into his palm when he tried catching them. "Ow," he winced as he threw the knives on the ground and shook out the ones inside of his palm. Blood dripped on the ground along with the clatter of metal. "So where were you?" the boy asked, trying to keep himself from showing discomfort. "Lucky," Larxine grumbled and recalled her knives before continuing. "Where there is darkness there are the Heartless, and do you know what holds the most darkness in the realm of light? Are we talking physical or metaphorical?" The boy's question was answered with a knife to the shoulder. "Beach. It's the heart, dumbass." Larxine shook her head. "When a person's heart is filled with darkness and if a person gives in to that darkness, their heart will fall to the darkness and become a Heartless," she explained before rushing at the boy with her knives at the ready. "Not this time," the boy exclaimed before dropping low and sweeping the ground in front of him with his foot, creating a wall of flames that blocked Larxine. "Crafty D-dash." She spat before feeling something colliding with her side. "Ah!" Larxine cried as she was thrown to the ground by a kick to her side. "Why you little ah!" Her grumbling was cut off as she quickly rolled out of the way just in time to avoid the fist that caved in the ground where her head just was. "Slippery one, aren't ya?" the kid asked while giving her a side eye as she was already a safe distance from him. "It's what I do." She shrugged as her hood, that was moved when she rolled on the ground and flashed away to make space, fell off, revealing her blonde slicked back hair with two antennae-like strands and cyan eyes. Also shown was her crunched and bloody nose that the Keyblade wielder had broken. "Nice nose." The boy's wise crack was rewarded with another knife. This time he managed to bat it away. "Bite me." Larxine spat in disdain. Hopefully either Zexion or Vexen would be able to fix her up after this. "Don't tempt me." The boy bared his sharp teeth at her in a way that would have been threatening if Larxine didn't know that he had no chance catching her. "Don't make threats you can't keep." Larxine threw a handful of knives that the boy jumped to the side to avoid. She planned for this as she flashed over to behind the airborne kid with her knives poised to strike at his defenseless form. "Gotcha." A foot suddenly hooked on her wrist. The savage nymph stared in surprise as the kid somehow twisted in the air fast enough to catch her arm and do unnoticed. Not a chance. He snarled and lit a flame under his free foot to rocket his knee to Larxine's stomach. The blonde nobody coughed and was rendered defenseless when the boy removed his foot from her hand and fired a column of flame from it that propelled it to roundhouse Larxine in the back. Larxine didn't have time to scream before her body crashed on the ground. She didn't have time to dwell on her pain either. She quickly forced herself to flash away before the crimson-eyed boy crashed feet first. Where she had just been. Larxine glared at the boy and prepared to attack again. Arg! When the scream of her partner cut her off. She looked over to where Axel and the Keyblade wielder were fighting to see the red-haired assassin getting trounced by Miss Blueberry Muffin. DMN it, Larxine seethed. Axel didn't have her speed to avoid the Keyblade wielder's attacks, and the kid was not only immune to both of their elements but was slowly catching up to Larxine's speed. Axel! Forget this. The mission ain't worth shit if we die. The blonde nobody shouted and looked over to where they left their other target. Grab the abnormal Heartless and dash. Her words died in her throat when she saw it was gone. She frantically looked around until she saw it behind two other abnormal Heartless, if the white splotch was an indication, that were standing above it protectively. Sheet! Larxine flashed over to the battered Axel and caught him before he fell. This isn't over. You'll regret FING with the organization. She opened a dark corridor behind her and dragged Axel inside with her as quickly as she could. The portal closed behind her, leaving Samuel and Aqua to glare at the dispersing darkness. Organization? Samuel asked as he made his way to the Lavin being protected by Nyx and Bar Kochva, the red lines on his body vanishing. How original, he rolled his eyes before tripping. The fight with that blonde woman, Axel called her Larxine, really took a lot out of him. It was his loss and he didn't like it. Sammy! Aqua rushed to his side and caught him before he fell to the ground. Careful! She scolded gently. Samuel took a second to make sure she was alright as well, and she was. She took pretty much no damage from that fight. The closest thing to damage was that her clothes, the ones Samuel bought, were scuffed and burnt. I need to get you new clothes. Samuel mumbled, looking at the ruined leather jacket. Aqua laughed at his skewed sense of priority before bonking him on the forehead. Focus on your injuries first. Malchati, Nyx called for their attention. Samuel and Aqua turned their sight back to the Heartless, specifically the injured one on the ground. The poor thing was beaten half to death and was twitching in pain. Aqua, can you heal them? Samuel asked as he heard the little Lavin crying in pain. I never tried healing Heartless, but okay. Aqua nodded and set Samuel on the ground before kneeling beside the small invisible. The Keyblade Master summoned her trusty weapon and held it above the Heartless. Kuraga! Green energy burst from the tip of the Master's defender before it expanded outwards in a wide circle around all of them. Samuel sighed in relief as the magic affected him as well. The various injuries on the small invisible disappeared and its crying subsided. Samuel stood up with a grunt and walked over to kneel by the little Lavin side next to Aqua and their two other Heartless companions. Hey there, little one. The crimson-eyed devil greeted. The little invisible replied in what Aqua could only describe as a whine. They hurt you real bad, huh? Samuel pet its head gently, a soft purr emerging from the creature. The little invisible said something else that made Samuel chuckle. Again with the king business, guys? He asked Nyx and Bar Kochva. Both Heartless looked unrepentant. I'm not a king, little one, much less yours. The Heartless whined again. If you wish it, I will name you as well. Samuel nodded. Bar Kochva rumbled while gesturing to the invisible. Thanks, BK. Samuel chuckled and gave the dark ball a pat between the eyes. What did he say? Aqua asked and was once again amazed that Samuel could communicate with the Heartless, the intelligent ones at least. He said this one is a boy. Samuel translated. And you were really strong. He praised while petting the invisible. You held on while they hurt you, so you deserve a strong name. What will you name him then? Aqua pet the small invisible as well. It felt so strange, to comfort something that she was sworn to destroy. Samuel kept his gaze on the small Heartless, its beady yellow eyes staring back at him innocently. Gideon. F dash. F dash. F dash. Larxine cursed as she dragged herself and Axel out of the corridor and into the gray area before collapsing on the floor from the deadweight. Oh shit. The annoying voice of Dmix only served to make Larxine angrier. Are you guys alright? He quickly rushed to their side and took Axel off of her. Flame Brain's unconscious and my nose looks like an accordion, what the F, do you think? Larxine screamed as blood gushed out of her nose and sharp pain assaulted her back where that DMN kid had kicked her. Sheet. Right, sorry. Dmix apologized and carried Axel to the couch as Larxine picked herself up. So I take it the mission was a failure? The monotone voice of Sakes was only slightly less annoying than D-Mix. I'll ask you what I asked him. Larxene started while jerking a thumb to D-Mix, who was hovering around the unconscious Axel with no idea what to do. What do you think? I think you two need a medic. Zekshan walked into the room with Vexen next to him. The long-haired scientist took a look at the state Larxene and Axel were at and started cackling his annoying laugh. It seems like you two had quite the rough time. Mehehehehe. He went over to where D-Mix was fussing over Axel. Indeed, Zekshan grimaced when he looked at the state of Larxene's nose. Nothing Akura and a few potions can't fix though. Then get to it, egghead. I'm set as it is. Larxene snapped. Quite. Zekshan eyed her warily as he opened his tome. Kura. The green aura of the healing spell washed over the blonde nobody as she felt her nose move back into place, and the pain from the beating the kid gave her lessened. The little punk hit like a DMN truck. Did anyone get the number on that beach? The wobbly voice of Axel asked as Vexen managed to heal him to the point. He regained consciousness. Got mesmerized, mostly. Well, he's going to be like that for a while. Sakes said with the complete lack of emotion one would expect from a nobody. Larxene, report. He ordered. Where do I FING start? She threw her hands in frustration. We found one of those, abnormal heartless easy enough. The thing was puny and barely put up a fight. And yet it isn't here. Sakes observed. Looky at Mr. I have eyes over here. Larxene clapped sarcastically. Nothing escapes you, does it, Sherlock? Where is the secondary objective, Larxene? Sakes asked with no hint of irritation. With the first objective and her boy toy who just handed us our buttes. Larxene shouted as a bolt of lightning exploded from her. Sakes slapped away the errant magic and waited for Larxene to calm down, as it were, since she didn't actually have feelings. So you found the Keyblade wielder? Sakes raised an eyebrow. Oh, we found her all right? Larxene nodded with a strained smile on her face. And she mopped the floor with us. And they, if it was somehow possible, Larxene swore she saw a bit of embarrassment on Sakes's face before he said the next words. Boy toy? She was there with some vampire-looking kid, she called him. Sammy? Larxene recalled the Keyblade wielder saying that name. Kid was nuts. Beach, he's adorable, Axel mumbled dumbly while Vexen healed him. Was he? D-Mix turned to ask her. FING. I was more focused on fighting a kid that was immune to both mine and Axel's magic. Larxene yelled. He was what? Vexen perked up at the hint of new data. Yeah, he was throwing around black fire and could create black lightning as well. The little punk wiped the floor with sea salt FTSH over there. She sent a dirty look at Axel. Don't diss the sea salt. Vexen, Zekshan and Sakes, surprisingly enough, all said simultaneously. Whatever. Larxene threw her hands up. I managed to outpace the kid for the most part, but the longer the fight went on the more he kept up, and taking a hit from the little punk was less than pleasant. So you failed. Sakes concluded. Yeah, we failed. The Keyblade user was on a whole other level, so I doubt we would have been able to bag her even without the kid there. Larxene pouted childishly at Sakes's disapproving gaze. Did you get anything? Sakes asked, thinking that maybe they could salvage this somehow. The kid was real sad about what we did to that heartless. Larxene said, recalling his furious reaction. And he had two more there with him, he called them Levenim. So he is aware of what these abnormal heartless, or Levenim as he called them, are? Sakes wondered. Maybe he can understand them. D-Mix suggested. That is absolutely ridiculous. Sakes shook his head. Yeah, D-Mix. Larxene scoffed. You dumbass. Screw you guys. D-Mix pouted and stomped out of the room. The other nobodies watched him leave quietly. Once he was out of earshot. What a moron. Larxene scoffed. An utter buffoon. Sakes nodded. He is not the brightest. Zekshan said delicately. Complete idiot. Vexen said before slapping Axel when he got handsy in his delirious state. Pain, Samuel grumbled as consciousness returned to his body and his memories of the realm of darkness left his mind like they always did. I guess I should stop using you as a scratching post then? The oh-so-innocent voice of Kuroka helped wake Samuel up completely. Are you still here? He asked tiredly as he stared at how she draped herself over him. Most men would be all too happy with this situation. Samuel was having flashbacks to the monster that took away his innocence. She didn't make it that far, he reminded himself. He had killed that foul woman before she could truly enjoy herself, not that it stopped her from nearly lopping of Samuel's right arm. I like it here, Kuroka purred as she nuzzled into Samuel's chest. Up-to-date gaming setup, excellent food, a closet full of comfy clothes and the most delightfully warm bed, she hummed in content at Samuel's naturally high temperature. What am I getting out of it again? Samuel tried finding reasons not to kick Kuroka out of the window. Reason number 1, she'd climb back in. Kuroka started. All right, off. He barely stopped himself from yelling and waking up his sister. Spoilsport, Kuroka pouted and climbed off of Samuel, allowing him to sit up and stretch his sore muscles. GHHG, he figured he got into a fight in the realm of darkness and Aqua healed most of his injuries, but some of the pain still lingered. DMN. DMN is right, Kuroka purred. Eyes to yourself, perv. Samuel rebuked half-heartedly and stood up. You are just determined to ruin my fun, aren't you? Kuroka huffed and crossed her arms, the shirt she borrowed, stole, from Samuel straining against her figure. Can't make it too easy for you. Samuel rolled his eyes before sniffing himself. Do I smell? He asked with a grimace. Kinda, yeah, Kuroka nodded, her nose scrunched up cutely. Well, can't have that today. Samuel went to his closet and started rifling through his clothes. Right, Kuroka's eyes lit up with a teasing glint. Your little date. Oh sheet, is that what it is? Samuel asked, feigning ignorance. As if pretending to misunderstand the intention of a date was ever a good idea. Like agreeing to go out with someone and then saying, it's just shopping, right? Who'd fing do that? In another world a boy with bluish-black hair sneezed, a weird feeling came to him, like he was being insulted. You're so cute when you're in denial. Kuroka laughed lightly. And you're cute all the time. Samuel turned to her and said in sickly sweet tone before gagging and sticking his tongue out. Gay, that felt so wrong. You say that, but I can see where your eyes are going. The stray cat said knowingly as she stretched her arms. This proves nothing. Samuel denied as his eyes snapped to the side before he turned his head back to his closet, taking out 2 shirts. What do you think? He held up the 2 shirts. One was a black t-shirt with a design of a skull wearing a crown of feathers and the other was a black t-shirt with a design of a neon blue skeleton wearing headphones. I think you need more variety, Kuroka sweat dropped. You can't seriously be considering wearing those for a date. It's a convention, Kuroka, I doubt I need to dress formal. The convention itself wasn't the important part anyway. He didn't know what happened in the realm of darkness, but the decision in his mind was made when he awoke. He was going to tell Yui everything, what he was, why he really rescued her, and how he felt about her. And if she hated him for it, he'd accept it. But the skeleton shirts? Kuroka asked. Fine. Samuel folded the shirts and put them back before going back to rummaging. How about this one? He asked as he held up a green and black checkered shirt. Better. Kuroka nodded. Go for it. Good. Samuel put the shirt on his chair. I'm going to shower, don't follow. He went to his bathroom while throwing a cautious glance at the innocently smiling stray cat. I told you, don't follow, duh. Samuel started while he pulled his shirt on. What part of that did you not understand? What made you think I'll actually listen to what you say? Kuroka challenged while she wore nothing but a towel. Relationships are built on proper communication and respect of your partner's boundaries. Samuel recited something he remembered from one of Lena's psychology books. You did neither. And we aren't in a relationship. Kuroka said simply. You're more of a long-term booty call. I haven't slept with you. Samuel pointed out while putting on a bit of cologne, he was going to be around a lot of people in an enclosed space, he had to smell his best. Yet, Kuroka smirked at the blush that crept onto Samuel's face at the image she brought to his mind. Remember when I said that I hate pushy women? He asked and picked up his favorite shoes, his black and purple J's, from the corner of the room. Nope, Kuroka plopped down on her stomach on the bed, her tail swishing back and forth. Samuel's eyes were definitely not following their movements. You know what? I can't deal with this right now. Samuel shook his head. I'm telling Yui today. That you love her or that you're a devil? Kuroka pet an eyebrow in question. Yes. Samuel nodded. What do you want for break? It's fish, isn't it? He noticed the hungry gleam in Kuroka's eyes. I love you. She smiled. Keep saying that and I'll believe you one day. Samuel snorted. I'll make you some lunch for later as well. He left the room and closed the door behind him. Kuroka laughed and turned to lay on her back, clutching a pillow in arms. A girl could get used to this. She muttered to herself. Yui was throwing clothes out of her closet as she had a hard time picking what to wear. She barely slept at all last night, didn't sleep, she was too nervous thinking about her date with Sammy and now she didn't know what to wear. She went through outfit after outfit and still couldn't decide. Yui, sweetie. The voice of her mother came from the door. She turned to look at her mother's worried expression. I know you're excited about your date, but you can't turn your closet upside down. Mrs. Kodai shook her head at the mess her daughter was making. Yui pouted. She had to look her best. She had a date with the guy she was crushing on for a year. I know how much you want to impress Sigurd, dear. But he's a good boy, he will think you're beautiful no matter what you wear. Her mother reassured. Yui knew that was true. Samuel would likely compliment her looks no matter what, he said on multiple occasions that he found her beautiful. But she still had to compete with Sao Nakaishu and she was a pretty tough act to follow. They even had the same Ice Queen aesthetic. Sweetie, you shouldn't compare yourself to other girls, you'll always find something about them that you don't have if you look hard enough. Yui's mother said gently as she enveloped her daughter in a hug. You are a beautiful young woman and you are going to snag your man today. She encouraged. Yui nodded in determination. Now, let me help you pick something up before Sigurd gets here. With that, mother and daughter got to work. It was around half an hour later that Samuel had arrived, stopping his bike in front of Yui's house. The crimson-eyed devil took off his helmet and dismounted before making his way up the steps to the door. Samuel took a deep breath before muttering, "You can do this, Sammy," over and over again as he shifted from one foot to the other. "Quit being a beach and knock, it's just a date." He raised his hand to knock on the door, but it opened before he could, revealing Mrs. Kodai standing at the door with a positively sinful smile on her face. "Sigurd. What a pleasure to see you here," she greeted cheerfully. Most people would think that Yui's mother couldn't be more different from her, all cheerful and expressive while Yui was subdued and quiet. Samuel never thought that, mostly because he had some sort of Yui translator in his brain that let him see just how expressive she actually was. Kaneko was also capable of interpreting what Yui said on occasion, but not to Samuel's extent. "Mrs. Kodai." Samuel greeted while subconsciously taking a step back. "You must be here for Yui, right?" She grinned and took a step closer. "I guess, we have a date." The crimson-eyed devil took another step back from the smiling woman. "That's wonderful." She cheered and took a step forward before turning her head back to the house. "Yui, sweetie. Sigurd is here." What followed was the sound of rushing coming from upstairs. Mrs. Kodai turned back to Samuel. "She's been so excited about spending the day with you, Sigurd. I was looking forward to it as well." Samuel stuttered, wilting under the woman's intense eyes. "You were?" She raised an eyebrow while the smile remained on her face. "There's something important I have to tell Yui today," Samuel said resolutely, swallowing his discomfort and meeting the woman's gaze head-on. At his words, Mrs. Kodai's smile turned more genuine. "I hope you do," she said warmly before the previous, vicious smile returned and she took Samuel's hand. He noticed she put something there. "Don't do anything I wouldn't do, or do." She let go of his hand and let him look at what she put there. Samuel opened his and slowly before his eyes widened and he shoved whatever was inside into his sacred gear. "Not funny." He scowled at the woman who was now holding her gut laughing. "I beg to differ." Mrs. Kodai wiped a tear from her eye. "Make sure to use it if dash." She was interrupted by the familiar hum of her daughter. Samuel sighed in relief when the woman was stopped and raised his head to greet his date. "Hey you." The crimson-eyed devil's jaw dropped at the sight of Yui. It wasn't that she was dressed in anything all that special, he was pretty sure he saw her wearing that outfit before. She wore a very flattering cream sweater and a long plaid skirt over black tights. Her shoes were different, she was wearing the custom Ultraman shoes that Samuel had commissioned for her. Yui had adamantly refused to wear them because they were too rare and valuable to ruin, so she kept them stored in a glass case like a collector's item. Samuel figured she could do what she wanted with them, if they got ruined he'd have new ones made for her. But the fact that she was wearing them now, this was serious. Just like she looked seriously beautiful, and then again that was no different than it always was. Yui was always beautiful, so why was he reacting like this now? Mrs. Kodai chuckled and put her hand under Samuel's chin before closing it for him. "You're catching flies, dear." "Sheet." Samuel snapped back to his senses and looked back at Yui. He could see her eyes sparkling a bit. She seemed glad that her attire affected him so. "Shall we go?" He folded his arms behind his head and gestured to his bike in a futile attempt to look cool. Yui nodded with a slight huff of laughter at Samuel's attempt. "Let's then. We'll make the most out of today." The crimson-eyed devil chuckled nervously as he and Yui walked down the stairs to his bike. "It might be the last day we spend together." VRRRRMMMMM. The bike's rev slowly died down as Samuel slowed down to park in the convention center's lot. Yui had a death grip on his waist, which he was pretty sure had nothing to do with his driving. "Here we are," Samuel said as he took off his helmet and shook his midnight hair. Helmet hair was a terrible date look. Yui released him from her grip, allowing him to breathe. Yui took off her helmet as well and climbed off the bike. Samuel chuckled and climbed off as well, amused at Yui's enthusiasm. She was so excited to spend the day with him like this, and he would make sure to make this day the most memorable and fun day it could possibly be. If this truly was to be their last day together, if after today Yui won't even want to look at his face anymore, then he had to make today unforgettable. Come on, Samuel said after putting the helmets away and subtly casting a protection ward on his bike. The convention won't sit around and wait for us. He nodded towards the building and started to walk towards. Yui hummed in agreement and followed after him, quickly catching up and walking side by side with him. Yui snuck a glance at Samuel's face. She had to look up since he was taller than her by a fair bit. She always liked looking at his face, whether he was expressive as usual or deadpan and emotionless like her. Samuel was, by any standard, a handsome guy. His pale skin and crimson eyes were always so entrancing to her, or the way his hair seemed to drink in all the light around it. Little did she know that Samuel also had a similar appreciation for her looks. Yui had been watching Samuel for so long that she could confidently read his expressions around 50% of the time, but this was one of the times when Yui could read Samuel. He had a smile on his face. Any passerby would think he was just a guy feeling lucky to have a cute date. So then why did that smile feel so hollow? Yui hummed in concern. I'm fine, Yui. Samuel tried to reassure, smiling even wider. Yui raised an eyebrow at how his smile seemed even more fake. Of course I'm okay, what makes you think I'm not? Samuel reached into his pocket and took out his phone as they approached the entrance. Yui shrugged her shoulders. You can't read me that easy, you know. He chuckled. I'm a professional gambler. I pride myself on being hard to read. Samuel browsed through his phone as they arrived at the entrance. He flashed the screen at the guard who let them in while whispering a nice to Samuel and giving him a thumbs up. HMFF, Yui snorted. Samuel might be an excellent gambler, but she knew when something was wrong with him and he was trying to avoid it. Let's not ruin our date over this, okay? Samuel requested with a smile. Yui's breath hitched. He called it a date. She thought of it as a date, but she figured that Samuel didn't. He saw this as a date. He agreed to a date with her knowing it was a date. Yui felt like her heart would burst from her chest. Hey, look. Samuel drew her attention to his phone. It says here that the tokusatsu section is further in. He pointed out on the directory he had Chiaki pull up on his screen. The little familiar was standing beside the map and pointing at the different areas. Yui's eyes sparkled as she clung to Samuel's arm and shook it in excitement, though her face remained straight for the most part. Do you want to go there now or save it for later? Samuel asked as he looked at what else the con had to offer. Yui contemplated before turning to Samuel with an inquisitive look on her face. I want to check out what they got in the jump section, but today is about you, Yui. Samuel reassured. Yui hummed and nodded. Tokusatsu it is. Samuel chuckled at Yui's enthusiasm. Neither of the two noticed they somewhat gathered a crowd who were all wondering how exactly the black-haired boy was able to understand what the girl clinging to him was saying. Nor did they notice a jealous pair of pink eyes locking on their forms from a hiding spot, or the heterochromatic eyes watching with half amusement and half that feeling you get when you see a train wreck in progress. The two also failed to notice an inconspicuous-looking blonde with cartoonish blue eyes following them around. The tall young man palmed the handle in his jacket's pocket nervously. Its weight threatened to buckle his knees. I'm doing the right thing. He thought to himself. Sir said that he was a threat to All Might? I have to do this. The blonde steeled his resolve as he continued to follow the couple unnoticed. After a few minutes of walking, the couple and their shadow had arrived at the tokusatsu section of the convention, seeing various stands all selling different memorabilia of the many, many tokusatsu franchises. Everything from Ultraman to Godzilla, Kamen Rider, and Super Sentai. Yui was practically vibrating with excitement. She couldn't decide where to look. It was paradise as far as her eyes could see. Pick out whatever you want. Samuel grinned at her awestruck expression at his words. Yui tilted her head, her voice sounding somewhat uncomfortable. I said I'd do anything to make up for making you worry, didn't I? Samuel pointed out. So today, you get to go on a spending spree, my treat. He winked. And hopefully you'll be able to remember this day fondly when you hate me. Yui made double sure that Samuel wasn't joking. Shed Lyle's honor. Samuel held up 3 fingers against his chest where his heart was. Yui leapt up and hugged Samuel tightly before dragging him around to buy as much stuff as she could carry. The blonde following them around frowned at the interaction. The midnight-haired villain seemed so genuine, but Sir's teachings were absolute. There was no way he was going to let a villain as dangerous as that one run free, so why did the handle of the weapon Sir gave him feel even heavier than before? Yui hummed happily behind her Ultraman mask, her right arm hugging a Godzilla plushie while her left hand was entwined in Samuel's. She had managed to muster the courage to hold his hand while they were walking. Samuel watched her happily with a Shinken red mask hanging from the side of his head. He had bought plenty of things for Yui, from action figures to posters, and had discreetly put them in a storage spell so that they wouldn't interfere with his driving. "Enjoying yourself?" Samuel asked with a smile on his face. Yui nodded enthusiastically, her mask bobbed up and down. She was spending time with him, she got plenty of rare memorabilia, and now she was holding hands with Samuel. This was the best day ever. "I'm glad," Samuel said with a bit of sadness in his voice. "You hungry?" Yui turned her masked face to him and pondered for a moment before nodding. "Anything specific?" Samuel already had an inkling on what she wanted, but one could always ask. "Burger," Yui said hungrily. Samuel laughed. Just like he thought. "Then I'll get you as many burgers as you want." Yui shyly kicked the ground. "Yes, I'll get you the Happy Meals," Samuel confirmed with a fond expression on his face as he pat Yui's head. Yui sighed contently at the contact while she was completely oblivious to the pink eyes that were glaring at her. As the two made their way to the food court, their unnoticed and unwanted tail frowned. "Is this what Sir meant? This guy is manipulating this girl with gifts and Happy Meals, monster." Nobody can resist the Happy Meal. The blonde realized at that moment he was hungry and decided to get something for himself. It would look very suspicious if he followed them to the food court and didn't eat. It was for the mission. Brrggrr, Yui hummed happily as she stuffed another hamburger into her mouth. The table was covered in Happy Meal toy wrappers. Samuel put the toys in a storage spell as well. She was on her 7th burger and was showing no sign of stopping. Samuel watched her fondly as he was eating his own burger. He was on his 9th. "You always did like a woman who could eat." "I am not ashamed," Samuel thought defensively. "Not of your preference, but we both know how ashamed you truly are, boy." "Yeah, and that's why I'm going to tell her." Samuel though resolutely. "I hope for your sake that the girl takes this revelation well." "So do I." Samuel huffed slightly. "By the way, anything on whoever it was that managed to reach into the Mictlan? All I have is that they use dark fey magic. That's not all that common, but still hard to narrow down, especially since I haven't encountered that magic myself." And it was true, he had encountered light fey magic, the less said about that the better, but never its dark counterpart. Light fairies tended to be distasteful of dark fairies, existing. So it was pretty rare to encounter them. And it has been far too long since a host of mine has encountered a dark fairy for me to ascertain its identity. Who was the last host? Samuel thought curiously, keeping an eye on Yui, who was now on her 10th burger. "Don't worry about it. It was in the pre-Quirk era, so it isn't someone who should concern you. You're avoiding answer, but I have more important sheet than who the previous host was." Samuel conceded. Yui's question broke him out of his conversation with X. "Yeah, I'm fine," Samuel said and finished off his last burger. He had worked through them during his mental conversation with the mutt sharing his head space. Yui also finished off all of her burgers and was looking adorably satisfied, like a bear on the verge of hibernation. The blonde stalker watched the two from his table, his hand feeling the handle in his pocket. Sir said the distraction should happen any second now. He mentally prepared himself for the fact that he was going to take a life for the very first time. He felt uncomfortable, extremely so, but it had to be done. Sir said that this kid, no, this villain needed to die for the sake of the future, and he believed him. "Hey, Yui," Samuel's face suddenly turned serious. There's something? I've been meaning to tell you." The crimson-eyed devil started, the confident facade he had been upholding all day cracking. "Do you mind going somewhere else with me after we're done here?" Yui nodded her assent, her face reddened in anticipation of what Samuel could want to tell her. She felt her heart beat quicker, her mind flooding with thoughts of Samuel confessing to her over a mountain of punks he beat up after they bothered her, so she found violence romantic. Sue her. Yui was so caught up in her daydreams that she didn't notice Samuel's eyes turning green, or the horrified look on his face. "Everybody get down!" Samuel roared as he tackled Yui out of her seat and into the ground. Yui blushed a furious red as Samuel's body completely enveloped her and less than PG thoughts enveloped her mind. She didn't have time to dwell, however. Bang boom. The world around them was swallowed by fire. The sea of flames washed over them, but Yui was safe thanks to Samuel shielding her with his body. The silent beauty had no idea how long she had spent on the floor under Samuel. The heat made her eyes water and she couldn't distinguish the roar of the flames from the screams of the people. She hoped that people listened to Samuel when he told them to get down. It was strange that Samuel knew the explosion would happen, but that could wait. After what felt like an eternity, the wave of flame finally died down and Yui could feel Samuel moving slightly above her. "It seems like the explosion is over," Samuel grunted out and got off of her. Yui opened her eyes to see the area around them collapsed and burning. She sat up and saw Samuel holding his hand in front of her for her to take. Yui asked as she took Samuel's hand and let him hoist her to her feet. The silent girl gagged at the smoke invading her lungs along with the terrible smell of the burning. "I have no idea." Samuel shook his head. "But there are still other people here, we should help them get out." He looked around and growled at seeing that they were trapped as the debris collapsed the entrance to the food court. Yui looked at the sealed exit and then back to Samuel. "I could, but I would collapse the building around us in the process." Samuel huffed and stomped out a flame. The heat didn't bother him like it did Yui. He coated his body in much hotter flames on the regular. Yui hummed in understanding. Samuel was seriously strong, to the point some people thought he had a strength quirk. He had managed to overpower Death Arms, a pro who was known for his arm strength. So when he said that simply plowing through the blockade was a bad idea, she believed him. "I'll see if I can do something about the flames, stick close to me and keep an eye out for other people," Samuel instructed before muttering, "Now I regret eating so much." Yui nodded and stuck close as Samuel opened his mouth and started inhaling deeply. The flames around them were drawn to the crimson-eyed devil's open mouth. Gulp gulp. Samuel could eat fire. It was a neat party trick he showed off to her when he caught a bunch of smokers on school property, and as Kaishu's personal attack dog, he was sent to make an example out of them. They tried waving a lit lighter in his face, but he grabbed the flame between his fingers and ate it. Apparently he could do that with electricity as well. The crimson-eyed devil's face went green with the amount of flames he was consuming. His stomach was already full and he was overdoing it by forcing more into it. Yui, in the meantime, looked around to see if there was anyone else around them they could help. It seemed like she and Samuel were the only people around. If it weren't for all of the smoke and burning he could have probably sniffed people out, but he couldn't so much as look when he was so focused on not hurling the flames in his mouth. The silent girl spotted movement out of the corner of her eye. Was it someone they could help? She turned to see a figure in a hood rushing with what seemed to be a glowing blade straight at them. No, not them. Yui saw a gleam of blue under the hood and it was focused on Samuel. Yui didn't even think, she had no time to, the figure was already upon them pulling their blade back to strike. "Gah!" Samuel cried as he was pushed to the ground. He felt some debris bite into his skin, bet he brushed that aside. What pushed him? The only person next to him was grrlrgg. A soft gurgle reached his ears. Samuel quickly spun around to a sight that made his heart drop. "Yui!" Samuel screamed. Yui, the girl who admired and loved him, the girl he had planned to open his heart to, was bleeding from the mouth as a sword of light impaled her chest. SMMRLLL, Yui turned to look at him, blood gushed from her mouth. Samuel slowly turned his head to the weapon's wielder, his crimson eyes turned empty. "Sheet," the assassin cursed under his breath. He was supposed to eliminate the villain and escape undetected, but this girl got in the way of that. Why did she defend this villain? "You," Samuel whispered as an oppressive weight filled the air. The flames around the three were quashed beneath it. The assassin struggled against this weight, the weapon in his hands felt heavier than ever. His heart stopped at the eyes of the villain before him. All of the world's evil condensed into one blank stare. The gates of hell stood before the assassin, burning an unforgiving crimson. The monster opened his mouth again, his voice devoid of emotion, yet the assassin could feel the cold presence of the Reaper behind them. "You're dead." Izuku Midoriya was working hard on cleaning the beach. He was alone today since All Might was busy and Sammy was on a date. I guess even he needs a break sometimes. Izuku mused as he hauled a particularly large piece of scrap metal. It seemed like it used to be part of a car frame. The green-haired boy has been steadily getting stronger since the awakening of his supernatural heritage. He was lifting things that would seem impossible for him to lift, and that was out of dragon form. Sammy called it Dragon Force, and that was also how they registered his newfound quirk. "Wow!" Izuku stilled as he heard a feminine voice behind him. The green-haired boy turned around to see a black-haired girl with violet eyes sitting on top of scrap heap, smiling at him with a friendly wave. "Hello," she greeted. Hi." Izuku put down the broken car frame and tilted his head at the strange girl. "Are you cleaning this beach all by yourself?" the girl asked with a tilt of her head. "Yeah," Izuku chuckled nervously. "It's good training and community service." "Wow, that's so cool." The girl complimented. "I'm Yuma Amano. What's your name?" "Midoriya." "Izuku Midoriya." For some reason Izuku didn't find himself a blushing mess when talking to this girl. Yuma jumped from the heap and landed in front of Izuku, her face right in front of his. Izuku took a step back out of reflex, despite the friendly and, quite frankly, beautiful smile on her face. "It's really nice to meet you, Izuku," she said cutely. Likewise?" Izuku took another step back. "Are you all alone here, cutie?" she asked flirtatiously while taking a step towards him. "Yes, and my trainer and my partner are busy today." The green-haired boy nodded and took another step back, sweat pouring from his face. "Oh? That's awful, why would they leave a cutie like you all alone?" Yuma took another step forward. Izuku stepped back once again only to find himself with his back to a trash heap. "You don't have to step back." Yuma giggled as she finally closed the distance between them. "I won't bite," she said before leaning forward with her lips to Izuku's ear. "Much." Izuku's words died in his throat as the girl brought her face close and pressed her lips against his. Yuma hummed contently as her right hand twitched, red light gathering inside it. Izuku transformed his left hand to dragon mode and swiped it at Yuma's right hand right as she was about to move the gathered light, which had taken the form of a jagged spear, at him. The spear of light broke apart and Izuku pushed Yuma away with both of his transformed hands. The girl was thrown back before she twisted in midair and landed on her feet atop a scrap heap. "Well, that was rude." Yuma scowled. "A pretty girl kisses you and you push her away?" Izuku spat on the sand and wiped his mouth on his forearm. "You think you're the first to try this trick on me?" the green-haired boy asked with narrowed eyes. "Kind of." Yuma was sure there was a story there, but that didn't matter right now. What did matter was the dragon scales on the kid's arms. He was already awakened. "I'll give you credit," Izuku shrugged. "Nobody actually went as far as to kiss me to sell the illusion, but I wish you didn't." He was acting a lot more confident than he felt. "Just act like Sammy would," he repeated in his mind. "What was that, you little sheet?" Yuma asked as the veins on her forehead bulged in anger. Was this little F seriously complaining about getting kissed by her? She was as hot as they came and this little version was complaining? "I wish you didn't kiss me," Izuku reiterated and was screaming on the inside that this chick was going to kill him. "Kuh!" Yuma clutched her chest as she took a critical hit to her feminine pride. "So, who put you up to this?" Izuku asked while looking around him, taking in every inch of his surroundings. Not paying attention got him cornered by Yuma. He wouldn't let it happen again. "You won't need to know that where you're going, you fucksack." Yuma dropped the facade of kindness she had altogether and adopted a cruder visage. Izuku said nothing and continued to stare at the girl impassively. "Oh shit. Oh f dash. She's actually going to kill me," while panicking on the inside. The green-haired boy noticed an iron pipe sticking out of the heap next to him. He felt compelled to pick it up. The weight of the pipe put him at ease as he held it at his side like a sword, dragging it across the sand. "Do you really think that rusty piece of sheet will help you against me, punk?" Yuma sneered and created another bright red spear of light in her hand. "Get speared, beach!" she screamed and threw her spear at Izuku. Izuku's vision blurred and instead of the trash beach of Togoba, he was standing in that same beautiful beach he kept seeing and forgetting. Instead of Yuma and her spear, there was a tall boy with orange hair ending in a spike on the front, and instead of the light spear there was a beach ball fast approaching him. With a movement he had practiced hundreds of times, the green-haired hero of the islands raised his right hand above his head with his sword pointing down, his left hand resting flat against the blade. Izuku kept his eyes on the fast-approaching ball, and as soon as it was close enough, tinzzz, the green-haired hero swung his weapon and batted away the projectile. The vision of the clean beach disappeared and he was back at Togoba. His body set in a wide stance as he watched the spear of light sail back to its owner. TCH. Yuma jumped away from the reflected attack, but instead of falling back down, she remained in the air, held up by a pair of large black wings. A fallen angel. Izuku raised the iron pipe in front of him defensively, his draconic eyes taking in the girl's form. "So you already know what I am and you already awakened your gear?" Yuma sneered. "Guess I really do have to kill you." The fallen angel materialized another light spear and prepared to throw it. Whoosh. Ah! Yuma yelped and jerked to the side, just barely dodging a ball of crimson energy. Her spear wasn't as fortunate as the ball plowed through it and tore it in half. "What the f dash?" She stared at the remains of her spear disintegrating in her hand. Well, what do we have here?" An authoritative voice drew both Izuku's and Yuma's attention. The dragon and fallen angel turned to face the voice and both felt their breath hitch and their eyes widen for different reasons. In front of them stood a relatively tall girl with blue eyes and a very pleasing figure, but her most striking feature was her flowing crimson hair. Yuma was staring at the girl in panic, sweat down her face. "What the f is she doing here? Who is she?" Izuku stared at the girl in wonder. She's as beautiful as Selena, the though came into his mind before he even noticed. He was thoroughly captivated by her hair. It was similar to Sammy's eyes, but this girl's hair was even more wonderful in Izuku's eyes. Why Yuma stuttered in fear. What are you doing here? Me? The crimson-haired beauty pet her head playfully. Just looking after an investment. She gestured to Izuku. This boy. I call dibs. Yuma's pupils dilated in fear. F this, she whispered and flew away as fast as she could. Dumb crow. The girl shook her head in disgust before turning her eyes to Izuku, her gaze softening. Are you okay? She asked as she walked closer towards the green dragon. I am fine. Izuku blushed and dematerialized his dragon traits, a fierce blush on his cheeks. She didn't hurt you, did she, love? The girl put a hand on Izuku's cheek and tilted his head up to face her. I can't see any bruises. Ah. Izuku choked on his words as his face turned atomic levels of red. She didn't hurt me. Oh, that's good. The crimson-haired girl sighed in relief and brushed some of Izuku's hair out of his face. It's a good thing I got here on time, or that fallen one might have hurt you. And you are? Izuku forced himself to ask through the pleasant feeling of the girl's hand brushing on his face gently. Huh? The girl's ministration stopped as she stared at Izuku confusedly. I asked who you are? I mean, it's not that I'm not grateful for you saving me or that I don't think what you were doing feels really nissi and irreal pretty and I. Izuku's speech devolved into mutters. The girl stared at him mutter himself into oblivion with a raised eyebrow. Sammy said you tend to mutter, but wow. She said to herself. But he was right, it makes you look even more adorable and that's quite the accomplishment. Izuku kept muttering with a fierce blush on his face. The girl noticed he repeated how beautiful she was multiple times. Quite the little charmer. I can see why the mud is so possessive now. I'm so glad I called dibs. She continued to stare at him for a bit before deciding to break him from his mumbles. Izuku? Izuku? The crimson-haired beauty grabbed Izuku's shoulder and shook it lightly.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.